Chapter 1. The first page. I suppose I am not fully awake. Otherwise, how could I dream of this abysmal fantasy world, a veritable travesty of a game? Curse you, planner. Wasting my youth by day is one thing, but to continue tormenting me at night is utterly intolerable. I must say, it is no wonder that netizens have dubbed this the epic trash of the year, top of the list for its ludicrous plot crafted by someone seemingly using their feet. I was foolish enough to be deceived by the game's stunning character art and spent $100 to secure a slot in the beta testing. Yet, in a mere 3 months, this game has managed to drive everyone away, leading to the unfortunate collapse of the funding chain and the closure of its servers. Planner, could you not allocate even a fraction of the budget used for character designs to refine the preschool level narrative? Second page. I think I might still be half asleep. I have replayed this game 100 times. I have completed all the main quests and hidden side quests. I have explored every inch of the map. I have acquired every hidden dungeon and treasure. I have maxed out all the professions. If it cannot be completed, then it simply cannot be completed. Why'd I still dream of this game? Third page. Still not awake? Just a sip of water and back to sleep it is. I just want to sleep, sleep, sleep. Fourth page. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Why am I still trapped in this dream? My head aches terribly. I feel as though I might starve to death. Is it due to sleeping for too long? Well, even if it is a dream, I ought not to starve. Eat well and sleep. I might perhaps truly not awaken. Fifth page. I suspect the entire world is but a grand fantasy realm. Sixth page. I have traversed dimensions. Seventh page. Indeed, I have truly crossed over. From a scientific perspective, I find it entirely plausible. From a theological standpoint, my understanding lacks the necessary depth. There are no golden fingers, no systems, no cheats. Eighth page. Without parents, utterly alone, devoid of relatives. My leg is somewhat lame, and my right hand is fractured. Very well, a hellish difficulty start, is it? Let me see what I possess. A small wooden cabin, dilapidated furniture, and a meager, weighty sack of gold coins. These coins bear the grand visage of the emperor of, dues they are indeed genuine royal currency. Okay, at least I've been granted a sliver of hope. I shall use 1 gold coin to heal my physical afflictions. Ninth page. What the? No one informed me I was in the Fran Empire. Then what are these coins of the future empire? A gust of cold wind swept in through the window, causing the pages of the diary to rustle, until it turned to the final page. The plan to slay the Demon King. The Demon King possesses the innate ability to discern truth from falsehood, unparalleled physical prowess, and an inexhaustible source of magical energy. Mastery of dark magic and necromancy, capable of entering a frenzied state with 3 stages of transformation. The Demon King first appeared in the Winter Dungeon, fully leveled up within its depths. Rumors regarding the Demon King seemed to correlate with the downfall of the Fran Empire. According to the Demon King, he was initially weak, unable to accomplish anything or protect anyone. Snap! The diary was closed. A hand, calloused and frostbitten, reached out to tuck the closed notebook into a chest pocket, then clasped both hands in front of the mouth. A breath of warmth escaped. It's so cold. The hands rubbed together. 3 years. Sube had observed for 3 years. Knowing the game's narrative, Sube understood that without taking action, death was inevitable. No one wishes for demise. Something must be done. At the moment of his crossing over, the hero's adventuring party had yet to form. The Demon King had not awakened, angels had not descended, and demons remained sealed. The world still basked in a fog of prosperity. Yet all this beauty had been utterly obliterated over the past 3 years. War, poverty, conflict, and discord. Now, the Fran Empire lay in ruins. This had risen anew. Everything had returned to where the fantasy world story began. For 3 years, Sube drifted invisibly across the land of fantasy, concealing his presence, bearing witness to the rise and fall of kingdoms and the suffering of the populace. He often felt an indescribable loneliness, yet he could do nothing, fearing that any alteration might trigger a butterfly effect, leading to significant changes in the crucial narrative. After all, such calamities were merely the beginning. The future promised to be even grimmer. Everyone would perish, unless The Demon King was slain. 3 years sharpening a sword. Only today, Sube adjusted his somewhat disheveled collar, donned a patched cylindrical hat, armed himself with a rusty sword salvaged from a trash bin, and wrapped himself in the ancestral black trench coat. He stepped into the chaotic night, filled with biting winds. At the entrance of the winter dungeon, Sube sat concealed in a thicket, leaning against a pine, shrouded in shadows. As his stiff body shifted positions, a thick layer of snow tumbled from his cylindrical hat, landing on his shoulder before being shaken off onto the ground. Isn't tonight the night? Sube sighed, hunching tighter against the cold. After all, these clues were painstakingly pieced together if he were to truly encounter the Demon King. He had no recourse. Crack! The sound of footsteps crunching through the bushes echoed. A figure adorned with a large black felt hat emerged from the distance. The figure was obscured by a voluminous black magical robe, making it difficult to discern any details. Could it be the Demon King? Sube furrowed his brow, scrutinizing every movement of the approaching figure. The Demon King should not be a sorcerer, yet one could not dismiss the possibility of disguise. The figure drew closer to the entrance of the winter dungeon, hesitating. Every day, adventuring parties entered the dungeon, numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands yet. A solitary sorcerer entering at this hour was indeed rare. Sube hesitated no longer. Nothing resembled a Demon King more than this sneaky, furtive individual. Swish! He drew his sword and advanced. Sube rose with a significant rustle, having no intention of concealing his presence. The figure froze, trembling slightly, gripping the fabric of the black robe tightly, yet made no further movement. Sube continued forward, drawing nearer, only to realize the diminutive stature beneath the felt hat. Perhaps only around 1.30 meters or 40. In Sube's recollection, the Demon King stood at an imposing 2.50 meters, robust in build, with piercing eyes. Clang! He raised his hand, the sword's edge aimed at the brim of the felt hat, sweeping it aside. The hat spiraled away, caught by the wind and snow, swirling upward. White hair cascaded down, resembling a peacock's display, immediately following the dance of the winds. A delicate, ghostly face tilted slightly upward, eyes veiled beneath drooping lids, like a white jasmine flourishing against the chill. The Demon King could not possibly be human. Absolutely impossible. The Demon King was of the demon race, male, a cruel manipulator of heroes. This was the conclusion Sube had drawn from 100 encounters with the game. Frowning deeply, Sube realized he might have made a grave error, likely entangled in a significant side quest. The cold wind blew, snow striking Sube's sword and the girl's shoulder. The wind and snow were fierce, causing Sube's hand to tremble upon the sword's hilt. Perhaps it was the snow's impact, or perhaps it was the cold. The girl's ethereal voice, weary and hoarse, drifted softly. "Are you here to kill me as well?" Sube coldly nodded, then secured the iron sword at his waist, removing the cylindrical hat from his head, and approached the girl. In the silent, snow-covered ground, akin to a silent film accompanied by the wind, the sound of footsteps echoed. Thud, thud. 1 step, 2 steps. Malice encircled the girl, akin to drowning, rendering breathing difficult and erratic. Gazing upon the towering figure just within reach, the girl took a half-step back, tightly closing her eyes, awaiting the unpredictable manner of her impending demise. "Please grant me a swift, and I beg of you." Ah! The girl's breath came softly, and warmth enveloped her head, her nose catching the mixed scent of hay and an unsettling fragrance. She slowly opened her eyes, the large cylindrical hat askew, casting a shadow over one half of her partially open eye. Something was amiss. This was not the crux of the matter. The key was that she had not yet had the time to savor the joy of survival after calamity, feeling the receding malice like a tide, accompanied by the receding footsteps behind her. The young girl swiftly pivoted to the right, her movements as graceful and fluid as a butterfly in flight. If one were to overlook the fact that her toes nearly faltered due to the abruptness of her motion. Simultaneously, the voluminous fabric of her magical robe billowed outward, beneath which a resplendent gown shimmered into view, its diamond-studded hem glistening like stars upon the snowy ground at night. That malevolent presence surged forth with ferocity, only to dissipate inexplicably. Realizing that inaction would allow the man before her to depart without a trace, the girl took a deep breath, mustering all her strength to inflate her mouth, once able to accommodate merely a fingertip to the size of a walnut. "I am called Molly. May I inquire your name?" Perhaps due to malnutrition, her desperate cry, born from a life of prolonged evasion, barely pierced the howling wind, reaching Su Bai's ears only faintly. Su Bai's stride remained unbroken. His steps were decisive, measured, and unhurried. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern that he was moving with remarkable speed. In the span of a mere utterance, he had already traversed 10 paces. Su Bai wished to avoid entanglement in any complications. Although he had misidentified the Demon King, his extensive knowledge of the Fantasia realm's narrative left no doubt that the girl named Molly was undoubtedly a source of trouble. Perhaps even a significant one, potentially triggering a cascade of further dilemmas. According to the conventions of the Fantasia realm, accepting a quest necessitated its completion. Failure to do so would result in a loss of attributes, and more alarmingly, decline in fortune, leading to perilous situations in the later stages of the game. Thus, lacking absolute confidence, Su Bai opted for the most prudent course of action regarding quests, to forego them entirely. One only possesses a single life. This was not a task befitting someone with but one life to spare. He ought to recline in a corner, indulging in a leisurely existence, living long and prospering as a homebody, occasionally saving the world to ensure his longevity. Noticing Su Bai's unyielding pace, Molly hesitated momentarily, then, gritting her teeth, exclaimed, "If your intention is to hastily flee the scene due to a mere misidentification, that is rather pathetic. An apology is in order, is it not?" To the scoundrel who has carelessly flung away a magical hat valued at 10 gold coins, how does the swiftly departing gentleman perceive the return of a cylindrical hat worth less than 5 copper coins? Su Bai paused for a fleeting second. "You referred to him as a scoundrel, did you not? Then let this gentleman embrace his unscrupulousness." Suppressing the urge to retort, Su Bai focused on the approaching corner ahead, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Diana." Molly's voice was soft and delicate, muffled by the wind and lost amidst the sounds of her footsteps. Indiscernible, difficult to catch, if the wind were still blowing. Yet, at that precise moment, the wind ceased. Molly's voice resonated clearly. Su Bai halted momentarily, then took off running. "My name is Diana Fran. Diana rather fancies this hat." Seeing that Su Bai was beyond her reach, Molly offered a bittersweet smile, casually removing her tattered cylindrical hat, pressing it against her chest, and earnestly said, "Thank you for your gift. May the Empire bless you." Her voice was as faint as a whisper. Yet, Su Bai heard her. It would have been preferable had he not. Having heard, it was no longer a matter that could simply be resolved by fleeing. Su Bai recognized the significance of that remarkable name, comprehending the weight it carried. Diana Fran, the last princess of the Fran Empire. There was no narrative concerning this princess within the realm of fantasy. Yet, through fragmented discussions among other characters, it became evident that she played a role of considerable importance. In the midst of the conflict between the brave and the Demon King, the warfare between the remnants of the Fran Empire and the Doze Empire also stands as one of the pivotal reasons for the world's impending destruction. This princess possesses the most legitimate bloodline of the Fran Empire. Her blessing carries the fate of a dynasty. Based on Su Bai's gaming experience, he triggered a prerequisite task and encountered the fleeing Jasmine. He initiated the task of interception and lifted Jasmine's mage hat. Furthermore, she had already preemptively compensated him with the blessing of the Fran Empire's princess. This costly reward warranted his earnest attention to the task. For the blessing of the Fran princess could very well save his life in the future. Thus, evasion was no longer an option. As such, at the corner, Su Bai tilted his body slightly and cast a sidelong glance. Opposite him, Jasmine readjusted her ill-suited cylindrical hat and gently waved at the turning Su Bai, her farewell gesture imbued with tenderness. Su Bai exhaled, turning around with a slow, resolute gait toward Jasmine. Upon seeing Su Bai drawing nearer, Jasmine's expression brightened, her waving hand momentarily faltering. "Present your request." Diana Fran. Su Bai's tone was flat, akin to merely fulfilling an obligation, that I prefer the name Jasmine. What do you go by? Su-bei, he continued. What is your request? Request? Jasmine momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation, but eventually grasped the essence of it. Request? Are you willing to assist me? Her lips parted slightly, her brows raised, eyes widening in delight, the exquisite blue of her irises sparkling like sapphires. Indeed, Su-bei nodded. You provide the reward, and I shall fulfill your request. You may state your demands. I may not be able to accomplish everything, but I will strive to do so. Reward? Jasmine bit her lip, pondering, then retrieved a scroll from the ample interior of her robe, adorned with the emblem of the Fran Empire, a magpie. This is a magical secret scroll, inscribed with a treasured arcane formula of the Fran Empire. Surrounded by a rich source of magical energy, this is the most precious item I possess. May it serve as my reward? No. Su-bei waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at the scroll before averting his gaze. You've already offered it, so there is no need. When did I do that? Realizing Su-bei's unwavering gaze, Jasmine's mind briefly stalled, and she quickly crossed her arms, murmuring, No, I cannot offer myself as a reward. I am still young. The tension in her expression abruptly froze, and upon seeing the shock and subtle disdain in Su-bei's eyes, her pale cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, akin to a white jasmine tinged with the color of a rose. It was that blessing that made Jasmine bury her head into her cylindrical hat, crouching down, her small form obscured by the robe, resembling an ostrich hiding its head in the sand. In that moment, she even wished to conceal her entire being within the hat. Though she could not fathom why Jasmine harbored such inexplicable thoughts, the reason had become irrelevant, for gazing at the curled-up Jasmine, the introverted Su-bei felt an involuntary urge to reach out and caress her, akin to petting a docile kitten. Soon, he managed to suppress the intense impulse that could be perceived as intrusive, and in an attempt to maintain a calm demeanor, he spoke nonchalantly. The blessing itself is the reward. Thus, you may present your request. Su-bei endeavored to avert his gaze from Jasmine, slightly turning his body to grant her space to regain her composure. He continued, restoration of the dynasty, elimination of enemies, and so forth. I shall earnestly endeavor to fulfill these tasks. Perhaps Su-bei's tone was overly nonchalant, or perhaps his strategy of shifting the topic had succeeded. Or perhaps the gravity of his statements was too astonishing. Regardless, upon hearing Su-bei's declarations, Jasmine flustered, extending her hands to adjust the back of her cylindrical hat, revealing a mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Su-bei, I am not so eager as to wish for your demise. Such matters cannot simply be agreed upon and executed. Moreover, I had not contemplated these things. After some thought, she hesitantly articulated, Indeed, I am being pursued by many. Those who desire my death, those who imprison me, those who exploit me to overthrow the new dynasty. Many of them are my elders, who used to present me with various precious gifts on my birthday. Therefore, I do not intend to take action against them. Observing Su-bei's impassive expression, which revealed no additional emotions in response to her words, Jasmine hesitated, then proposed her unconsidered yet singular request. Please take care of me. Su-bei, until I can survive independently. How shall I care for you? In terms of food, clothing, and shelter. Su-bei furrowed his brow. Like a father? That hardly seems a daunting task. No, Jasmine interjected, her hands crossing as she shook her head in unison, her slightly oversized cylindrical hat bobbing along. No. What I mean is, I am currently in a troublesome and perilous situation, yet I wish to survive. Jasmine lifted her chin, her tone resolute as she conveyed her thoughts. The fervent desire to live resonated wholly with Su-bei. I see. Yet, Su-bei pondered, scratching his head, a look of consternation crossing his face. So, is that not possible, Mr. Su-bei? Jasmine's elevated head drooped immediately, the cylindrical hat shadowing her face, concealing her disappointment. No, that is not the issue. Surviving temporarily is certainly feasible. However, even Su-bei, who comprehends the entire narrative, cannot guarantee survival amidst the turmoil of the future era. Such a request is excessively challenging. Nonetheless, observing Jasmine's wilted demeanor, Su-bei's breath quickened, and he instinctively wished to pat her shoulder in encouragement. Yet, as he extended his hand, it formed a fist before loosening and retracting. Subsequently, Su-bei spoke coldly. Leave it to me. I will do my utmost. Though the winter dungeon saw few souls at night, it was prudent to depart without delay. In a startled yet joyful exclamation, Jasmine raised her head. Really, do not scare me like that. Once she adjusted her cylindrical hat, confirming that Su Bei was not jesting, she breathed a sigh of relief, following closely behind him while murmuring softly in protest. Naughty Su Bei. While Jasmine complained, she could not help but smile gently, her face soon glistening with tears. Having wandered for nearly 3 months, fleeing from the bustling metropolis of Saint Radiant City to the kingdom's edge in the Winter City, hiding by day and journeying by night, she had witnessed the harrowing plight of the people, the decadence of the nobility, and faced life-threatening crises. She had been betrayed, attacked, her food swapped, and her water poisoned. For the first time, Jasmine encountered someone who bore her no malice. Indeed, there was no malice at all. Ever since awakening her ability to sense hostility and exposing it, her entire life had transformed. This journey had been undeniably arduous. The biting cold wind, laced with ice and snow, nearly swept her cylindrical hat away. Ah! Jasmine exclaimed in alarm, clutching her hat tightly, following in Su Bei's footsteps, the tears on her face freezing into icy shards that fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. Along with her past, Su Bei walked ahead, neither turning back nor speaking. The wind howled. It was best to pretend he had not heard anything done him. Suddenly, Su Bei felt a jolt, his body trembling slightly, upon realizing that a soft finger was prodding his back. He quickened his pace. After venting her emotions and wiping her tears, Jasmine had intended to converse with Su Bei, but his reaction startled her, causing her to forget the question she was about to voice. After blinking twice, she hurried after him. Prodding Su Bei once more elicited another jolt. He quickened his steps before turning to glance at Jasmine. His cold, indifferent eyes seemed to pose an unspoken question. "What are you doing?" Jasmine chuckled sweetly, her eyes widening with curiosity as she inquired. "Mr. Su Bei, your expressions are few and far between, and you seem disinclined to engage in conversation. Is it not due to an aloof demeanor?" Su Bei paused momentarily. Perhaps it is due to social anxiety, an obvious statement. What hermit does not harbor social fears? Su Bei neither confirmed nor denied this, opting instead to turn away and grumble, "Please refrain from poking me. If there is something to discuss, do so directly." Poke, kakak. Su Bei turned his head, trying to gather his thoughts, yet found himself at a loss for how to put a stop to it. After all, being poked was hardly a grievous offense. Resigned, he turned back, though his pace quickened slightly. It is well known that people often push the shy into the light. Thus, upon learning of Su Bei's social anxiety, Jasmine became more loquacious, eager to coax him into conversation. "Mr. Su Bei, why did you initially wish to kill me? Surely, neither the former for an empire nor the current does empire permits random acts of murder, does it? Could it be that you are, in fact, an assassin?" Jasmine's tone was somewhat exaggerated, clearly finding this rationale utterly implausible. Yet after a prolonged silence with no response, she pouted and extended her finger once more to "I poke." Su Bei hastened his steps, trembling slightly. Jasmine followed closely, one hand gripping her cylindrical hat, the other repeatedly prodding him. "I am so curious, Mr. Su Bei." Unable to withstand Jasmine's playful assault any longer, Su Bei finally relented. He turned around, halting his steps. "I'm sorry." Jasmine quickly retracted her outstretched hand, covering the brim of her hat with both hands as she hastily apologized. "Oh dear, how foolishly proud I was. Silly Jasmine. I have finally found someone who means me no harm and is willing to assist me. How could I be so impolite?" Jasmine chastised herself internally, but then she heard Su Bei let out a sigh. "I can answer your question, but please do not touch me anymore. I am Su Bei, a socially anxious individual. Before my transmigration, I was a reclusive student, sitting in the corner with little presence, achieving mediocre grades, and after school, I would retreat to my home, playing games, living a hermit's life, finding joy in the companionship of my computer. After my transmigration, I have survived alone for 3 years. Perhaps it is this social anxiety that has shaped my life trajectory, or perhaps this way of living has fostered my social fears. In any case, I am currently very socially anxious. More accurately, I struggle with interpersonal relationships, or perhaps I have never truly engaged in them. This includes the ability to interact normally with others. Yes, I am socially anxious." Thus, when Jasmine made her familiar gestures and initiated physical contact through playful antics, Su Bei felt a profound discomfort. Even knowing that this reality is merely a fantastical game world, even attempting to treat Jasmine's request as a task to fulfill. When her finger made contact with his back, he could no longer convince himself that this was just a game. Consequently, as he traversed the wintry night, on this 20-degree below zero terrain, he felt an intense heat radiating within him. His entire being was restless, as if ants were crawling beneath his skin. His face burned as if scorched by a blazing torch. Jasmine was that very flame that he longed to escape. To flee at it was truly a wretched experience. Sube gazed at the sky, striving to perceive Jasmine's actions as natural contact. No, who would poke someone they had only just met? This is hardly a normal occurrence. As Sube drifted into thought, Jasmine too realized that perhaps she had overstepped. Obediently ceasing her poking, observing the dazed figure before her, she gently called out, "Mr. Sube?" "Yes, it is I," Sube promptly replied. Perhaps he was frightened by the poking. Though responding felt awkward, it was infinitely preferable to the physical contact. "I am indeed better suited to being a solitary assassin," he mused, contemplating how to answer Jasmine's question, ultimately deciding to speak the truth. "You have mistaken me for someone else." No wonder that it all makes sense now. The malevolence that had pervaded the air initially dissipated completely after she lifted her hat. Jasmine grasped the sides of her cylindrical hat, blinking as a sudden thought struck her that a storm of ideas ensued from this revelation. So at that intersection, would others have passed by? Jasmine's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. This could not be. The route she had taken to escape the winter underground city was prophesied by her teacher. The esteemed sorcerer known as the Prophet, the great Archmage Doran. Her teacher had observed countless parallel worlds, and there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that someone would pass by near this underground city. Hence, before meeting Sube, Jasmine had firmly believed she would survive and remain hidden in the underground city, awaiting rescue. Encountering Sube was already a 1 in 10,000 occurrence. Under such circumstances, how could there be a second 1 in 10,000? It was impossible for another to appear. Jasmine swallowed hard, her face paling slightly. Could it be that the person Sube intended to kill was indeed herself? It was not a case of mistaken identity, but rather a grave error. Trembling with fear, Jasmine felt unsteady on her feet, her mind still in a daze, and before she knew it, she collided her head and back together with a resounding thud, landing awkwardly on the ground while clutching her head, still lost in thought. Moments later, she finally mustered the courage to feign calmness and asked, Mr. Sube?" "Yes, it is I." Sube had turned his head by now, hesitating whether to extend a hand to help her up. "Could I inquire what sort of person Sube intends to kill?" This was not an easy question to answer. The first thought that flashed through Sube's mind was that he could not disclose that he was aware of the plot's trajectory and had deduced the initial demon lord's whereabouts, thus initiating this assassination plan. Revealing himself as a transmigrator would surely bring about no good. Reflecting on this, Sube provided a vague response, similar to Fran and Duz. A matter of allegiance. Jasmine instinctively connected the dots. As someone at the epicenter of the storm, she instantly grasped Sube's ambiguous reply. "So, Mr. Sube, do you stand with the Duz side? But if that is the case, there would be no reason for you to spare me." The more Jasmine pondered, the more confused she became, her eyes losing focus, one corner of her mouth biting down on a finger as she fell into a deep contemplation. This curiosity was unwarranted, leading her to a perplexing conclusion. Yet, surely the aggressors are the wicked ones. Is Mr. Sube engaging in malevolence? Jasmine stood up, neglecting to brush off the snow from her clothes, raising her head cautiously to inquire further. Murder is always wrong. Sube did not deny this. However, this was not the authentic response from Sube's heart. Merely answering truthfully would make him feel rather juvenile. In essence, he felt shy. Murder is an erroneous means, but not necessarily an immoral one. Is it wrong to exchange minor wrongs for peace? Sube himself was uncertain, for at this moment, the demon lord he was to confront was not yet a demon lord, having not yet committed any acts of aggression against humanity. Profound indeed, Mr. Sube. Jasmine felt her mind was somewhat inadequate. Is it because Mr. Sube has recognized the wrongness of murder that he has chosen to turn back? However, Mr. Sube was clearly aware from the very beginning that it was a mistake. In such circumstances, any action taken must have been thoroughly contemplated. Thus, it stands to reason that Mr. Sube should not believe he was in the wrong. Yet, he still conveyed this to me, which feels deceptive, a trick played on a child. Nevertheless, I decided to let it go. Oli bit her lower lip, abandoning the thought of further questioning. She feared that probing deeper might unveil some dire revelation. After lightly brushing over the topic, she promptly shifted the conversation, Let us speak instead of Su Bey's act of tossing my hat Su Bey, relieved by the change of subject, was apprehensive that Imoli might continue her inquiry and inadvertently expose his identity as a time traveler. However, the subsequent question seemed rather obvious, did it not? It was to confirm your identity, and Imoli organized her thoughts, and, with a casual tone, stated, though, compared to having my hat blown away, surviving is certainly more important. Even if it was merely a hat, it was a gift from my teacher. Her tone subtly indicated the hat's significance. Imoli was not truly seeking repayment from Su Bey. She merely wished to observe whether he would exhibit any change in expression due to his inability to repay her. Ideally, she hoped to witness a look of embarrassment or panic, just as long as it was not that expressionless face of his. Will you repay me? Yet, Su Bey's expression remained utterly unchanged. Is that possible? Imoli puffed out her cheeks, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Clearly, judging by Su Bey's demeanor, he was not in a position to produce 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins represented the earnings of an average adventurer's party for an entire month. The lifetime expenses of a destitute family, and a sum that even a fallen noble could not readily provide. Observing Su Bey, it was evident that he did not possess the means to part with such a sum. Perhaps not for the time being, Su Bey replied earnestly. Although he had a pouch of coins, he was uncertain whether it was appropriate to reveal them. It was best to keep a low profile for now. By his own account, he had secured a relatively decent job and had saved 2 silver coins and 43 copper coins over 3 years, still a far cry from 10 gold coins. Then there is nothing to be done, Imoli sighed, her cylindrical hat drooping slightly as her gaze covertly assessed Su Bey. I will be repaid in the future, in no change. Would there truly be no change? Could it be that he was expressionless? Imoli sighed again, somewhat disheartened by the lack of unexpected reactions, and crossed her arms. Well, that won't be necessary. Just please treat me well in the future to repay me. Chu District, as a slum on the outskirts of Winter City, is characterized by its rugged terrain, with the ground unevenly paved with stones that would surely cause a carriage to fall apart if it dared to venture here. The buildings primarily consist of wooden shanties or poorly constructed stone houses, inhabited mostly by the elderly, the infirm, and vagrants. In Chu District, Su Bey's family background could be considered relatively privileged, as he had managed to secure a fairly decent job. Thus, even the corridor outside his home was paved with clean, flat bluestone slabs. Though sitting was not uncomfortable, prolonged periods could still become somewhat painful. At this moment, Su Bey was seated at the entrance, waiting for Imoli, who was bathing inside. According to her, there was nothing more blissful than a hot bath after 3 months of hardship. If there were something better, it would be a soak in hot water. Su Bey understood this, so he prepared a wooden tub and heated water for it. Much like how a commoner might feel overwhelmed upon entering the noble district, the slum was equally novel for a princess like Imoli, who was stepping into it for the first time. So hot water is heated with charcoal and coal, and is light provided by candles. Hey, Mr. Su Bey, this bed is so hard, can one really sleep on it? Is this what you all eat for bread? Is there no staple food? After a moment of silence under Su Bey's indifferent gaze, Imoli bashfully blinked and decided to halt her barrage of inquiries, finally expressing her desire to take a bath. While waiting, Su Bey contemplated how to handle Imoli's identity. First and foremost, the slum in Winter City was undoubtedly the most suitable place for her to conceal her identity. After all, many commoners could barely read and were unaware of the kingdom's changes, let alone what the princess looked like. Therefore, there would be no risk of her identity being revealed. Secondly, the low cost of living in the slum meant that supporting someone like Imoli would not be a burden for Su Bey. Lastly, Winter City was quite distant from the kingdom of Duze. Even if they were discovered, they would have ample time to escape. After some reflection, Su Bey raised his voice slightly and inquired towards the room. How old are you? Inside, amidst the sound of splashing water, a startled exclamation followed. Su Bey's sudden voice startled Imoli considerably. What do you mean by how old? I just turned 18.18. Su Bey fell into silence. I too have just turned 18. I stand at 1 meter 80, with a mature appearance and a robust build. Imoli, at 18, stands at 1 meter 40, with a youthful face and a petite figure. Does she take me for a fool? Speak honestly, Su Bey urged. Imoli hesitated. Actually, I am 16. Having spoken, she half submerged her head in the wooden tub, blowing bubbles towards the door. I didn't mean to lie. She added, I just don't want to be treated like a child. Everything has been concealed from me. My life's trajectory has been predetermined by adults. This is the world of children. Adults do not consider whether children are willing to live this way. They only care whether their actions yield the desired results. Even Mo Lee's eventual escape plan was orchestrated by adults. Su Bei, however, was oblivious to such complexities at this moment. He pondered what a 16-year-old Mo Lee might be capable of. Staying at home was an option, but it would be too conspicuous and risk exposure to effectively hide her identity. It would be best to create a new persona, one that would gain the approval of many. 16 was an age that could still be deemed acceptable. At this age, she could undertake jobs like that of a waitress. With her adorable appearance and naturally blue eyes, she would likely be quite popular and could quickly establish a new identity. 10.4 this time, it was genuine. Do not frighten me again. A tone of grievance emerged from the room. Perhaps it was due to Su Bei's contemplative silence that the atmosphere became heavy, causing Mo Lee's heart to race with anxiety. She felt an inexplicable fear, nervousness, and dread of being disliked by Su Bei for lying. Thus, Mo Lee blurted out another number. Su Bei paused, furrowing his brow, remaining silent. I am no longer a child. Do not treat me like one. Mo Lee's voice was soft and gentle, reminiscent of a fragile glass bottle that could shatter at any moment. Just hearing her voice conveyed her emotional vulnerability. Unsure of how to respond, Su Bei remained silent for a moment before softly saying, Go to school today? Mo Lee blinked in surprise. School? Daughters of noble families seldom attended school. In the eyes of the nobility, girls under 16 were deemed unsuitable to make public appearances, let alone the king's daughter. They were typically tutored privately by the world's finest educators, receiving one-on-one instruction. For Mo Lee, the prospect of attending school was both novel and alluring. I have never been to school. Mo Lee, filled with anticipation, could not contain herself and stood up halfway out of the tub, exposing part of her body before hurriedly covering her chest and crouching down, cautiously peering out the window. The wooden house was drafty, with holes in the window. Gurgle, gurgle, bubbles bubbled up from the tub, occasionally emitting soft giggles. Well then, let us go with that. School it is. Su Bei sat at the entrance, nodding thoughtfully. Attending school is indeed a splendid choice. At the age of 14, Jasmine is perfectly primed to enroll in the junior division of Winter Academy. Coincidentally, Su Bei is employed at Winter Academy, which provides free education for his children. It would be prudent to register her under the guise of being his sister. This arrangement would also facilitate daily care. More importantly, the students at Winter Academy enjoy complimentary meals, which would yield substantial savings. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Su Bei suddenly recalled an important matter and blurted out, Jasmine, are you a practitioner? Ah. Jasmine, having just finished her bath and hiding behind a wooden tub to change, was startled by Su Bei's question, causing the entire bucket of water to topple over. It was no small amount, drenching her clothes completely. How dreadful! Cursed Su Bei! Jasmine pouted, murmuring her grievances while her gaze drifted to the wall, where a set of clothes hung. Biting her finger, she pondered, glancing at the garments in the corner before looking down at her soaked dress. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved, this will do. Moments later, the creaking wooden door swung open. After a long pause without a response, Su Bei turned around in puzzlement. Silence. Their eyes met, maintaining an unspoken stillness. Jasmine appeared clad in an oversized casual outfit, the neckline slipping from her shoulders, transforming the top into a makeshift dress. Her lower legs, bare and glistening, sparked curiosity about whether she had forgotten to wear a pair of trousers. Jasmine's cheeks flushed crimson as she clutched the neckline, trying to prevent it from sliding down. Su Bei felt a rush of blood to his head, nearly choking on disbelief. With an air of innocence, Jasmine raised her gaze, as if inviting a guest into her abode, and subtly gestured with her eyes. Would you like to come in? Upon entering, Su Bei was momentarily blinded by the dazzling dresses adorning the wall. Not only were the edges of a Lolita princess dress embellished with precious magical gemstones, but even the fabric used to create the dress could likely purchase half of Chu District. Nearby hung a larger black robe, swaying gently, dripping water. Meanwhile, the shorts and top that should have been there were now adorning Jasmine. Realizing the situation, Su Bei sighed, tidying up the bucket before rekindling the charcoal fire, draping the dress and robe beside it to dry. During this time, Jasmine continued to adjust to her new attire, remaining silent until she finally noticed her dress hanging by the fire and curiously questioned whether leaving it out to dry in the sun the next day would be a better idea. Of course, under normal circumstances, this would not pose a problem. However, this was Winter City, Chu District, notorious for its terrible security. Hanging such an expensive garment outside would result in its parts being scavenged from 10 different households by the next day. And by the third day, one would find scraps of the fabric scattered throughout Suzhou. After Su Bei provided a brief explanation, he took a seat on the only chair in the room. Gesturing for Jasmine to sit on the bed. "Are you a practitioner?" he inquired. "Of course. I'm amazing. My teacher says my talent is among the best in the world." Su Bei blinked in surprise, focusing intently as he asked, "What level?" Jasmine's cheeks flushed as she whispered, "Magic apprentice. A first-tier mage at the age of 14 is indeed considered a genius in Winter City. Yet, you are the former princess of the kingdom. Is it conceivable that a prodigy labeled as possessing top-tier talent is merely a first-tier mage?" Su Bei rubbed his temples, avoiding Jasmine's bashful gaze, as he retrieved a notebook from his chest and tore out a page. "This is the school's introduction," Su Bei said, handing it over. The note detailed information about Winter Academy and the grade Jasmine was in, alongside some important notes. Grasping the neckline of her outfit with her left hand, Jasmine extended her right to accept the note, studying it intently. "Tomorrow, we shall go to school," Su Bei stated, rising from his seat to occupy a chair far from Jasmine, casually saying, "Time for bed, we must rise early tomorrow." Jasmine blinked, patting the side of the bed, puzzled. "Mr. Su Bei, aren't you sleeping on the bed?" Su Bei glanced at her, an exasperated expression as if questioning whether such a foolish query could come from a well-educated princess. Jasmine suddenly realized the absurdity of her words, her face flushing as she lowered her head, covering her eyes with the blanket. "Good night, Mr. Su Bei." After a moment, he replied, "Good night," turning back to examine the tasks recorded in his notebook. Contemplating the next plot point. According to the storyline, 2 years from now, the plot's Demon King would emerge from the Winter Underground City, unleashing a magical tide to seize Winter City, establishing it as the first stronghold of the demon race. The hero, wielding a holy sword, would rally countless warriors to repel the magical tide at the outskirts of Winter City. Presently, there are 2 years remaining until the beginning of the game's narrative. Su Bei must not alter the plot lightly, lest it veer into uncontrollable territory. Since the plan to eliminate the Demon King has already failed, he must resort to a backup strategy, forming alliances with yet-to-mature geniuses to enhance the odds of survival in the future. Based on certain narrative predictions, Winter Academy serves as a convenient nexus. This is one of the vital reasons Su Bei has chosen to linger at Winter Academy. As night deepened, Su Bei recorded his thoughts in his journal, the moonlight spilling across the table like a beacon in the dark. Meanwhile, on the bed, a pair of sapphire eyes watched Su Bei intently, twinkling with a smile. Morning broke. The sun had just risen, casting dawn's light around 6 o'clock. In Winter City, daylight always arrives late, especially during winter. Su Bei had risen early, grooming himself, when his gaze fell upon the small bundle on the bed, still seemingly in a dream. It was truly a bit absurd. Noticing the blanket slipping, Su Bei approached to adjust it, realizing Jasmine was curled up tightly, frowning in her sleep, exuding an air of vulnerability. Merely pulling the blanket up startled her, almost waking her up. After preparing a simple breakfast, he stepped outside. Half an hour later, Jasmine gradually awoke, her eyes still bleary. At the head of the bed lay a plate of fried dough and a student uniform. Reflecting on the series of events from the previous day, Jasmine opened her hands, staring blankly at them. Perhaps she truly had been reborn. Quickly, she sat up, dressed, and exited the room. Outside, observing Su Bei lost in thought as he gazed at the rising sun, Jasmine inquired curiously, "Mr. Su Bei, what are you thinking about?" Hearing her voice, Su Bei continued his tranquil demeanor, speaking almost to himself. "Will the future be beautiful?" Jasmine puffed her cheeks, stepping closer to shake Su Bei's chair vigorously, softly encouraging, "Mr. Su Bei, you must uplift your spirits. How can you speak such pessimistic words? Everything will be all right." Only then did Su Bei regain his focus, glancing at Jasmine, now dressed, and nodded before leading the way. "Let's go." Behind him, Jasmine followed, continuing to ponder and cheer him on. Having already experienced a wretched life, it can't possibly get any worse. The future will surely be bright. Su Bei, you must have faith. Su Bei turned his head. Jasmine's face flushed as she abruptly halted her motivational speech, lowering her gaze and stepping forward to shyly avoid his gaze, nudging him to move ahead. "How could you suddenly turn around?" Su Bei, The moment he felt her hand brush against his back, a shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to hastily quicken his pace. Would being looked at make him shy? As Sube pondered. He refrained from voicing his thoughts. The Winter Academy was in close proximity, situated centrally between the Chu district and the Hua district of Winter City. The academy itself was quite expansive, being the largest structure in Winter City. However, Winter City was rather diminutive, recognized as the smallest town in the Duchy of Dews, a place derided by the nobility as a backward locale, a gathering ground for commoners and the impoverished. Thus, establishing an academy here was hardly lucrative, relying solely on the principal's passion for philanthropy. Sube held great admiration for such individuals, willing to illuminate the world with a glimmer of hope even amidst chaos. After a brief walk of 10 minutes, Sube escorted Mo Li into the Winter Academy, entered the administrative building, and after taking several deep breaths, knocked on the principal's office door. "Please enter," came the response. Sube pushed the door open. Inside, an elderly man with white hair and a monocle sat comfortably in his chair, surrounded by a multitude of books and documents on his desk. Principal Kinwankit, a kindly old gentleman, was present. The room was rather disordered, barely allowing a place to stand. Yet Sube guided Mo Li through the clutter. "Good day, Principal. I am a staff member of the Winter Academy, and according to employee benefits, I am entitled to a waiver for my children or relatives' tuition. This is my younger sister, who is 14 years old, and I wish for her to enroll in the 3rd grade of the junior high division." Sube recited his pre-prepared speech in one breath and gently nudged the bewildered Mo Li forward. Mo Li exclaimed, making eye contact with the principal just as she did so. After a moment of silence, Principal Kinwankit slowly replied, "The admissions office for new students is not located here. You must go downstairs to the opposite side. That is where the head of the junior high division is." However, upon hearing the beginning of this statement, Sube was taken aback, quickly grasping Mo Li by the collar and hastening out of the office, closing the door behind him. "But I can process the child's enrollment first." Principal Kinwankit murmured, his mouth slightly agape, as he gazed at the closed door, lost in thought. That child, still so socially anxious. Speaking of that child, when did he acquire a sister? Wait, that sister he brought along seems oddly familiar? Principal Kin pondered, stroking his long beard, and shook his head in self-dialogue. "Perhaps I am mistaken. After all, Winter City is so small that it is not unusual to encounter familiar faces." Subsequently, he lowered his head and continued to sift through the documents on his desk, which detailed provisional handling methods for the frost magic artifacts. Outside, Mo Li observed the composed Sube, blinking in astonishment, unable to close her mouth in surprise. "Sube, is it true that you are so socially anxious?" she inquired as they made their way to the admissions office. Sube replied nonchalantly, as if nothing had occurred, though the 2 beads of sweat on his forehead indicated his inner turmoil. His nervousness had caused him to speak rapidly, and he could not shake his habit of avoiding direct eye contact. Sube was acutely aware of his social anxiety, yet even with a strong desire to conceal it, his body involuntarily reacted. "Truly, I am better suited for gaming," Sube thought, shivering slightly as he instinctively took a step forward and turned back. To his surprise, Mo Li had approached him, her hand gently brushing against Sube's sweat-drenched back. When he flinched away, she puffed up her cheeks in displeasure and volunteered, "Why not let me handle this, Mr. Sube?" Sube fell silent, leading the way. Upon reaching the office of the head of the junior high division, Sube had barely pushed the door when Mo Li stepped in ahead of him, turning back with a gentle smile. "Sube, please wait patiently at the door. Leave this to Mo Li." A moment later, a languid voice drifted from within. "Parents can simply come in, sign, and then leave." Sube entered the room, where he found a pen and a sheet of paper on the desk. Yet, he stood motionless at the threshold, stating solemnly, "I cannot write." Came the startled exclamation from Mo Li. The calm response that followed was from the head of the junior high division. Sube, with a blank expression, reiterated, "I am illiterate. You can simply press your handprint here, and the student will be taken to class." The head of the junior high division assured him, nodding toward the ink pad on the desk. It was not uncommon for many adults in Winter City to be illiterate. After all, education was a privilege reserved for the well-to-do, and knowledge had always come at a steep price. Following the instructions, Sube pressed his hand onto the ink pad and then exited the room. He was quite familiar with the head of the junior high division, So from here on, Emily could attend school normally, as the head would take care of everything without needing his assistance. Meanwhile, Sube had already been half an hour late for work and needed to settle in quickly. He returned to the school entrance and stepped into the guardhouse. "You lazy bum, why are you late? Do you not realize this job is a privilege granted to you by the school? If you maintain such an attitude, you might as well leave, as I will inform the school to have you dismissed. Do you have any idea how many competent workers can be hired for 10 copper coins a month? They would be more than willing to serve the school, even sleeping in the office, rather than hiring a sluggard like you who oversleeps." The students passing by the entrance could hear the roaring from within the room, well aware that the stern staff supervisor was reprimanding the worker Sube. After 10 minutes, Sube emerged from the guardhouse, his expression impassive, and took a seat by the window. When the school first opened, Sube had served as the gatekeeper. The staff supervisor had noticed the 15-year-old Sube, alone and forlorn, with no one to care for him, and had discussed with the academy to employ him. Sube's reclusive and taciturn nature left a profound impression on the supervisor, who believed he could be effectively utilized and subsequently embellished Sube's image, secretly spreading tales about him throughout the academy. Within a mere fortnight, various rumors and stories about him circulated, leading to the creation of several short narratives about the terrifying fables of Winter City, warning students that misbehavior would result in being taken away by the staff and thrown into the dungeons of winter. When staff members stared at you, it meant you had caught the attention of terror. Consequently, Sube's reputation among the students of Winter Academy became quite prominent. In truth, Sube did indeed appear rather fearsome. With an expressionless face, indifferent eyes, and a chilling tone, he was undeniably intimidating. After the story spread, Sube even garnered a reputation for making students see or wide up. No student dared to be late a second time after facing the punishment of writing an apology letter to Sube. This significantly reduced both the truancy and tardiness rates among the students, making him an invaluable asset as a gatekeeper. At this moment, Sube sat at the entrance, noting that students quickened their pace as they passed by, fearing to catch his attention. In reality, Sube was merely observing others. After all, he was quite socially anxious. Yet, due to the students' preconceived notions, no one would discover this truth. Out of fear, none of the students dared to greet Sube. Though there were exceptions. For instance, Elisa, a fallen noble descendant, approached with a gentle smile, greeting every passing classmate, including the gatekeeper Sube. "Good morning, Mr. Su." "Hello." Sube responded with indifference, reflecting on the history of the Windsor family. As the last two daughters of the Earl of Windsor, Elisa and her sister Amandla are the highest-ranking members of the Winter Academy's aristocracy. Unfortunately, during the kingdom's upheaval, the Windsor family aligned with the wrong faction, resulting in devastating losses that nearly led to their extinction. Only the two sisters survived through a transaction, albeit at a significant cost. The specifics of this transaction remain shrouded in mystery, but it is clear that they could only inherit the title of Viscount, which is non-hereditary, meaning their descendants would be stripped of their noble status. Currently, Elisa and Amandla live in considerable hardship, and attending Winter Academy is their best option. Despite this, Elisa maintains an optimistic and sunny disposition, refusing to be defeated by the harsh realities of life. In contrast, Amandla has succumbed to gambling and alcoholism, spiraling into despair. The primary reason Sube is particularly interested in this historical account is that Elisa's storyline continues in the later stages of the fantasy world. She is destined to become one of the rare sixth-tier practitioners, although her exact profession is ambiguously described in the narrative, suggesting it might be a hidden class. At this moment, Elisa strolls along the path, her silky golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, her slender figure radiating youthful vitality and charm, capturing the attention of numerous young men. Nevertheless, none dare approach her. Only when Elisa initiates a greeting do they respond. This reluctance stems from two main factors: the vast chasm between commoners and nobility, and the heavy stigma tied to the Windsor family, which ingrains in the minds of the common folk the belief that they should not associate too closely with those branded as traitors, lest they too be tainted by the label of rebellion. Elisa is well aware of this. Regardless, she persistently greets everyone with cheerful determination. With a bright and optimistic smile, Elisa heads toward the high school section. Half an hour passes, and the entrance remains desolate. Due to Sube's formidable reputation, no one dares to be late. Even the latest students arrive at least 5 minutes before the school gates close. Shortly after, The class bell tolls. Sube shuts the school gates and picks up the broom that rests at the entrance. After securing the gates, his role shifts to that of a janitor. The winters in Winter City are notorious for heavy snowfall, and Sube is the sole individual responsible for snow removal. The school's expectation is that Sube will merely sweep the surface. Yet he consistently manages to clear the snow thoroughly after each snowfall, largely due to his idleness. Just as Sube grasps the broom, a hand emerges from outside the gate, waving toward the interior. It is a hand adorned with calluses, yet strikingly fair. Following the hand, Sube's gaze lands on its owner. Her face flushed with alcohol, eyes squinting in a drunken haze, her tall and voluptuous figure exuding a mature allure. Though her attire starkly contrasts with the winter chill, Amandla dons a daringly short skirt, embodying the adage of prioritizing style over safety. "Amandla, you're late," Sube remarks. "Shut up, little Sube, as long as you don't say I'm late." "I am not late," she retorts, implying he should let her in and conveniently conceal her tardiness. Sube regards Amandla with a calm demeanor, showing no intention of opening the door. Burp. Amandla lets out a drunken belch and raises her waving right hand. Suddenly, a silk scarf shoots from her sleeve, ensnaring Sube's wrist and yanking him forward. "Little Sube, you wouldn't want your social anxiety to become the talk of the school, would you?" Amandla leans against the gate, her left hand reaching out to lift Sube's chin. Sube, anticipating this, retrieves the scissors he had prepared earlier from his pocket and snips the scarf, deftly evading Amandla's teasing. Such fluidity and movement could only stem from countless repetitions of practice. "Open the door for me, little Sube," Amandla insists, her hand dangling from the gate. As if without support, she might collapse. It is difficult to fathom that someone like her could be a teacher at Winter Academy, especially as a combat instructor for the high school division. "Amandla, you're intoxicated. Go rest for the day, and I'll excuse you," Sube proposes. He had not signed in for a while. Sube sighed. What a foolish drunkard he was. Wouldn't do to let Amandla sleep here like this. Not only would it tarnish her image, but more importantly, it would be the guard's responsibility if she were to pass out at the entrance. In any case, handling the aftermath would be quite troublesome, so it was better to address the situation beforehand. Sube first surveyed his surroundings. With no one watching, misunderstandings could be avoided. He approached, removed his coat, and wrapped it around Amandla's bare thighs revealed beneath her short skirt. With a swift motion, he lifted her in a princess carry and made his way toward the guardroom. The genteel supervisor had left after reprimanding Sube. Leaving the guardroom emptied, Sube gently placed Amandla on the only bed in the room and frowned at her sleeping form. Her clothing was somewhat disheveled. He hesitated, unsure whether to adjust her collar or pull down her slightly lifted skirt. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against it and draped his coat over her instead. Subsequently, Sube picked up a broom, preparing to continue the snow-clearing task that had yet to commence. As he exited the guardroom, he could still hear Amandla mumbling incoherently in her sleep. "Bastard Cassius, you are the 37th man to dare reject me. The Winter Academy is vast. The Winter Academy educated most of the children aged 13 to 18 in Winter City." Upon entering the school gate, one would first encounter the middle school section. Here, the snow was abundant, yet it had been sculpted into snowmen and various decorative figures by the children, making it relatively easy to manage. As Sube cleared the snow, he could hear the teachers inside instructing students in literacy and would occasionally glance through the window to glean some knowledge. Yes, gleaning knowledge. Sube was unfamiliar with the characters of this world. The accents of the two worlds were the same, but their written forms were entirely different. The script of the fantasy world predominantly consisted of symbols or circular curves, forming a coherent system of civilization. This bewildered Sube when he first encountered writing, leading him to exclaim in confusion at what appeared to be nonsensical glyphs. After 3 years of sporadic peeking and learning, he had come to recognize some simple characters. Yet he still could not write his own name. Continuing to sweep forward, he passed classrooms teaching knowledge about magical creatures and the identification of herbs and materials. These subjects held no necessity for him to heed. For an experienced player who had traversed the fantasy world 100 times, everything within the game's narrative was no longer a secret, save for the inability to clear the game. There was a considerable distance between the classroom buildings, and after sweeping 2 of them, 2 or 3 hours had passed. The building before him was his final task for the morning. This structure differed significantly in style from the previous ones. It was the largest building of the Winter Academy. The floors were dedicated to educating the middle school students. Nearly all the gifted children of Winter City were encompassed within its walls. The vast majority would become adventurers, choosing to delve into dungeons or explore sky cities, embarking on perilous lives. Simultaneously, they were the backbone of the future of the fantasy continent, carrying the weight of hope. Yet, that was a tragedy. The future adventurers would suffer the most casualties. Subei averted his gaze and continued to sweep silently, the cheerful chatter of children playing on the playground reaching his ears. From a distance, he could see a group of girls surrounding the playground, with a girl possessing long, snow-white hair standing out remarkably. The battle drill was underway on the playground. A green-skinned goblin was encircled by the students, who took turns battling it. Nearby, a teacher was offering evaluations and guidance to the students. Despite the ongoing battle, Subei noticed several boys sneaking glances at the girl, only to pretend to engage in conversations about their glorious pasts when she caught their gaze. Showcasing their admirable qualities, it was evident that the girl was quite popular, and rightfully so. With her sweet and charming appearance, she radiated a gentle femininity, a refreshing contrast to the generally rugged demeanor of Winter City. The entrance of such a person into the student body was akin to dropping a bomb into the deep sea. It was natural for her to become the center of attention. Subei felt pleased that she was well received, as long as she wasn't bullied. That was all that mattered. Among the boys particularly fixated on her, one stood closer than the others, dressed impeccably. Tall and strikingly handsome, with a long sword at his waist and flowing golden hair, he had a prominent nose and striking features, the embodiment of the Prince Charming in many students' hearts. He was Lancelot William, a hereditary baron, a first-tier knight, and the primary attacker of his team, having ventured into the Winter Dungeon 3 times, boasting an impressive record of breaking through to the 10th level. His exploits were more widely circulated within the school than Subei's mischievous tales, serving as fodder for many students' conversations. After a brief glance, Subei shifted his attention back to his sweeping, finding little worth focusing on. The green-skinned goblin's overall combat ability was even inferior to that of an adult. And this particular goblin was a school-maintained specimen, far weaker than its wild counterparts. Not to mention, this goblin was unarmed. Nevertheless, even in such a state, it was not an easy opponent for the children to overcome. There were numerous reasons for this, but Subei believed the primary one was their excessive security. Without any sense of crisis, there would be no surpassing of limits. He had experienced this firsthand during his initial descent into the dungeon. Although it was a practical exercise, most students were not focused on the lesson at this age. Aside from classes, they were interested in everything else: idle chatter, daydreaming, and aimless glances. Soon, some students noticed Subei sweeping snow. "Wait, look over there. Isn't that the tales of the strange worker?" Yes. Remember that troublemaker Peter from the next class? He was late last year, cried after writing a reflection, and has suddenly turned over a new leaf this year. Striving hard. Indeed, he has been awarded the title of 3 good student this year. That worker really that terrifying? The murmurs were soft at first, circulating among a small group, but the novelty of the topic quickly spread like wildfire. Soon, more than half of the students had turned their attention to the worker sweeping the floor, covertly observing Subei and whispering amongst themselves. Being the subject of such scrutiny made Subei feel uncomfortable. Yet, whenever he slightly raised his head, all gazes would instantly avert. One familiar, curious gaze lingered on him, mixed with a hint of timidity. Subei shifted his gaze. There stood Jasmine, her eyes curved like the crescent moon in Winter City's night sky. Their eyes met, and Jasmine smiled at Subei without flinching, gently waving her hand. Fortunately, the student's attention was not on Subei at that moment, or he might have gained notoriety once again that he despised excessive attention. After all, he was still a person plagued by social anxiety. That a reputation like tales of the strange that incited fear was something he could accept, or rather, the better. It allowed him to go about his daily life undisturbed. Sensing Jasmine's increasingly bold gaze, coupled with others moving closer to him, Subei narrowed his eyes in a cold demeanor. His warning gaze made Jasmine's hand stop mid-motion, surprised. With a soft hum, Jasmine pouted and turned her gaze away. The sound was so faint that only her female classmate beside her could perceive it. However, for Lancelot, a first-tier apprentice knight, the sound was quite clear. He cast a curious glance, surveying the surroundings before glancing at Subei. Stroking the long sword at his waist, deep in thought. As for the surrounding students' chatter, Lancelot scoffed, unwilling to partake in such discussions. What could this worker's tales possibly be? All fears stem from a deficiency in one's own capabilities. Yet, Lancelot is destined to be the sole knightly attendant of the princess, destined to become an exemplary paladin of the holy light. How could he possibly be daunted by such nonsensical tales of urban legends? Compared to his peers, Lancelot appears excessively mature, exuding an air of aloofness and pride that keeps others at bay. Only when he gazes upon the new student, Jasmine, does a glimmer of interest flicker in his eyes. However, upon noticing Jasmine's keen concern regarding the topic of conversation among the students, Lancelot furrows his brow and shifts his focus to their discourse. As for the classroom, confronting a mere green-skinned goblin is trivial. It is merely a matter of a single sword strike. Jasmine steps closer to the source of the chatter and gently inquires, "Is the urban legend about that gentleman? Please, Jasmine, do not speak ill of him. It is said he can read your thoughts and may seek you out at night," cautioned a male classmate, delivering a punch to the original speaker. But honestly, that fearsome teacher, Amara, becomes quite docile upon encountering him. "I've heard she has been tamed. Is that true?" Even that teacher cannot withstand the terror of the urban legend. To have tamed Amara is simply unfathomable. Can anyone truly best her in combat? I find it hard to believe that my cousin, Cassius, was lightly injured after rejecting Amara's affections yesterday. Goodness, isn't your cousin a seasoned adventurer? He is a novice shield warrior, a rank 2 adventurer. Could it be that the urban legend is a rank 3? Do we even have rank 3s at our school? To tame Amara, one must at least be of that caliber, right? Can he truly defeat her? Indeed, the last time I was ill and missed class, I saw Amara disheveled in the guardhouse. Was she again severely reprimanded by him? Did she end up unconscious? Absolutely. Her face was swollen and bruised, and she was sobbing incoherently. But I've heard that Amara is a true assassin, a profession even more challenging to tame than a shield warrior. Yes, indeed. A rank 2 assassin is a nightmare for all adventurers. I dream of becoming an apprentice assassin. Could it be that the urban legend's strength is unfathomable? Jasmine found the tales increasingly absurd, her cheeks suddenly flushing. The term taint seemed so inappropriate. Were these fools really using only half their brains to study? Nevertheless, Mr. Sube is indeed quite terrifying in school. Hearing a version of Sube that she had never encountered before lightened Jasmine's spirits. Imagining the socially anxious Sube struggling to speak among his fellow students brought an inexplicable sense of humor to her. It turned out she was not the only one intimidated by Sube. Just as Jasmine's imagination took flight, the students' chatter grew louder. The teacher could no longer contain himself. 3 sharp claps rang out, commanding attention. All present, line up by groups. The teacher, scowling, glared at the students who stood obediently, delivering a lecture devoid of substance. "You worthless lot. Are you planning to return to farming instead of attending class? Or do you wish to work a 12-hour shift on an assembly line in a factory? Do you think you are far superior to the students in the regular class? Let me tell you. Among you, only 1/3 will be admitted to the vocational department in high school. The rest must return to the regular class and start learning survival skills from scratch. Do you aspire to be like that urban legend? Merely a garbage collector for life?" His voice boomed. Sube heard clearly, yet seemed oblivious. His grip on the broom unwavering, he remained indifferent. The students fell silent, heads bowed, struck mute by their teacher's fury. Only Jasmine raised her head, her mouth slightly agape, wanting to retort, but unsure how to articulate her thoughts. After all, she too had once believed that cleaning up garbage was not a respectable job. However, was this not a personal attack? To point at the person involved, jesting, and ask if they wished to become such a person, such irresponsible words echoed like a parent pointing at another's child, admonishing their own. "Why can't you be like him?" Jasmine instinctively felt the urge to counter. She believed Sube to be a genuinely good person. Within the classroom, she could sense the goodwill and malice radiating from those around her, with goodwill prevailing but not devoid of malice. Yet Sube bore no ill will toward anyone. That he truly was a good person. Why should he be spoken of in such a manner? How could they say such things? Jasmine bit down on her teeth, in the heavy silence. Her deep breaths were audible, and with each exhale, she gathered the courage to step forward. Then, with a gentle yet firm voice, she protested, "How can you say that? Every profession deserves respect." Silence, still silence. The atmosphere grew tense. Jasmine's face flushed under the pressure, embarrassment, anxiety, the desire to flee. Eyes prickled like thorns, focused upon her. Silly Jasmine, how did she end up like this so early in the school year? She swallowed hard, bracing herself for reproach. I in the palace. Children who dared to contradict adults rarely fared well. No, it was the same everywhere. Yet, somehow, it felt different. The expected barrage of insults did not come. The teacher paused. Taken aback by Jasmine's indignant response, her head bowed as if bracing for criticism. He was unaware of the trials she had faced, but they were surely not pleasant memories. He recalled when the guidance counselor brought Jasmine, mentioning that she was the sister of that urban legend. Inna wondered at a wave of guilt washed over the teacher. Below, the students whispered among themselves, curious as to why the seemingly gentle Jasmine had suddenly erupted in anger. Some classmates expressed their discontent, chiming in, Yes, my father is merely a pancake vendor, yet I have never looked down upon him. His pancakes are the best in Winter City." The murmurs grew louder. Children. Parents are always invincible, even when they know their professions lack grandeur. Indeed, my father is just a waiter, but he is remarkable. He was once a traveling bard in his youth. The teacher's expression of shame began to shift to one of resignation as he looked upon the innocent children. Smiling, "Classmates, I must apologize, especially to you, Jasmine." Jasmine lifted her head. She had never experienced such an atmosphere before. It turned out adults could admit their mistakes. The stark contrast gave Jasmine a fleeting illusion. If all adults were like this, perhaps she wouldn't have to grow up so quickly. Jasmine felt the urge to cry, but she reminded herself that she was already grown up. Therefore, she must not cry. Only children wept, being still quite young. She did not comprehend the significant cultural differences between Winter City and the royal capital. The educational methods of nobles and commoners diverged greatly, at the very least, in Winter City's Winter Academy. Oppressive educational practices were not in vogue. Subsequently, the teacher bowed and earnestly expressed, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier remarks. Ethan Brown, wish to extend my sincerest apologies to the children. However, I must clarify that I am a rather blunt individual and may not express myself well. I harbor no discriminatory sentiments towards any profession. I simply believe that if you aspire to become adventurers, it is imperative to adopt a resolute attitude." As Ethan spoke, he unfastened the top 2 buttons of his collar and pulled it open. The air was thick with gasps of astonishment. The myriad of scars silently narrated the brutal realities of adventure. Each mark was a testament to a lesson learned through bloodshed. Personally, I believe that if you do not qualify for high school, the vast majority among you will inevitably pursue the path of an adventurer. After all, who does not yearn for a life filled with excitement and peril, wielding weapons to conquer the stars and seas, slaying dragons and vanquishing monsters? Everyone wishes to be the protagonist of their own life. Yet, being an adventurer is not a vocation that can be taken lightly if your attitude does not align. I will not permit you to participate in the year-end practical examination. Now, class dismissed. As the first student departed the line, the remaining students scattered. It remains uncertain whether Ethan's words will leave a lasting impression on their hearts. Nevertheless, one thing is certain. Jasmine has genuinely come to appreciate the atmosphere of this place. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze, hoping to catch a glimpse of Su Bei to share her joy. Yet, he was nowhere to be found. Su Bei had already left. After finishing his tasks, he exited the teaching building, his mind preoccupied with a particular matter. The year-end practical assessment loomed ahead. Each year, the middle school department conducts a similar evaluation, wherein the school collaborates with the Adventurers Association to undertake a series of sea-level combat missions. These missions are categorized into 5 levels of difficulty: D, C, B, A, and S, based on the students' capabilities, allowing them to form teams and accept tasks accordingly. The year-end assessment for the third-year students in middle school, often referred to as a baseline examination, holds significant implications for their advancement to the high school division. Historically, students tend to select high-difficulty tasks that exceed their capabilities in their final year, resulting in a considerable injury rate among third-year students. There have even been instances of fatalities. I can only hope that Jasmine refrains from choosing tasks that are too challenging. Injuries would be quite troublesome. With such thoughts, Su Bei returned to the guard room without realizing it. Inside, Amanra had already awakened. She rubbed her still drowsy head, attempting to recall the unpleasant memories from the night before. Upon hearing footsteps, Amanra looked up to see Su Bei's expressionless face and offered a gentle smile. Su-Bei, how did the teacher end up here? I was drunk. Su-Bei replied. Amanra's smile faltered. Her expression contorted in embarrassment as she covered her face with the quilt. Weeping despondently. Oh no, I surely didn't make a fool of myself, did I? At this point, you still haven't realized that your poor drinking habits are a significant reason you remain unmarried, have you? A classic case of being both inexperienced and overly playful. You did, Su-Bei replied candidly. Amanra covered her ears with her jacket, rolling around on the bed as she exclaimed, "Shut up! Who wants to hear such things?" You inconsiderate little brat, utterly oblivious to the atmosphere. Su-Bei fell silent, seated himself in a chair, and prepared a pot of tea. The tea was the most common variety in Winter City, lacking in flavor and inexpensive. Thus Su-Bei felt no remorse in brewing it. Of course, the primary reason was that the tea bags were provided by the school. How many times have you been this drunk in front of me? Su-Bei, Amanra asked, gazing at the young man sipping tea, and in a fleeting moment, she began to find him somewhat handsome. After all, when they first met, Su-Bei was only 15. Now he had grown into an 18-year-old. 18 is the legal age for marriage in Winter City. A nurturing type that could be appealing. Amanra's eyes brightened. Su-Bei, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, took a sip of tea and replied, 17 times. 17 times? Amanra exclaimed in astonishment. With that, aside from silencing him, there was no other option. She recalled vividly, "You know, Su-Bei." Amanra's voice drew closer, startling Su-Bei, causing him to grip his teacup unsteadily. He turned to face Amanra, who was now within arm's reach, and furrowed his brow, shifting slightly back in his seat. Apart from Elisa, no one else had witnessed him inebriated so many times. Su-Bei sensed something was amiss. Amanra's tone was unusually gentle. The neighbor's dog exhibited a similar demeanor during its heat cycle. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had reached such a level. Amanra blinked, inching closer to Su-Bei, her warm breath brushing against his nostrils, causing a cold sweat to bead on his back. "This is inappropriate." Amanra's eyes narrowed, and her fists clenched tightly behind her back with a distinct sound. Su-Bei recalled the predecessors who had suffered injuries after rejecting Amanra. Speaking rapidly, I prefer someone younger. You know I have a lovely little sister. Do you understand the nurturing type? It has been my lifelong dream. Su-Bei preemptively interrupted, countering her anticipated response with reasoning and emotion. He himself was astonished at how his fierce will to survive allowed him to articulate so much without stuttering. Indeed, he wished to live more than anyone else. The entrance. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a shadow swiftly fled from the guardroom. Su-Bei suddenly felt a headache coming on. The situation was evolving in a peculiar direction, one that was becoming increasingly distorted. That person? Surely it couldn't be Jasmine. Could it? It couldn't be, right? Su-Bei deceived himself. Let us rewind 5 minutes. 5 minutes earlier, Jasmine had intended to share her joy with Su-Bei, expressing her fondness for the school and her classmates. Upon noticing someone inside, she paused at the doorway, planning to surprise Su-Bei after the conversation concluded. However, she inadvertently overheard a conversation of great consequence. What she thought would be an unexpected revelation turned out to be a shocking blow to her own head. At this moment, Jasmine's eyes widened, momentarily forgetting to breathe, the sound of rushing wind filling her ears. Her feet moved swiftly toward the teaching building, muttering to herself, "This is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. How could this happen?" With a dazed expression, Jasmine stared into the distance, her mind clouded. "Wow, it seems that little one at the entrance has misunderstood," Amanra mused, reaching out to stroke Su-Bei's head, wearing an expression that suggested she was relishing the spectacle. Is such an expression truly fitting between teachers and staff? It is not. To Su-Bei's side, ultimately deciding against offering any reminders that he stood up, evading Amanra's restless hand. Amanra's touch felt somewhat intrusive. "Amanra, please don't jest with me." Amanra gazed at Su-Bei calmly, her eyes narrowing suddenly as a sly smile appeared. "I'm not joking." Su-Bei remained composed, watching Amanra as she performed exaggerated antics. Didn't he scare you, did I?" Amanra winked playfully at Su-Bei, tilting her head and sticking out her tongue. Such attempts at cuteness are hardly becoming for a woman nearing 30. Su-Bei maintained a stoic expression, causing Amanra to feel a bit bored. "All right, that's enough." Amanra's vibrant demeanor abruptly dimmed, and she shot Su-Bei a fierce glare. "I hold grudges, you know. Reject me, and you have a pleasant outcome." Subsequently, Amara drifted lightly, Her back turned to Su Bei as she stretched lazily and waved her hand before departing the room. It was time for class. See you later. Not seeing you. I meant, until next time. Observing the provocative glint in Amara's eyes before she left, Su Bei's attitude shifted profoundly. Thereafter, there were no further interruptions from teacher Amara. Everything remained tranquil and ordinary. Just as it had been 3 days prior, the ensuing 10 days unfolded in a similar manner. Yet, there was still a subtle difference, because his room now housed Jasmine, a living, breathing person. With one additional individual, life could continue much as before. It must be said, Su Bei truly was remarkable. He was well aware of the underlying reasons, after Jasmine had eavesdropped on that conversation at the door. It was only natural for her to harbor some wariness. After all, they were two lone souls sharing the same roof, having only met a few times, scarcely acquaintances, knowing the other's intentions were dubious. It would not be surprising if one decided to flee. However, Su Bei had not anticipated that Jasmine would return to this room that very night. Although since then, their exchanges had been minimal. Jasmine's gaze often flitted away when she looked at him, reminding Su Bei of his middle school days before he became a recluse. Back then, a female classmate frequently borrowed erasers from him, leading him to mistakenly believe they shared a unique bond. Thus, he confessed his feelings. That confession letter was read aloud in front of everyone. This day, he vividly recalls the humiliating punishment he endured, as well as the disdain a girl of that age could feel when rejected by someone she did not fancy. Despite these thoughts, Su Bei had no intention of clarifying anything. Presently, he found it rather pleasant. He cherished the atmosphere of mutual non-interference. His appointed task was merely to ensure Jasmine lived well. As for their relationship, as long as there was no animosity, anything else was acceptable. After all, Su Bei feared that his somewhat awkward expressions might lead Jasmine to perceive that he was desperately trying to conceal his desires. Or perhaps Jasmine had long since disregarded such matters, and he was simply overthinking it. Should he force an explanation, it would only serve to heighten the discomfort for both parties. In summary, doing nothing and maintaining the status quo felt just right. As long as he took no action, he would not err. This had been Su Bei's guiding principle ever since he became a recluse. It was a rule he had adhered to throughout his 3 years of traversing this new world. A master only engages in critical battles. I am a master. That evening, neither Su Bei nor Jasmine exchanged words. Leaning against the table, Su Bei scrutinized the densely packed plot lines regarding the game timeline in his journal. The most recent developments at this juncture involved the emergence of a weapon, one that would claim many lives. Just as Su Bei pondered this, the prolonged silence of 10 days was finally disrupted. Hey! A familiar yet foreign touch graced Su Bei's back, prompting him to sit up straight. He turned his head, calmly meeting Jasmine's gaze, her fingertips lingering on his back. With her head bowed, Jasmine avoided direct eye contact, extending her right hand to offer a note that it was time for the year-end assessment, and this document required a parent's signature. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Su Bei. How overly polite. Yet Jasmine had always been courteous. Su Bei regarded Jasmine, holding the paper but hesitating to act. Jasmine, feeling the weight of his gaze, grew anxious, her hands fidgeting as she mustered the courage to inquire, "Is there a problem, Mr. Su Bei? I cannot write." Su Bei replied calmly. Jasmine gasped, suddenly enlightened. Oh, right. But that introductory letter had been copied during a dull moment. Wait, is that allowed? Jasmine recalled how Su Bei often doodled and edited his journal, and suddenly he seemed enigmatic to her. In the blink of an eye, Jasmine quickly devised a solution and proposed, "I could teach you." She pointed to herself with her slender fingers, her tone tinged with uncertainty. "Would that be all right, Mr. Su Bei?" "Thank you." Su Bei rose from his chair, gesturing for Jasmine to take a seat. She approached, her cheeks flushed, and after a brief moment of eye contact with Su Bei, she nonchalantly averted her gaze. Jasmine's posture was graceful as she picked up the pen, her movements as fluid and artistic as painting. 3 seconds later, a series of unintelligible scribbles adorned the paper. As expected, it was incomprehensible, however, as copying was not particularly challenging. Su Bei soon learned to form the shape of his name, laboriously tracing it. He could now be considered capable of writing his name. While writing, Su Bei's expression was intensely focused, his profile sharp, causing Jasmine to steal glances at him. Occasionally, Jasmine pondered the truth of Su Bei's words in the guardhouse. She was uncertain of their veracity, yet she was confident that Su Bei had never harbored ill intentions towards her. That was more than enough to provide her with a sense of security. They asked for whether he liked her. That was likely a fabrication, as it was impossible to discern. Was it merely a tactic to fend off teacher Amara? If that were the case, Mr. Sube was quite pitiable. They asked. These thoughts swirled. Jasmine couldn't help but smile. Though she harbored suspicions, it was somewhat challenging for her to simply act as if nothing had transpired. Every time she saw Sube, she recalled the words he had uttered that day. Just thinking of those words was enough to make a young noblewoman feel so embarrassed that she wished to flee the city. Rumors could be quite terrifying. How infuriating. Why must I be used as a shield? Silly Sube. Shameless Sube. Jasmine glared at Sube's profile, her dissatisfaction evident. Just then, Sube turned his head, his question lingering on the tip of his tongue. Sube hesitated, perplexed. Had he made another mistake? Still, it wasn't bad. Jasmine quickly shifted her gaze, speaking first to compliment him, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. Silly Sube, why did you suddenly turn your head? Jasmine anxiously searched for a topic to ease the embarrassment of being caught in her momentary distraction. The assessment is in 3 days, and it will take 2 days to complete. Jasmine spoke. She glanced at Sube uncertainly, adding, perhaps 2 days? Are you asking me? How could I possibly know how many days it will take? Sube retorted, observing Jasmine's foolish demeanor and inwardly questioning whether she could indeed manage the assessment. Instinctively, he inquired, will we be staying out overnight? If it is indeed 2 days, then an overnight stay would be necessary, wouldn't it? However, the teacher leading our group is that particular instructor, so even at night, it should be quite reassuring. Jasmine regarded Sube, deliberating whether to mention that name. She wondered if bringing it up would disrupt the current harmonious atmosphere. Would it be awkward? Is it teacher Amara? Sube, unfazed, filled in the blank left by her hesitation. It's teacher Amara. Jasmine nodded eagerly. When the name was mentioned, it was not as awkward as she had imagined. In fact, it hardly affected her at all. Observing Sube, who seemed completely unfazed, she pondered what kind of person he truly was. He was taciturn. Initially, she thought it was due to social anxiety. Yet, it turned out that the social anxiety was genuine. And his reticence was authentic as well. He resembled someone with a stoic demeanor, emotionally rather impoverished, or perhaps devoid of richness and feeling. Shameless. Indeed, Mr. Sube was quite shameless. He would unceremoniously use himself as a human shield. He did not favor older individuals, and it was unclear if he had a preference for younger ones. Could it be that he preferred peers? Moreover, Mr. Sube showed little concern for life's pleasures. He had no particular fondness for any food, nor did he engage in recreational activities. He abstained from alcohol, cigars, gambling, and boasting, and he even avoided socializing. It was as if he were not of this world, unable to merge with it. Yet, he diligently exercised every day, maintained a regular schedule, rose early, retired late, and wrote in his journal daily. His life was as precise as a clock, seemingly driven by a steadfast objective. And he pursued it with unwavering determination. He appeared utterly out of place. Sube was truly peculiar. Is something the matter? Sube asked, glancing at Jasmine, who was lost in thought, her gaze fixed on him. And no, not at all, Jasmine stammered, quickly waving her hands, suppressing her curiosity. She felt that their relationship had not yet reached a level where such topics could be casually discussed. Thus, she racked her brain, desperately searching for alternative subjects. Wasn't Sube curious about the task I am undertaking? At that moment, Jasmine's demeanor was flustered, her eyes wide and blinking rapidly, a rosy hue blooming on her fair cheeks. Quite adorable, Sube nodded, managing to feign interest as he inquired, go on. Seeing the expression on Sube's face, Jasmine glared at him with wide eyes, puffing her cheeks in complaint. You don't have to pretend, just by looking at you. It's clear you aren't interested at all. Sube nodded in acknowledgement. How rude. Jasmine could no longer contain herself. In a fit of exasperation, she reached out and playfully pinched Sube's neck, shaking him back and forth. Her hands were small, barely encircling the back of his neck, and her grip was gentle, akin to a massage. Sube blinked in surprise, regarding Jasmine with curiosity. This posture was rather unladylike, not something one would expect from someone of noble descent. Embarrassed, Jasmine released her grip, glancing around as she explained, among classmates, we often play like this. I don't have many close friends, and it seemed fun, so I wanted to it's really not a big deal. As she withdrew her hands behind her back, feigning nonchalance, had it not been for her earlobes blushing a deep crimson and emanating warmth, Bei might have believed it truly was no big deal. Could it really be that amusing to think that in less than half a month, she had transformed into a commoner? If you were thrown into the palace now, no one would recognize you as a princess. Bei couldn't help but marvel that it takes at least a year, or even longer, to instruct a lady in the etiquette of nobility, yet shedding those manners could happen in less than 10 days. Jasmine walked back to the bed with a series of light steps, sitting down and swinging her legs, expressing her dissatisfaction. Well, even if isn't interested, I will still talk about it. Consider it part of my assignment. Her tone was imbued with a proud defiance. It was as if Bei were watching an animated scene that had unfolded in reality. Thus, Bei turned his head, intending to listen to Jasmine finish her thoughts, though he did not believe that the tasks assigned by the school could pose a challenge for Amara. Indeed, it wouldn't matter if Jasmine failed to complete it. As long as Amara was there, everything would be fine. A sea-level task from the Adventurers Guild posed no difficulty for an assassin who might break through to the 3rd tier at any moment. It could be considered trivial. Generally, the difficulty of sea-level combat tasks lies between the 1st and 2nd tiers of adventurers. Furthermore, Amara had 8 years of teaching experience, boasting a flawless record of 0 casualties during assessments. The combination of these factors was why Bei felt at ease. Nevertheless, it wouldn't hurt to listen to the details of the task, so he nodded and said, "Go on. It's a cannibal tribe." Jasmine raised a finger, still possessing some confidence in her abilities, though she refrained from being overly boastful. Thus, she opted for an A-level task instead of the most challenging S-level one. The destination was Silent Village, approximately, around 50 miles from the academy. However, due to the nature of the task involving cannibals, there were compelling reasons for its selection. Upon hearing the term cannibal tribe, Bei fell into contemplation, no longer attentive to Jasmine's further elaboration. Cannibals, humanoid monsters, possessed an appearance indistinguishable from that of humans, conveying information through scent and preying upon humanity. Once a vast race, they were exterminated by the great Archmage Prophet Dorian Gray, who, alongside other archmages, utilized forbidden magic to annihilate them due to their reckless hunting of humans. This was a rough historical account of cannibals as depicted in the game. However, the cannibals did not meet their end there. Subsequent events in the narrative still featured their presence, confirming that their origin lay in Silent Village. Bei could not recall whether the Winter Academy had ever undertaken this task within the game, as the plot was exceedingly vast. However, the task had remained uncompleted well into the mid-game. Thus, if the Winter Academy had embarked on this task, it must have ended in failure, facing cannibals. A failed task without any casualties was implausible. The difficulty of this task was undoubtedly not sea level, not to mention the likelihood of students from the Winter Academy successfully completing it. This was a matter of life and death. Observing Bei's serious expression, Jasmine reassured him, "There's no need to worry too much, Mr. Bei. It's not like we're facing an entire tribe of cannibals. We're merely dealing with a few bad apples hiding among the crowd. Our task is to help the villagers of Silent Village identify and expose the hidden cannibals. With a population of less than 1,000, we can quickly search the area using the potions provided by the Academy. Additionally, if necessary, I can rely on my innate ability to determine whether someone harbors ill intentions toward me. The task's difficulty isn't substantial. So, Mr. Bei, you need not fret." Jasmine smiled as she introduced the task's difficulty and her confidence in handling it. It sounded reasonable enough. However, Bei still felt something was amiss. If the Adventurers Guild provided accurate task descriptions and difficulty standards, how could this task have remained uncompleted, with no one able to accomplish it? Bei was uncertain where the problem lay. He needed to ensure Jasmine's safety. Therefore, avoidance seemed the best solution. Thus, Bei gazed at Jasmine, silent and hesitant, his expression conveying considerable difficulty. "There's something troubling you. Bei?" Jasmine had never seen him display such an expression before. She nervously clenched the blanket with her hands resting on the bed, squeezing tightly. She had thought Bei would easily agree, considering it was not an exceedingly difficult task. Yet, his demeanor left her feeling perplexed. "My birthday is in 3 days," Bei stated calmly, revealing a significant piece of information. Jasmine's head tilted in surprise, her eyes widening, momentarily forgetting to blink. "Your birthday? I've never heard you mention it before." She realized that since he had never celebrated it with anyone, he had never brought it up. Bei let out a sigh, his tone noticeably subdued. Although his expression remained largely unchanged, Emily could still sense a profound sense of loneliness etched upon his face. How could I be so thoughtless? Emily felt an overwhelming wave of guilt wash over her. They had been living together for half a month, and yet she was utterly unaware of his birthday. This was partly due to Subei's reticence in sharing such personal details. However, the thought that Mr. Subei had spent over a decade alone, never having celebrated his birthday properly, weighed heavily on her heart. If it were indeed his birthday, it warranted a proper celebration. This realization left her feeling quite despondent. Her disappointment was evident, but she quickly lifted her head, managing a smile. But it's all right, I will apply to the school tomorrow for a rescheduled task that won't conflict with our plans. Coincidentally, William had taken on the Academy's only S-level mission, which was set to commence in 5 days. She resolved to apply to join his team. Completing an S-level task, if performed well, would yield significantly more credits than an A-level task. Observing the forced smile on Emily's face, Subei remained silent for a moment before nodding slowly. After a brief pause, he finally uttered a muffled thank you. And, I am sorry. Emily responded with a gentle smile. There is no need for apologies. Subei. And remember, my birthday is on September 9th. Although it was still December, if she informed Subei in advance and he failed to remember, she would not hesitate to deliver a playful punch. Thus, with this decision made, time advanced to the following evening. That evening, as Subei boiled water, his right eyelid twitched incessantly. Subei. The school had announced that due to the heavy snowfall, all tasks requiring travel beyond the town had been postponed by 4 days. This meant she could celebrate his birthday first before embarking on any tasks. A radiant smile lit up Emily's face, unable to contain her joy. Not only would she not miss the preliminary exams, but she could also ensure that Subei had a splendid birthday. How wonderful! However, by the time Emily finished speaking, Subei's right eyelid had begun to twitch uncontrollably. His actions faltered, and he became momentarily dazed. After careful consideration, he slowly turned his face to glance sideways at Emily, contemplating his words, hesitating before stammering, "Is it possible? I mean, what if I mistakenly remembered your birthday? If it were to be postponed by 4 days? Would you believe that?" He struggled to articulate so many thoughts in one breath. If it could serve a purpose, that would be splendid. After all, the notion of a birthday had been fabricated from the outset. So delaying it a few days would not alter anything. Emily, whose eyes were typically wide open, now narrowed them into a dangerous arc, her smile cooling somewhat. Does Subei still regard me as a child? How outrageous. Mr. Subei, when exactly is your birthday? In a fit of anger, she lunged forward, intent on grasping the back of Subei's neck to administer a playful punishment. Subei stepped back, evading her advance. He sighed, hesitating before continuing. The new year is approaching. Would we not celebrate it together? The fabricated birthday was set for December 28th, and postponing it by 4 days would conveniently place it on January 1st. Celebrating the new year together seemed a reasonable excuse, did it not? However, Emily was no fool. Even she would detect the discrepancies. With her hands on her hips, she huffed, "I will celebrate the new year with you. And we can take the assessment afterward. It's not like this dreadful weather has helped. Otherwise, we would have been on holiday after the assessment. Thus, did Subei have any further excuses to prevent me from completing this task?" Emily glared at Subei, exuding a determination akin to a warrior prepared for battle. She was not naive and had already grasped Subei's intentions, although she could not fathom why he was so intent on thwarting her participation in the preliminary assessment. Using a birthday as an excuse was utterly vile. Fuming, Emily glared at Subei, expressing her dissatisfaction. "So, Mr. Subei, your birthday is the day after tomorrow." Subei interjected immediately. "So you weren't lying from the beginning?" Subei met Emily's gaze with calmness, his expression unperturbed, which left the self-assured Emily feeling slightly unsettled. Her anger quickly softened, and she awkwardly added, "I didn't mean to be harsh with you. It's just that you were deceiving me. Subei, you can't treat me like a child. I have my own judgment, and the dangers I've faced during my escape far exceed what you might imagine. Just one task won't deter me." Subei observed the resolute determination in Emily's eyes and finally nodded. The new Emily would strive for new goals. At that moment, she radiated energy, akin to a flower striving to bloom from its bud. Perhaps, opposing her would not be a wise choice. Nurturing her potential would be far more prudent. There are always those who bear burdens for the sake of others' futures. If there are always such individuals, then one day it would be my turn as well. Subei pinned these thoughts in his journal. What he was about to undertake contradicted his principle of indifference, disregarding any plot outside of crucial storylines. ignoring any tasks not involving key characters, and avoiding any locations beyond significant sites. The setting of Silent Village, the narrative, would not influence the broader trajectory of the future. Mo Lee was likewise inconsequential. She was a character destined to perish. Even if she were to succumb due to the plot, it would not affect Su Bei. His buffs were undeniably stacked high. Yet, Su Bei resolved to intervene. He had promised to ensure Mo Lee lived well. Accepting the commission meant he must fulfill it diligently. He rationalized this to himself, although he was acutely aware that this reasoning lacked soundness. However, when Su Bei beheld Mo Lee's vibrant spirit, he was reminded of their first encounter. He had lifted her hat, revealing her hollow and numb eyes. The gaze was not merely one of despair. Those eyes had lost their vitality, resembling a wandering, homeless soul adrift in the world. Su Bei had seen that same expression reflected in the mirror countless times. It was unmistakably the visage of another version of himself. Now, even though Mo Lee had rekindled her spirit, Su Bei could still perceive the loneliness and desolation that lingered within her. Behind her gentle demeanor and warm smiles lay the last vestiges of life from the Friend Empire. Struggling to fit into an unfamiliar kingdom, Mo Lee yearned to live, striving to exist not only for herself but also for the fallen nation and its people. Su Bei wished to witness Mo Lee thrive as well. She was his sole companion in this foreign world, sharing a semblance of soul, alleviating his solitude. Thus, when Mo Lee resolved to venture to Silent Village, Su Bei began his preparations. His journal contained scant records about Silent Village, merely outlining a few cursory notes. During this time, he repeatedly revisited the route to Silent Village and the game's narrative concerning it. In doing so, he recalled a crucial clue articulated by a minor NPC who had once undertaken a task. That individual had paid a hefty price to convey this message. In Silent Village, one must trust no one, for they may not be human. At first glance, this seemed like a trivial statement, as the appearance of the man-eaters bore no distinction from that of humans. But was that truly the case? Su Bei pondered this as he heard a series of knocks from outside the window. Knock, knock, knocked. A gentle sound reverberated thrice, drawing Su Bei's thoughts back to the present. He lifted his gaze to find Mo Lee holding a birthday cake, smiling through the window. Has the day of celebration truly arrived? Su Bei had little grasp of time, or rather, the significance of his birthday, thus he had not prepared much for it. However, Mo Lee had remembered it with clarity. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Yet, Su Bei voiced a query. Can we still eat it? Snowflakes had settled upon the cake. Was it truly still edible? Mo Lee's spirited voice conveyed from outside. How could you, Mr. Su Bei, not feel the surprise? A rare smile graced Su Bei's face. Although it wasn't his birthday, the atmosphere was undeniably festive, with cake, candles, and snow. Henceforth, he might as well consider this day his birthday. It promised to become an unforgettable memory, one filled with surprise and gratitude. Mo Lee caught sight of Su Bei's smile for the first time. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Mr. Su Bei, you can smile. The tone of her surprise left Su Bei feeling perplexed. What foolishness was this? Was smiling truly such a peculiar act? Did he appear to be someone incapable of laughter? A look of disdain crossed Su Bei's features. Mo Lee hurried into the room, removing her cotton gloves to warm her numbed hands with her breath, shivering as she remarked, "It's not my fault you've never smiled before, Mr. Su Bei." The cold outside was biting. Mo Lee rubbed her hands together, her breath crystallizing into frost, ice particles glittering on her eyelashes. She placed her hands by the fire, leaning her face closer for warmth. It was no wonder the school here had such late vacations. Yet the holiday stretched for a full 2 months. If the weather continued to grow colder by the day, lying at home would indeed be the coziest option. Indeed, the winters in Lindong City were frigid, and they grew colder as the season progressed. Thus, Lindong Academy's holidays were always much later than in other regions. To compensate, the duration of the holidays was generous, with the temperature dropping daily. Didn't Su Bei buy himself a thick winter coat? Mo Lee glanced at her new cotton jacket before directing her gaze at Su Bei's patched-up overcoat. Her attire was a gift from Su Bei. Yet he had not indulged himself. He believed it unnecessary, hence he refrained from purchasing one for himself. His overcoat had been mended and worn for 3 years, providing adequate warmth indoors, though venturing outside was indeed chilly. Nevertheless, his finances were limited. Su Bei casually responded that he would buy one soon, though he had no intention of doing so. Well, Mr. Su Bei never shares anything with me. After a pause, Mo Lee continued, If you lack the funds, just take a diamond from my dress to pawn. I want to wear it again. Since integrating into Lindong Academy, she had never donned the diamond-embellished gown again. realizing it was ill-suited for wear in Lindong City. Enough chit-chat, Mr. Sube, let us cut the cake, Emily exclaimed, approaching him with the cake in hand. Snap, a decisive slice divided the cake into 8 perfectly equal pieces. Emily's hair stood on end, her body trembling slightly. Sube, has no one told you that you must make a wish before cutting the cake? Oh, I forgot, Sube acknowledged, recalling this tradition. Besides, you can't slice it while I'm holding it. What if you accidentally cut me? Wouldn't you feel guilty? Emily bit her lower lip, exasperated. Sube was momentarily taken aback, responding calmly, I wouldn't he meant he wouldn't cut her. But Emily instinctively interpreted it as he wouldn't feel guilty. Thus, she lost her composure, seizing a piece of cake and smearing it across Sube's face. Take that, you despicable, shameless, loathsome fiend. It was rare for Emily to curse, while Sube did not perceive it as such. It was indeed the first time he witnessed her in such a furious state, imbuing the scene with a lively spirit. After the chaotic skirmish, Emily's face was smeared with cream, and Sube's attire bore the remnants of their playful battle. At that moment, they indulged in the cake, engaging in casual conversation. Primarily, Emily's irritated complaints met with Sube's apologies and explanations. The candle flames flickered, casting shadows of the 2 figures within the small room. Swaying with the wind. Outside, the snowfall intensified. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from outside, causing the wooden door to shudder. The force behind it was formidable, suggesting it was no casual visitor, but rather someone intent on causing a disturbance. Could it be a bear? Sube squinted, knowing that under such weather conditions, given his social circle, it was improbable anyone would be visiting at this hour. He swiftly retrieved the iron sword from the wall. Positioning himself near the door, bang bang, the sounds grew more insistent, revealing the bear outside was not in a good mood, likely driven by hunger. Generally, brown bears rarely attack villages unless driven to the brink of starvation. The proximity of Chu District to the forest placed it on the outskirts of Lindong City, making encounters with bears unlikely, yet not impossible. Sube always anticipated the worst-case scenario. He opened the door, sword in hand, only to be met with wide-eyed confusion. Inside, Emily gasped, rushing forward to tug at Sube's sleeve, calling out, Hey, teacher Amanlaw, what brings you here? Amanlaw raised an eyebrow. Observing the sword's rusted edge up close. If struck by that blade, even if one survived, the risk of tetanus was significant. The thought sent a shiver down Amanlaw's spine. Well, I didn't know little Sube had such skills. How did I never notice this before? Amanlaw quickly extended her finger, pushing the sword aside with a playful smile. Clearly teasing him, Sube maintained a stoic expression, retracting the sword and standing firm at the door, as if questioning her purpose. What? Am I not welcome? I specifically came to celebrate your birthday. Amanlaw produced a brand new coat from behind her, clearly stuffed with cotton or goose down. A birthday gift. Do you like it, little brother? Sube was momentarily taken aback. How did Amanlaw know it was his birthday? He had only concocted the date 3 days prior without informing anyone. There was only one possibility. He did not accept the coat, yet Emily urged him inside, making room for Amanlaw to enter. Sube turned to Emily, this before Emily could respond. Amanlaw explained, Hey, don't scare my student. Emily took an early leave today to buy you a birthday cake. You must understand, there's no way a student could leave my class early without a good reason. Sube nodded in agreement. Indeed, Amanlaw's teaching style was characterized by a double standard. She could skip class, but students could not, and if she were present, no early departures were permitted. This had led to her being the most unpopular teacher for 5 consecutive years. So, every time I've been a bother while intoxicated, I've thought of making amends. What? Are you unwilling to accept my goodwill? Amanlaw raised the coat in her hand. Sube had no reason to accept her kindness, as it was merely part of her duties. He intended to decline, but Amanlaw casually tossed the coat onto the bed. It would be of no use to me. My home is filled with women, and Elisa would never wear it. By the way, this is the equivalent of my day's drinking money. Are you sure you want to refuse my kindness? This marks the 3rd inquiry from Amana. Her eyes narrowed, teeth gritted, and the jesting tone masked a genuine fury. Another refusal might escalate into a debacle. Thus, Sube swiftly stowed away his coat, hanging it on the wall. Thank you. Simultaneously, Jasmine brought over the last 2 pieces of cake from the table. Teacher, would you like some? Amanda did not hold back, seizing a piece and stuffing it into her mouth, finishing it with a couple of bites. This is precisely why she remains unmarried. Jasmine's eyes widened in horror. So large, such a wide mouth. Is it truly possible for a girl to open her mouth this wide? It feels like anything could fit inside. At that moment, while enjoying her cake, Amanda furrowed her brow, glancing around curiously. Is there only one bed? After a moment's silence, seeing Su-Bei remain unresponsive, Jasmine replied, yes, there is only one bed at home. So, how do you two sleep? Amanda's lips twitched as she managed to ask, how do you manage that? Jasmine suddenly envisioned a rather vivid scenario, gasping before blushing and responding, it's not as you think, teacher, we do not sleep together. Hearing this unexpected yet somewhat reasonable answer, Amanda grew more perplexed. Then the question arises, where does little Su-Bei sleep? Jasmine pointed to the table. There. Amanda inhaled sharply, looking at Su-Bei in disbelief. Hiss. You sleep at the table in such cold weather? Realizing the absurdity of the situation, Jasmine lowered her head, feeling a twinge of guilt. I'm sorry. I was too selfish. In that case, Amanda said without a second thought, since the recent mock assessments are approaching, I shall take Jasmine home with me, and in the meantime, I can teach her some practical combat techniques and precautions for battling in the snow. Among other things, I have 2 girls at home. It won't be troublesome. Moreover, I am rarely home, and Alicia is often alone, talking to herself without any friends. I fear she might be losing her mind. So, I'll tutor Jasmine, and Jasmine can keep Alicia company. As compensation, I shall customize a bunk bed for you two. What do you think? Amanda's rapid-fire suggestions, although mentioning keeping Alicia company as a reward, were primarily considerate of Su-Bei and Jasmine. There was truly no reason to refuse. Even if Su-Bei was reluctant to accept the kindness of others, the core individual in this matter was Jasmine. Su-Bei turned his gaze towards Jasmine, who, along with Amanda, was also looking at her. Upon realizing that she was the one making the decision, Jasmine froze. Upon reflection, she acknowledged that Su-Bei had indeed been put to considerable trouble. She had grown somewhat accustomed to having Su-Bei around. However, she could not constantly burden him. Perhaps it would be better to stay with teacher Amanda for a couple of days. After contemplating, Jasmine hesitantly extended her hand towards Amanda, who had offered hers. Then I shall trouble you, teacher. Amanda took Jasmine's hand, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. This hand was remarkably smooth and soft, unlike that of a commoner. Oh, it's no trouble at all. A sister like Jasmine, so adorable and beautiful, is precisely what I wished for. But isn't Alicia Sr. also wonderful? Jasmine queried, puzzled. Don't even mention it. Alicia handles everything meticulously, and I can hardly assist her with anything. Though I call her sister, I have not fulfilled the responsibilities of an elder sister at all. Jasmine noticed the smile in Amanda's eyes when she spoke of Alicia. It was an unmistakable pride. She felt a pang of envy, as she had only ever seen such an expression in her father. Alicia Sr. is truly remarkable. You are wonderful as well. Amanda noted Jasmine's sudden sorrow, reaching out to pat her head, then turned to Su-Bei, bidding farewell. Well then, it's getting late, and the night road can be treacherous. Shall I take Jasmine back now? Su-Bei nodded, watching as Jasmine turned back reluctantly to wave goodbye, and he waved back. If you truly miss him, you can come to 123 Wall Street. Alicia will treat you well. Amanda said as she led Jasmine out the door and into the swirling snow. Su-Bei sighed. This is for the best. I can now focus solely on resolving matters in Silent Village without worrying about Jasmine's well-being or whether she might go hungry. It is a relief to be rid of a burden. Yet, despite the seemingly positive turn, Su-Bei felt a twinge of melancholy. Could profound bonds truly be forged in just over 10 days? He was uncertain. He even wondered if Jasmine would return. Perhaps not, surely. The villa was far more suited for a princess than this humble cabin. A fallen princess was still a princess. It seemed that Jasmine merely viewed this stop as a midpoint in her journey, rather than a final destination. As Su-Bei gazed around the cramped quarters, which barely had room for another bed, he felt an unexpected sense of emptiness for the first time. Sitting on the bed, he caught a whiff of the familiar scent of jasmine. He was momentarily dazed, grabbing the quilt and holding it to his nose. Su-Bei. The door swung open, snow swirling in from the shadowy figure at the entrance. Jasmine's eyes widened, momentarily forgetting her words as she observed Su-Bei's actions. What I meant to say was, Mr. Su-Bei. Jasmine, recovering from her shock, cast a strange glance at him, hesitating, swallowing the non-existent lump in her throat before slowly asking, Are you a pervert? No, are you really not? No, should I explain? I can listen. You should. Their exchange was rapid and soon fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, as no explanation came forth, Jasmine's face gradually flushed, turning crimson, steam visibly rising from her head. The next moment, she might very well faint from the embarrassment. Before Jasmine could boil over, Su-Bei finally concocted an excuse. I was checking for any unpleasant odors in the quilt. to see if it needed to be changed. Jasmine's flushed face quickly cooled down, only to be replaced by a deeper shade of red. What are you talking about? A girl's bedding could never have an unpleasant smell. It should be fragrant instead, Jasmine argued, her face still red. But as she met Subei's peculiar gaze, uncertainty crept in, prompting her to lean closer to the quilt and sniff it. No, there's no smell. Jasmine blinked, hesitating. It should be fine, right? Perhaps just a hint of my own scent. Jasmine sniffed at her sleeve, her cheeks flushing even more. There is an odor. Subei frowned. That's body fragrance, not an unpleasant smell. Jasmine exclaimed, stamping her foot. Since I was a child, relatives and elders have always said I have a hint of jasmine fragrance, which is why my nickname is Jasmine. Subei suddenly understood, although he had heard of it before. It was his first time experiencing it firsthand. Indeed, girls could possess their own distinctive scent. Honestly, I came back just to tell you not to throw away my quilt and sheets. I still need to sleep. To return solely for such a trivial explanation, strangely, upon uttering this, a warm sensation began to spread from his stomach, radiating throughout his limbs. Subei nodded, responding nonchalantly, I want to throw them away. I only have one set of sheets and quilt. Jasmine displayed a strange expression, exclaiming, so, you intend to use this set of bedding? What else? Subei queried, puzzled. Jasmine bit her lip, her face reflecting a mixture of hesitation and uncertainty about how to begin her next words. Well, Jasmine puffed out her cheeks, cautiously extending a finger from her sleeve to point at Subei. It's up to you, but you mustn't do anything strange. The action was somewhat adorable and not overly assertive. As if she would yield if the other party were just a tad more forceful. What strange things. Subei found himself increasingly perplexed. The scene came to a standstill. He gazed at Emily, whose face had turned a deep crimson once more, her demeanor cold and unfeeling, akin to that of a robot. I don't know, Emily stammered, stamping her foot before hastily fleeing the room. Outside, a head poked in, repeatedly confirming, Mr. Subei is truly not a pervert, right? Subei cast a frosty glance in their direction, remaining silent. Emily departed, listening to the gradually fading echoes of her footsteps. Subei finally exhaled in relief. He was socially anxious, not a fool. Moreover, he was a devoted recluse. How could he possibly be unaware of what constituted odd behavior? However, once one delved into such topics, it became impossible to extricate oneself. Akin to jumping into the Yellow River without the hope of cleansing one's reputation. Fortunately, Emily was not particularly astute. Subei approached the door, watching Emily's retreating figure. In the distance, beneath a pine tree, a man-law grasped Emily's hand, leading her towards Wall Street. If you are reluctant to leave, then why do so? A man-law inquired curiously. She watched as Emily turned back every few steps, only to suddenly sprint back after a 10-minute interval. This outing has led Subei to contemplate numerous reasons to prevent me from participating in this assessment. Emily clenched her fist and continued. Subei is quite worried about me. I don't wish to cause him undue concern. If I can successfully complete this task with grace, surely Subei will regard me with newfound respect. Won't he? He might even trust me a little more in the future. A man La's gaze softened considerably, unable to suppress a smile. Ha! You truly are a fool. Much like my dear Alicia. Emily's expression turned resentful as she fixed her gaze on a man-law. That's too much. Teacher. A man-law extended her hand, playfully tousling Emily's hair with just the right amount of force, leaving her white locks in disarray. Ha! I meant it. You are quite adorable. Little Emily, you treat me like a child. Emily retorted through gritted teeth. A man La's eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, clearly, you are merely a perpetually immature little brat, aren't you? This remark struck a nerve with Emily, who detested being perceived as a child. Consequently, she retaliated with the most venomous words she could muster. I absolutely do not wish to be spoken of in such a manner by a teacher devoid of ethics like you. A man-law. Ultimately, a man-law's composure faltered as she vigorously ruffled Emily's hair, enunciating each word. Huh. No ethics. What did you just say, you little brat? I take back my earlier statement. You are not a patch on my Alicia. And I will not retract my assessment. I distinctly saw teacher. A man-law confessed to Subei in the guard room. Be quiet, you little rascal, a man-law exclaimed in exasperation. The snow fell ever more heavily, gradually enveloping the two figures in a shroud of wind and snow until they faded from sight. That evening, Subei remained awake, meticulously packing his belongings, a patched trench coat, with a rusted iron sword secured at his waist. The cylindrical hat had been taken by Emily, necessitating the donning of the coat's hood, which provided little warmth. The outdoor temperature was frigid. He had opted not to wear the new coat gifted by a man law. Calculating that he would return just in time for the new year, the new attire was reserved for festive occasions. Once all was prepared, Sube resolutely plunged once more into the storm. The path to Silent Village was eerily quiet, desolate, and sparsely populated. In reality, Sube had never traversed this route, but he had mentally simulated it over a dozen times. Silent Village lay beyond the borders of the Kingdom of Deus, as well as outside the confines of the Elven Kingdom's Elven Lake and the Dwarven Kingdom's Forging Village. Nestled within a mountain range among three nations, it existed in a no-man's land. This location was awkward. Should any one nation lay claim to it, they would inevitably provoke the vigilance and hostility of the other two. Thus, it remained perpetually outside the jurisdiction of the three kingdoms. A rather undesirable territory. It had become a land without a master. Situated in a remote area, scarce in resources, entry was challenging, and egress even more so. Sunlight struggled to penetrate its depths. Throughout the year, few tourists ventured into this region. Nonetheless, a modest settlement had formed here. The borders of Winter City were cold enough, yet Silent Village, positioned to the north, was even more frigid, with one's outstretched hand numbing within 10 seconds of exposure. It was said that even farther north, in the Dwarven Kingdom, snow fell year-round. Except for winter, it remained perpetually winter-like. A dog could lick a steel bar and find its tongue irretrievably stuck. However, due to Silent Village's location between mountains and forests, the snow rarely fell in large quantities, preventing complete burial beneath its weight. At this moment, Sube had left the borders of Winter City, without soldiers or knights to impede his passage, and no need for exit paperwork. A scenario unseen at other borders of the Kingdom of Deus. This circumstance arose from two reasons. First, the internal strife had only just concluded, and the flames of war had not yet reached Winter City, leaving soldiers who might still belong to the faction of Fran hesitant to reveal themselves. Second, the borders of Winter City were sparsely populated, and it was currently snowing. After all, no one was inclined to stand guard in the heavy snow at night. Sube took a shortcut, encountering no one as he departed. The snowfall intensified. As the sun began to rise, the time approached 9 o'clock. A night of travel had left Sube feeling somewhat chilled. He retrieved his thermos from within his coat, taking a shallow sip before returning it. Hot water was a precious commodity in winter, and carelessly displaying it could lead to dire consequences, not just from humans, but also from animals. In the snow-laden forest beyond Winter City, white-furred brown bears, snow pythons, and snow wolves thrived, preying on snow deer and snow rabbits for sustenance. Animals that survived in the snow tended to be large and robust, their fur thick and warm. They relied on the combustion of fat for warmth, replenishing their fat stores through copious feeding, and humans also found themselves included in their dietary repertoire. Currently, Sube was surrounded by a pack of snow wolves. 7 or 8 snow wolves, their fur blending seamlessly with the snowy landscape, their eyes glowing green. Snow wolves were formidable hunters in the snow. Many adventurers would prefer to encounter bears or pythons rather than wolves. This was due to the pack mentality of snow wolves, and their alpha strength approached that of a magical beast. Even seasoned first-tier adventurers could find themselves in dire straits, becoming prey for the snow wolves. Meanwhile, as a man-law led Emily into the academy, they drew the attention of their peers, who whispered and speculated about the nature of their relationship. However, the gossip quickly dissipated. By the time teacher a man-law reached the lectern, the classroom had returned to a hushed stillness. No one dared to provoke teacher a man-law, for the consequences would be dire. Moreover, today was a crucial day. All students preparing for the assessment gathered in the classroom, ready to test their vocational attributes and formulate their future life plans. This ignited a fervor among the youthful students, each aspiring to awaken a unique attribute. Everyone lined up in an orderly fashion for testing, and afterward, they would practice in the gymnasium. Let me make one thing clear. Those of you who can become vocationalists undoubtedly possess attributes. At this moment, a man-law assumed her authoritative demeanor, her tone serious and convincing. However, the vast majority of you will likely manifest attributes of swordsman or general. In such cases, there is no need for anxiety, as this is the norm. Occasionally, other singular attributes may emerge, such as agility, spirit, source, or even elemental attributes like fire or water. Regardless of the attribute, its impact on your future potential is limited. Remember, you must have confidence in yourselves to persist in life. Attributes are important, but not absolute. Now, let the testing commence. The speed of testing is remarkably swift, primarily due to the prevalence of common characteristics. Essentially, Each individual who touches the crystal ball will have their traits revealed. Every unique characteristic is promptly sent to the principal's office. A stranger has unexpectedly arrived at the long-absent principal's office, adorned with lustrous black straight hair and clad in a pristine white nun's habit. Sitting with a dignified elegance, her hands rest gently upon her knees, exuding an aura of reverence. Elena, a saint of the Church of Holy Light, has mastered various holy skills by the tender age of 18. Attaining the rank of a third-tier high priest, currently she traverses the world to refine herself, ever ready for a breakthrough. Tasked with assisting in the detection through the crystal ball, this assignment came as a surprise. It seems that even in this remote winter, there are numerous students brimming with potential. Could this be the reason for the high priest's departure from the Church of Holy Light? Elena's voice is neither soft nor harsh, but rather cold, reminiscent of a mechanical repetition. It is not. Principal Canman adjusted his reading glasses with a finger, shifting his gaze to the front. Moreover, I have betrayed the Holy Light and am unworthy of such a title. The high priest chuckled. You may have betrayed the Holy Light, but not your faith. The Holy Light remains ever present around you, does it not? The affinity trait is truly bothersome. Perhaps you should frolic with the elves rather than joining the Holy Light. Principal Canman jested, but the tone seemed far from playful. The Holy Light is my faith. Disrespecting it is the gravest insult to a saint of the church, yet Cannon noted a slight alteration in Elena's tone. She remained unfazed by her own words. Cannon furrowed his brow, a glimmer of pity flashing in his eyes. He lowered his head to sift through the submitted documents, praising the special traits within. Joseph, the blacksmith's son, his talent is spirit. Quite commendable, indeed. He shall make an excellent assistant, a role that is in short supply within the academy. Elena's icy voice interjected. A remarkable trait, possessing the innate ability to communicate with other realms. A summoner is an excellent choice. Cannon disregarded Elena's agreement, continuing to peruse the documents, only to frown once more. Julie, fire, Elena inquired, puzzled. A powerful trait, suitable as the primary attacker. She would be a highly compatible partner for the Church of Holy Light. Is the high priest displeased? She is quite a shy girl, majoring as a priest while also studying alchemy. Fire is not a very compatible trait. The two engaged in casual banter, tacitly agreeing not to revisit past matters. Suddenly, the discussions grew fervent. Elena spoke first, her tone laced with surprise. The Church of Holy Light has always welcomed talent with open arms. However, for dual traits, the detection equipment I brought is too rudimentary to assess. Yet upon glimpsing this student's name and appearance, Elena was momentarily taken aback. Canwin furrowed his brow, swiftly executing 3 actions. He first snatched the paper from Elena's grasp. Then, he rose, revealing his half-empty sleeve. Finally, he approached Elena slowly. She lifted her gaze, her expression unwavering, her eyes shimmering with golden light, her hair transforming from black to a pure gold. Jasmine, it is her, is it not? Cannon emanated a strong aura of pressure. Contemplating whether to retain this yet undeveloped saint. He dismissively stated, she is merely the sister of one of my subordinates. Elena rose, her golden hair flowing. The Holy Light does not cower in the face of formidable power. Her spirit is immensely robust, unyielding to fear or trepidation. Elena locked eyes with Canwin, earnestly declaring, I cannot be mistaken. We played together in our childhood. Her trait is spring, possessing an inexhaustible source of magical energy within her. Cannon hesitated for a moment, falling into silence. Should he act, it would either lead to Elena's demise, inciting the wrath of the Church of Holy Light, or her survival, bringing forth news of Jasmine. Both outcomes would be unfavorable for Canwin. After deep contemplation, he divulged a secret. You cannot take her. This is the prophecy of the seer, a 1 in 10,000 chance. Lord Dorian has made countless prophecies. Only 1 in 10,000 may encounter such variables. Is the Church of Holy Light prepared to withstand the wrath of the Mage Tower? Elena remained silent. It was at this moment that an even more astonishing rumor circulated within the same class. The students who overheard fell into collective silence, and the impending confrontation between Principal Canwin and Elena dissipated. The King trait, universally recognized as the most potent singular trait, it is said to be the most adept in combat among all characteristics, overshadowing even dual traits. Elena's interest and talent ignited. This is an immensely powerful trait, capable of bestowing its bearer with renown in the realm of Doze. For the founding emperor of the Friend Empire was also a king. Has the old king perished, only for the new king to emerge? Lancelot William, Cannon pondered briefly before scoffing. Throughout history, the appearance of kings has been frequent, yet there has only been one founding emperor of Fran. Furthermore, to claim superiority in battle is a misnomer, for the king has previously been bested by the synchrony. Elena nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Synchrony indeed suits combat better. as its movements and thoughts are executed in perfect harmony, each action as meticulous as a machine, wasting no effort. However, the high consumption associated with synchrony often leads to its bearers being short-lived. Overall, the king prevails. Moreover, synchrony has not manifested for quite some time, whereas the king stands before us. Elena's fervent obsession with the holy light is akin to a gambler ensnared by their vice, unable to extricate themselves. If she could acquire the king, perhaps she could further enrich the Church of Holy Light with another saint, perhaps even a high priest, thereby filling Camwin's void. She felt an irrepressible urge to persuade Camwin to allow her to take this student. Were it not for more pressing matters, she would do so without hesitation. However, compared to Jasmine, even the king must be set aside for now. Gradually regaining her composure, she lifted her gaze to Camwin and stated earnestly, "I do not trust Principal Camwin's words, for you have deceived the holy light. I shall witness with my own eyes what makes this so-called variable so extraordinary. Moreover, the Church of the Holy Light harbors no fear of any force, even that of the Mage Tower." Elena swiftly absconded with the information from Su Bei and soon departed from the Winter Academy, intending to first investigate the situation at Su Bei's residence. During this time, Canon made no attempt to intervene. He believed that even in the face of a saintess from the Church of the Holy Light, one of the most exceptional talents from Do's, Su Bei would not be without means to defend himself. After all, Su Bei is also a prodigious youth. The Winter Academy's recruitment of Su Bei as a new staff member was solely due to the applicant being Su Bei himself. Camwin had witnessed firsthand how Su Bei had traversed 20 levels of the Winter Dungeon in a single night and made a safe escape. Even at the 3rd tier, one could not claim to conquer 20 levels solo if they were of a supportive profession. Thus, Su Bei must at the very least be at the 2nd tier. And indeed, he is likely among the most elite in combat professions, perhaps even at the 3rd tier. Unbeknownst to Su Bei, his abilities had been exposed, and he was under close observation. However, he had never made any effort to conceal them. This had some impact on his plans, but not significantly. He adhered to the principle of not altering the course of the narrative to avoid exacerbating future uncertainties. Throughout, Su Bei remained steadfast on the path he had charted, never deviating. At this moment, in stark contrast to the bustling ambience of the Winter Academy, the cedar forest had once again fallen into silence. There were no flamboyant sword flowers, no brutal battles. Su Bei deftly flicked his sword, cleansing it of blood before sheathing it with precision. That he walked at a measured pace, his footsteps forming a circle upon the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood, while his cloak remained immaculate, untouched by a single drop. Behind him lay 8 wolves, along with their alpha, sprawled on the ground, each bearing a scar upon their necks, neither too deep nor too shallow. Everything was precisely as it should be. With not a morsel of effort wasted, Su Bei retrieved a kettle of warm water and took a sip, then strolled leisurely through the snowy landscape. The sun shone brightly, with a favorable breeze, ideal for travel. Approaching the village of Silence, night fell once more, bringing a sudden chill. Not far ahead, there stood a tavern, strategically positioned along the route between Silence Village and Winter City. This location was both shrewd and sensitive. Su Bei made his way toward the tavern. Inside, the tavern was not as quiet as one might have imagined. Su Bei had anticipated a sparse crowd, given the remoteness of the place, yet there were quite a number of patrons. A quick glance revealed the bartender to be a middle-aged man with stubble, embodying Su Bei's stereotype of a drunkard. His eyes were vacant, and his hands trembled. To the left of the tavern's entrance sat 5 students, identifiable by their uniforms as pupils from Morning Light Town. Their chubby teacher, jovial and seated at the far right of the group, was engaged in light conversation with a bard. To the right, an adventurer, appearing to be a lone wolf, with black hair that obscured any indication of gender, wore a black coat akin to Su Bei's, concealing most of their features. This adventurer was none other than Elena. Having traced Su Bei's route through subtle clues and deduced his intentions, she had flown ahead, arriving first at this crucial passage to Silence Village. Determining Su Bei's path was not difficult, nor was discerning his destination. However, these details were of little consequence. Understanding Su Bei as an individual through the process was Elena's true objective. Noticing Su Bei's gaze, she returned the glance, taking a brief assessment. He appeared quite young, and it was likely that his intention to take an Mo Li was to satisfy some base proclivity. Furthermore, his demeanor was cold, suggesting he was not an easy person to be around. Handsome he may be, yet there was a certain gloominess about him. The conclusion was succinct, an unfavorable impression. Elena furrowed her brow slightly and averted her gaze. Su Bei concurrently withdrew his gaze, resting it upon the wooden sign at the front of the tavern, which bore an introduction to the establishment. The tavern offered lodging at a rather steep price of 10 copper coins per person. While the cost was exorbitant, no one voiced any objections. Rather, it only reinforced Subei's belief that such was to be expected. Establishing a business in this area was not for profit, but rather a matter of survival. Seizing the rare opportunity for luxury, Subei paid for his lodging, then ordered a cup of plain water and a piece of black bread. Totaling 13 copper coins, he subsequently settled into a corner, listening to the idle chatter between the bard and the teacher while sipping his water. He drank heartily, with water cascading down his collar. From their conversation, Subei gleaned their identities. The bard was an elf named Carl, currently penning a travel memoir, and had come to the tavern seeking inspiration. The teacher, named Harley, was accompanying his students on simple adventure tasks, supplementing their studies to lay a strong foundation for their high school experience. According to him, all his students were of first-tier strength and formed a perfectly balanced team. Today, through their own efforts, they had successfully hunted a first-tier snow wolf king and decided to celebrate, fortuitously finding this tavern. The adventurer to the right seemed disinterested in all this. A fruit platter lay before him, evidently having been barely touched. As night deepened, Harley, noticing his students' growing fatigue, ceased his conversation with Carl and returned to his students, instructing them to sleep. Carl, displaying good sense, also halted his discussions and prepared for rest. After a while, Subei rested his head on the table, appearing to have fallen asleep. Shortly thereafter, the solitary adventurer leaned against the wall, breathing evenly. The night wore on, and a thick fog began to roll in. The bartender's murky eyes opened, a faint smile emerging as his lips curled back to reveal a row of blood-stained teeth, with remnants of flesh barely visible between them. In the next moment, a gleaming cleaver was drawn from the counter by the bartender. The blade was sharp, a finely crafted butcher's knife. Soon after, the sound of approaching footsteps and the dragging of an object across the floor could be heard. Help! The cry was abruptly silenced, followed by a piercing shriek. The sound of bones shattering echoed, mingled with the sound of flesh being chewed and increasingly faint pleas for help. Subei slowly opened his eyes, revealing a sliver of consciousness. Feeling somewhat weak, caught unprepared, he had lost his strength in the initial moments, unable to respond. Poison. Observing Harley, whose fists were clenched and trembling, along with his 4 unconscious students, he realized the truth. It could be that the food was poisoned or that the water was tainted. No. Subei frowned. There was something else. The fog? He held his breath. Gradually, his strength began to return. Subei surveyed the surroundings, locking eyes with Harley, and gestured to pinch his nose. After holding his breath, Harley's face remained pale, unable to muster any strength. He shook his head in disappointment. It was all a trap. Food. Fog. The poison would not manifest immediately upon consumption, but would be triggered by the sudden onset of fog. Simultaneously, the fog exerted a suppressive effect on their strength. Thus, this tavern demanded both coin and life. Though Subei's expression was cold, his heart was resolute. Once his strength was restored, he sprang to his feet. Without an antidote and unable to hold his breath indefinitely, he had to act swiftly. Hearing the commotion, the bartender turned his head in confusion, not merely turning but twisting his head, still gnawing on his severed arm. His expression one of boredom as he grumbled, "Are you delivering a head?" Subei nodded in acknowledgement. The bartender, observing Subei's motion of drawing his sword, grew increasingly bewildered. Having consumed poison, ingested toxic bread, and fallen prey to a sleeping draught, even a third-tier magical creature would be left trembling on the ground. What, then, of a mere human? A delicate, tender young fellow at that. The bartender's confusion swiftly morphed into terror. For the sword struck true. In but a fleeting moment, a head soared through the air, its eyes still wide with disbelief. It was utterly unreasonable. Even the most robust third-tier paladin, or a priest from the Church of Holy Light, imbued with purification, would not emerge unscathed from such a barrage of toxins. What manner of monster was this? The bartender could not fathom, even as his head fell to the ground. In truth, there was nothing complex to ponder. Subei was, of course, no monster. Drip, drop, water cascaded from beneath the lapels of his coat. Subei shook his trench coat, scattering a shower of breadcrumbs to the ground. Surely, no one would venture out and carelessly consume food offered by others. Would they? Watching Subei's actions, Elena's expression stiffened. This suggestive gesture struck her as a harsh slap. Indeed, she had fallen victim. Wandering the world, she had only encountered overt schemes, never the petty treachery of thieves. Had it not been for Subei's vigilance, she might have found herself in dire straits that day. At this moment, the power of holy light within Elena was self-replenishing, purging the toxins. Once she had regained a certain level of magical energy, Elena promptly began to chant an incantation, casting a purification spell. A gentle halo arose, bursting forth and showering down like rain, revitalizing all those touched by its luminous cascade. Ha! Revived. Hallie could not suppress his tears as he approached the bartender's lifeless body, striking it with all his might. It was not until the bartender's corpse exploded, revealing a heart exuding a foul, dark miasma, that Hallie suddenly froze. A cannibal tribe. So it was a tribe of cannibals. Hallie covered his face in anguish, crawling toward the fallen student. After a considerable time, Carl slowly awakened, rubbing his eyes in confusion. He had consumed the most at the feast last night and was thus afflicted with the deepest poison. By the time he regained consciousness, Sube had already departed the tavern, taking with him the remaining half of the black bread. Sube nodded in satisfaction regarding this trial. He had even contemplated hiring the other party as a household maid to handle the cooking once everything concluded. He hoped the price would not be exorbitant. It was rumored that the apprentices of the Holy Light Church were not well compensated, and the individual in question did not appear particularly astute. He wondered if a mere copper coin per week would be sufficient to entice her to work. If all else failed, he could offer a silver coin per week instead. Sube squinted his eyes, feeling a surge of optimism at the thought of finally being able to enjoy decent meals. The village was not large, indeed much smaller than Winter City, yet larger than Chu District. However, the population was visibly sparse. The village was not as backward as Sube had initially imagined. After all, it was endowed with mountains and rivers. If some recreational facilities were established, such as taverns, casinos, or tea houses, it could thrive as a tourist destination. This was Sube's first impression. People resembled people, and dogs resembled dogs. It was difficult to discern any cannibals among them. For now, he would assume they were all cannibals. "Brother, are there really cannibals in this village?" Carl asked, puzzled. He had not seen a single fierce beast, let alone a cannibal. Sube shook his head. "I don't know." He truly had no idea that Silent Village was the birthplace of cannibals. They could be lurking in the outskirts or among the crowd. Cannibals rarely expose themselves, making it exceedingly difficult for low-tier practitioners to capture them. "Brother, I can take care of accommodation and meals." "I have acquaintances here," Carl inquired, adopting a very humble demeanor, thus giving Sube ample face. Sube nodded in agreement, muttering a good. Elena remained silent, exuding an air of coldness as if she were an unwelcome third party. The three were led by Carl to a two-story apartment. Carl exchanged warm greetings with the apartment owner, then gestured towards Sube and Elena, mumbling something indistinguishable. Soon, the three settled in. Indeed, bards were welcomed everywhere. The interior was simply adorned, with several pairs of slippers of various sizes on the floor, making it easy to find a fitting pair. A coat rack was also present at the entrance, where Sube hung his trench coat beside a pink jacket. "Brother, the rooms are a bit cramped. There are only 2 rooms. Do you think it would be appropriate for you and this lady to share a room for the night?" Sube was momentarily taken aback and glanced at Elena. She too paused. Shouldn't he have sought her opinion on this matter? Elena regarded Sube with a frosty gaze, remaining silent. Sube mirrored her cold stare, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Carl, observing their interaction with envy, assumed they were romantically interested in each other and promptly arranged for them to stay in the rear room. After a brief rest, it was time for lunch. The apartment owner had prepared a lavish spread featuring freshly hunted game from the outskirts of the village and homegrown vegetables. As they were all friends, everyone indulged freely. "By the way, would you like some malt liquor?" Sube, stiffly practicing his smile, was about to speak when Carl interjected with a wink. "No need, Jimmy, old chap. We are on a secret mission." Sube quickly lowered his head, feigning interest in his meal. Although others did not notice his actions, Elena was keenly observing him with a piercing gaze. In that moment, embarrassment and discomfort engulfed Sube. He should have acted alone. Exhausted, Sube sighed, wishing he could simply vanish. Taking small, rapid breaths to maintain composure, he calmed himself and poked Elena with his chopsticks, then pointed to the dining table with his thumb. Elena merely fixed her gaze on Sube, remaining silent. The holy light was not meant for culinary purposes. That would be a disrespect to the goddess of holy light. Feeling ignored, Sube refrained from saying more. Of course, Elena's demeanor was not without reason. She had merely noticed Sube's subtle gestures. Social anxiety? Elena furrowed her brow. It was not a commendable trait, but not entirely unfavorable either. However, her impression of Sube was already lukewarm, and at this moment, it plummeted to an all-time low. Thus, she had no intention of fulfilling any obligations, Elena thought to herself, casting a sympathetic glance at Sube. She planned to leave tonight and find a way to forcibly take Emoli with her. As for Sube, there was no need to continue observing him. A flawed character with unremarkable talent would inevitably become just another face in the crowd. He should not be the one in a million. If such a probability existed, it should rather fall upon that king or Emily herself. After all, the prophet Dorian Gray could be mistaken. The prophet once foretold that Elena would not walk far down the path of the gods, ultimately reverting to the path of humans. Yet now, Elena was strikingly aligned with the path of the gods, poised to reach its culmination. Thus, the prophet could indeed err, despite being a highly esteemed archmage. How could predictions of the future be devoid of variables? After considering these thoughts, Elena shifted her gaze away, losing interest in further observing Sube at that moment. He seemed less worthy of her time than the apple slices before her. Watching Elena deftly pick an apple slice with her chopsticks and chew it, Sube took a deep breath to steady himself and maintain silence. He wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Carl finally noticed Sube's awkwardness and promptly placed a piece of beef into his bowl. The beef glistened enticingly, whetting the appetite. "What's wrong, brother? Why aren't you eating? Go ahead, don't be shy. We all friends here." Carl's enthusiasm left Sube no choice but to nod in acquiescence. All right. After a satisfying meal, Sube excused himself to the restroom, staring blankly at the several grimy towels hanging on the wall. Before long, the four returned to their room. Sube glanced around the simple decor, and then at Elena, who was still indulging in cherries. His eyes filled with pity. No wonder adventurers were in such a perilous profession. After pondering for a moment, Sube hesitated but could not resist asking, "What brings you here?" Elena paused her cherry eating momentarily but continued, eventually discarding a pit and replying coolly, "Investigation. Investigation. Investigating cannibals." Sube's expression grew increasingly perplexed. "Have you investigated before?" Elena nodded, maintaining her indifferent gaze on Sube as she continued to eat cherries. "The investigation is complete. And the results?" Sube pressed on. "Not worth investigating. A waste of time." Elena found the conversation tedious and had no intention of indulging in further trivial exchanges. She rose, preparing to leave the room. She was also ready to depart from Silent Village. She did not know why she had entered the room. Perhaps she wished to observe Sube a little longer, to give him a chance. Yet, no matter how closely she scrutinized him, she could discern no remarkable advantages. He was utterly unremarkable, akin to an apple among fruits or a biscuit among snacks. Not that he was bad. There were simply always better choices. As Elena turned to exit the room, Sube's brow furrowed tighter, wishing to call out to her but lacking a valid reason to do so. He could only watch as she departed. Sube was socially anxious, yet he was genuinely a good person. Calculating the time, he realized it must be almost time. Once again, Sube surveyed the room. Recalling the layout downstairs, there were several styles of mugs, towels of varying ages, each with a distinct scent. Moreover, due to the differing customary practices, the creases on the towels vary significantly. The entrance is adorned with an array of coats for all seasons, featuring both new and old styles, including children's sizes. Sube initially assumed there were many inhabitants in this household. However, upon entering, the room appeared refreshingly clean and tidy, devoid of any familiar daily necessities, indicating that the owner must frequently engage in cleaning. Thus, this space is evidently designated as a guest room. Why maintain a guest room in such readiness at all times, unless there are frequent visitors staying over? Observing through the gaps in the windows, the corners of the doors, and the edges of the walls, one can easily deduce that this room is regularly maintained, suggesting a constant influx of guests. It implies that the excess personal items belong to the visitors. Yet, why do the guests not take their belongings with them? Is it due to laziness or an inability to carry them? Sube, ever the pessimist, harbored the worst assumptions, presuming guilt. With a soft sigh, Sube closed his eyes, ignoring the protests of his hungry stomach. Skipping meals often leads to such discomfort. He was hesitant to eat, feigning the act of dining. Upon arriving in Silent Village, nothing seemed peculiar. Thus, everything felt strange. The difficulty of this task is considerable. With high mortality and failure rates at this moment, it truly appeared bizarre, resembling a village where humans reside. Had Sube lacked experience in gaming, he might have regarded this mission as a mere ordinary task. Gripping the sword tightly, he awaited any commotion from outside. Soon, fog began to envelop the area. It was not just the room. The entire Silent Village was shrouded in mist. From whence did this fog arise? What was its essence? Sube could not contemplate this for the time being. However, the appearance of the fog signified that something ominous was about to transpire. As the fog thickened, heavy footsteps echoed outside. The sound of heavy objects being dragged across the ground, crashing noises, and clattering collided and resonated incessantly. Upon opening the door, Sube beheld the deranged and maniacally grinning Jimmy, who was relentlessly attacking Elena. With a resounding crash, Elena, suppressed and stripped of her magical powers, resembled a defenseless target, wielding a 1-meter-long staff as a makeshift shield against the onslaught. However, her close combat skills could barely be deemed competent. It was evident that her movements lacked coherence, yet she managed to block Jimmy's strikes just in time. This is a common flaw among magic users. Devoid of their powers and artifacts, they become severely handicapped. Nonetheless, Elena still exhibited some physical prowess, suggesting that she did not neglect her physical training. After all, in Sube's eyes, Elena was merely an apprentice priestess, leading him to have limited expectations of her abilities. Thus, he swiftly shifted his gaze towards her adversary. Looking at Jimmy, he was now engulfed in madness, his eyes bloodshot, devoid of the whites, as he scurried on all fours. His physical strength augmented to that of a first-tier monster. In other words, he possessed a robust physique but lacked the traits of a true monster. Alternatively, it could be said that Jimmy was indeed a first-tier monster, specifically a cannibal, whose only distinguishing characteristic is their human-like appearance. Stripped of their traits, the threat posed by cannibals is minimal, significantly lower than that of monsters of the same tier. Yet, this is under normal circumstances. Presently, with the fog providing him a home field advantage, Jimmy's strength could not merely be gauged by tier. Perceiving Sube's presence, and after taking another hit, Elena adjusted the angle of her staff to brace herself against the impending attack, which sent her hurtling towards Sube. With a dull thud, she crashed against the door, emitting a muffled groan. Quickly, she steadied herself against the wall, gritting her teeth as she coldly regarded Jimmy. Are you a first-tier knight or a second-tier knight? Do you possess the strength to withstand this for 10 minutes? Elena had witnessed Sube's swordsmanship. Only knights would hone their skills in such a manner. Sube nodded, remaining silent. Speaking required breath, and inhaling the fog would deplete his stamina. Given his physical condition, he could hold his breath for 5 minutes. Turning his head, he observed Elena's pallid face and trembling hands, recalling that she had consumed quite a bit. With the dual debuffs of food and fog weighing her down, could she still muster the strength to stand? Was it possible that this lady was not merely a priestess, but rather a first-tier holy knight? Noticing Sube's scrutiny, Elena felt an uncomfortable mixture of emotions, unarticulated discomfort, resentment, embarrassment, and guilt. If only she had not stubbornly chosen to leave the room. Recalling Sube's various glances and veiled hints prior to her departure, she tightened her grip. Before coming here, she had prepared, but she had taken it lightly, believing that there were merely a few cannibals mingling with the crowd, easily identifiable and purifiable by her holy light. Little did she expect the dangers of Silent Village to be so profound. When she left, the fog had just begun to spread, and right outside, on the main street, cannibals were brazenly devouring humans. Many ordinary folks cowered in their homes, lights dimmed, afraid to venture outside. One could say humanity's survival was hanging by a thread. In this scenario, the adventurer's report indicated that only a handful of cannibals had infiltrated human society, barely scraping by. Were the Adventurers Guild merely idling? It was high time to rein in that bunch of thick-headed fools. Elena gritted her teeth, a flash of anger coursing through her mind, before she solemnly stated, "The commotion from my battle with Jimmy has undoubtedly attracted a circle of cannibals nearby. We must keep our noise to a minimum. We are both poisoned, and if we are surrounded, our chances of survival will diminish significantly." Observing Elena as she spoke with conviction, Sube once again looked at her with pity. Speaking necessitates breath. Continuous dialogue drains energy. Let us join forces to secure this territory first. Once we regain our strength and magical energy, we can strike out. Possessing the trait of affinity, Elena's rate of magical recovery was remarkably swift. Should she be granted 10 minutes, she could unleash purification spells. This meant she required at least 10 minutes. She turned her head to seek Sube's opinion, but upon catching sight of his expression and the gesture of pinching his nose, she was momentarily taken aback. I see. So the reason for her depletion of strength was due to the fog. No wonder her recovery had been so rapid at the tavern, yet was so arduous here in Silent Village. It was evidently related to the fog's density and the quantity inhaled. Elena's gaze dimmed as she assessed the magical energy within her. Swallowing hard, this was troublesome. 10 minutes was a stretch. An hour might not suffice for recovery. How infuriating. Elena, you foolish girl, she thought, her composure slipping further as she recalled the several squads of cannibals lurking outside. In the midst of her thoughts, a heavy force struck her from the front, the sound of rushing air exploding around her. The physical prowess of a first-tier profession starkly contrasted with that of an ordinary person. Among them, knights possessed an unparalleled edge in physical capabilities. Indeed, Before reaching the third tier, knights could dominate any profession single-handedly, except for rangers, who could hold their own. Other classes like mages, priests, rangers, and assassins were mere toys. It was only upon reaching the fourth tier that knights faced the prospect of secondary advancement, relegating them to the role of meat shields. In this context, the physical attributes of monsters matched those of knights. Thus, in equal circumstances, monsters of the same level could easily overpower practitioners. At this moment, Jimmy resembled a mindless beast, indifferent to whether he faced one or two opponents as he raised his arms high, ready to strike down, his foul saliva mixing with the air, causing Elena to lose her composure completely. There was no place to evade, and with no means to gain leverage, she would be crushed beneath him. If Jimmy were to overpower her and his saliva dripped onto her, she could not fathom enduring that. Even 100 baths would not suffice for her to accept it. She would rather be pinned down by Sube 100 times than by Jimmy even once. No, absolutely not. Elena's heart abruptly ceased to beat, her panic causing her to shut her eyes and flail her arms wildly. Boom, she was not toppled as anticipated. Slowly, Elena opened her eyes, taking deep breaths as she gazed at the raised hands of Sube before her. Momentarily stunned, Jimmy had vanished without a trace. The apartment door was violently burst open, a foul, acrid wind rushing in. Elena parted her lips, unable to maintain her composure any longer, blinking in a daze. The door was shattered. Shattered.it was over. At that moment, Elena truly lost all semblance of divinity, her vision darkening, nearly causing her to falter. Outside the door, chaotic footsteps approached relentlessly. There was no time to mourn the lost Jimmy. For the next to appear was a tribe of cannibals. Faced with danger, it was evident that the shattering of her divinity inflicted greater harm upon Elena. The path of the Holy Maiden was fraught with peril, and the likelihood of losing one's divinity along the way was not insignificant. Elena was neither the first nor would she be the last. This possibility had increased significantly since her involvement in the Silence Village incident, primarily for three reasons. First, the fog could suppress the surge of energy and ignite certain desires, thereby stifling divinity while awakening the base instincts of a human. Second, the body would activate protective mechanisms. Once divinity was suppressed and faced with a life-or-death crisis, the human aspect would dominate the mind, prompting instinctive reactions. Additionally, various other factors contributed, such as Elena's divinity being a late acquisition, making it unstable. Moreover, as a holy maiden of the Holy Light Church, her repeated encounters with the same predicament bred feelings of guilt and regret, causing her to relax her grip on her divinity. Once divinity faltered, it was exceedingly difficult to restore. In summary, Elena understood her fate was sealed. With her divinity shattered, a torrent of emotion surged into her mind, overwhelming her senses. No more, no more. She tremulously raised her staff, delivering several blows to her own head in a desperate attempt to regain composure. Yet still, silence reigned. Smack. Sube watched in disbelief as Elena knocked herself unconscious. Was she truly so fragile, unable to withstand such a minor setback? No wonder she sought the path of divinity. It seemed her humanity was utterly lacking. 3 minutes, Sube silently counted, timing his breath holding as he stepped outside. It should be afternoon, yet it felt anything but. Looking up, he could not see the sun, nor could he discern his fingers before him. The fog was dense, and outside, he lacked any sense of direction, only feeling the fierce winds rushing toward him. Sube closed his eyes, his heartbeat gradually slowing as he tossed his knife lightly, then gripped it tightly. Switching his grip would shorten his attack range while increasing his defensive surface area. To the northwest, 2, roughly first-tier. To the east, 1, less than first tier. Directly north, 1, likely second tier based on its strength. After assessing the situation, Sube executed 3 decisive actions. First, he stepped back with his right foot, raising his sword to gather strength, charging directly toward the strongest cannibal before being encircled. Then, like a truck crashing through, the momentum propelled him to strike a vital spot, tearing through even the second-tier enemy in an instant. Finally, he sheathed his sword, the fluidity of his movement slicing through the encircling cannibals with elegance and precision. The tumult of wind ceased, indicating a temporary absence of other creatures nearby. However, as Sube raised his gaze, he locked eyes with the shadowy figures hiding within their homes amidst the fog. Unable to see their faces, he could not distinguish between human and monster. Yet, he sensed that the ordeal was far from over. Indeed, within the thick fog, between the homes, apart from the quivering ordinary folk, countless pairs of crimson eyes fixated hungrily on the figure cloaked in mist, revealing malevolent grins. Silently, Sube withdrew his gaze and returned indoors. He could not pierce through the fog, nor could he perceive the hidden cannibals. 3 minutes. The fog would begin to dissipate in 3 minutes. Subei felt the fog thinning at an astonishing pace. After a moment's pause, he looked up again. Now, he could easily make eye contact with the trembling people concealed within the house. They were frightened, their eyes filled with terror as they regarded Subei. The cannibals had skillfully concealed their differences. Glancing back down, he saw the scattered remains of the cannibals strewn across the ground, appearing like innocent victims of a grisly fate. When the fog rose, the specifics had been obscured. Thus, as it receded, it was impossible to discern who had survived, human or monster. Their gazes were laden with fear, anxiety, and unease. They did not look upon him as a savior. Subei chuckled softly. So I am the wolf. Returning inside, Elena had regained her composure, her countenance as cold as frost, reminiscent of their first meeting. Subei paused, unable to suppress his curiosity as he asked, "Are you all right?" Strange, had her persona not just crumbled? How had she reverted? Elena nodded, her voice calm. "I am fine. Has everything outside been resolved?" Subei nodded, disregarding Elena's peculiar demeanor as he strode directly to Carl's room. Delivering a forceful kick. Bang! The door flew open. At the threshold, Carl lay sprawled on the bed, appearing as though he were dead, his head tilted to one side, drooling profusely. Were it not for the incessant snoring, one might struggle to ascertain whether he was alive. How infuriating. While the outside world was engulfed in chaos, this slothful creature remained cocooned in slumber. What was that noise? Subei turned in astonishment. Is there a problem? Elena looked at Subei with an expressionless face, her posture graceful, showing no sign of acknowledgement toward the recent commotion. I didn't speak. Carl is sleeping. Who else could it be? Am I hallucinating? Subei shook his head, turning back to approach Carl, shaking him vigorously. What is going on? Is it mealtime again? Carl mumbled, groggy as he stirred awake. Upon hearing Carl's words, Elena's expression darkened, her grip on her staff tightening with a series of audible clicks. Why was it not I who slept soundly? If only I had, perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. Subei suddenly turned to look at Elena, who maintained an expressionless facade, oddly staring back at him. Frowning, is there something you need? Surely, she had some grievances to voice. Absolutely. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? For the first time, Subei found himself doubting his own judgment. Meanwhile, Elena, startled by Subei's abrupt turn, instinctively tightened her grip on her staff, shifting it back and forth, attempting to mask her unease. How could such a light sound be audible? This was why knights possessed heightened senses. It was so unfair. So very unfair. After her divinity had faltered, Elena realized that returning to the church in this state would undoubtedly lead to the revocation of her title as a holy maiden. Such a heavy blow was unbearable for her to accept. Therefore, after careful consideration, Elena made a desperate decision akin to closing the barn door after the horse had bolted. She would maintain her persona, attempting to gradually restore her divinity. However, events took an unexpected turn. Upon embarking on the path of divinity, Elena had always spoken her mind candidly, with no inclination to deceive or conceal her thoughts. This habit had become ingrained in her very being. Yet, after her divinity had faltered, her internal emotions had become more complex than before, leading her to this state of turmoil. She could no longer suppress her feelings. There were simply too many grievances to contain. Aha! Damn it! Damn Subei! Damn them all! I wish I could just die. May they all be cast into hell. Unable to restrain herself, Elena's inner thoughts erupted into an exclamation. The atmosphere instantly fell into silence. What are you looking at? Elena surveyed Subei and Carl with an air of haughty superiority, her voice dripping with a consistent coldness as she uttered, "Should not the cannibals be condemned to hell? The holy light shines upon me, guiding me to purify all that is ominous and wicked." Her tone was solemn, her expression grave. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though a sacred radiance descended upon Elena, leaving Carl and Subei momentarily stunned. Carl was genuinely taken aback, while Subei froze upon recognizing Elena's identity. Elena, possessing the affinity trait, was the current saint of the Holy Light Church, ranked 7th in Subei's notebook strategy guide. 2 years hence, she would shatter her divine nature upon witnessing a tragedy, reclaim her humanity, and thus lose her power, ultimately being forsaken by the Holy Light Church. 3 years later, a hero would invite the fallen Elena to join their party. Commencing the official game narrative. In the later stages of the game, Elena would maintain a state of being half divine and half human, inheriting the powers of the holy and law angels, engaging in a series of battles against the Demon King. Establishing herself as one of the formidable figures in the latter part of this fantastical world, Subei had meticulously noted this in his diary, planning to rescue Elena at her lowest point. Providing her with unwavering care and attention, with the intent of leaving an indelible mark on her heart, ultimately securing her as one of his cards for survival. However, it now appeared that the meticulously crafted plan was unraveling. This particular timeline and task should not have included Elena's storyline. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, it seemed her divine aspect had already fractured, with her humanity far surpassing her divinity. Reflecting on this perspective and recalling the voice he had heard earlier, it became apparent that it was no mere illusion. After all, in the game, Elena's outwardly taciturn yet sharp-tongued and proud personality had left a lasting impression on Sube. Although he was uncertain as to why Elena appeared here, he could not simply turn a blind eye to the unfolding events. Action was imperative. He could not allow Elena to perish in this village, especially considering his observations that her intellect and strength were lacking, making her prone to foolishness. After steeling his resolve, Sube's gaze towards Elena became tinged with pain. He sighed, took a deep breath, and summoned forth his determination. After all, prior to completing the game, the process of acquiring the necessary items had always been arduous, and putting in extra effort was only to be expected. Yet, this very gaze irked Elena. What sort of look is that? Are you dissatisfied with me? That expression mirrored the disapproving gaze her kind father had often cast upon her in her childhood. Unfazed, Elena met his gaze, concealing her discomfort, and coolly inquired, "Is there a problem?" After Sube averted his eyes, he pondered, stepping forward under Carl's astonished gaze, seizing Elena's sleeve and pulling her into the back room, shutting the door behind them. To make a long story short, I will speak, and you shall listen. Bowing his head, Sube contemplated the peculiarities of their journey, offering Elena his insights and demonstrating his sincerity. In the tranquil village, numerous cannibals disguised themselves as ordinary humans. Unlike other low-tier monsters, the cannibals were not foolish. They understood how to utilize food and poison to ensnare their prey. The mist influenced the cannibals' behavioral patterns and ferocity while simultaneously suppressing the physical and magical capabilities of humans. The fog lasted approximately 3 minutes, and one could avoid poisoning by holding their breath. Holy light magic could purify food, necessitating Elena's assistance before meals. Sube elaborated extensively on his conclusions, which were, by now, glaringly obvious. Elena retorted, "Do I appear to be an imbecile?" Sube's calm gaze seemingly conveyed, "Isn't that the case?" Such an impudent response caused Elena to grit her teeth in frustration. "I shall not stumble in the same place thrice. I am serious, and you must not underestimate me," she added. "Isn't your persona that of a socially anxious introvert? Why are you so talkative? I preferred your aloof demeanor. Please return to that." Observing Elena's changing disposition, Sube sighed. Realizing her own misstep, Elena quickly sealed her lips. The atmosphere became awkward, though Sube remained unfazed. However, Elena's foot had already tapped a rhythm of distress within her high boots. "I can't take it anymore. I simply cannot," she lamented internally. "How did I let slip what I was truly thinking?" A glint of murderous intent flickered in Elena's eyes as she contemplated the possibility of silencing him. Of course, such thoughts were fleeting. The holy light would not permit her to commit malevolent acts. Before long, the two exited the room. Outside, Carl glanced at the clock and then at the pair, his eyes widening. Hesitantly, he began, "Brother, is it only 5 minutes? I have some medicine. Would you like to take some? My medicine is quite effective, just one bang." Slowly, Carl slumped down. Behind him, Elena maintained her stance with the staff raised, a plume of white smoke spiraling from its tip. "Finally, I have vented my emotions," she thought, no longer wishing to suppress them. Raising her gaze to the astonished Sube, she smiled faintly. "He was far too noisy," she remarked, lifting her hand to purify the leftover food from lunch with holy light. "You should go eat." Sube pointed at Carl, but hesitated. "You should go eat." Elena's tone grew firmer, revealing a disconcerting smile. "Very well," Sube acquiesced, closing his mouth, turning away without a backward glance as he headed toward the living room. Behind him, Elena grit her teeth, vigorously prodding Carl's head with her staff, bending her inner discontent. "Get lost with your nonsensical ramblings, you waste of space filled with yellow nonsense. You can join the cannibals in hell." One couldn't help but feel that Elena had become even more unhinged than in the game. Sube, munching on the leftover food, contemplated the feasibility of removing Elena from the strategy list. 5 minutes later, Carl, with a dizzy gait, rubbed his head, muttering, "Brother, I heard the cannibals were spotted again. Did I almost get harvested by that bunch?" His head throbbed painfully. Sube, maintaining a detached demeanor, continued to eat, subconsciously shaking his head. Yet upon seeing Elena's cold smile, he reconsidered and nodded. This left Carl utterly bewildered. Furrowing his brows, he queried, "Did I almost get harvested by half a bunch?" It could only be said that he was adept at reading comprehension. Beside him, Elena wore a grim expression, tapping his shoulder as she coldly stated, "Eat first. I will tend to your injuries." Carl's eyes brightened. With a holy light priest in the party, what do I have to fear? However, a moment later, Carl's brow furrowed once more as he questioned, "Why must we eat first? Can't you treat me first?" That half-bunch hit hard. My head hurts terribly. Elena clenched her jaw, battling the urge to smash Carl with her fist, her body trembling with frustration. Observing this, Carl suddenly grasped the situation. Ah, I see. You just finished, and you're in great pain too. My bad. We should eat first. Everyone should eat first. Bang. Elena's right fist tightened, holding the pose of a strike, her expression management completely unraveling. The wooden chair in her left hand crumbled to dust beneath her grip. It was as if a dark aura surrounded Elena, indicating she was on the brink of being consumed by darkness. Slowly, she lifted her head, her brows knitting into a shape, her eyes fierce. Then, with a venomous glare directed at Sube, she shrieked. He woke up. "You must explain. Absolutely explain." She was utterly unable to maintain her composure. "Brother, why do I feel as if I've slept for several cycles, leaving me dizzy?" Carl rubbed his head, finding no wounds, only further confusion. "How can it hurt, yet feel so good?" Sube shot a sideways glance at Carl. Replying, "She treated you." Carl suddenly realized. "Yes, I was beaten by the cannibals, and she treated my wounds. She is a good person." Carl nodded and inquired further, "Is she all right? I mean, physically?" Carl struggled to articulate his thoughts. But Sube, noticing the darkening expression on Elena's face, promptly interrupted him. "Let's not dwell on that." Carl, perplexed, responded, "Aren't you my buddy? Is there something we can't discuss?" "She doesn't like it," Sube replied, a hint of weariness in his voice. Glancing sideways with a knowing look, "So sister-in-law is shy. Then we shall refrain from discussing it." Sube's gaze became vacant, and a headache began to throb, prompting him to offer no further explanation. It was primarily a hassle. Changing Carl's mindset was a bit challenging. Achieving the goal of him not speaking indiscriminately was sufficient. Then, Carl seemed to remember something and raised his voice, intending to convey a message to Elena, who sat at a distance. By the way, brother, the Village of Silence will host a bonfire party tonight. It's a tradition and also a way to welcome guests. My good friend Peter asked me to bring you all along. Shall we go, brother? Sube regarded Carl, anticipating more details. If it were merely that, Carl wouldn't have raised his voice. There must be some hidden information to share. It should be good news. Observing this, Carl smiled mysteriously. Usually, the bonfire parties in the Village of Silence were merely formalities, but this time was different. This time, I leveraged connections to organize a grand gathering, one that nearly everyone in the village, both the living and the dead, would attend. At this moment, as the fog rose, the cannibals could no longer conceal their identities, whether human or ghost. They would be revealed. It was the perfect opportunity to catch the cannibals all at once. Following this, Carl winked, adding, "Moreover, the Village of Silence is known for its hospitality and loves to entertain guests from afar, inviting handsome men and beautiful women to dance." The last statement was unnecessary. Sube nodded, revealing no further emotion, while Elena appeared to be deep in thought. Time flew by swiftly. Only a day and a night remained until the new year. This was also the time for Jasmine to set off and complete her assessment. At this moment, in the Windsor family's pastry shop, Elisa, clad in a maid outfit, was frantically managing the checkout. Indeed, she was in a flurry. The hectic pace of work caused Elisa to miscalculate, often giving customers a few copper coins less or mistakenly taking extra pastries. Beside her, Jasmine hurriedly corrected her mistakes, stopping departing customers to explain. Yet Elisa merely smiled, tilting her head in confusion. "Oh, did I make a mistake? Hey, Senior Elisa is clearly the top of the class in calculations. How could she not know she made a mistake?" Jasmine complained loudly, seemingly distressed over the money wasted due to Elisa's miscalculations. Meanwhile, the customers looked on with amusement, jesting. "Nonsense. Elisa is a descendant of a viscount. A genius girl. How could she possibly make an error?" Their tone carried a hint of mockery and disdain. However, Elisa seemed blissfully unaware of this. It was precisely this obliviousness that kept customers flocking to her pastry shop, as if they were paying to witness the antics of nobility, treating it as a form of entertainment after their meal. Only Jasmine diligently calculated the accounts, arguing with customers over discrepancies. Yet, how could she manage alone? After painstakingly calculating one order's price, she would inadvertently find that Elisa had already sold 5 more orders. Amidst the bustle, Elisa glanced at Jasmine, offering a gentle smile. As for Amara, today was her day to indulge and drink. Tomorrow, she would refrain from alcohol, ensuring she would be in high spirits for the journey the day after. Unlike the Windsor family, Lancelot, as a Baroness descendant, did not need to toil for a living. At this moment, he was celebrating with noble youths of his age from Morninglight Town over drinks. As for the assessment task, although rated as S-class by the Academy, it remained merely a C-class task from the Adventurers Guild. Even the most challenging C-class task posed little difficulty for him. After all, he was a king. As night fell, at the heart of the village, a bundle of straw was tightly bound, concealing something within. Torches encircled the straw, casting a fiery glow. A platter lay adorned with pork, lamb, beef, and homebrewed malt liquor. Even before the festivities commenced, many gathered around the torches, singing ancient folk songs and dancing with abandon. Among them, Sube and his companions appeared particularly out of place, due to their distinct attire and their reserved stance, standing apart from those reveling in the atmosphere. Soon, it became just two. Sube and his companion watched as Carl approached confidently. Engaging in conversation with a statuesque lady, producing a harmonica from his pocket and playing a delightful melody. With the skill of a bard activated, he showcased himself like a peacock displaying its plumage. In no time, Carl and his companion were dancing hand in hand, blending seamlessly into the bonfire celebration, leaving Sube and Elena standing motionless. Elena was not one to dance. Before becoming a priestess of the Church of the Holy Light, she was merely a common girl, untrained in the art of dance. Afterward, there was little time to learn such ceremonies. Sube was no different. Before his crossing, he was a recluse, having no need to learn partner dances. Afterward, he remained solitary. Moreover, he was plagued by social anxiety. In this moment, amidst the crowd, Sube skillfully utilized his social anxiety to effectively conceal his presence. Before long, he vanished from Elena's line of sight. Completely lost to her, Elena was bewildered. Where did he go? It didn't take long for her to realize her confusion was premature. Youthful and vibrant girls were always the objects of pursuit for young men, especially someone like Elena, whose angelic beauty radiated purity. Just seeing her proud, aloof visage was enough to ignite the desires of conquest in men. Thus, Elena found herself surrounded, invited to dance, sing, drink, and feast. Elena had never encountered such a scene. Typically, when someone professed their feelings for her, no matter how bold, it was never so overt. It was hard to say whether it was the simplicity of northern customs or merely the nature of the Village of Silence. But the unabashed gazes from these men made Elena feel as though ants were crawling over her skin. Bold, lewd smiles and unrestrained, greedy stares roamed over her form. Elena could not endure such scrutiny. In a moment of defiance, she decided to take action. With her right thumb brushing against the oak ring on her index finger, her staff materialized once more in her grasp. Without hesitation, she waved her staff, clearing a space around her. Her cold gaze swept over the crowd. Is everyone here? If you are all present, then stand in line. I will use the holy light to detect the cannibals and root out the infiltrators. Clearing the path. Her words. Thousands of villagers stood frozen. In unison. Thousands of heads turned to gaze at Elena. One could say that Elena was both intelligent and articulate. Seizing the moment while everyone was gathered, she planned to unleash a detection spell, inspecting everyone inside and out to capture the wolves. However, she had not considered what she would do if they were all wolves. This very thought ignited the once peaceful atmosphere. In that instant, thousands of eyes fixated on Elena. The pressure palpable. It felt as though invisible hands were tightening around her throat. The heavy burden made Elena's breathing laborious, sending chills down her spine. No, are they all wolves? Elena stifled her tremors, striving to maintain her composure as she scanned the crowd with her peripheral vision, searching for Sube. She did not truly believe that Sube could eliminate so many cannibals. Rather, she found solace in the mere presence of a companion to fight alongside her. At least this way, if death were to come, they would face it together, rather than her being devoured alone. A moment of silence was swiftly shattered by the voices of the villagers. Haha, this lady is truly joking. We are all familiar faces here. We certainly know who the cannibals are and who the good people are. We've lived together for over a decade. Among the villagers, an elderly leader, leaning on a cane, stepped forth from the throng. The gazes of those behind him were filled with profound respect. This venerable figure was the most esteemed elder in the village, also serving as its chief. Indeed, considering the presence of many children and the elderly, what would happen if your magic caused them harm? Who would compensate for such a loss? Elena longed to assert that the holy light bore no threat to ordinary folk. Yet, the cacophony of villagers' discussions rendered any interjection impossible. Wait, how peculiar. The villagers exhibited two distinct states. Among them, aside from those engaged in lively chatter, there existed another group, their faces betraying fear, trembling uncontrollably. The former were subtly led by the village chief, while the latter bore ropes entwined around their necks, resembling domesticated pets. Alina felt a surge of anger. She was no fool. The situation had become alarmingly clear. Thus, in a sudden moment, under the astonished gazes of all the villagers, Alina's staff pointed decisively at the village chief. Holy light investigation. A surge of bloody, dark energy erupted skyward as pure light descended, coalescing into words. Ogre, leader of the cannibal tribe. Every villager affected by the holy light investigation spell was unmistakably a member of the cannibal tribe. Silence. Utter silence. The only sound was Alina swallowing hard. She had acted too impulsively. During her training in divinity, her instinct had been to act on impulse, and even as she transitioned to humanity, that habit had yet to be corrected. Yet, she simply could not restrain herself. How could one treat humans as pets? Alina bit her lip, her heart of justice pounding fiercely within her chest. However, she had underestimated her opponent's strength. At the very moment Alina's staff descended, the ogre seized its tip with his right hand, the force so great it produced a thunderous crack in the air. The ogre lifted his head, a grin stretching across his face, contorting into an unimaginable arc, revealing rows of massive, darkened teeth, stained from the accumulation of blood. Even from a meter away, Alina could easily detect the nauseating stench. The pressure suddenly intensified. She had not anticipated the presence of a third-tier ogre. The leader of the cannibal tribe was among the strongest in physical prowess within the third tier. Moreover, behind the ogre stood a vast army of cannibals. Alina sensed the gravity of the situation. The disparity in strength on paper was staggering. The ogre was third tier, while the thousands of cannibals behind were distributed across half-tier, first-tier, and second-tier levels. This was not a predicament she, as a high-tier holy light priestess, could handle alone. In the depths of a dungeon, this would resemble an exceptionally large and specialized raid, requiring at least 3 perfectly coordinated teams of adventurers to tackle. That Alina's expression darkened. Corona, the holy light, gathered at the tip of her staff. Initially a mere point, in the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a fist-sized orb. Another blink, and it engulfed the entire form of the ogre. It then erupted like a miniature sun, the heat radiating outward. This was one of her dwindling attack spells. The bodies of the cannibals caught in its radius were incinerated, reduced to a pool of blood. Yet, at the center of the explosion, the ogre had only lost an arm, his face blackened by the smoke of the blast. Excellent attack. Alina encouraged herself internally. With a few more similar strikes, she might be able to eliminate the ogre first. According to records, the ogre's prowess was not particularly remarkable within the third tier, merely possessing immense physical strength. Meanwhile, she, Alina, was an elite third-tier priestess trained by the Holy Light Church. Suddenly, Alina's eyes widened, her grip on the staff trembling slightly, a swell of indignation rising within her, behind the ogre. A cannibal led a human dog, tearing off one of its arms. Damn it, you wretched beasts, they're all dead. The entire village is dead. Then, the sound abruptly ceased. The ogre had twisted off a head, munching it with a crunch, visibly healing its injured body. Within 10 seconds, a brand new arm sprouted forth, and among the crowd, there were still hundreds of such human dogs. Alina maintained her composure, lightly tapping her staff once more to release a spell utterly distinct from in this fleeting moment. Sube felt a flicker of unease within. During this time, he had visited numerous dwellings, unearthing ample evidence that could reveal the grim reality of the cannibalistic tribe's occupation of Silent Village from multiple angles. This evidence was sufficient. As long as they could safely retreat and deliver it to the Adventurers Guild, the matter would reach its conclusion. Subsequently, perhaps higher-level professionals undergoing a second job change would arrive to handle the situation, ensuring the safety of Jasmine as well. As for alternative methods of resolution, those were merely last resorts and not within Sube's considerations. After all, the game's narrative had clearly indicated not to trust anyone. The implicit warning was unmistakable. Everyone was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Who among the sane would dare to charge headlong into battle? Those familiar with the game knew well that directly confronting a boss was the most formidable challenge, fraught with the peril of plot-related deaths. At the very least, one should first eliminate the minor bosses or clear out the minions. Yet, these were merely the strategies of fools. A seasoned gamer, Sube naturally sought the most expedient path to success. After gathering the evidence, he continued to search for other hidden clues, intending to supplement his revelations. It was then that he stumbled upon a notebook. It was not his own writing. Rather, it belonged to an old man, seemingly the village chief. Indeed, this was the chief's chamber Diane days. He thought he heard distant noises from beyond. Perhaps the bonfire party had commenced? Su Bei chose to ignore the sounds and opened the notebook. Most of its contents were inscribed in pinyin, likely due to the prevalence of obscure characters, which inadvertently made it easier for Su Bei to comprehend. He could read pinyin, even if he was not well versed in the characters themselves. On the first page, it read, "The Supreme Master has granted me the power to summon the Black Mist, which enhances our tribe's strength and suppresses the abilities of other races, instilling confidence in our conquest of Silent Village." The second page continued, "We pray, we offer our blessings, we fervently beseech, the Master's Black Mist spreads, and we bravely slay our foes." The third page proclaimed, "The Master is great, compassionate, and omnipotent. He teaches us to engage in human endeavors, guiding us to overcome the mighty with the weak." The fourth page declared, "We have successfully occupied Silent Village, nurturing our human dogs and developing a tourism industry, establishing a complete industrial chain per the Master's directives." The fifth page stated, "We no longer require the power of the Black Mist. From now on, whenever the Black Mist descends, it is the Master guiding our actions." Pages 6 through 9 followed, culminating in a chilling revelation. The Master was about to reveal his identity, to develop Su Bei as his follower. He was a demon, he was a deity, he was 1/52nd of this world, the unparalleled source of power, concealed behind a line that obscured his name. Upon turning the page, he found it blank. It resembled the musings of a whimsical schoolchild, yet upon deeper reflection, it unveiled a spine-chilling truth. Silent Village had been seized by an entity wielding immense power alone. The ogres were merely pawns thrust into the limelight. Su Bei closed the notebook with a sigh. He had initially intended to evade this storyline, but had inadvertently collided with it head-on. He recalled the special weapon mentioned within the pages, gluttony. The 17th of the demonic artifacts, one of the 7 terrifying war instruments of the demon race, possessing the dreadful ability to catalyze certain monstrous powers. Point 1 of its capabilities was to unleash the most intense hunger within a person, suppressing other desires to harvest gluttonous energy. The Black Mist was a manifestation of this ability, encapsulating various debuffs, including but not limited to the suppression of physical strength, magical power, mental fortitude, and focus. Even Su Bei, a traveler unaccustomed to the culinary offerings of this world, found himself engulfed by an overwhelming appetite, a fact that explained why Elena and Carl could not resist the allure of toxic food. The second ability involved releasing desire energy to bolster allied units, a terrifying power capable of rapidly producing monstrous armies. The third ability represented the core skill of many demonic artifacts, manifestation, enabling the creation of a puppet imbued with its own will. At that moment, an urgent cry echoed from outside. "Brother, brother, Elena is in grave danger. She is surrounded by the cannibals." Carl stumbled into the room, flustered and frantic. His expression was one of panic, indicating a dire situation. Yet, Su Bei turned to face him with a blade at the ready. Indeed, Su Bei had drawn his sword. The silvery blade descended with a fierce swiftness, leaving Carl's astonished visage frozen, his finger pointing upwards. As he pressed against the descending sword, confusion etched across his features. "Brother, what are you doing? Why are you trying to strike me?" Su Bei transitioned from a slash to a chop, the long sword slicing horizontally, his change of tactics occurring before Carl could utter another word. With a whoosh, the sound of wind preceded the attack. There was no sensation of cutting. It felt akin to a wooden stick striking iron, the recoil causing Su Bei's hand to tremble slightly. Carl was flung backwards, rising slowly amidst the clutter. His waist garment was torn, revealing a bloodstained mark, yet no wound was present. By the time he regained his footing, the injury had already healed. "Brother, it turns out your strength is at the 3rd tier. I thought you were at the 4th. I was considering letting you all go, but it seems that is no longer necessary." Carl stood up, brushing off the dust from his feet, a smile gracing his lips. By the way, brother, can you guess what tier I am?" The manifestation of gluttony placed Carl's strength above the 3rd tier. Just shy of the 4th, he was among the elite ranks of professionals. Yet due to his inability to undergo a second job change, he could not attain the 4th tier. Nevertheless, for the 3rd tier, the limits of the 3rd and 4th tiers produce similar effects. Su Bei leaned forward, akin to a bow drawn taut, while Carl loosened his posture, refraining from recklessly charging at Su Bei. By the way, brother, he remarked, why did you suddenly strike at me? I didn't reveal any weaknesses along the way, did I? If you could enlighten me on my flaws, as a reward, I could deliver Elena, unconscious, to you. You know, she is a treasure of the Holy Light Church, and I would like to frolic for a few more years. I certainly wouldn't want to squander such an opportunity, Bei regarded Carl's nonchalant demeanor. Unable to discern his true intentions, you had best respond quickly, for if you delay, what arrives before you may well be a puff of pastry. You are aware that those ogres are quite brutal. Driven solely by mating and reproduction, devoid of any semblance of pleasure. In just 3 short years, an entire village of cannibals has been spawned. Carl smiled, and unintentionally, a mist began to envelop the area outside. Su Bei's eyes narrowed. There were many inconsistencies. Throughout the journey, he had harbored suspicions, which explained why they had coexisted peacefully thus far. However, now was evidently not the moment for idle chatter. There was no time for explanations. He resolved to trust Elena. Consequently, without hesitation, Su Bei struck once more. He could not allow Carl to unleash his domain. Engaging in side quests could potentially facilitate a swift resolution or lead to an encounter with a hidden boss. Unfortunately, Su Bei found himself facing the latter scenario. Perhaps the act of perusing the notebook had triggered a pivotal plot development, or perhaps the boss had come specifically for him. In the face of gluttony, Su Bei prepared to unleash his full strength for the first time. Just how formidable was he? Su Bei himself was unaware of this. After his traversal, any low-level skills he had learned in the game would now be mastered instantly upon relearning. Furthermore, this applied to all professional skills. Indeed, he was not an ordinary third-tier professional, but rather a tri-professional at the third tier. However, Su Bei remained unable to undergo a second job change, thereby lacking the ability to awaken. The inability to awaken meant he could not develop traits or acquire exclusive abilities, which in turn prevented him from advancing to the 4th or 5th tiers, let alone breaking through to the 6th tier as a demigod. This might be a flaw inherent to all professions. Or perhaps there were other reasons. It was this predicament that led him to abandon the notion of enhancing his own strength and instead contemplate strategies to tackle other key characters in order to survive. In summary, among the third-tier professionals, he was still an extraordinary existence. If he were in the fantasy world of this game, one would see the level card of gluttony hovering at the threshold of 40. Su Bei, however, stood at 39, but with 5 professional titles appended. One must understand the significance of possessing 5 professions. 5 professions meant Su Bei had access to the universal skills of 5 different classes. The Ranger's universal skills, agility, keen eyesight. The Assassin's universal skills, agility, weak point attack, low frequency burst. The Mage's universal skills, meditation, dexterity. The Priest's universal skills, meditation, resistance to negative statuses. The Knight's universal skills, enhanced senses, basic physical resistance, basic magical resistance, alongside various state buff skills from all 5 professions. Su Bei did not waste time learning useless skills, nor did he acquire damage-dealing abilities. Instead, he focused solely on mastering the skills he required for instant casting. In the moment he raised his sword, dozens of low-level buff skills stacked upon him, such as Holy Light Protection, Clarity of Mind, and Damage Amplification. A myriad of luminescent auras enveloped Su Bei at this instant. Had there been a game panel, Su Bei's statistics would have exceeded those of a typical third-tier professional. He believed that even an awakened individual would find it difficult to contend with him. Hey, is this real? Carl's playful facade faltered, his mouth agape, unsure how to respond. Brother, this is outrageous. Shut it down. I'm telling you, just shut it down. Carl was discerning. He had never seen a professional capable of wielding so many enhancement buffs. When he mingled with adventurers as their primary attacker, he could barely access all of these enhancements. Which professional would willingly take on the role of a support? An adventurer who neglects damage spells is hardly a competent professional. Furthermore, even as a support, who would squander their energy learning only low-level buff skills? That a waste of time, not to mention the tremendous effort required to learn and master a skill. With such exceptional talent, are you really not preparing for an awakening? Are you planning to perish at the 3rd tier? These low-level skills will become obsolete in the later stages. The situation was rife with absurdities. And Carl was at a loss for words. Regret washed over him. He regretted being so close to Su Bei. Initially intending to ambush, he ended up losing more than he gained. This proximity. Even a 4th-tier awakened one would struggle against Su Bei's explosive power. Thus, Carl smiled, blinking rapidly, and waved his hands, saying, "Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. What did you say you wanted to do?" Carl laughed. His legs moving swiftly as he retreated. In the next instant, Carl's head flew off. Fast. Extremely fast. Carl didn't even have time to react before Su Bei was upon him. By the time he saw the sword, the light of the blade had already reached him. In an instant, his head was severed. There were no techniques, not even a wind-up. Carl touched his non-existent head with both hands, and after his head had separated, It rolled over, controlled by his tongue as it spun around, eventually being scooped up by his own hands and placed back in position. Outside the house, dark mist continuously flowed into Carl's body, mending his wounds. Soon, Carl was restored to his former state. He wore a look of terror, gasping dramatically, "Brother, that hurt so much. Truly, it was painful. I shall devise a means to lead you out, after which you must flee swiftly. Bearing my ring to the Church of the Holy Light, convey the circumstances here alongside the ring, and remember to dissociate yourself from the matter as much as possible." Alina spoke as if delivering her last words, her steps faltering, each footfall leaving behind faint traces of blood. She gestured, returning her staff to its rightful place, and handed a wooden ring to Sube. He accepted the ring and replied, "Understood." Alina continued, "By the way, where have you been? I thought you had fled, yet it seems you were not far from me. You should have escaped. It is now nearly impossible to do so, surrounded by cannibals. It is unfathomable that an entire village of them thrives on the border of the Duja Empire." "Indeed," Sube replied, unsure of what else to say, his response coming with great difficulty. "I truly cannot bear it. I know that enduring a little longer and seeking external aid would be the wisest course of action, yet witnessing these fiends treat the common folk as mere livestock stirs my emotions uncontrollably. They say that in times of chaos, the virtuous perish first. If only I were, but this is a time of flourishing, so why must I still face death?" Sube nodded, agreeing with Alina's sentiments. Alina possessed a keen analytical mind. Do adventurers' guilds merely feast on idle time? Have the soldiers at the borders of Winter City never scouted this place? How many lives would be lost if a horde of cannibals were to attack? Indeed, Sube kept nodding, gazing at Alina, whose eyes had grown hazy and unfocused, responding to her words almost automatically. Alina was clearly exhausted, unable to restrain her thoughts, and her current condition compelled her to voice whatever came to mind, leading to her incessant babbling. Realizing that the light shield was about to dissipate, she ceased her rambling, gritted her teeth, and mustered her last reserves of strength to straighten her posture. "Prepare yourself. I am about to unleash my full power. When the moment comes, you must run through the opening I create, exerting as much strength as you possess. Do you understand?" Sube nodded once more, affirming, "Understood. Do you have nothing to express to me?" Alina, in her dazed state, furrowed her brow. "Indeed," Sube affirmed. Unable to contain herself any longer, Alina thought that since death was imminent, she might as well voice her frustrations. However, after a moment's refl, "No wonder. I was outmaneuvered by someone with ulterior motives." Sube furrowed his brow. "Who has come after you?" "I was merely clearing the path for Jasmine when I unexpectedly encountered you." After pondering for a moment, it seemed that explaining would be quite cumbersome, especially since this endeavor had drained Sube's physical and mental energy. Thus, Sube nodded and replied, "Yes, brother. Do you have the forces of the Demon King or the angels behind you? Or perhaps the yet-to-be-born heroes? Surely it cannot be the Empire's forces." Carl strained his mind to recall the last time during Ragnarok, and he had not witnessed any faction cultivating such an abnormal practitioner. "Could it be that you were connected to?" Carl displayed a look of terror, opened his mouth, and managed a bitter smile. Sube, not fully grasping the gravity of the situation, thought to himself, "Who could possibly be behind me? There is one person I carry. Could you be referring to Elena?" Sube remained perplexed. In the aftermath, he felt utterly exhausted. Not only was his mind sluggish, but his steps also faltered. Forcing himself to use the buff had depleted his mental strength. And now, he felt utterly drained. All he desired was to eat and sleep. Sube contemplated the need to return home quickly. With dawn approaching, the new year would soon be upon them, and he had to hurry back to celebrate with Jasmine. He could not subsist solely on flatbreads. He needed to purchase some meat and perhaps indulge in a few luxurious fruits. He wondered whether couplets were hung here. It seemed unlikely, but it wouldn't hurt to put up a pair. Moreover, he was concerned about Jasmine's well-being at that moment. At this juncture, Sube's longing to return home and lie down reached its zenith. Upon hearing Carl's inquiry, Sube did not dwell on it further, merely nodded instinctively and replied, "Yes." He did not notice what the other had said, nor could he recall his own response. His vision was somewhat unfocused, gazing past Carl and looking behind him. The campfire had burned out, and after the straw was consumed, the outline of a naked stone statue became faintly discernible. The very essence of the campfire celebration was that statue. Without closer inspection, no one would suspect that a gluttony entity lay hidden within. Sube raised his hand and swung his sword, cleaving the statue and revealing a pitch-black demonic sword within. In the process, he also sliced through Carl. Drawing nearer, the scent of the Demon King lingered. "This time, I arrived first. From now on, I shall be the focal point." The blade of gluttony flickered subtly, concealing the excitement within. Evidently, he remained oblivious to his impending fate. After a considerable journey, Sube finally returned to the small cottage. He quickened his pace on the way home, arriving before nightfall, though twilight was fast approaching. In summary, the sun was setting in the west. Jasmine had promised to return for the new year, yet she had not yet arrived. The desolate room bore no signs of visitors. The table by the bed was cloaked in dust. As for Elena, Sube had carelessly left her in the academy's security office. It was impossible to take her home. Setting aside the inappropriate implications of a lone man and a woman together, the very atmosphere between them made Sube uneasy. Social anxiety around strangers was his norm, and he could hardly be considered familiar with Elena. Having known her for merely a day and a half, while carrying her, he often forgot that someone was perched upon his back, leaving little impression. Under ordinary circumstances, this would be even less noteworthy. Reality diverged sharply from the realm of games. Characters adored in the two-dimensional world lost their allure upon stepping into the three-dimensional one. As for strategies, they were rendered unnecessary. He had saved her life. She would undoubtedly owe him a debt in the future. The morals and principles of the Church of Holy Light were indeed trustworthy, resembling a pyramid scheme, with every public servant within being a paragon of virtue. Their compassion was self-evident. Adhering to the principle of reciprocity and not owing anyone a favor was a fundamental trait. Their primary objective was to be easily persuaded. In his journal, Sube circled Elena's entry, inscribing completed 3 in bold letters, with a note in parentheses that he opened the window. The wind and snow stirred up dust, striking Sube's face with a chilling bite that invigorated him somewhat. Subsequently, he seated himself and began to record information about gluttony in his journal. By the way, gluttony had been tossed into a pile of junk, mingling with broken pots and pans. Sube harbored no concerns about anyone scavenging it, as his home was dilapidated, and no one would be inclined to rummage through his refuse, lest they uncover a foul sock or a deceased rodent. Of course, such items did not exist in his abode. Rubbing his frostbitten ears, Sube slightly closed the window. The wind's howl diminished significantly, yet remained tolerable. Since distancing himself from gluttony, he had not heard its voice. Thus, his surroundings grew much quieter. As for whether he would retrieve and employ gluttony again in the future, Sube surmised that it was unlikely. The prospect of using it was out of the question, yet it could not be destroyed. He wondered who had placed gluttony in the silent village, or if it had been sealed there from the outset. After briefly jotting down his thoughts, Sube mustered his strength, exiting the house with 2 silver coins in hand. Upon his return, he found himself laden with a bag of meat, a bag of fruit, and a bottle of juice. The meat was duck, which was pricier than chicken. He had no qualms about spending a little extra for the new year. The fruits included apples, oranges, and bananas, primarily because those were the only varieties available in Chu District. To procure better ones, he would have to venture to Hua District, which was quite distant. Furthermore, Sube had wandered to Winter City, lacking any identity in Chu District. Entering Hua District without identification posed significant hurdles, requiring extensive paperwork. Sube arranged the fruits into a platter, retrieved the frying pan and spatula from home, and began to saute the meat. Winter City was a culinary wasteland, or perhaps this world was simply so. It was likely due to the fantasy game design that overlooked gastronomy, resulting in Sube's failure to taste anything delectable here. Even the usual takeout paled in comparison to his own cooking. Sube was not picky. He could manage with what was available. However, as the new year approached, a sense of ambience was essential. This was not a troublesome task, yet it had been a while since he last engaged in such preparations, consuming some time to get ready. Ultimately, he arranged the fruits and stir-fried duck with green peppers, pouring 2 glasses of orange juice. Time was still ample, and he wondered when Jasmine would return. Perhaps she was too busy to come back. If she did not return, it mattered little. After more than half a month of companionship, it was easy to become estranged after just a couple of days apart. People tended to be like that. Drowsily, Sube slowly closed his eyes, succumbing to weariness. It had been far too long since he had enjoyed a good night's sleep. Thus, he fell into a deep slumber, unaware of how long he was asleep. Until outside, the sound of tap-tap-tap footsteps reverberated. The steps were light and cheerful. I'm back. The door was gently pushed open, akin to a timid kitten cautiously tearing into a grain sack. As a head peeked in from outside. Sube, upon realizing that he was resting, Jasmine quickly covered her mouth, emitting a soft murmur before tiptoeing into the room. She then turned around, carefully closing the door, and finally faced Sube, scrutinizing him intently. That moment, Sube rested his hand on half of his forehead, resembling a high school student dozing off in class. His eyes closed as he nodded off, providing quite the amusing sight. Jasmine found it intriguing and moved a little closer. Yet, as she did so, a puzzled frown crossed her face, prompting her to inch even closer. Oddly enough, there was a strong licorice scent about her, indicating that she had just bathed. However, it failed to mask the slightly intensified, pungent smell of blood. Oh dear, she exclaimed, a sudden realization dawning upon her. What had Mr. been up to? The possibilities were vast, ranging from resuming old habits of murder to merely having slaughtered a goose for the new year. Jasmine swallowed hard, suddenly hearing an extremely faint call. Who was calling me? With widened eyes, she stared at Sube, who was nodding off in front of her, realizing the source of the sound was not from him but from behind. Jasmine turned around, her expression doubtful, and stealthily approached the source of the sound. Was it from the pile of junk? Lowering her head to scrutinize the heap of pots and pans, she found no discernible creature capable of speech. Consequently, she attributed it to her own exhaustion. Indeed, she had worked diligently for her final assessments, studying tirelessly to successfully wield second-tier magic. These past few days had been exceedingly taxing, and her only resting moments were spent worrying about Senior Elise's pastry shop. Pursing her lips, Jasmine glanced at the slumbering Sube, lifted her skirt, and sat down beside him. It was precisely Jasmine's sudden descent that roused Sube from his slumber, causing him to naturally open his eyes. Meeting Jasmine's gaze, he pondered for a moment before nodding in greeting. Hello. Jasmine sighed, as the anticipated reunion, initiated with this greeting, swiftly reached an abrupt end. Was such a greeting customary? Were they not familiar with one another? Did Mr. not desire her company? How could that be? After all, they had known each other for merely half a month, and it had only been 2.5 days since they last met. Sube shook his head, sensing something amiss, and offered a somewhat insincere nod. A little, perhaps. Jasmine puffed her cheeks, visibly displeased. All right, Mr. Sube, if you have nothing to say, then do not speak at all. Sube nodded, and thus fell into silence, observing Jasmine. Him. Today felt no different from 2.5 days prior. It was simply a matter of having dealt with a cumbersome task. The degree of inconvenience was slightly greater than brushing his teeth upon waking, yet less than vanquishing a demon king. It was merely a matter of desire or lack thereof. However, Sube's silence did little to improve Jasmine's mood. Rather, it irked her further. Sube, what are you daydreaming about? Daydreaming? Well, I was. Sube reflected for a moment before earnestly responding. I am not asking a question. I am stating that I am Jasmine, she replied, her words tumbling out in a rush, struggling to articulate her thoughts. She had eagerly anticipated their reunion, feeling that Mr. treated her differently from others, exhibiting a selfless kindness without expectation of return. This sensation was reminiscent of what she had only felt from her mother. It was as though he regarded her as a daughter. Jasmine pondered, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade, and her gaze towards Sube became increasingly peculiar. Furthermore, upon their reunion, Jasmine sensed a greater warmth in the other's demeanor towards her. Yet, the manner of their conversation remained unchanged. Are you hungry? Sube inquired, observing Jasmine lost in thought, and gestured towards the dishes of food and fruit on the table. Time to eat. Never mind. This is indeed Mr. Cold on the outside, yet warm-hearted within. Jasmine reassured herself, her spirits lifting once more as she picked up her chopsticks and took a bite with just that single morsel. A tuft of white hair on Jasmine's head stood on end. Where did that come from? Sube, half asleep, opened his eyes wider, curiosity piqued. Could it be she really had a stupid hair? Perhaps it had been well maintained under the care of teacher Amara. And of course, it was also due to the inability to groom it properly here with Sube. Thus, Jasmine's hair appeared smooth and fresh, with a stray tuft that usually lay in disarray now protruding sharply. Resembling a wheat stalk. At that moment, it stood even more upright. I bought it. Sube replied initially. Then, noticing the tuft of hair standing tall and swaying, he inquired, Are you in a good mood? Jasmine squinted her eyes, revealing a blissful expression as she savored the food, nodding appreciatively. Yes, it's delicious. I've never had such good food in the royal capital. Where did you buy it? For 100 meters east. Sube said, his attention captivated by the swaying tuft of hair, his eyes following its movement. It's really quite good. Jasmine took another bite, her eyes narrowing in enjoyment, when suddenly she opened them wide. Puzzled, is that place still responsible for cooking? As that question escaped her lips, the tuft of hair atop her head bent into a question mark. Not responsible, Sube replied, an unusual look of surprise crossing his features as he gazed at the tuft. Resting his chin in thought for a moment. A reaction of magic. It seemed unrelated to whether the hair was groomed or not. Was it a source of magic, or perhaps a manifestation of magical essence? Not responsible? Then who prepared it? As Jasmine continued eating, she abruptly halted her chopsticks, her eyes widening, staring in silence. Subei remained quiet as well, yet his expression clearly conveyed the answer. Jasmine puffed out her cheeks, her expression quickly shifting to one of grievance. Even the tuft of hair assumed a complex pattern of, as she gritted her teeth and asked, Subei, did I cause you any trouble? No, Subei replied with curiosity. Then why do you feed me pancakes every day if your cooking is so good? Jasmine felt a wave of grievance, and even the tuft of hair drooped down. Who could possibly know what it felt like to eat bland, tasteless pancakes for half a month straight? Troublesome, Subei stated earnestly. Subei truly finds me bothersome. Jasmine's head drooped even lower. Cooking is troublesome, Subei quickly denied. Jasmine gazed up with tear-filled, round eyes, looking at Subei in silence. Those sapphire eyes, rimmed with tears, blinked not once, drawing near, silently protesting Subei's attitude. Adorable. So adorable. Instinctively, Subei reached out and gently ruffled Jasmine's hair. Jasmine froze, her eyes moist, forgetting to blink. In their memories, this was the first time Subei had actively touched Jasmine. It seemed that with this touch, their relationship had grown significantly closer. Perhaps it was due to the newfound intimacy that more affectionate gestures arose. As the sound of fireworks erupted, the crimson sky illuminated the tranquil night. The Windsor family. Wah, Elisa, this year my sister still hasn't married, Amara sobbed, tightly embracing Elisa, pouring out her frustrations about this year's disappointments. After all, last year's grievances had already been lamented. Elisa gently stroked Amara's back, speaking softly. Sister, you're wonderful. Surely, you will find a good match next year. Really? Amara pressed for confirmation. Elisa smiled and nodded. Absolutely. Wah, Elisa, you're so great. Truly my sister's little angel. The Winter Academy, Board of Directors office. After a long while, the 4 board members took their seats. Principal Canwin Keat sat at the head, observing the other 3 rather unruly board members. His fingers interlacing to tap the table, he said solemnly, Sven, put away your drink. We are currently in a meeting. Sven, the chief employee, was the Empire of Fran's top assassin, known for successfully assassinating the Elven Empress and escaping unscathed. A prominent figure in the Duz Empire, however, upon hearing Canwin's words, he paused, reluctantly stowing away his drink. Audrey, stop playing with your foxtail. Look at me. Now, Audrey, a half-beast half-human and one of the 4 board members. The high school department head was also the Empire of Fran's only missing sword saint, rumored to have connections with one of the 52 angels. Audrey shot Canwin a glare, baring her teeth in a snarl. Yet she reluctantly set aside her tail and slumped over the table like a puddle of mud. She despised being interrupted while playing with her tail. Sophia, 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 oh damn, you shouldn't be doing research here. Your focus should be on me. Sophia, the middle school department head, had previously been responsible for Jasmine's enrollment, an esteemed researcher in the Empire of Fran, as well as a powerful divine servant. Hearing Canwin's outburst, Sophia merely tightened her earplugs, continuing to jot down formulas on the paper before her. This was a formidable assembly, a perfect adventuring team. The Paladin Canwin, the Lord of Shadows Sven, the Sword Saint Audrey, and the Holy Shepherd Sophia. Only in the remote Winter City could such an old world force be concentrated. After all, the Duz Empire would never permit the concentration of top-tier powers from the old forces. Should they rebel, the impact on the Empire would be catastrophic. At this moment, the 4 gathered around the table, commencing a meeting regarding Silent Village. Audrey, you've been to Silent Village. What did you see? Canwin inquired directly. Not one to beat around the bush. Subei is indeed quite special, yet he doesn't exceed expectations. Whether or not to increase investment, I cannot confirm. However, I find him intriguing. Canwin then turned to Sven, asking, having spent time with him, do you have any means to resolve his issues? Sven shook his head, an expression of perplexity crossing his face, pondering. He's quite odd. He hasn't undergone any divine baptism, nor has any deity opened the path for his awakening. I cannot resolve his issue of advancing to the 4th tier. Canwin's brow furrowed deeply, as if shrouded in an unyielding cloud. How could this be? As long as one possesses the aptitude to become a professional, even an infant should have a path to awakening. He tapped his finger on the table, finally looking at Sophia. Is it possible he suddenly appeared in this world? Sophia then removed her earplugs, speaking coolly. Sophia had not disengaged from the conversation due to her earplugs. She had been listening intently all along. Is there no other possibility? Canwin frowned. Sophia picked up a piece of paper from the table, continuing, yes, the deity that bestowed blessings upon him has perished. Damn. Then we might as well consider him a traveler from another world. That Kanwen's frown deepened. The latter was even more absurd than the former. Every deity could soar eternally. Who could kill them? Sophia pondered for a moment, sincerely stating, there are other possibilities. After all, I am only at the 5th tier, and there is still much I do not comprehend. She then summarized Sven's statements that it's quite troublesome. It might be better to abandon the idea that there truly no other way, but to give up? Kanwen persisted in his questioning. Sophia, holding the research report, replied, it's merely a prophecy. The probability of Aesir being incorrect is 1 in 3. We aren't missing much by this one that she had always let data do the talking. There is also a way to awaken. Sophia suddenly spoke again. Kanwen could already imagine how challenging this method would be, yet he replied, go ahead, Tio, conquer the 5 levels of the magic tower and gain its recognition. Kanwen furrowed his brow, unable to resist asking, is it sufficient to pass just 1 level? Sophia cast him a glance, as if looking at a talking monkey. Seriously, can anyone actually conquer that? Back when I was at the 3rd tier, I had to crawl out of there, nearly crushed by the experience. Kanwen recalled some unpleasant memories and cursed under his breath. The magic tower was indeed a creation from another realm, replicating the powers of various deities in their youth. Though the levels of power were not particularly high, the entire tower's strength was only at the 3rd tier, and rewards were only granted when challenged below that tier. Naturally, if you were at the 2nd tier, the tower would adjust the deity's powers to match, but this would be disadvantageous for adventurers. Certain skills required the 3rd tier to learn, and many skill combinations would be lost at the 2nd tier. Conversely, regardless of whether they were 1st, 2nd, or 3rd tier, the skills of the deities remained unchanged. Only their mana capacity and the magnitude of their powers varied. However, even at the 3rd tier, it was futile. Although they were all 3rd tier, the youthful deities possessed strength and understanding that were on an entirely different plane compared to ordinary individuals. Many 5th-tier awakeners sought to challenge the tower without rewards. Yet they often faltered at the 1st level. Even if they miraculously got past the 1st, they would quickly fall at the 2nd. Only those who passed the 5th level could earn a sword technique of moderate prowess. After surpassing the 10th level, they could obtain the 2nd form of the sword technique that it was said that thereafter, one could acquire a new technique for every 5 levels. The pinnacle consisted of 25 levels. Yet, to this day, few had ever managed to surpass the 10th level. According to ancient tales, a recently ascended deity had passed the 15th level, acquiring the 3rd form, but thereafter lacked the capacity to progress further. It was considered beneath the demigods to attempt such challenges, while professionals found them unworthy of their time, with awakeners only engaging in such futile endeavors out of sheer boredom. Compared to the magic tower, other professionals preferred to invest their time exploring dungeons, sky towers, or various ruins where they might at least reap some rewards. Why not send him to give it a try? Kanwen suggested, glancing at Siwen. You're the boss. Why are you asking me? Siwen scoffed. I find this kid rather likable. What if you end up getting him killed? Are you planning to have a son for me to play with? Do I look like your son? Kanwen retorted. Siwen fell silent, lowering his head, unwilling to acknowledge the implication. Coincidentally, Princess Duz was also eager to challenge the magic tower, accompanied by several promising young talents from Duz. They could let Sube blend in with them, but if Sube were to sustain serious injuries, they could not only assist in healing, but also lend their support. Otherwise, Sophia, why don't you take a team along for a little fun? Kanwen inquired further. Without sparing Kanwen a glance, Sophia firmly declined. If you go, I'll grant you a 3-month research leave afterward, along with a stipend of 10 gold coins. After a moment's contemplation, Sophia reluctantly nodded. Although it was termed a New Year celebration, it essentially boiled down to merely crossing over that fleeting second, with fireworks bursting forth and fading in mere moments. Nonetheless, this marked Sube's first true celebration of the new year in this alternate world, holding significant commemorative value. Sube and Jasmine sat upon their chairs, gazing out the window at the incessantly exploding fireworks. Most of the fireworks originated from the Huacher district of Winter City, centered around Wall Street, gradually dissipating. There were also a few scattered from the Chu district. Jasmine's eyes widened, shimmering with excitement as she watched the fireworks burst forth in waves. The capital lacked such displays, not that they were entirely absent. However, in the city-state of Rotinium, fireworks were produced through magic, appearing more splendid than natural creations, yet lacking the explosive crackle of physical fireworks. The quieter ambience had its merits. Perhaps, Sube observed, amused, the way Jasmine's errant hair bobbed with each burst of fireworks. Feeling a sense of inexplicable delight, this was one of the rare moments he found himself unoccupied, and his expression softened considerably. Would you like to buy some? Jasmine bit her lip. Perhaps next year? Sube thought he misheard, but as Jasmine smiled and continued, asking if they could celebrate the new year together next year, he suddenly froze. He had heard this phrase many times before. Classmates in elementary school would say they should keep in touch after graduation. Or middle school friends would suggest meeting up during the next holiday. Even during the grand graduation ceremony in high school, everyone would eat, drink, and make grandiose promises to meet again at the pinnacle of their journeys. Yet, the conclusion of each story was always the same: communication ceased. Thus, phrases like "see you next year" resonated with Sube as akin to never to be seen again. If 3 days passed without contact, Sube would consider that bond severed, and he would cease all further communication. Perhaps it stemmed from a lack of trust in others, or perhaps lowering expectations allowed one to avoid the emotional toll of disappointment. Nonetheless, Sube smiled and nodded in response. That would be fitting. And thus, the new year was concluded. Sube had no intention of visiting anyone. Naturally, no one would come to visit him either that a year had passed. And the house remained largely unchanged. Notably, he now had a bunk bed, which meant he could finally enjoy the luxury of sleeping in a bed again in the deep of the night, after a simple celebration. The two of them lay down around dawn, preparing to sleep. Sube occupied the lower bunk, ready to respond promptly should any unexpected situation arise. Hearing Jasmine's rhythmic breathing, he too drifted into slumber, quickly and deeply. For he was utterly exhausted as the night deepened. He estimated dawn was approaching. Jasmine's eyelids fluttered, as if caught in a cycle of opening and closing, her restlessness prompting her to quietly rise from the bed. Observing Sube still fast asleep, she refrained from disturbing him and instead took a few steps to stand before a pile of clutter. The look of slight distress crossed her face. Why was there an odd voice calling out to me? After careful scrutiny, Jasmine discerned that the source of the sound was nestled within the heap of debris. She leaned down, crouching before the pile, observing a protruding sword hilt for a moment before confirming her suspicion. Slowly, she extended her hand. This it. My lord, my esteemed lord. Just as she was about to reach out, Gluttony suddenly convulsed violently, delivering the sword hilt into Jasmine's grasp. The sudden noise and commotion startled Jasmine, causing her to forget any instinct to resist. My lord, the future king, I am Gluttony. I have finally found you. I have waited for you. Waves of Gluttony energy surged toward Jasmine, transforming into strands of darkness that enveloped the sword hilt. In the blink of an eye, Jasmine's petite frame of 1.40 meters surged in size, her figure becoming curvaceous, her once innocent blue eyes morphing into a bewitching, elongated shape, yet her expression grew increasingly cold. Her strength stabilizing at the second tier, and her mind flashed with numerous terrifying spells that seemed both unfamiliar yet instinctual. This sudden transformation frightened Jasmine immensely, and she instantly hurled Gluttony away, sending it crashing into the clutter with a clatter. Before long, Jasmine's body reverted to its original form, returning to her previous size, save for her disheveled hair that continued to swirl, betraying her inner turmoil. It was as if Jasmine's CPU had been overloaded. The commotion, however, had roused Sube from his slumber. He barely shifted, merely turning over in bed, propping his body to glance at Jasmine and asking, "What's with the ruckus?" Jasmine, still dazed, turned to him, clearly still processing the situation, repeatedly murmuring, "Sube, it's a disaster, a disaster. Sube, I've caused trouble." Then a look of fear crossed her face, as if recalling the malevolent rituals she'd heard about. Stammering, that sword, it spoke, it called to me. Sube, it infused me with strange energy. Am I going to break? Am I going to become a demon? If I turn into a devil, please, Sube, be gentle. Jasmine felt lightheaded, utterly oblivious to her own words. Enveloped by a profound conviction that her fate was sealed, her speech was disjointed and hesitant. No, it was imperative to strike with greater severity. She could not be allowed to descend into villainy. As these thoughts consumed her, her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, recalling the struggles she had endured for the fleeting tranquility she had recently attained, just when life seemed to be taking a turn for the better. The specter of death loomed ominously. Why was there such a perilous sword in her home, carelessly nestled among a pile of clutter? Jasmine felt overwhelmed with sorrow, torn between guilt and injustice, contemplating that if not for her insatiable curiosity, she would never have ventured forth to touch this sword in the first place. Ignoring Jasmine's incoherent ramblings, Sube swiftly distilled the essence of her words. identifying the crucial points. Soon after, he sensed a peculiar tension in the air. Narrowing his eyes to observe, and indeed, he discerned wisps of gluttony. Coupled with Jasmine's grinding teeth in her utterances, he quickly grasped the situation. Thus, Su Bei inquired, "Are you hungry?" Rising from his seat, he made his way to the stove. Igniting a flame to warm the cold dishes, encountering gluttony and absorbing its essence, it was only natural to feel a desire for sustenance. Yet, was this truly the moment to ponder hunger? Although becoming a glutton was tempting. She was indeed feeling a bit peckish. Jasmine, having eased her mind and accepted the inevitability of her demise, settled at the edge of her bed, contemplating the unfulfilled wishes she must act upon before her end. She also thought of Su Bei, who would be left alone should she perish. Such kindness in him. Would he be led astray by malevolent forces? Ah, that sword was indeed a cursed blade. Yes, Su Bei warmed the food. He continued to explain to Jasmine, oblivious to her internal turmoil. Regarding gluttony, he chose to speak candidly. As there was little to conceal, Jasmine uttered a mere acknowledgement. The truth was indeed daunting, but having accepted her fate, there was naught left to resist. Still, she was taken aback. The meal was soon ready, and Su Bei placed the plate on the table, observing Jasmine's unsettled demeanor before tapping the surface. "Do not worry. All is well. You will not become a puppet. Should I ever engage in trade or offer you anything, know that it is but a deception. Do not be swayed." After imparting this assurance, Su Bei rose again, retrieving gluttony from the heap of clutter, issuing a stern warning. "Behave yourself. If you dare to lead my companion astray again, I shall ensure you are disposed of." The Church of the Holy Light would be more than willing to house such a demonic sword. It took a moment for Jasmine to realize she was indeed unharmed, her disheveled hair standing upright, twirling in confusion. Sensing an unusual magic burgeoning within her mind, Jasmine grew bewildered, casting a furtive glance at Su Bei, uncertain whether to voice her thoughts. Surely, this could not be the result of some dark temptation. Could it? Why then had she acquired this magic? Jasmine racked her brain, struggling to comprehend. Su Bei explained the situation. Yet Jasmine hardly absorbed his words. This is a magic sword. She mused. By the way, Mr. Su Bei, is it truly acceptable to keep a magic sword at home? Shouldn't it be carefully boxed and stored away? What manner of person are you, Mr. Su Bei, to possess such a weapon? Jasmine's inquisitiveness flowed freely, but the responses she received were merely evasive and unsatisfactory. Nonetheless, she paid little heed, for the phrase "my person" echoed persistently in her mind. She swallowed hard, concealing her embarrassment behind a flurry of questions. Surely, Mr. Su Bei must regard her as family. Did he see her as a sister? How delightful that they could be considered kin. As these musings filled her, a soft smile crept upon Jasmine's lips. Meanwhile, the dialogue between Jasmine and Su Bei left gluttony utterly perplexed, a cacophony of questions clamoring at the back of its throat. What do you mean? My person? Who is my person? What the hell? This new incarnation of the Demon Lord was still so young. How could one bear to act against her? The chaos of the situation began to unravel in a most disorienting manner. Bearing the burden of the Holy Light Church's priestess, standing alongside Order, was this individual truly the future Demon Lord? Such a reality was unfathomable. They were not even of the same faction. Though gluttony had initially approached Su Bei due to the aura of a Demon Lord surrounding him, the shift in identity was simply too much to bear. It had assumed Su Bei was merely a servant of the Demon Lord. From the current context, it appeared that Su Bei was unaware of his master's true identity. And astonishingly, the master had not yet awakened. Even more absurdly, the master was still obligated to heed Su Bei's commands. Gluttony was not foolish. It deliberated carefully, deciding to keep its master's identity concealed. It remained uncertain of Su Bei's views on demon lords and their kin. But it was imperative to safeguard the demon lord's stable development. However, to cultivate a favorable relationship with the master, it could not avoid appeasing Su Bei. Thus, gluttony arrived at an astonishing yet logical conclusion. It was better to curry favor with the master through Su Bei. With its mind racing, gluttony began to flatter. Brother, I merely sought to engage with her. As she is your woman, I hope that perhaps she could speak a few good words on my behalf. After all, you're my brother, so she must be my sister, is she not? It is only right that I treat her kindly. I thought she might be hungry, so I offered her some energy to replenish her. In just 2 sentences, it managed to confound both individuals. My sister. Su Bei quickly corrected the most glaring error, then reiterated his warning. Do not harbor any ill thoughts. I won't, brother, from now on. I shall merely converse with her. I promise there will be no ulterior motives. I am your most obedient servant. Whatever you command, I shall comply. Sube furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. Why would one forsake the noble status of a magic artifact to become a mere hound? Surely, Jasmine would not follow suit. Jasmine's hair bobbed rhythmically, devoid of contemplation. She merely sensed the newfound presence of a conversing sword, which added a touch of excitement to her surroundings. She relished the liveliness. The following day, as dawn broke, Jasmine awoke with bleary eyes, the remnants of slumber still clinging to her. After an entire night of chatter, she embarked on the journey of her final assessment, buoyed by the blessings of gluttony and Sube. Meanwhile, Sube returned to school, resuming his designated duties. With the recent snowfall, he busied himself with shoveling snow. In a few days, he would no longer have to labor under the snow's relentless fall, not because it would cease, but because it would continue unabated, growing ever heavier, rendering the task insurmountable. The harsh winter of Lindong City arrived early and lingered longer than usual, with mid-January to early February marking the coldest period. During this time, households remained indoors, stockpiling provisions and water in preparation for the winter, some even opting to remain bedridden for an entire month. It could be said they were preparing for hibernation. Or perhaps they were simply too lazy to stir. Nevertheless, today's weather was relatively pleasant, with the snowfall easing and the sun peeking through, though few ventured outdoors. With the assessment period approaching, the school felt desolate. Devoid of teachers and students, its vast playground empty save for Sube, who stood alone, broom in hand, shoveling snow, his solitary figure casting a lonely silhouette. Yet, he was not entirely alone. Elena stood not far from him, furrowing her brow as she observed his back, her expression laced with confusion. Both of them had survived. She had expected at least one of them to perish. Indeed, one had fallen, Carl, whose presence had barely registered. Instinctively, she began to replay the battle in her mind. At the time, there had been approximately 1,000 cannibalistic tribesmen and a singular cannibalistic leader. The ogre. It would have been no challenge to slay that ogre. But she doubted she could have broken free from the encirclement. Her body would not have endured for long. Had she managed to escape, she would undoubtedly have met her demise. Moreover, after exerting herself so, she should have been left in a state of extreme weakness, fragile enough to be toppled by the gentlest breeze. Yet, under such circumstances, both she and Sube had returned, and miraculously, they were unscathed. Could it be that the other had also experienced a surge of power? Through our collaborative efforts, we have successfully penetrated the magical tide besieging Silent Village. Such is the reality that it appears that our adversary possesses commendable strength, sufficient to breach a second-tier magical tide and return, at the very least, as a third-tier knight. Elena mused. Striding coolly forward, she patted Sube on the shoulder, and in response to his puzzled gaze, she coldly stated, "Our previous collaboration was quite enjoyable. Would you be interested in forming an adventurer's party with me? What collaboration? What party? What peculiar development? Shouldn't you be joining the heroic squad?" Sube furrowed his brow, succinctly summarizing 4 inquiries. What? Elena paused slightly, contemplated, and then reiterated, "Let us form an adventurer's team to tackle dungeons together, with materials distributed according to contributions or evenly shared." Elena thought it must be that Sube was so astonished by her invitation that he couldn't believe his fortune and assumed he had misheard. "Very well, I shall extend my invitation once more." Elena entertained no thoughts of rejection, for she was a holy light priestess, the pinnacle of healing classes, destined to ascend through the ranks of the Holy Light Church. Capable of rising to demigod status without concern for the arduous path of divine ascension. As for the matter of her divinity being shattered and her inability to awaken, she considered it a trivial inconvenience. Elena was confident that, given her innate talent, reconstituting her divinity would pose no challenge. The breakthrough to awakening was merely a matter of time. Was it not? A fleeting moment of doubt flickered in Elena's mind. But she quickly resolved to trust in herself. For now, she needed to conceal the shattering of her divinity, ensuring that no one discovered it. If this were to come to light, her status as a saint would undoubtedly be revoked. The mere thought of the subsequent repercussions that could lead to an unbearable outcome caused her heart to momentarily halt, her breathing growing heavier. She must hasten to conquer dungeons and acquire treasures to repair her divinity. If that fails, she would have to rely on artifacts that suppress emotions. Yet, doing so would mean she could no longer experience her current feelings. These thoughts flitted through Elena's mind in an instant. However, Sube's response soon transformed her expression entirely, shattering her composed demeanor. Without pausing in his actions, Sube countered, "Your divinity is shattered. What purpose does forming an adventurer's team serve? Shouldn't you seek guidance from the Holy Light Church instead?" Elena's calm facade paled dramatically, her hands unconsciously tightening into fists, her footsteps growing heavier as she pressed into the snow, leaving deep impressions. She could never forget the desolation that had preceded her being taken by the Holy Light Church and had vowed never to endure such hardships again. Her father, a soldier of the Friend Empire, had emerged from the war with nothing but lingering ailments, with no priest willing to treat someone of his sensitive status, relying instead on a regimen of numerous medications to sustain his life. Her mother had perished in a magical tide. Meanwhile, her sister had chosen to become an adventurer upon reaching adulthood, tirelessly delving into dungeons to gather materials solely to support the family's living expenses. Life had been bleak, yet it also held moments of beauty. However, fate's cruel hand dealt another devastating blow to Elena's family. Indeed, her sister Nina's adventurer team unexpectedly triggered a hidden dungeon in the Land of the Dead in Holy Radiant City. Though they were not a particularly strong team, they ventured into an extraordinarily unique hidden dungeon, resulting in the entire party succumbing to an unending slumber. After that, Elena ceased her education, and at the tender age of 13, she found herself severely out of sync with her peers, even refraining from expressing envy, as it would only compel her already fragile father to toil relentlessly in the mines to provide for the family. Everything remained dire until Elena's 15th year, when she was discovered to possess unparalleled talent for the holy light and nurtured her divinity to become a saint in exchange for advancing along the path to godhood. She secured a powerful artifact from the Holy Light Church to sustain Nina's life. Moreover, the church allocated substantial funds annually to procure medications for her father and maintain their livelihood. If she were to lose her saintly status and the church discovered her shattered divinity, the lofty leaders of the church would not show her any compassion. They would swiftly withdraw all support, unless Elena were to perish in service to the Holy Light Church or provide them with immense benefits. For they were beings devoid of humanity. They were solely concerned with the church's interests and would not alter their course for someone of her insignificance. This situation must not unfold. Family remained Elena's sole vulnerability, an unbreakable bond even as she pursued the path of godhood and sought to restore her divinity. She could not permit the Holy Light Church to learn of her shattered divinity. She could not afford to lose everything. Absolutely not. Elena clenched her fists tightly, raising her downcast head slightly, and calmly inquired, "Who are you? How do you know about me? Are you investigating me? Tell me, do you reveal this information to threaten me?" Elena's gaze bore into Subei's back, oblivious to the fact that she had bitten her lip, blood dripping onto the snow, blooming like plum blossoms. Subei, with an impassive expression, shook his head. "You think too much." He had not overthought the situation. He merely spoke what came to mind, never anticipating such a profound reaction from her. The fantasy world did not elaborate on why Elena became a saint or the necessity of her saintly identity. Subei was unaware of the depth of her obsession with this status, so profound that she feared the revelation of her shattered divinity. Yet it was also foreseeable, for at the story's outset, Elena's divinity had already been fractured, and only the heroic squad accepted her, while others dared not approach. However, Subei did not perceive having divinity as a boon in the latter stages of the game's narrative. Individuals of her ilk often faced grim fates. The Holy Light Church offered two paths, and the path of divinity was not one that everyone could traverse. Only a select few had succeeded. This journey required not just talent, but also a profound resonance with the Holy Light. Simultaneously, their status within the church was irreplaceable, as they served as vessels for the Holy Light Goddess upon her descent to the mortal realm. Observing Elena's evident distress, Subei found himself at a loss for words. He could not assert that this was a narrative she must endure. Subei could not bear the weight of Elena's intense gaze. Thus diverting his attention to the broom in his hands, lowering his head to sweep the snow, Elena cast her eyes downward, observing the silent Subei, who no longer met her gaze, abandoning all pretense of emotion, and emitted a bitter laugh. "State your terms that I cannot relinquish my identity as the saint of the Holy Light Church. You must keep my secret. Until I restore my divinity, I will agree to any request you make." "I shall not disclose it." Subei responded calmly, without imposing any additional conditions. No, Subei halted his sweeping, not turning to face Elena, yet he heard her resolutely reaffirming, "No" in the air. One could faintly discern her sobs and gasps. Elena had never believed in unmerited kindness. Her childhood had been one of transactional exchanges, and the same held true within the Holy Light Church. Even now, she trusted only in this principle that I only believe in reciprocal benefits. "State your terms, and I shall comply. Even I am willing." Subei lifted his gaze, meeting Elena's eyes as she reiterated, I am willing. Sube fell silent, finally grasping the significance of this matter to Elena. Important enough for her to risk everything to uphold a falsehood. Moments later, he slowly replied, "It is unnecessary." You hesitated. Elena regarded Sube with calm intensity. "It is unnecessary," Sube reiterated. His silence was not born of hesitation, but of astonishment. You hesitated. Elena emphasized once more that I have stated that I can agree to any terms. You need only present your requests, or else I cannot believe you. Elena's voice dropped, thickening with an undercurrent of menace. It seemed that if Sube did not articulate something soon, she would resort to her final means. Could she truly go through with it? To kill him and safeguard her own secret? Should she even consider such an act? Elena was uncertain. 18. She ought to have her own convictions, yet at this tender age. She found herself bewildered by the complexities of life. Just then, Sube turned his body, glancing over to ask, "Do you wish to ascend to the 4th tier, or do you seek to attain divinity?" Sube understood that he could not evade the unexpected narrative that had unfolded. Elena, an SSR with the protagonist's halo, was destined to survive until the later stages. There was no need for enmity between them. Thus, he resolved to assist her, to gain her friendship and enhance his own chances of survival in the future. Consequently, Sube regarded the matter of Elena as his second life commission. It was not merely about concealing divinity, it encompassed managing the entire incident. It should not pose a challenge. For he had previously witnessed the hero team's handling of Elena's divinity in the fantasy world game and was aware of the required materials. With that thought in mind, he posed his earlier question. Is there any difference? Elena lifted her head. Her facade of stoic strength was betrayed by her vacant eyes, as if she were on the brink of being crushed by life's burdens. After all, she was merely 18. A burden of such magnitude was unjust for someone her age. Nevertheless, she did exude an air of maturity, far beyond Sube's own gaming-obsessed youth. Yet, the weight of such suffering remained too great for her to bear. Sube sighed, gesturing uncomfortably as he elaborated. There is indeed a difference that restoring divinity means you must tread the path of demigods through the sanctuary of light. Failing to do so allows for ascension through alternative means. I must possess divinity, Elena stated firmly, without elaborating on her reasoning. However, Sube could sense the unwavering resolve in her tone. Ultimately, the narrative had gone awry. Within the game, Elena had completely forsaken divinity. Yet, here she found herself clinging to the remnants of her divine essence. While in reality, she lacked such a quality but pursued its restoration. I do not require you to engage in any superfluous tasks. All I ask is that you keep my secret. Elena averted her gaze, subtly rejecting Sube's goodwill. Very well, Sube nodded, then proposed, if you have no other commitments during your free time, you could come to my home to cook and clean before your divinity restoration. After a moment of silence, Elena nodded with a weighted affirmation. All right. Thus, the matter reached a temporary resolution. Sube continued to clear the snow, while behind him, Elena's expression fluctuated, devoid of the vitality one would expect at her age, instead reflecting a profound weariness. Before the shattering of her divinity, her eyes held no trace of humanity, and afterward, they were often clouded with exhaustion and numbness. Perhaps forsaking her humanity to become a devoted follower of the light truly was a preferable choice for Elena. As Sube methodically swept, he recalled the notes regarding Elena's narrative. A visit to the City of Radiance seemed necessary. It was where Elena had lived, and he could glean insights into her past experiences, thereby facilitating the completion of his current commission. However, the plot would not unfold according to Sube's desires. Soon enough, he was summoned to the office by the esteemed staff officer. There was a holiday trip during the winter break, requiring someone to oversee the students' needs throughout the journey. This is your responsibility, the staff officer stated. No specific destination or timeline was provided, and if the destination did not align with the City of Radiance, Elena's situation would remain unresolved for an extended period, leading to further temporal conflicts. Sube sighed deeply. The following day, he awoke as if from a dream, suspended between slumber and reality. Feeling unrefreshed, he decided to indulge in a long overdue nap. You may rise. The voice was cool and detached. Indeed, it was Elena. However, he had no recollection of requesting such wake-up service. Sube sat up groggily, squinting at Elena. Before him stood Elena in a maid's attire, wielding a broom and cloth, diligently cleaning the not-so-dirty room. Her cleaning was meticulous. Even the crevices by the window gleamed. Beside his bed rested a steaming cup of plain water and a slice of black bread, generously sprinkled with the essence of the light. Elena's movements were methodical, suggesting that such chores were second nature to her. Upon noticing Su Bei had awakened, her indifferent voice rang out. Breakfast costs 2 copper coins. And the clothing is 20 coins, totaling 22. Please settle up. You can rise to eat. Otherwise, the water will cool. Su Bei gulped down the water on the table, somewhat dazed, and uttered, "What are you doing?" Elena, sitting down with an air of entitlement, scoffed, "Cooking and cleaning, aren't you implying I should be your maid? While I may not have experience as a maid, I have done many similar tasks. I assure you, I will not disappoint in basic household duties." "No, that's not what I meant," Su Bei replied, though he acknowledged that her efforts were commendable. He pushed the bread towards Elena, saying, "You eat. As for all this." Su Bei gestured around, indicating that such extensive measures were unnecessary. He was not comfortable accepting maid services. Preparing breakfast and tidying up were tasks he could manage without difficulty, yet he found it challenging to accept others doing these for him. Perhaps he was simply not cut out for a life of luxury. Unable to embrace being catered to, Elena seized the bread, her actions unceremonious, her words equally blunt. "Before I restore my divinity, I need to stay here for a while. You can see I have lost my divinity. Perhaps others can too, so I must avoid such a situation from recurring. Besides, I am friends with Jasmine, a good friend. She stays here, does she not?" "I mean, the former imperial princess." Su Bei was taken aback, neither denying nor confirming her statement. He was uncertain how deep the friendship between Elena and Jasmine ran. However, he was aware that Doze would not permit the princess of the Friend Empire to live. To prevent Elena from deceiving him. Su Bei remained silent, searching for a solution in his mind. Before he could speak, Elena continued, "I will strive to condense my divinity by next month, so I will only trouble you for a month. I will not expose Jasmine's circumstances. At least until I regain my divinity, I lack the qualifications and status to protect her. By sheltering me, you could also view it as keeping me as a hostage. In any case, having me here would not be a disadvantage for you." As she spoke, Elena surveyed the room and inquired, "By the way, in such a small space, where will I sleep? Maid services should not include companionship in bed, right? I suppose I could squeeze in with Jasmine. What do you think?" Su Bei observed Elena, who rambled on, feeling a headache coming on. She was a person of strong opinions, and her role in later narratives often culminated in her making the final decisions for the hero team. Perhaps familial circumstances had compelled her toward this path. Unfortunately for Su Bei, this was not auspicious news. It clashed with his own fate. After pondering for a while, Su Bei found himself at a loss for words. And after a long silence, he finally managed to articulate 2 words with great difficulty. "Not good." In an instant, Elena's demeanor crumbled. Her previously relaxed grip tightened with resolve. That moment, Su Bei realized that Elena did not wish to remain here as a hostage. Nor did she possess any peculiar inclination to serve as a maid. Rather, she felt compelled to monitor him, ensuring he would not reveal her secrets. She was profoundly insecure, distrustful of Su Bei, and of everyone else. Even at the cost of immense sacrifice, one must strive to avert such possibilities. No one knows the extent to which Elena has racked her brains and exerted herself to devise these mutually acceptable justifications. Consequently, Su Bei relinquished the notion of allowing the other party to depart and continued with his earlier statement. "What I meant to say is, if you find it difficult to sleep with me, you could squeeze in with Emily." The transition was rather abrupt, and it was evident that a hint of melancholy lingered in Elena's gaze. Su Bei avoided making eye contact with Elena, uncertain of where to direct his gaze, feeling somewhat troubled. Thus, the double bed seemed insufficient. Was he to consider acquiring a 3-person bed? Yet, how could such a piece of furniture fit within a mere 20-square-meter room? Su Bei's mind was in disarray. Perhaps he was the one who ought to move out. If one day you encounter a sudden influx of beautiful maidens, do not rush. Wait a moment, for perhaps a second might follow. Of course, life will not transform into a fairy tale merely because of the arrival of a beautiful maiden, yet 2 may not render it worse either. After 3 days of maid service, Su Bei quickly acclimated to this way of life. It bore little difference from his usual existence. To restore her divinity, Elena seldom engaged in superfluous conversation unless absolutely necessary. Su Bei had always been thus. During their time together, they had not encountered the salacious scenarios often found in games. When both parties exercised caution, the likelihood of unexpected incidents diminished significantly. In this peculiar mode of coexistence, 3 days swiftly elapsed. However, the tacit balance they shared was soon disrupted after Emily's return journey. What on earth? Emily exclaimed, forcefully slamming the door, after meticulously confirming that this dilapidated wooden door indeed belonged to her home. She pushed it open with considerable force. Inside, Elena, clad in a maid outfit and seated upon a chair, smiled at Emily, while Sube sat at the edge of the bed, silently perusing a diary. Bang! The door was shut once more. Creak! The door was forcefully opened again, repeatedly, as if in a storybook where opening the door would unveil a new scene. Emily anticipated a similar transformation. Yet, reality is not a fairy tale. This old wooden door was not a portal to another realm. It finally buckled under the strain, shedding a piece of wood and creating a modest hole. Subsequently, Emily sensed a peculiar possibility and slightly opened a crack, revealing a bewildered expression at the threshold as she began to ponder whether she was the superfluous presence. How could it be that in just 3 days, Mr. Sube had taken a wife and embarked upon an unabashed married life? The maid outfit, the high ponytail of long black hair, the striking figure, all radiating a divine glow. Emily's suspicious eyes assessed Elena, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity while questioning whether the latter harbored ulterior motives. How could such a striking and charismatic woman be attracted to Sube, who possessed nothing but a countenance? Before Emily could arrive at a conclusion, she failed to notice the door being opened before her. Upon regaining her senses, she saw hands enlarging in her view. Soon, Elena had seized Emily at the threshold. Grasping Emily's sleeve, Elena guided her toward the bed, revealing a gentle expression as Emily's astonished gaze finally recognized her. "Elena, what are you doing here? Long time no see." Emily. Although Elena's expression was soft, her tone was devoid of warmth. During the years Emily spent evading capture, she had once resided in the Holy Light Church, where the very person assigned to protect her was none other than the newly appointed saint, Elena. At that time, Elena's divinity was not yet perfected. She was a gentle older sister. However, now, despite her tender actions, Elena's gaze was cold and detached, her tone emotionless. This realization struck Emily, making her acutely aware that Elena had ultimately embarked upon the path of divinity, forsaking the emotions inherent to humanity. Thus, Emily became even more bewildered. Her gaze darted between Sube and Elena. Would one endowed with divinity entertain notions of romance? It seemed implausible. An incongruous scene flashed through Emily's mind. When the Holy Light Goddess descended, Elena was entwined with Sube. Was it the Holy Light Goddess engaging in intimacy with Sube? Or was it Elena? Or could it be that both experienced the same feelings? Would that not mean she was entangled with the Holy Light Goddess? Heavens, what am I even doing? What am I so curious about? Emily abruptly covered her cheeks, realizing she was desecrating the divine. With trembling fingertips, she opened a small gap to cautiously glimpse at Elena. Feeling a twinge of guilt, after Elena had expended considerable effort in persuasion, she eventually convinced Emily to accept this rather strange arrangement within the abode. Is it for my protection? Emily pondered, her curiosity swiftly dissipating under Elena's rationale. Observing Emily's forlorn expression, Elena felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, her words were not without merit. The reasoning was sound. It was not an exaggeration to say it was for protection. Presently, matters within the capital of Duja were drawing to a close. According to the latest news from the capital of Latinum, Her Highness Princess Luminera was about to relinquish her current affairs and prepare for a relaxing journey to the Magic Tower. This was not good news. With the princess's newfound leisure, it implied that the royal family's duties would temporarily conclude, granting them more time to pursue the remnants of the Friend Empire, the Winter City. Often difficult to govern due to its location on the Duja border, was likely to become a focal point for scrutiny. Oli clenched her hands anxiously, having barely had the chance to share her joy at completing the preliminary assessment before being plunged into a state of trepidation. If she were to continue fleeing, her only options would be to retreat to another country or to enter the Winter Underground City. What lay ahead was uncertain. Having overheard the entirety of their conversation, Sube discerned Emoli's unease. He stepped forward, gently stroking her hair. "Nothing will happen. I promised you. Therefore, you will be safe." The words may be convoluted, yet this is the commission that Sube ought to undertake. Sube had promised to safeguard Emoli's safety, and he shall honor that commitment. Emoli gazed at Sube, who clumsily expressed his concern, and fell into a moment of silence, under the unwavering gaze of the other. She gradually nodded her head. However, she did not feel any sense of relief. Instead, she silently resolved to make another decision. If my actions would implicate Sube, I shall depart on my own accord. I will not burden anyone. Oli remained unaware of the extent of Sube's capabilities, yet regardless, she had no justification or necessity to place him in opposition against an entire nation for her sake. Meanwhile, the emotions that Sube failed to perceive were sensed by Elena. With an inquisitive glance at Su Bei and Emily, she opened her mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. This was not her concern. She was struggling to maintain her own safety and had no right to worry about others. Thus, under Emily's guidance, this conversation was brought to a close. The topic swiftly shifted to another direction. Emily began to share her recent joys with Elena, discussing Winter City, Winter Academy, the new year, and the impending final assessments, despite the current harmony. Elena was acutely aware that Emily's earlier emotions resembled a deep-sea bomb. Silently buried and resting at the ocean's depths. One day, it would detonate without warning. Indeed, it was a deep-sea bomb, concealed in the abyss, submerged in unnoticed corners. The explosion would only impact herself, leaving bystanders unaffected. In this way, it became the optimal choice for all parties involved. After hastily comforting Emily, Su Bei turned his attention away from the subsequent topics of discussion. His thoughts were wholly consumed by the earlier mention of a particular name and location, Luminara Duja, the cherished jewel of the Duja Emperor, a 16-year-old prodigy knight, blessed by the divine, a child of destiny, and the future hero. This individual ranked first on Su Bei's list of powerful allies in his journal. Clinging to this ally signified that Su Bei could secure a ticket to survive until the end. Yet, reality was not as straightforward as it appeared. Emily's identity rendered it a challenging endeavor for Su Bei to cultivate a rapport with this hero. The foremost consideration was to ameliorate the conflict between Luminara and Emily. This was no easy feat, not only due to personal perspectives but also political factors. Moreover, there was the Demon Tower. Was it the Tower of Heroes, the one imbued with legendary tales within the official narrative? As Su Bei leafed through his journal, he summarized the memories swirling in his mind. The narrative surrounding the Demon Tower emerged prior to the official storyline, and there was little description of this dungeon. However, various factions referred to the tower with numerous names, such as the Tower of Heroes, the Demon Tower, the Tower of Divine Favor, the Graveyard of New Adventurers, the Otherworldly Abomination, and the closest place to the divine. The tower's notoriety stemmed from its role in shaping two pivotal characters within the narrative, the hero and the Demon Lord. Both Luminara and the Demon Lord had traversed this tower, successfully awakening their unique abilities, thereby earning their titles. Perhaps the passage through the Demon Tower and the ascendance to hero or Demon Lord were not inherently linked. It might be that only those destined to become heroes or Demon Lords could conquer this tower. Nonetheless, it provided a glimpse into their extraordinary talents. 4 words could encapsulate it: terrifyingly remarkable. Both were geniuses worthy of divine recognition, the indisputable protagonists of this fantastical realm, and the chosen ones that players like Su Bei had to defeat after countless attempts. Perusing his journal, Su Bei confirmed that Luminara would venture into the Demon Tower at the end of January. This was also a critical juncture recorded in his journal, marking the time he must set out. A visit to the Demon Tower necessitated at least a casual acquaintance with the future hero. As Su Bei contemplated his schedule for that time frame, he suddenly paused. Had the refined administrator assigned him a task? Su Bei stroked his chin, feeling a twinge of headache at the thought of additional responsibilities awaiting him at the academy. If necessary, he would have to take a leave of absence. After all, earning a living was essential for a better life, but the prerequisite for living better was simply to survive. Hence, there was little to deliberate. With no extraneous events, time swiftly advanced to mid-January. The cold was extreme. In mid-January, Winter City was beset by an outrageous blizzard. For instance, when Emily stepped out to collect her final assessment results that morning, she was swept off her feet by the wind. Within a fleeting second, her vision was consumed by a blanket of white snow. Good heavens, that was a person weighing over 70 kilograms, leaving Su Bei momentarily astonished. However, he did not fret for her safety. After all, she was a second-tier mage, capable of taking care of herself. Inside, only Elena and Su Bei remained, snugly cocooned in their blankets. Indeed, both were ensconced within the bedding. Elena had entirely relinquished her maid duties. Surrendering to the relentless weather of Winter City, she vowed that once her divinity was restored, she would never set foot in Winter City again. Su Bei refrained from saying much. Persuading someone to leave their warm bed was akin to urging them to pursue a medical career. Just moments ago, Elena had conducted her bi-weekly work report to the Holy Light Cathedral via the crystal ball she carried with her, even in the biting cold, with temperatures plunging to -20 or 30 degrees. She was sweating profusely, though her expression remained stoic, fearful of revealing any signs of distress. Huff. After concluding her report, Elena sat at the edge of the bed, exhaling deeply. Feeling warmth envelop her body. Do the followers of the Holy Light also lie? Su Bei curiously inquired. At least 3 out of the 10 statements Elena had just made were fabrications. If it were an ordinary person, that wouldn't be too outrageous. However, the followers of the Holy Light were generally averse to deceit, embodying purity and integrity. They could also be described as stubborn and foolish. After restoring my divinity, I am now merely human, and I certainly do not wish to perish, Elena spoke candidly, showing no reverence for the Holy Light in her words. The devotion of Holy Light followers is unparalleled among all believers in the divine, and given Elena's current stance, it was difficult not to perceive her as a heretic. Would it not affect the restoration of her divinity? Mind your own business, Elena shot Sube a pointed glare. Truly, he had a knack for bringing up sensitive topics. After a moment, Elena sighed and continued, it might, but in this dreadful weather, a few extra days make little difference. Or should I expect to pay additional fees for staying an extra half-month? You wouldn't want me to brave such a snowstorm to leave Winter City, would you? I certainly would, Sube replied earnestly. Honesty was his guiding principle. After cohabiting for over half a month, they had grown somewhat familiar with one another, no longer exchanging words as sparingly as at the outset. Occasionally, they would converse. Perhaps engaging in conversation helped to generate warmth. Moreover, when Emily was absent, Elena would relax her maintenance of divinity, allowing herself some reprieve, which led to her speaking more freely. The entire morning passed amid such lifeless exchanges. By noon, Emily had hastily returned to the wooden cabin, bursting in like a fireball. Upon closer inspection, one could observe several buffs adorning her. Buffs that maintained temperature, enhanced speed, resisted the blizzard, reduced friction, and a myriad of others. Many of these spells were not catalogued among the low-level magic documented by Winter Academy. Even Sube, an experienced player, had never encountered them. Perhaps they were unique to the Friend Empire. I'm back. After the sudden halt, Jasmine raised her right hand, proudly displaying her exam paper adorned with a prominent excellent. Reminiscent of a young student eagerly awaiting praise from a parent, her eyes twinkling with anticipation, that gaze unmistakably conveyed, Mr. Sube, look at me. Embarking on this journey alone, I too can achieve remarkable feats. Quite impressive, Elena remarked coolly. The shift in her demeanor was swift, as she reverted to her divine persona, adopting an air of aloofness. Very well done. Sube generously offered his praise, accompanied by a smile. However, his smile appeared somewhat forced, lacking warmth and instead emanating an unsettling aura. Ahem. Jasmine coughed lightly, feeling a blush creeping to her cheeks, tugging at the hem of her garment behind her back to mask her shyness. Kiki, she began animatedly recounting her experiences with the final exam. Here, we investigated enemy conditions. Jasmine pointed at her paper, her expression grave, and in a tone intended to instill fear, she explained. Can you guess how many cannibals inhabit Silent Village? Wait, what? Elena's voice rose slightly, her brows arching in surprise. This reaction was a result of her extreme restraint. Otherwise, she would have exclaimed in shock. Silent Village, a remote hamlet nestled among mountains and rivers. Has Sister Elena ever visited there? Jasmine's eyes blinked rapidly in excitement. The long-absent name struck Elena like a dagger to her mind, triggering a cascade of distressing memories. Her expression contorted in discomfort, akin to someone who had tasted something foul. Her lips parted as if to speak, but quickly sealed shut. She then shifted her gaze from Jasmine to Sube, suddenly realizing the motive behind Sube's earlier visit to Silent Village. Yet, how had he discerned the village's troubles ahead of time? Elena pondered, scrutinizing Sube anew. Perhaps, this individual was indeed extraordinary, potentially a reliable ally. Elena's not-so-bright mind began to whirl with possibilities. You cannot fathom it. The entirety of Silent Village is overrun with cannibals, at least dozens of them. Among them, several formidable second-tier monsters. Teacher Amara believed we could not possibly complete this assessment and intended to submit a request for our return. However, after observing the state of the cannibals and discussing with my teammates, our squad unanimously agreed to give it a try. And guess what? We cleared them all. Yes, every last one. It was truly exhausting. We toiled through 2 sleepless nights to accomplish this task. Initially classified as an A-level mission, the Academy unexpectedly graded our results as SS, making my graduation score the highest in the class. No, we already know that, Elena silently scoffed, unwilling to shatter Jasmine's delusions. Yet, for a group of first-tier professionals to eradicate such a multitude of cannibals in merely 2 days was indeed a commendable feat. However, something felt amiss. The cannibals were in a peculiar state. How should she put it? They appeared alarmingly weak. Weak, Elena muttered to herself. Could it be that her holy light had inflicted an indelible debuff upon them? Frowning slightly, she nonchalantly inquired, could you elaborate? Jasmine blinked and, recalling the scene, hesitated before responding. The second-tier cannibals were mostly on the verge of death. It seemed they had endured a fierce battle, with hardly any intact combat capability. Many were missing limbs. There were a few first-tier cannibals that were whole, but not many. But Jasmine's hands nervously rubbed her knees as she strained to find words that could adequately describe the scene. They appeared completely numb to death and seemed terrified. Yes, terrified. Jasmine was astonished to utter the word. How could a monster feel fear? No matter how humanoid the cannibals appeared, their inherent murderous instincts and primal nature dictated that they would not easily reveal their trepidation. The competition among monsters is far more brutal than among humans. Cowardice equates to death, leaving no room for retreat. Elena, perched at the edge of her bed, had already sat up, visualizing the scene in Silent Village based on Jasmine's narrative. How could this be? Even if I unleashed my full power, it would not suffice to simultaneously slay a single cannibal while also eliminating the majority of the second-tier ones. Could I truly achieve such a feat? Elena found herself in a state of confusion, pressing further. How many cannibals were there in Silent Village? Jasmine replied without hesitation. Dozens, dozens. Elena's eyes widened in disbelief. Not even 100? Jasmine's astonished expression startled her, causing Jasmine to waver in her confidence. Wait a minute. Jasmine quickly regained her composure. That I was there. Why are you so shocked? I think it was around 70 or 80. Definitely less than 100. Elena's breathing grew rapid. Her brow furrowed in silence. Impossible. It can't be just dozens. That I couldn't have done it. Even if I risked my life, I couldn't have reduced them to just a handful, especially not to the point of shattering their murderous intent. Unless the goddess of holy light intervened. That it wasn't me. So it must have been Su Bei. Elena lowered her gaze towards Su Bei, who lay on his bed, quietly engrossed in his journal, sketching something with no intention of joining the conversation. Could it be him? But if it were Su Bei, why would he show no sign of it? Could Su Bei truly possess the power to vanquish such a multitude of monsters, equivalent to a single person facing a monstrous tide? The more Elena pondered, the more incredulous it seemed, until she suddenly realized a possibility she had never considered. Perhaps she had never truly unleashed her power. Otherwise, she wouldn't have awoken the next day feeling so well. Thus, it had to be Su Bei. Only he could achieve such a feat. That it couldn't possibly be that scoundrel Carl, could it? What price would Su Bei have to pay to handle such a situation? Not merely the cannibals. There was also a third-tier monster involved. Could a mere professional accomplish such a task? Su Bei could not be an awakened one. He bore no trace of such power during battle. No external aura, no manifest traits, nothing at all. That if we rule out the possibility of him being an awakened one, then only one possibility remains. He had paid an unimaginable price, perhaps engaging in a pact with a demon or some forbidden entity to gain terrifying power beyond comprehension. What could such a price entail? Not bodily organs, but something else, perhaps part of his soul, his lifespan, or some emotion. Yes, it was likely an emotion. His character bore flaws far more pronounced than her own divine nature. Was it fear? Anger? Or perhaps desire? Each possibility held merit, with desire being the most probable. After all, it was evident that Su Bei exhibited no discernible desire toward her. Elena gazed down at her alabaster arms and her alluring figure. Furrowing her brow. The saintess of the Holy Light Cathedral, an 18-year-old beauty, with such a prestigious identity and appearance. Could any man truly resist? That is incorrect. Even the most devout followers of the Holy Light cannot hide their desires when they gaze upon themselves. Finding it hard to resist the temptation of self-pleasure, with this realization, Elena finally untangled the intricate web of thoughts in her mind and sighed in distress. So that is no wonder he shows no interest in me. Having come to this understanding, Elena reflected on the recent conversation and continued her exchange with Jasmine. It was merely a matter of encouragement and support. However, Jasmine could sense the insincerity in Elena's tone, as if she were burdened by some unspoken concern. This only served to heighten Jasmine's insecurities. Was it not true? Were dozens of man-eating tribes not a small number? Jasmine blinked in bewilderment, with a sudden clap. Their awkward chatter came to an unspoken halt as Su Bei closed his journal. He glanced at the listless Jasmine before furrowing his brow in confusion. What was amiss? Wasn't she brimming with joy upon her return? As if she had found a treasure? How could she have fallen into such a state in such a short time? Driven by a desire for answers, Su Bei looked up to meet Elena's kind gaze. Wait, what had transpired? The expression in Elena's eyes resembled the guilt of a man who had snatched a bag of cured meat from a dog's mouth. One could hardly blame him. After all, he truly had no money for food when he first arrived in Winter City. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Why did Elena regard him in such a manner? What had he done? Sube lowered his gaze to the strategy he had meticulously crafted, lost in contemplation. So, would someone please enlighten me on what just occurred? Sube did not receive the answers he sought, and this incident was soon forgotten in the passage of time. Before long, the end of the month arrived. Today was a particularly special day. For this occasion, Winter City was in a state of jubilant celebration. Reveling in the splendor of the moment that it was not merely Winter City. One could say the entirety of the Doja Empire was swept up in this festivity, the most precious treasure of the Doja Empire. Princess Luminala had announced her impending journey to visit the people. She was set to arrive in Holy Radiant City the day after tomorrow, where she would unveil a series of beneficial policies for the populace. Winter City, located near Holy Radiant City, would also receive a portion of these benefits. These included, but were not limited to, the distribution of high-quality cured meats, grains, vegetables, fruits, and other tangible advantages. Naturally, these policies were aimed at the entire nation. For instance, lowering the enrollment thresholds for commoner children and reducing taxes, among others. Even the typically quiet Chu district buzzed with activity as villagers mingled and discussed the changes within the empire. For them, it mattered not who wielded power. What truly counted was whether they could reap visible benefits. One could say that the Doja Empire had taken its first beautiful step toward recovery after a period of rest and rejuvenation. Even more so, upon learning of the princess's itinerary, many had formed groups in advance, eager to witness her beauty, fantasizing about earning her favor and ascending to the position of her personal guard. Everyone was filled with joy. Everyone, that is, but Jasmine. Upon receiving news of Luminala's journey, Jasmine wore a smile, feigning indifference. Yet, both Sube and Elena could clearly perceive the unmistakable despondency in her eyes. That it was understandable. For she too had once been cherished and adored by the people, only to now find herself in a state of dislocation. Sube was uncertain how to console Jasmine. After some thought, he suggested, "Shall we go shopping?" Unsurprisingly, no girl could resist the allure of shopping. Thus, today's itinerary was set in stone. In Winter City, on the commercial thoroughfare, Sube asked, "Are you ready to head out?" Walking side by side with Elena, they spotted Jasmine ahead, bouncing along and curiously surveying her surroundings. Elena coolly replied, "I'm almost finished." Her indifferent tone and the frosty aura surrounding her made Sube feel as though he were standing next to a statue. It did indeed appear that she had made progress. Consequently, Sube refrained from further conversation. However, the reality was quite different. Under Elena's relentless efforts, her divine essence was on the verge of restoration, having entered its final phase several days prior. What troubled Elena was that this final step remained elusive, having stalled for days. It was akin to a flawless glass bottle that, once shattered, could not be seamlessly reassembled. The cracks would forever remain. Was this the only outcome? Yet, only by achieving divinity through the ascension path of the Holy Light Church could one become an awakened being of the divine essence, a Holy Light envoy. Only then would the Church's requirements be satisfied. In contrast, the path of ascension for a human being to become a holy shepherd would not meet the Church's expectations. Elena had not mentioned her inability to fully restore her essence to Sube. Firstly, it was unnecessary. Secondly, he would be of no assistance. Ultimately, it was superfluous. If complete restoration was unattainable, she would have no choice but to force her ascension. Elena clenched her fists, silently resolving her course of action. Ahead, Jasmine gazed longingly at a street bustling with adventurers, filled with curiosity. It was a uniquely specialized commercial street, dealing in the trade of slaves and magical beasts, frequented predominantly by professional adventurers in their 30s and 40s. For these individuals, their chances of ascension were diminishing, making it more practical to contract slaves with unique abilities or powerful pets to enhance their immediate combat effectiveness. For Jasmine, still a student, this commercial street held considerable allure. Noticing Jasmine's interest, Sube hesitated for a moment, feeling the 3 gold coins in his pocket that he could afford to part with. Under her eager gaze, he reluctantly nodded. The trio ventured into the slave market first. Upon entering, Jasmine was akin to a child stepping into a toy store, her curiosity piqued by everything she saw. She gently patted the head of a half-ox slave and stroked the hand of a female slave. The most inexpensive of these slaves cost at least 1 gold coin. As they moved deeper, Sube gazed at Emily, who was looking at him with a pleading expression, then glanced at the tag hanging from the neck of the dark elf. The tag boldly proclaimed a price of 10 gold coins, a sum he could not possibly afford unless he was willing to utilize the bag of mysterious gold coins he possessed. After weighing his options, Sube let out a sigh and pulled 3 coins from his pocket, shaking his head at Emily. Disheartened, Emily turned away, yet she displayed remarkable understanding by refraining from further mention of the matter. As she departed, however, she cast lingering glances back, reluctant to leave. Only when the silhouette of the dark elf began to fade from view did she extend her hand in farewell. Curiously, the dark elf also raised her hand in a gesture of goodbye as she watched Emily leave. Neither Sube nor Ai Lina noticed this exchange, and it all transpired under the watchful eyes of the slave trader. The trader stroked his chin, casting a predatory glance at the dark elf beside him, and remarked, "Have you noticed something? That little girl, could she possibly be a dark elf as well? Such a gentle demeanor is rarely seen among our kind, save when in the presence of kin. Thus, it stands to reason that she could indeed be a dark elf, that a young, adorable dark elf, no less, and devoid of malice. She would undoubtedly become a favored plaything among the nobility, commanding at least a 4-digit price." Sensing the trader's sordid intentions, the dark elf roared in defiance, her chains rattling dramatically as she struggled, nearly breaking free. Yet, all was in vain. The slave trader paid no heed to her furious cries. Instead, he contemplated Emily's departure with a thoughtful expression, soon revealing an enigmatic smile. Following the incident at the slave market, Emily lost interest in visiting the pet market. The matter seemed to fade into the past. Yet it lingered in her demeanor. She appeared more withdrawn than usual, and it was evident to all that her outing had only worsened her spirits. Instead of joy, she returned with a sense of gloom. This concerned Gluttony, who looked at Sube with exasperation, feeling frustrated. "Come on, can't you figure out how to care for your daughter? Just give her what she wants." After much contemplation, Gluttony mused about secretly activating the magical powers within Emily that night, hoping to awaken her as an invincible sorceress, thereby granting her the freedom to do as she pleased without worry. In Gluttony's mind, invincibility equated to a lack of troubles. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Should he attempt such a thing, he would be swiftly cast out by Sube before he could even begin. This left Gluttony feeling somewhat resentful towards Sube, leading him to quietly lift the blanket off Sube during the night. Unbeknownst to Sube, who had been waking up cold in the nights that followed, his daytime slumber allowed him to avoid sleep deprivation. Yet, the poor quality of his rest significantly affected his mood and diminished his patience. Thus, when he received the Academy's notification, he nearly dismissed it as mere scrap paper. Unbeknownst to him, he couldn't read the contents, leading him to mistakenly believe it was just a flyer. Assemble on January 31st at the Winter Academy to accompany high school students to Holy Radiant City, responsible for their food, clothing, and accommodations. What a coincidence that today was indeed January 31. Furthermore, it was addressed to Subei.Moli, holding the paper, scanned the final line, and continued reading aloud. She then looked up at Sube, pointing to herself as if to say, "Who will take care of me?" Emoli had no culinary skills whatsoever. Meanwhile, Ai Lina, having just concluded her communication with the Church of Holy Light, approached with an impassive expression and coldly stated, "I believe we must part ways. I just received a notification to go to Holy Radiant City. Once I leave, I won't be returning, nor is there any necessity for it. You'll take good care of Emoli, won't you?" Ai Lina cast a glance at Sube, and as he looked back in surprise, her gaze shifted to Emoli. From a distance, she caught sight of the paper's contents, and upon realizing what it entailed, she was momentarily taken aback. "You truly are a persistent spirit," she scoffed, though her eyes betrayed a hint of amusement, while there was no sorrow in their parting. Facing the fervent followers of the Church of Holy Light in Holy Radiant City was hardly an enjoyable prospect. Those fanatical devotees were exasperatingly dull. How she wished for a familiar companion. Though Sube was no less tedious. Sube let out a sigh, realizing his intention to have Ai Lina look after Emoli had been dashed. Understanding his discontent, Emoli puffed her cheeks and glared at Sube, asserting, "Go ahead and worry, for Emoli is not a child and can take care of herself." "Very well," Sube nodded. With a determined stomp of her foot, Emoli displayed her displeasure openly. "You certainly do not hesitate, Mr. Sube." Naturally, Sube was reluctant to leave Emoli alone at home, setting aside the question of whether she could manage on her own. The mere thought of the slave trader's predatory gaze made it impossible for him to relax. He had indeed sensed the trader's unusual interest. One should never underestimate the perceptive abilities of a third-tier multi-class individual. Thus, he felt compelled to proceed with caution. At the Winter Academy, the assembly point. Sube stood at the far corner of the gathering, observing the older students engaged in lively discussions. He had no desire to mingle. He was not alone. However, gluttony was tied around his waist, barely qualifying as company. Behind them, Emily fidgeted with a coat several sizes too large. She hid behind Sube, curiously observing the upperclassmen. Their conversations delved into profound topics, far beyond the trivialities discussed in the middle school division. They debated the most potent class combinations for adventuring parties, strategized about skill synergies, and analyzed the behaviors of certain magical creatures, as well as future advancement paths. Unlike the middle schoolers, who were still preoccupied with what to eat tomorrow or where to play. Which of the magical beasts is the most aesthetically pleasing, and which is deemed the most unsightly? However, the distinction is not immediately apparent, for before Emily stands a group of individuals, the most outstanding students from the Winter Academy this year. Most of these upperclassmen from the high school division are in their third year, with only a few in their second year, and even one in the first. Moreover, all possess at least second-tier abilities. Among them, Emily has but a single acquaintance, Elisa, the younger sister of Amani. Elisa is also the sole first-year student within the team to AT this moment. Elisa stands at the periphery of the group. Though she politely greets her seniors, she seems to be excluded from their circle. Nevertheless, Sube's attention is not on the students. After all, even the high school students are merely a year or two younger than he. And the oldest among them is at best of the same age, offering no advantage in experience. Not to mention, he is a seasoned traveler who has navigated the game 100 times. At this moment, Sube is contemplating matters concerning Elena. He is uncertain whether her divinity has been fully restored. Even if it has been repaired, the future is destined to shatter. Fortunately, having experienced a fracture once, he has gained wisdom. Thus, the next collapse should not be too chaotic. However, during this expedition to the Magic Tower, Sube has neglected to convey a crucial piece of information if Elena is to challenge the tower. There is one imperative she must heed. Do not seek the approval of the Goddess of Light. She must defeat the Goddess of Light. This will determine whether Elena becomes the master of her divinity or succumbs to being a puppet of it. Reduced to a mere war machine, in the normal course of events, Elena is supposed to shatter her divinity 2 years hence, embarking on the tower challenge after falling from her status as a practitioner. At that time, although she will still be a practitioner, her strength will far surpass the 3rd tier. Only at that level could she barely defeat the Goddess of Light and earn a reward. Should Elena rashly attempt to tackle the tower at this stage, she may very well fail to achieve a victory. This would significantly deviate from the established narrative, potentially triggering a series of troublesome repercussions. Although Sube and Elena share the same destination, their paths diverge, leaving Sube feeling somewhat uneasy. Meanwhile, Elena has integrated herself into the ranks of the Church of Light, at the forefront. Leading the group is a paladin of the Holy Light. The 4th tier Knight Stir. His demeanor is warm as he extends a welcoming hand to Elena's return to the team. Elena disregards the outstretched hand, her expression icy as she makes her way to the center of the group. Perfectly embodying her divine persona. During this period, it is not only the Winter Academy and the Church of Light that have set forth. Several other teams have also embarked on the same quest, to forge a connection with Liminala. However, unlike the Winter Academy, the leadership harbors no desire to befriend Princess Duz and may even entertain thoughts of assassination. Thus, this segment of the narrative is rife with turmoil. The game's depiction of this storyline is sparse. Yet one can glean its complexity from the few words that are penned. Such intricacies are what Sube most detests confronting. Complicated, uncertain, and involving large-scale raids. It is disquieting that he fervently wishes to fast-forward to the official narrative. To leap directly to the emergence of the hero and the demon lord. In such a scenario, where every step is defined, Sube would be thoroughly prepared. What heightens Sube's anxiety further is the lead guide ahead of him. The leader from the Winter Academy is the middle school department head, Sophia. Although she is the leader, her fixation on the papers in her hands, scribbling formulas, causes her to lag behind the pace of the group. It is worth noting that Sube is at the rear of the team, tasked with ensuring the students remain together. Sophia is but a step ahead of him, a mere heartbeat away from the trailing end. This is an exceedingly absurd situation. Furthermore, it appears that Sophia is on the verge of falling behind Sube as he draws closer. Sube scrutinizes this irresponsible leader. Sophia wears a pair of black-framed glasses. Her lips pale, her face tinged with an unhealthy whiteness. She emanates an air of being overwhelmed by knowledge, her mind in disarray. Despite being at the back of the group, Sophia exhibits no inclination to hasten her pace. Rather, she is ensnared in her own world, unable to extricate herself. Can such a leader truly care for the team? Sube harbors considerable skepticism. The TO ensure the team can proceed normally. He approaches her and softly reminds, "Teacher, we are falling behind." It proves utterly fruitless. Sophia does not even furrow her brow, as if she has not heard anything at all. Sube falls silent. He cannot bring himself to raise his voice. He does not wish to draw the students' attention and face their scrutiny. Thus, Sube hesitates, contemplating whether to gently tap her on the shoulder. Oli perceives Sube's discomfort, and, as he hesitates, her hand has already come to rest on Sophia's back. "Teacher, we are lagging behind." Even this gentle touch seems ineffective, raising concerns about whether Sophia has been abducted and is unable to regain her senses. However, it does have some effect. After approximately 10 seconds of Oli and Sube fretting over how to rouse her, Sophia finally lifts her head. She organizes her papers, reflecting on Oli's earlier words, and gazes toward the front of the group. 73 meters. Indeed, they have fallen behind, a distance of 73 meters from the team. Then, she turns her gaze towards Sube. Sube, staff member. That's me. Sube nods. Sophia naturally recognizes Sube. Her inquiry is merely for confirmation. Upon receiving his response, she retrieves a prepared note from her pocket and reads aloud in a straightforward manner, according to the mission. The Winter Academy will proceed to Radiant City for basic student training. Our students at the Winter Academy possess formidable strength and exceptional talent. As graduation approaches, they consistently choose to undertake the Novice Adventurer Assessment to achieve commendable results. The assessment takes place in a tower, with average difficulty and average rewards. Given that you are a staff member of our institution, the Winter Academy does not accommodate idlers. Thus, you will participate in the Novice Assessment along with the group for your own enhancement. The task requires you to complete 5 levels. Is there a problem? Sube, with an unfocused gaze, listens as Sophia mechanically finishes reading and responds blandly, "The Magic Tower." Sophia raises her head to look at Sube, offering no further explanation, but simply nodding slightly. Is this what you call a Novice Adventurer Assessment? Even the typically composed Sube finds himself bewildered. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquires, "Who issued this notice?" "I did." Sophia smiles. Her smile is stiff, resembling a noodle being pulled at both ends by someone's hand. An unsettling sight. "What happens if we fail?" Sube presses for clarification, without a moment's thought. Sophia points to Oli. "Her safety. What does that have to do with me?" Oli's hair twitches, evidently surprised that the topic has suddenly turned to her. Sube furrows his brow and asks again, "Why?" Sophia leans in closer to Sube, her moist lips brushing against his ear, whispering in a tone inaudible to Oli, "The school is aware of her identity. The current empire will soon trace back to Winter City. It will be challenging for you to protect her alone, yet the school has high expectations of you. Show the school your worth, and I assure you, they will safeguard both you and her." The more Sube listens, the more silent he becomes. Once Sophia concludes her explanation, he glances back at Oli. She meets his gaze, blinking repeatedly, her hair forming a question mark, seemingly curious about the topic of their discussion. Sube offers Oli a reassuring look, then nods at Sophia. "All right." Sophia flashes another disconcerting smile and continues with her premeditated wording. "If you are bringing along a dependent, you must exert additional effort. If you wish for Molly to accompany the group, you will need to work diligently. Is there any problem?" "All right." Sube nods. Will my presence with the group truly cause such a significant burden? Jasmine, overwhelmed with self-reproach, quickly remarked, "Then I shall return alone. It is not imperative that I accompany you, as I am quite capable of taking care of myself. By the way, Mr. Sube, do remember to work diligently." "No need to trouble yourself." Sube gently grasped Jasmine's sleeve, thwarting her intent to turn back. It would be perilous for Jasmine to venture back alone. Moreover, the matter of the search was inescapable. As Sophia had pointed out, it would eventually lead them to Winterhold. Instead, it would be more prudent for Sube to attempt the tower challenge and seek the assistance of the Winter Academy. Should he succeed, it would be fortuitous. After all, Sube's presence in Winterhold was not merely due to it being the setting where the Demon King and the hero officially clashed, but also because of another significant reason. This location harbored a formidable team of Awakeners. This team had made subtle appearances throughout the narrative, playing a crucial role during the Demon Tide's defense, although their intelligence was somewhat lacking, often undermining the hero's plans. They had nonetheless been instrumental. However, their late introduction in the storyline meant that the game failed to properly present their names, relegating them to mere cannon fodder in later stages, meeting their untimely demise in obscure corners. Thus, Sube remained unaware of the identities within this team. Nevertheless, in the early stages of the storyline, this team was nearly invincible, significantly enhancing Sube's chances of survival. Therefore, securing the support of the Winter Academy was of utmost importance, at least to ensure Sube could develop steadily until the emergence of the Demon King and the hero. Furthermore, if Sube failed to meet the Winter Academy's requirements, he could swiftly depart with Jasmine. Transitioning from St. Radiant City to the Dwarf Kingdom would be considerably more convenient than returning to Winterhold. Thus, an unspoken agreement was reached between Sube and Sophia regarding this matter. Once Sube acquiesced, Sophia promptly returned to the front of the team, resuming her leadership role. A flame ignited in her hand, incinerating the pre-written plan, and she couldn't help but sigh, muttering, "The Shadow Lord of the Friend Empire devises a plan, while the Holy Shepherd of the Friend Empire executes it, all to deceive a stranger completely unrelated to the Friend Empire, offering them a means to protect the Friend Princess, which requires them to conquer a 5-story demon tower. Incredible, truly. You are something, you deceptive scholar." It seemed that Sophia, or rather, the Winter Academy, had calculated well, yet for Sube, it posed no significant inconvenience. He harbored a certain curiosity about the demon tower. Thus, it merely provided him with an additional reason to give it a try. At his waist, Gluttony finally felt it could engage with others, seeking to assert its presence. "Hey, can I speak? I'm utterly bored. It's stifling me." Sube did not object and nodded. He was not one for many words and had little need for conversation, primarily wishing for Gluttony to keep Jasmine entertained. Moreover, he was not concerned about Gluttony revealing itself. As long as it refrained from using its mist, no one would discern that it was a magical artifact. After all, those who had encountered Gluttony were of an age that could be counted in centuries. An ancient being. Was Sophia an ancient being? She did not appear to be so. She seemed quite youthful. At most a mature woman, perhaps. Sube was uncertain if his assessment was accurate. Noticing Sube occasionally scrutinizing her, Jasmine couldn't help but poke him. No, compared to Director Sophia, I believe Sister Elena is far more fitting. Sube had no intention of engaging, but Gluttony interjected. "None of these characters can compare to my lady." Realizing Gluttony was referring to itself, Jasmine's face flushed crimson, fortunate that her trench coat concealed her features, sparing her from excessive embarrassment. "What do you mean? You magical sword. Stop trying to sow discord." If only Gluttony had a physical form, it would undoubtedly instruct the Demon King in advance to grant itself enhancements. Otherwise, with time, things could change, and regrets would be too late to remedy. Gluttony harbored no human emotions. To it, the trivial matters between the young were insignificant, forging bonds where none existed and breaking connections where they did. However, was this truly the purpose of sowing discord? Sube found himself questioning the educational standards of the Winter Academy. He turned his head, noticing that a bashful Jasmine had retreated into her trench coat, her hair sticking out like a quivering bundle. Glancing at the black hood and immediately averting her gaze upon meeting his eyes. "There was no need for such shyness," he remarked calmly. Jasmine pouted. It was easy to say. She understood it was merely a magical sword spouting nonsense. Yet, Jasmine was simply prone to embarrassment. What could be done? Puffing her cheeks, she shot a fierce glare at Gluttony, which made it tremble with fear. "Goodness, this has gone too far. I fear there will be repercussions." In a moment of desperation, Gluttony quickly put on a show. "Sister, I was merely jesting. You and brother are just fine together. Don't take me seriously. If a fight ensues, just let me know if I should join in. With the two of us working together, no matter the level of the adversary, we can certainly cut through them without leaving a trace. Brother leads the charge, I provide support, and you cast buffs. We are an invincible team. Please don't hold a grudge against me." Gluttony put on a grand performance, intending to humbly accept Jasmine's praise and engage in mutual flattery. However, upon hearing this, Jasmine became even more wary of it. "Don't try to enchant him, or Sube. He would never forge an evil contract with you." After saying this, Jasmine turned to Sube for confirmation. "Isn't that right, Mr. Sube?" "Indeed." Sube nodded in acknowledgement. After receiving reassurance, Emily smiled faintly, causing the tuft of hair atop her head to dance. Gluttony felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his anger simmering coldly. It wasn't as if exerting oneself necessitated entering into a wicked pact. When would the cursed sword finally break free from its long-standing stigma? The pace of the group was leisurely, and without a teleportation array, they were inevitably traversing the wilds. Fortunately, the wilderness between cities had been cleared by high-level adventurers, and no particularly formidable monsters lurked therein. Once they entered the wilds, the team adopted a vigilant stance. The priest raised a hand, casting multiple enchantments upon the mages in the party, illuminating them with little rings of light, resembling tiny angels. A cacophony of shrill cries erupted around them, relentless and piercing, sharper than pig squeals yet rougher than dog barks. Pairs of snow-white eyes glimmered in the shadows. A swarm of snow goblins, a rare species endemic to the winter forest, emerged. They were hardier than their green-skinned counterparts, possessing thick skin and stout frames. Though they were also more clumsy, historians and geographers attributed this to the frigid climate, but Sube suspected it was merely due to their excessively thick leather garments. The visible layers of their leather armor were so dense that ordinary arrows could hardly penetrate. Nevertheless, the snow goblins posed no hindrance to the students' advance. Sophia remained engrossed in her endless research, not even glancing up. One could only hope she would complete her findings before her demise. However, the group was not leaderless. An upperclassman took charge, efficiently organizing the mages to march at the forefront, collectively chanting the most basic fireball spell. Fireballs were an effective and straightforward form of attack against the snow goblins. Sube felt no concern for the students' combat capabilities. If they couldn't handle snow goblins, there would be little point in pressing onward. Moreover, snow goblins were merely first-tier creatures, the lowest of the low. With only their nails and teeth deemed worthy of collection, incidentally, their coats were quite warm, crafted from high-quality beast hides. The team advanced swiftly, and Sube at the rear remained quite relaxed, observing the scene. Emily pulled Sube into a game of tic-tac-toe. Naturally, with no winners or losers, the two quickly transitioned to a game of Go. Although Sube wondered why this other world also featured Go. He was relieved to find it not overly complex, a skill every homebody should possess. What? Someone doesn't know how to play Go? Then they surely aren't a true homebody. As for Sube's prowess in Go, it could not be said to be flawless, but one might say it was as solid as a fortress. His strategy emphasized a principle of survival. While he might not win, he could not afford to lose. Thus, he had never lost to Emily in their matches, yet he had not won either. Both Sube and Emily played their game with calm assurance, unhurried, yet Gluttony grew increasingly anxious as he spectated. Unable to contain his frustration, "Dude, stop blocking. Why are you playing so defensively? Attack," he exclaimed. "Dude, she has only placed 3 stones. You've blocked both sides with just 1. Who taught you to play like this? Come on, you should be striking out with 4 stones first. How can you win by just blocking?" Sube frowned. "Why don't you guide her?" Gluttony fell silent, recalling his previous encounters with the last Demon King, where his unsolicited advice had led to a 500-year imprisonment at the bottom of a volcano. If it weren't for the fact that he was indestructible, he might have been reborn from the volcano itself. After a considerable pause, Gluttony finally muttered, "The truth is, Sis is playing quite well. It's you who is making it painfully obvious that you can't win." "Will I lose then?" Sube inquired. Puzzled, Gluttony fell silent again, questioning, "But isn't the point of Go to win? If you lose, how can you claim victory?" Sube replied, "Well, logically, that makes sense, but I can't shake the feeling that something's off." Thus, Gluttony resolved to adhere to the scientific principle of practice making perfect, boldly asserting, "You've never played against me. I'm the chess king of the demon realm. No one can outplay me. Though the Demon King is indeed my superior." Sube chose not to engage further, merely unfastening the sword from his waist and handing it to Emily. Upon receiving Gluttony, Emily's eyes reflected her displeasure. "I am playing chess with Sube. What business do you have meddling with a demonic sword?" Under Emily's gaze, Gluttony felt a twinge of guilt. However, determined to impress Emily by defeating Sube, he grew more resolute. "Miss, just let me have a match with him. I'll show him what it means to be stripped of armor and dignity. Later, I'll guide you on how to make him lose everything." "Enough. Be quiet," Emily retorted, her cheeks flushing. Thus, Gluttony commenced his duel against Sube. At the 1-minute mark, he spoke with bravado, placing a stone every second with remarkable speed, exuding an air of invincibility. By the 5-minute mark, his tone had dulled considerably. He hesitated, often pondering his next move for several seconds, muttering, "Don't rush, Sis. I'm strategizing. I'll soon secure victory." At the 10-minute mark, Gluttony began to mutter to himself, not about where to place his stones, but rather expressing frustration. "This move is futile. I am blocked. That move doesn't connect either. If only I could capture that black stone, but I can't. This is so vexing." 15 minutes later, Gluttony was despondent, his confidence eroded, and he began to ramble. "How is this possible? I refuse to accept it. How can losing once be considered a loss? Besides, I haven't lost yet, so how can I be deemed defeated?" 20 minutes in, Gluttony had fallen silent. The prospect of victory had dwindled, while the opponent's avenues for success expanded, only increasing the odds against him. After another minute, Sube, feeling a bit bored, finally asked, "Why the silence?" He had just entered his stride, conceiving 10 moves that guaranteed his survival and was on the cusp of launching a counteroffensive. Yet, Gluttony refused to concede, stammering, "Bro, even if you win, you haven't earned my acknowledgement because I haven't lost. Besides, I haven't played in ages, and I've made several poor moves. If we played again, I could easily defeat you in 50 moves. Sube nodded calmly and replied, "All right." Thus, they commenced another match. Half an hour later, Gluttony declared, "How is it possible? You're invincible, dude. I hereby dub you the ultimate turtle shell, the undisputed champion of defense, though your offensive prowess pales in comparison to mine." Gluttony conceded defeat, though his pride remained intact. In the future, as he observed Lee and Sube engaged in their games, Gluttony, despite his growing impatience, dared not offer excessive commentary, fearing another lesson from Sube. Consequently, he adopted a more diplomatic tone, mumbling, "This move isn't ideal, but then again, it's you. So it makes sense. Is this move acceptable? It's not bad, but I feel an attack from the upper left would be stronger." Caught between the unassailable Sube and the cautious Lee, Gluttony grew increasingly anxious. The more he watched, the more his impatience mounted, until he could no longer bear it and diverted his gaze to the scenery. Fearing he might explode from the tension, Lee was indifferent to victory or defeat. She merely sought engagement, finding chess with Sube a splendid remedy for boredom. Sube, too, was unconcerned with winning. Their match lacked any sense of urgency or aggression. However, after just 2 games, they chose to cease their play, resulting in neither victory for Lee nor defeat for Sube. In truth, had they continued, Sube would invariably triumph. However, Jasmine found the chessboard overly large and somewhat cumbersome, prompting her to initiate the next round. At this juncture, the team had ventured deep into the winter forest, no longer encountering the lowly snow goblins. The weakest adversaries they faced now were snow wolves and snow bears, slightly more formidable first or second-tier creatures. Occasionally, second-tier elite snow eagles would appear, causing considerable trouble for the group. Was it the wrong route? How could there be elite creatures on this path? The senior, a third-year student, inquired of Director Sophia, without lifting her head. Sophia's indifference left him feeling slighted. It was important to note that he was the president of the Winter Academy Student Council, a third-tier mage, and a top-tier genius with the characteristic of fire, known as Olini. Though Olini outwardly respected his teacher, he held a condescending view of all instructors at the Winter Academy. After all, even his homeroom teacher was no match for him. Every instructor ought to show him the respect he deserved, as having a student of his caliber was a boon for the institution. Among all the students at the Winter Academy, only 6 were third-tier mages, and these 6 formed an adventurer squad centered around him. With Olini as their undeniable core. Merely 18 years of age, he had vast potential ahead of him, with aspirations of achieving divinity, according to Olini's knowledge. The teachers at the Winter Academy were not awakened beings, but rather third-tier professionals summoned from various places, often retired adventurers of little renown. Although the academic director had never demonstrated combat prowess, he surmised that she was of similar ilk. This led Olini to often regard others with disdain, frequently stating that had he been born in Latinum, he too would be an awakened one, or if he were a noble, he would be a true genius among the aristocracy. At this moment, seeing that Sophia did not intend to respond to his inquiries, Olini frowned in displeasure, poised to reprimand her. However, upon noticing her exquisite features and alluring figure, he hesitated. After a moment's contemplation, in an effort to maintain his composure, Olini smiled and temporarily disregarded Sophia's presence. He turned to issue commands to his team, while secretly fantasizing, "With my striking looks, even a teacher would be inclined to indulge in a fleeting romance with me. By the gods, I must be the chosen one." Olini's imagination drifted to scenes of intimacy with Sophia in the city of St. Radiance. As he turned around, he conveniently overlooked Sophia's furrowed brow. Just moments ago, had she received any more of his lewd glances, she would have purified him without hesitation. She certainly would not concern herself with his status as a student or his supposed genius. After all, during her tenure in the Friend Empire, she had encountered all manner of prodigies. Moreover, only those who did not perish young could be considered true geniuses. There were many talents, yet few who truly succeeded. At present, Olini stood at the center of his squad, issuing commands to the students. From this moment forth, knights at the forefront, shield bearers move 1 step ahead, swordsmen hold back half a step to assist in clearing the path, rangers will provide long-range cover, while mages rest and meditate. Ever prepared to unleash devastating point-blank spells, clerics, bestow your buffs primarily upon the sword knights, ensure the enhancements remain uninterrupted, and be vigilant in providing healing. Let the assassins handle the finishing blows on weakened foes, while knights and rangers conserve their stamina. Aside from the 6-member squad led by Olini, the other students from the Winter Academy were all second-tier elites. Thus, even the elite ranks posed little threat. The team advanced methodically. The Winter Academy's contingent was formidable. Aside from the 6 third-tier members, they boasted an additional 20 second-tier students, 14 from the third year, 5 from the second, and 1 from the first. This comprised 5 mages, 5 rangers, 5 knights, 3 clerics, and 2 rogues. A commendable composition. This configuration could easily handle a solitary third-tier elite creature, provided they maintained their formation, unleashing a barrage that could leave it crippled. 2 rounds would be sufficient to reduce it to ashes. The team, including the isolated Sophia and the last members, Sube and Jasmine, numbered 29, qualifying as a medium-sized party. Of course, with the addition of gluttony. The count rose to 30, though gluttony was not considered a person in the conventional sense. At this moment, Olini's squad refrained from engaging the monsters and instead stood at the heart of the group. Exuding an air of mastery with every gesture, they claimed to be conserving their energy for the formidable 4th-tier creatures they might encounter ahead. The other students expressed no grievances, primarily because their prowess warranted such authority. Even if their claims lacked justification, brute strength spoke volumes. As for the presence of 4th-tier creatures within the Winter Forest, no one dared to question it. Everyone understood the reality, yet nobody wished to be the one to voice it. Consequently, the team surged forward, swiftly penetrating deeper into the Winter Forest. As they progressed, the environment improved. The temperature rose above freezing, and the sun's warmth became more pronounced. The sunlight was bright, illuminating a quaint little pond. With not a monster in sight, a perfect retreat for winter leisure, Olini felt the urge to rest. Were it not for their journey towards St. Radiance, spending a few days here would have been delightful, especially with someone as exquisite as teacher Sophia in their midst. Moreover, there was also the first-year student, Elisa, who was equally enchanting, embodying the youthful innocence and unexpected maturity characteristic of her age. Particularly, her refreshing smile made Olini's heart race uncontrollably each time they locked eyes. Had she not been a protected viscountess under the Empire's safeguard, he would have made advances long ago. Wait a moment. Could this not be the perfect opportunity, with no signs of life and no monsters around? Olini and his adventurer squad represented the mightiest force within the group. Meanwhile, the other students were fatigued from prolonged combat. While he and his squad remained in peak condition, the balance of power had shifted. If he were to act now, would it not be an effortless endeavor? With a mischievous glint in his eye, Olini exclaimed, "There are no monsters here. It's relatively safe. The team shall rest for 2 hours." The students collectively sighed in relief. The toll of their extended trek and battles had been considerable, necessitating a period of recuperation. The picturesque surroundings and refreshing pond offered a perfect respite. Olini made his way toward Elisa, presenting his most charming smile. However, he soon realized something was amiss. "Where is Elisa?" He pondered. Sub, what's wrong? Jasmine inquired, noticing the peculiar atmosphere. Sub remained silent, furrowing his brow and closing his eyes, straining to listen to the surrounding sounds. A sense of unease washed over him. Why had the leading student chosen to halt here? Was he a fool? With no signs of life, a pleasant environment, and no monsters daring to approach, they had undoubtedly trespassed into the territory of a highly formidable beast. Such creatures possessed a keen sense of territoriality. It was likely they had entered the domain of a lord-level monster. Instead of hastily traversing this path, they had opted to camp within another's lair. Was this not tantamount to inviting trouble? Observing Olini's aimless antics, Sube contemplated whether fleeing with Jasmine would be a more prudent course of action. Meanwhile, at the back of the group, Sophia also narrowed her eyes. She put away the research notes that had occupied her attention and for the first time opened her downcast eyes, revealing a pair of dark golden irises. Data streamed continuously across her pupils. A grave expression crossed her face as she gazed eastward. The data flowed rapidly, and the danger level escalated. White, pale yellow, yellow, deep yellow. Monsters were approaching at an alarming speed, and their lethality was substantial. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. These were not second-tier creatures. They were third-tier. No, not merely that. They were elite level, perhaps even lord level. 300 meters. Wait, this was not just one creature. It was 2. Sophia raised her staff. Although she hailed from a priestly lineage, as a 5th-tier awakened one, she had also mastered a considerable number of offensive skills, while the damage output of a holy shepherd was not particularly high. Her distinctive trait of insight, combined with a pair of treasure glasses capable of data visualization, allowed her, when adequately prepared, to unleash a charged attack potent enough to annihilate the vast majority of 4th-tier elite monsters. However, this did not extend to 3rd-tier lord-level creatures. It is not that 3rd-tier lords are inherently stronger than 4th-tier elites. Some 3rd-tier beings are even incapable of breaching the defenses of their 4th-tier counterparts. Yet, a 4th-tier elite absolutely cannot slay a 3rd-tier lord. This is due to the unparalleled genetic advantages that lord-level beings possess, a top-tier advantage conferred by nature itself, with exclusive skills, an exceptionally thick health pool that exceeds standard specifications, and a remarkably high combat intelligence. They pose a significant challenge. As Sophia discerned the outline of the lord monster, she quickly recognized its race. Slimed out a formidable, hill-sized slime, its expression menacing, rolled towards her like a tire, shattering trees and rocks in its path. This was two Slime Kings. As a signature monster of Holy Radiance City, slimes were renowned for their seemingly foolish and endearing appearance and low attack power, often kept as pets by the nobility. Moreover, the remains of slimes had numerous practical uses, giving rise to many everyday items crafted from slime material. However, lord-level slimes were an entirely different matter. Their massive, fluid-filled forms rendered them immune to physical and magical attacks within a 5-meter radius, and their jelly-like properties allowed them to evade nearly all 3rd-tier strikes, as well as the majority of 4th and 5th-tier slicing skills. Among the horde of lord monsters, they were indeed among the hardest to kill. Sophia calculated the enemy's combat power and defense, as well as her own lethality, arriving at a rather grim conclusion. To vanquish a Slime King would require at least a minute and a half. Could she rely on others to hold out for that long? Sophia was uncertain. After all, while the Slime King's destructive power was modest, it could easily overwhelm a group of novice adventurers. Yet, she had no choice but to place her trust in her students. At that moment, a peculiar laughter emanated from the gluttony sword hanging at Su Bei's waist, its blade flickering ominously. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Brother, your nemesis is here. It seems you are in for quite a challenge. Brother, do you require assistance? A free henchman is at your service. Just give me a number. 1 minute. In just a minute, they would be utterly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the team, Olini was desperately seeking warmth. Not only was his position misaligned, but his squad also could not respond in time. And the incoming monsters were no ordinary foes. How could their ragtag group possibly withstand 2 3rd-tier lord-level monsters? If they could merely stall one, they would be grateful, before Olini could establish a proper stance. One of the Slime Kings charged in, akin to a tiger among sheep, shattering the carefully arranged formation of students in an instant. Not even half a minute had passed. This was not a turn-based game. Monsters would not wait for their enemies to prepare before launching an assault. The Slime King showed no mercy to those who intruded upon its territory, with a resounding D-wing, D-wing, D-wing. It vaulted over the resilient knights and dove straight into the ranks of delicate mage priests at the rear. In a single leap, one of the students was ensnared within the gelatinous body of the Slime King. Help, help, it's suffocating. The Slime King's body contains paralyzing toxins. Being captured will lead to asphyxiation. Hurry, save them. On the other side, a different scenario unfolded. Sophia had no time to attend to the panicked, disorganized students. Her sole focus was to dispatch the Slime King before her as swiftly as possible. Thus, she was compelled to employ an exceedingly taxing ultimate move. With a raised hand, her staff shimmered with blinding radiance, and a brilliant white light erupted from its core, forming a massive cross that seemed to absorb countless rays of sunlight into its structure. The holy light illuminated the area, dissolving all life that dared to resist. Awakening technique. Cross judgment. The Slime King was impaled upon the cross, its form shrinking and disappearing, reduced by 3 inches in the blink of an eye. Realizing that its adversary was one of those detestable awakened beings, the Slime King understood it was outmatched and, without hesitation, unleashed its ultimate move. Boom. With a piercing explosion, the gelatinous body of the Slime King began to tremble. Then, as if a firecracker had been stuffed within it, it erupted, sending countless particles of fluid splattering everywhere. As the closest target, Sophia bore the brunt of the attack, becoming drenched in the viscous substance that cascaded from her hair down her exquisitely shaped form, soaking the ground beneath her. Meanwhile, several fragments of slime coalesced, transforming into numerous 5-centimeter diameter miniature Slime Kings that scurried in all directions. The essence of the Slime King lay in its resilience. Aside from that, it posed little threat to awakened beings. Were there no awakened ones in the party, the Slime King could indeed wreak havoc. However, with an awakened being present, even a lord-level monster was as fragile as paper. Thus, upon realizing that Sophia was an awakened one, Sube anticipated this very scene and swiftly took Emily to hide beneath a large, concealed tree. Amidst the chaos, Gluttony observed the spectacle with amusement, offering a commentary that it was quite adept at reveling in the unfolding drama. Please cease. This is utterly revolting. Emily shot a finger flick at Gluttony, then inquired, Mr. Sube, aren't you going to help? Won't those senior students be in grave danger? As she spoke, a shadowy figure bounced D-wang toward her, suddenly lunging at Emily. Emily gasped in surprise, reaching out her hands as if to catch a hot potato, a soft, jelly-like small sphere bouncing around in her grip. What is this? The sphere hopped from her hands into her embrace, settling down obediently. It was the true form of the Slime King. How fortunate. Was Emily naturally predisposed to attract monsters? Reflecting on this, she recalled how many small animals had always liked to burrow into her arms since childhood. Suddenly, she was struck with alarm. Wait, is this the Slime King? That fearsome creature has turned into such an adorable little thing. But then, she sensed a voice. Emily was startled again, her hair standing on end. Who are you? Sister Elisa. On the other side of the tree's shade stood Elisa, resting her chin on her hand as she observed the battlefield. It seemed she had been there long before Sube and Emily arrived. Elisa turned, offering a gentle smile to Emily, then kindly nodded towards Sube with an indifferent expression. Cast a lingering glance at Elisa. When did an additional person appear? Was there someone there from the very beginning? When did she arrive? He had not perceived her presence, which made the typically cautious Sube feel a twinge of wariness. The narrative surrounding Elisa was scant. Much like her current demeanor, she seemed like a SCHR dinger's cat. Unless one actively focused on her, she could easily fade from memory, unless she intentionally greeted someone. Failing to pay her attention would lead to her quickly vanishing from one's awareness. Could this be some sort of peculiar trait? Sube pondered that it was rather impolite to fixate on a girl who had yet to reach maturity. Elisa's gentle gaze settled upon him, her tone tinged with melancholy as she asked, What do you think, Mr. Su? It appeared that her rare experiences of being observed by a boy left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Hence her remark. However, Sube perceived this as an impediment to her releasing her abilities, prompting her discontent. Upon hearing her words, before Sube could respond, Emily hurriedly interjected, Mr. Sube isn't like that at all. Sister Elisa. Emily wished to prevent any conflict between Sube and Sister Elisa, valuing both relationships dearly, yet she felt a stronger bond with Sube. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she suddenly remembered, by the way, aren't you all worried? That's a Slime King. After all, Jasmine intentionally sought to shift the topic, her eyes widening in exaggerated disbelief, as if she could not fathom why everyone remained so calm. Clearly, she was oblivious to a certain fact. Nestled in her arms was a Slime King, swaying gently as if engaged in a rhythmic dance. Were it any other creature of the same rank, it would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. However, with the Slime King, fatalities were unlikely, but the situation could certainly become more chaotic. Besides, I was merely a first-year student, and Su was an ordinary employee. While you were still in middle school, even inaction on our part would not be consequential. We were the three most vulnerable individuals in the group. After all, by refraining from complicating matters, we were, in essence, providing assistance. The reasoning was sound, compelling, and utterly convincing. Sube nodded in agreement. Elisa, with a hint of a smile, observed the battlefield with an air of nonchalance, exhibiting no intention of offering help. Indeed, her words held merit. Jasmine blinked, seemingly persuaded, and sought refuge against a leaning tree. This was not her concern. As long as no one perished, all would be well. Meanwhile, the entity known as Gluttony within Sube felt a sense of discontent, expressing profound concern for the future of the demon race. How could the future Demon King be more preoccupied with human safety than the humans themselves? Such matters were not for a Demon King to concern himself with. It was the role of a hero. Was this Demon King truly the right choice? With a furrowed brow, Gluttony sensed that something was amiss, yet dared not voice his thoughts, suppressing them within his own mind. In the midst of the battlefield, students, scattered by another Slime King, soon received assistance. Sophia, timing her intervention perfectly, acted decisively just as Olini was rendered a mere caricature, shot to pieces like a puff pastry. In no time, she subdued the other Slime King with a formidable display of strength. Indeed, there was no cause for alarm. Sophia even took a moment to cleanse herself, washing away the sticky residue in the background. Sube meticulously monitored the time, as long as the battle concluded within 5 minutes. There would be no threat to life. After all, Even without holding their breath, second-tier professionals possessed a physical constitution that allowed them to survive at least 5 minutes before succumbing to asphyxiation. Thus, this crisis reached a conclusion, fraught with tension yet ultimately safe. In the aftermath of the battle, chaos reigned. Olini hurried back to the center of the team, accepting treatment from a third-tier priest, resolutely determining that he would never again stray from his squad. He could not endure such humiliation a second time. Had he merged with his team, he would not have faced the Slime King's relentless onslaught alone. At least he could have held out for a few minutes and retained some semblance of dignity. Being defeated so swiftly was undeniably humiliating. Although he had lasted a minute, it was a minute spent being mercilessly pummeled. For a third-tier individual, this was a source of shame, especially after boasting of his intentions to conserve strength for future dangers. Consequently, Olini had irrevocably lost his standing and influence within their circle, contemplating how to regain his lost honor atop the magic tower. Once he vanquished a juvenile deity, he would reclaim everything he had lost. The other students were equally disheveled. During the battle, several female students had been swallowed by the Slime King. Now liberated, they struggled to maintain their balance, walking upright proving a significant challenge, their movements undoubtedly hindered. Moreover, everyone was coated in a sticky substance, inducing a discomfort that was hard to articulate. The male students, however, adapted quickly to the new experience, shedding their clothes to scrub off the viscous liquid, engaging in a new round of slime-shooting antics. Finding joy in the chaos, for them, adventure was a dance between life and peril, and surviving the ordeal was the ultimate trial. Of course, not all shared this sentiment, but a few female students, attempting to extract the slime, nearly succumbed to despair. They were embarrassed to strip completely, opting instead to remove their shoes and pour out the gooey contents, staring despondently at their damp socks. Unsure of how to proceed. As for the group dispersed. Aside from the school uniforms, it was quite challenging for Su Bei to discern the identities of the students from the Winter Academy. Fortunately, this was of little consequence, although Su Bei remembered that his task was to attend to the students' needs. His conversation with Sophia along the way made him realize that the school intended to test his potential, using a temporary excuse to integrate him into the group. Thus, Su Bei felt no psychological burden and similarly drifted apart with Jasmine. In addition to the students from the Winter Academy, those from other academies also gradually entered St. Radiant City. The demeanor of the students revealed a stark polarization in their status. Those hailing from the larger cities exhibited a certain arrogance, considerably more ostentatious compared to their peers from Olini. Some noble scions pointed fingers at Olini, who dared not utter a word in defiance. Moreover, an extensive list was drawn up to critique the talents of various academies, claiming that only a handful among the visitors could reach the 5th tier, let alone succeed in passing. Even the little princess from Deuce was met with skepticism, as it was believed her potential could at best only reach the 5th tier, perhaps with a slight breakthrough enabling her to barely surpass it. In contrast, the students from smaller towns appeared like naive villagers, gawking at everything around them. Some were eager to explore the local customs, while others sought capable hands in the slave market. For them, the magic tower was merely a spectacle, a place of participation. All of this added to the already vibrant atmosphere of St. Radiant City. Su Bei, equipped with all his possessions, excluding 3 gold coins obtained from gluttony and several silver coins, had enough to live comfortably. Consequently, he and Jasmine found a nearby inn, requesting a single room for 2. Minors are not permitted. We are not a brothel and do not offer special services, the female clerk stated, blocking their way upon noticing Jasmine's youthful face beneath her trench coat. Her movements were brisk and decisive, and a flicker of hesitation crossed her face as she contemplated reporting the matter to the city lord's office for the abduction of a minor. Sister, even invoking the term sister was futile. Dear, calling her dear also fell short. But wait, dear could work. The clerk's face flushed, and in a flurry, she bent down to retrieve the registration form, revealing a glimpse of a tail behind her. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her expression one of doubt. Inquiring, is dear truly acceptable? Sister, please don't overthink it, Jasmine exclaimed, her hair twirling nervously since their dialogue began, her cheeks reddening to the point of almost dripping with color. After securing a room at the inn, Su Bei left Jasmine alone in the room. Using the pretext of exploring the surroundings, he activated the teleportation array and journeyed to the neighboring town. 10 silver coins weighed heavily on Su Bei's conscience, yet they were necessary expenses, as he needed to return by noon. Upon stepping into the teleportation array, a wave of dizziness washed over him, akin to ascending 50 stories in an elevator within mere seconds, leaving his vision hazy. This was Su Bei's first encounter with a teleportation array, and such a dreadful experience deterred him from wishing to repeat it. Arriving in Cooley Town, Subei navigated the streets based on gathered intel and his own recollections, gradually making his way to a secluded corner. The houses here bore no resemblance to those in St. Radiant City. They resembled the dilapidated structures of Winter City's outskirts. Ramshackle, wooden, and drafty. It seemed that every town had its own impoverished districts. Continuing onward, Subei finally reached the location from his memories. This place could even be described as a slum, perhaps worse than the conditions he had encountered thus far. There were no dilapidated thatched cottages as recalled. So where exactly was it? Furrowing his brow, Subei knocked on the door of the adjacent house. After a moment, the door creaked open. An elderly woman peered through the crack, her eye visible amidst a sea of wrinkles that twisted like worms. Yet she remained silent, gazing at Subei. "Good day," Subei pondered, cautiously extending a greeting. "What do you need?" the elderly woman inquired, her voice steeped in age and barely audible, requiring utmost attention to comprehend. "Would you happen to know Elena?" "Oh, Elena? Who is that?" The woman's eyes, slightly clouded, seemed to recall something but then dimmed again, indicating she had not grasped the answer. "She has black hair and is quite a lovely girl." "Ah, that quiet little one. Didn't she get taken away by the townsfolk?" Subei pointed toward the ruins, asking, "What about her family who lived there?" The old woman's pupils visibly contracted, likely startled by Subei's words. "They were probably taken as well. I can't quite remember," she murmured. "Do you recall when she was taken?" Subei pressed, posing one question after another, unwilling to allow the old woman time to ponder. Reluctantly, the elderly woman began to speak again, but only after Subei presented a silver coin. "It's been quite a while. She must have been taken away to enjoy a better life. Her household consisted only of an elderly man with mobility issues and a sister who could not seem to wake up. They must have gone to seek comfort long ago, right? Do you really think an old man can care for himself and also look after someone who can't wake up, tending to them daily?" Having said this, the elderly woman slowly closed the door, signaling the end of their conversation. Outside, Subei fell into contemplation. After all, this matter could lead to Elena awakening, on the brink of breaking through to demigod status. Only to have her divinity shattered due to emotional turmoil. Subei was compelled to consider the worst-case scenario. The cultivation of divinity at the awakening stage was far more stable than that of ordinary practitioners. Achieving the level of an awakened individual indicated that the person had transcended mere humanity, possessing all the attributes of a divine being. When the power tier reached that of a demigod, one would transform into a true terrestrial deity. A manifestation of the goddess of holy light walking among mortals. To disrupt such a level of divinity must have resulted from events Elena could not accept, forcing open a door long sealed within her memories, leaving it shattered. Considering the subsequent storyline, Subei recalled that Elena had never mentioned her family. Not once. It seemed she was unwilling to bring it up, perhaps at this very moment. Elena's family had already encountered misfortune. Was it possible that his early intervention in the storyline could change nothing? Subei narrowed his eyes, proceeding to knock on door after door. Eventually, he arrived at the ruins where a thatched cottage once stood. This was one of the places where Elena had lived. She might have resided elsewhere before this. However, when she left her family to head to the Holy Light Church, it was from here that she departed. Leaning down, Subei examined the floor's patterns and the lingering traces of power. The floorboards and rubble had all been disturbed, masking the evidence of a natural collapse. Moreover, there were signs of holy light upon the floor. Yet Elena had never returned, as the villagers claimed, not even once. It was understandable. Should Elena return, her divinity would instantaneously falter, jeopardizing the fragile family she had so diligently sought to protect. But had she truly safeguarded them? The situation suggested a different answer. No wonder this would drive Elena to despair, as her entire world would come crashing down. For amidst the ruins lay traces of holy light. If Elena had never returned, then who had left behind the marks of holy light? It is evident that the sacred light she fervently believed in has betrayed her. As for the villagers here, Subei surmised that they must know something, likely having coordinated their stories. For the moment, Subei had no intention of employing other means to extract any clues, as all leads pointed directly to the local branch of the Sacred Light Church. Calculating the time remaining, he lamented that he wouldn't have enough to visit the church. After contemplating, Subei made his way to the nearest town by the village entrance, known as Cooley Town. Nearby lay a bustling commercial street and a street of customs. Subei ventured into the latter, seeking out a tavern that appeared to have aged gracefully. The tavern was momentarily deserted, with not a soul in sight. No, it seemed there was one individual, someone smaller than the counter, who, upon closer inspection, was revealed to be the tavern's landlady, seated and polishing a wine glass. Noticing the arrival of a guest, she turned around. The landlady was petite, her features rugged, bearing distinct dwarven lineage. Ah, young man, you've come quite early. Alas, the ladies are still fast asleep. Oh dear, those women only know how to drain my life away, sleeping until midday without entertaining guests. Come on, get up and greet the patrons. Do you have any particular desires? I mean, what are your preferences? Beasts, elves, or perhaps humans? Lowless or mature women? In short, whatever you wish for, I can provide. If I don't have it, I can have them impersonate it. Of course, you must adhere to the rules. They are only here for companionship. If you wish to go further, you must obtain their consent. Otherwise, should any unfortunate incidents arise, this establishment bears no responsibility. If you cannot control yourself, I suggest you head to the inn next door. It's affordable and nobody will disturb you even if the walls shake. No, I am not here for them. Subei waved his hand. Looking for me? Do you wish to have a rendezvous with me? The landlady furrowed her brow, taking a deep breath, clearly realizing she had encountered a troublesome situation. I wish to inquire about a few matters. Observing her expression, Subei did not hesitate. He produced a gold coin and placed it on the table, pressing it forward towards her. I must know what you seek to learn. You must understand that I operate with certain ethical standards in this town. 2 years ago, Elena, the dwarven landlady, extended a finger, pressing down on the gold coin and discreetly sliding it into her waistband, her demeanor suddenly turning serious. What do you wish to know? That girl is no longer in this town. She should be quite renowned by now, serving as a saintess at the Sacred Light Church. I believe you should know she was once a quiet little black girl. If you wish to pursue her, I advise you to reconsider. I have heard that women of her kind are devoid of human emotions. Moreover, the number of suitors for her could fill this entire street, and even old Wang next door yearns for a dalliance with her. The dwarven landlady seemed to grind her teeth at the mention of old Wang. Subei considered that delving deeper might trigger a side quest, but he was momentarily uninterested. I wish to discuss her family. Subei straightforwardly inquired. After a prolonged silence, the dwarven landlady regarded him, then suddenly smiled, furrowing her brow as she downed a hearty gulp of ale. Do you wish to hear the truth or a falsehood? If you seek the truth, your payment is insufficient. If you want a falsehood, you need not seek me. You can inquire anywhere outside. You must understand, only those who are insipidly gossipy resort to falsehoods. And I do not indulge in such matters. How much is the price? Subei asked. It's not merely a matter of gold. Of course, a considerable sum would suffice. Subei, lacking substantial wealth, pondered for a moment before recalling the value he possessed, gluttony, and reached down. Not that, brother, that's inappropriate, entirely inappropriate. Gluttony hastily interjected, realizing it had unwittingly landed itself in a predicament. Desperately trying to salvage the situation with a whisper only Subei could hear. It could not leave. Having finally found companionship beside the young demon lord. Once the demon lord matured, it would be the foremost general. If it departed now, it would be a monumental setback. Upon hearing Gluttony's protest, Subei hesitated, but soon halted as he heard the landlady's next words. I sense you possess a masterfully crafted treasure, a perfect artifact, forged through the unique techniques of my dwarven kin, imbued with a distinctive sacred light attribute. Sacred light. The sensitive term swiftly conjured a memory in Subei's mind. The ring from the silent village. If you are willing to part with it, I shall divulge all that I know. Though this street may be filled with unsavory characters, few dare to offend the Sacred Light Church, and I happen to be one of those. By the goddess of liberty, may these non-believers vanish soon. The further the better. A peculiar glint sparkled in the landlady's eyes, leading Subei to conclude that she likely was not a follower of the goddess of liberty, for her devotees are never avaricious. Her allegiance seemed more aligned with the god of commerce and trade. After listening to the landlady's words, Subei did not ponder further. He reached into his pocket and produced a ring. This is the ring Elena entrusted to me in the silent village. It can attest to her identity, granting me a degree of authority at the Sacred Light Church. To Subei, it bore little significance. Furthermore, using Elena's possessions to rescue her seemed a twist of fate, perhaps even a matter of destiny. Could such coincidences truly occur? Without further deliberation, Subei tossed the ring to the landlady. Upon receiving the ring, the landlady wasted no time. The ring activated immediately, igniting her enthusiasm for conversation. I do appreciate your directness. It aligns with our dwarven aesthetic. Had I been 50 years younger, I would have certainly pursued a romantic escapade with you. Alas, I am 60 today and have a daughter. However, my daughter is 16 this year, possesses some of my youthful beauty, and is of marriageable age, perhaps under the influence of the spirits. The landlady appeared somewhat tipsy as she chatted animatedly. Do hurry, I need to take my child out for lunch. Sube opted for the simplest means to conclude the conversation. A true conversational assassin. The landlady clicked her tongue, somewhat regretful, raising her gaze as if wishing to say more, but quickly lowered her head. It's a pity, having children changes everything. Alas, it must be so. Downing another mug of ale, the landlady grimly declared, Then I shall exchange this information for our friendship, regardless of offending the sacred light. With that, she closed her eyes, contemplating for a moment, then continued, Elena's father has passed away. He died in a most tragic manner, collapsing in the street without a breath left to take. Many witnessed it. Although it was due to illness, everyone knows it was tied to Bishop Ian's misdeeds. That scoundrel embezzled the relief funds meant for Elena's father, squandering them on indulgences while leaving her father unable to afford even half a remedy. As she spoke, Sube fell into silence, absorbing the weight of her words. He remained unresponsive, quietly awaiting the landlady to finish her drink. In the past, I was given 2 silver coins to smooth relations. Did they think I coveted those worthless coins? Bah. The landlady lifted her ale, downing it with vigor, her voice dripping with disdain as she continued. Her sister was likely detained by that Ian, planning to use it as leverage should Elena discover the truth. Hoping to negotiate a dignified resolution, it seems that old Ian may indeed get his way. The plight of Elena's family was truly tragic. Every year, the church's funds intended for them ended up in Ian's pocket. Consequently, they were forced onto a path from which they could not turn back, using their own earnings to support the very person responsible for their father's demise. Who wouldn't he feel sorrow for her plight? Indeed, she would be quite saddened if she were to find out. Sube nodded in silent agreement. However, no one dared to offend that old Ian. In this desolate pear town, the Church of the Holy Light was effectively a dictatorship under Ian's command. Not to mention, he and the lord of the city, Slot, were as thick as thieves, each covering for the other while their higher-ups kept them in check. The atmosphere was suffocating, and the people were barely surviving. I could hardly stand it myself. If you ask me, this all seems worse than Fran. The new generation of nobility has become excessively powerful, continuously waging wars without regard for the consequences. Even my own White Pine Kingdom has been pushed to the brink of retreating into the snowy mountains. After that, Sube ceased listening. Once he had gathered enough information, he exited the tavern. What followed were the innkeeper's grievances. As a member of the dwarven race, she naturally held an unparalleled affection for the dwarven capital, which was none other than the White Rock Kingdom. Yet, this was not the information Sube sought. As he retraced his steps, his mind remained occupied with the power dynamics in Pear Town. The Lord's Manor represented the nobility, while the Church of the Holy Light was the people's bastion, regarded as the most authoritative institution in the eyes of the populace. It was no wonder that Elena's neighbors all sang the same tune. With noon approaching, Sube quickened his pace. Glancing around, he saw commoners laboring tirelessly under the scorching sun, while adventurers risked their lives delving into dungeons for materials. In contrast, the nobles rode about on horseback, flaunting their status, casually taking fruits and vegetables from the commoners, laughing and chatting amongst themselves. The sun blazed ever hotter, its rays illuminating the land, only serving to increase the sweat of the diligent farmers. Sube gently massaged his temples and exhaled a deep breath. The matter regarding Elena required careful deliberation. The bishop of the branch of the Church of the Holy Light was at the very least a saintly shepherd, accompanied by a holy knight, making them formidable forces in a town as modest as Pear Town, not to mention the lord of the manor, Slot, who was also an awakened one. Additionally, there were several lackeys under their command. Therefore, a direct assault was unfeasible. Even if Sube were to unleash his full power against one of the awakened, he would quickly find himself besieged by the other 2. Such a course of action would be ill-advised. Thus, he would have to resort to unconventional methods. Gluttony, he chuckled, discussing its peculiar applications with Sube. As noon arrived, Sube finally made his way back to Yali Town. He suppressed his frustrations and temporarily set aside the pressing issue. Soon, he returned to the inn. Upon opening the door, he found Jasmine curled up on the bed, fast asleep. 2 Slime Kings nestled contentedly in her embrace. Sube treaded softly and quietly closed the door behind him. Bang! Just as the door shut, it was flung open again. Inside, Jasmine, with her left hand still in the act of pulling the door open, rubbed her right eye with the back of her right hand, her left eye barely managing to open a small slit, her eyelashes trembling, appearing quite drowsy as she struggled to rise. A faint scent of milk mixed with jasmine's sweetness wafted through the air, likely due to her being wrapped up in the blankets for too long. She then stepped forward, tugging at Sube's collar, and softly murmured, "I'm hungry." "All right." Sube nodded. "I only managed to sleep a bit because you were out." "Okay," she replied, sounding a bit weary. Aren't you tired? Sube, not too bad. He responded. Jasmine's voice was faint, indicating her exhaustion. It was only natural, considering the two slime kings had been resting on her shoulders, occasionally siphoning her magical energy. And they had spent a whole day traversing the winter forest. Although Jasmine's unique trait was source, neglecting proper rest would still take a toll on her spirit. A short nap would be enough to recuperate. After a moment's thought, Sube extended his hand, snapping his fingers. Point 1.2. He flicked the slime kings back into the room. Jasmine blinked in confusion. It's not good. They should stay at home for now, Sube said lightly. However, the slime kings were unwilling to part with Jasmine, puffing up in agitation, ready to unleash their true forms. Xiao Hong, Xiao Bai, be good and guard the house. Jasmine turned to the two slimes, waving her hand. Noticing them swell and shrink, seemingly about to burst, she hurried over to pat their little bodies. Be good. I'll be back soon. If you misbehave, I won't keep you. Once the slime kings were calmed down, they reluctantly nodded in unison, bouncing back into the warmth of the bedding. The two then set out towards the direction of the mage tower. Along the way, they encountered numerous street vendors, and Jasmine eagerly requested whatever caught her fancy. Due to her delicate appetite and lingering habits from the past, she nibbled on a skewer of roasted meat, taking dainty bites with remarkable frequency, watching her devour a piece with great enjoyment. Sube couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of girls. Hamster cheeks, fish stomach, he mused. Subsequently, he held out a skewer of grilled fish before Jasmine, his expression unchanged. She exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before biting off a small piece of the tail. Observing Sube's satisfied and somewhat joyous expression, she felt a tinge of curiosity. It wasn't until she spotted an old man feeding children by the roadside that she suddenly exclaimed, Sube, what is Sube doing? You eat, Sube replied, offering her another skewer of meatballs. Jasmine puffed her cheeks in discontent, but obediently opened her mouth for a small bite, though her gaze towards Sube grew increasingly peculiar. Meanwhile, somewhere within a royal tomb, a coffin lid shifted slightly. Thus, the two continued to eat and walk, with Sube continuously feeding her. Soon, Jasmine was full. As they neared the mage tower, the crowd thickened. The street food vendors had vanished, replaced by merchants selling materials. Equipment vendors, enchanters, and blacksmiths boisterously touted the excellence of their creations, eager to detain passing adventurers for an entire day and night. Naturally, the prices were exorbitantly high, characteristic of unscrupulous merchants who cared not for repeat customers. By the time Sube and Jasmine arrived at the mage tower, the area was already packed with people, making it difficult to find a place to stand. Inside and out, the crowd was stratified by noble rank, with Lumina and her guards positioned at the forefront, followed by the offspring of central ministers and the descendants of dukes. Further back, the status of individuals diminished even more. The throng was dense, leaving only a narrow path for challengers, akin to spectators watching a circus. At this moment, the so-called prodigious youths were still silent, primarily observing the challenges of others to gauge the strength of the juvenile deities. That one I know. His name is Lit, a local prodigy from Yali Town, a 19-year-old at the 3rd level, with a combat-oriented trait called strength. He might last 10 minutes undefeated. Really? At last, someone of interest has arrived. The aristocrats exchanged information and established a wager regarding the performance of a nascent deity, speculating on how long one could withstand its presence. Ultimately, the outcome was a mere 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Sube glanced at the spectacle and quickly lost interest. Compared to such trivial pursuits, feeding Mo was far more amusing. These events were utterly unengaging. As time progressed, the number of challengers dwindled further. Almost all the exceptional individuals had already made their attempts and garnered the favor of certain nobles. What followed was merely a platform for the aristocrats. After a while, an uproar erupted from the crowd. At last, a noble had managed to triumph over a nascent deity, albeit at the cost of 3 artifacts potent enough to confront awakened beings. The magic tower proved to be far more formidable than anyone had anticipated. Intimidating all present. It was only then that Lumina made her entrance. She sensed it, an intensely resonant heartbeat, echoing like a muted thunder. Something within the magic tower was calling to her. Perhaps this tower existed solely for her at this moment. Simultaneously, Emily froze in place, her hand resting on her chest as she murmured, "How peculiar." Her heartbeat raced, threatening to escape her. Gluttony shouted with excitement in her mind. Hurry, hurry, impart some shock to these insignificant ants. Lumina approached the magic tower, her pace initially leisurely, merely a casual stroll. However, after a mere 10 steps, her speed quickened, and she became increasingly urgent, as if her body were being controlled against her will. In the end, she took several strides in one and stepped into the magic tower. Meanwhile, Mo Li's thoughts flickered incessantly, driven by a powerful urge to advance. Yet, Su Bei gently stroked her head from behind, momentarily restraining her actions. At some unknown moment, Sophia had quietly positioned herself behind Su Bei and whispered, "It is time for you to enter as well. Do you require assistance in concealing your identity?" Su Bei nodded, continuing to stroke Mo Li's head while gazing vacantly at the magic tower. He needed to maintain a low profile, and Sophia understood this necessity well, even if he did not pass the test. As long as he could navigate at least one layer of the magic tower, a noble would surely extend an olive branch to him. Simultaneously, they would investigate his identity, tracing the clues to uncover Mo Li's existence, which would not be a challenging endeavor. Thus, he needed to conceal his identity and prepare accordingly. Sophia spoke in a calm tone, as if merely notifying Su Bei. Su Bei did not inquire about what preparations were necessary, for he would soon come to understand. Suddenly, someone in the throng shouted, "The princess has entered, shall we join the fray?" With that, a small group surged through the sea of people, rushing into the magic tower. The nobles stood aghast, speechless. How audacious! How dare these commoners storm the tower alongside the princess? Was the princess not human? Today, I shall prove that I am mightier than the princess. I shall reach the 5th level to show you all. Indeed, I refuse to believe I am inferior to a mere woman. This declaration left the nobles flabbergasted, who had the audacity to refer to the princess as merely a woman, before the princess's guards could apprehend the audacious commoner. A slap resonated, leaving him bewildered. Damn it, we're in this together. What was the need for a slap? Yet, due to the sudden influx of individuals, the guards were caught unprepared, unable to discern friend from foe. For among them were those disguised as guards, acting as moles. Once the formation was breached, others swiftly followed suit, resulting in a chaotic scene. Su Bei understood now. It appeared that Sophia had orchestrated this distraction. She truly knew how to create chaos, not behaving like a benevolent figure at all. "Shall I assist you in being thrown into the fray?" Sophia inquired once more, providing comprehensive support, arranging distractions and transportation. In such a tumultuous environment, it was indeed challenging to squeeze through. A moment's inattention could lead to a slap. However, Su Bei merely shook his head and leaned down to whisper to Mo Li, "Stay put for me. If I do not emerge, do not enter." Mo Li obediently nodded, suppressing her desire to proceed, without questioning why. After all, Mr. Su Bei would never harm her. She simply needed to follow his instructions. At this moment, gluttony could no longer contain itself, exclaiming, "Bro, can I wait outside for you? I promise I won't enter if you don't come out." Noticing Su Bei's silence, gluttony continued, "I'm scared. You know what kind of levels are inside. What if you bring me in and I end up getting hurt? You know how devoted I am to you. Why won't you take me along this time?" Su Bei cast a calm glance at gluttony. Observing the situation, gluttony believed it had convinced Su Bei, quickly pressing its advantage. "Besides, bro, wouldn't it be unwise to bring me there? Who will protect Our Lady if you take me away? I propose you place me beside her. I shall serve as her bodyguard, ensuring her safety while vanquishing the wicked. What do you think?" Su Bei remained unresponsive to gluttony, but began to make other moves. He first grounded himself, entering a state of preparation. "Bro, you're being irresponsible. Our Lady is so charming. Can you bear to leave her waiting alone?" Gluttony implored urgently. It had overheard Su Bei instructing Mo Li not to enter the magic tower. Believing she would heed his words, this simply could not stand. If Mo Li did not enter, she could not draw out the magical sword. If she could not wield the strongest magical sword, the full power of the Demon King could not be awakened. Without this power, the demon race would be at the mercy of the yet-to-emerge hero and other forces, leading to their impending doom. The demon race already faced the wrath of the gods and the hostility of various races. If they lacked a Demon King's leadership, their chances of resurgence would vanish. It was imperative to keep Mo Li outside, persuading her to enter the magic tower. The revival of the demon realm depended on gluttony. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Bro, I realize you've discovered something. We need to discuss this openly. You must understand, a forcibly bent fruit is not sweet. Flies do not buzz around a seamless egg. Gluttony does not partake in a death sentence. We cannot endure a day without leadership. Life as headless flies is intolerable." Gluttony hastily delivered a comedic monologue, sensing that soft tactics had failed, and then unleashed a dense fog of gluttony, attempting to ensnare Su Bei and break free from his control. However, the mist not only failed to harm Su Bei but also concealed his form, enveloping him in a shroud of confusion. At that moment, Su Bei's body was adorned with flickering halos of various sizes, accumulating and bursting forth into a brilliant display. Countless buffs enveloped him, natural affinity, holy light blessing, combat specialization, nimble footsteps, gentle winds surrounding him, gradual healing, and a clear mind. Then, Subei slightly bent his legs and launched himself forward, akin to a meteor crashing to the ground. The earth beneath him quaked as a web-like fissure spread from his point of impact. In an instant, a beam of light darted through the crowd, deftly pushing aside all obstacles and surging into the magic tower. "What is that?" the crowd gasped, unable to discern clearly. A mass of fog enveloping a radiance. "If you told me it was Ultraman, I would believe you. What are you watching? Children-esque cartoons. Ridiculous. How could Ultraman possibly exist? How do you know what Ultraman is if you haven't seen it?" The speed of the young deity of nature in the forest in Subei is astonishingly swift, with very few able to capture him. Even fewer have managed to see through the mist that envelopes him. To some extent, the gluttony has indeed played a role in aiding him. Thus, on the first day of February, Subei entered the magical tower, standing on the first level without a moment's preparation. Before him, the landscape transformed in an instant into a sea of flowers and trees, rendering movement nearly impossible. It was the realm of the deity of nature and the forest, the youthful deity. A whimsical little girl sat barefoot on a branch, swinging her legs playfully, her expression both endearing and mischievous. With a gentle flick of her hands, she scattered seeds around Subei. Then, raising her arms, she clapped, causing plants to surge forth in a frenzy of growth. The saplings in front quickly morphed into cacti, obstructing Subei's path. In the middle, a dense thicket of war trees took root. Their eyes closed in a meditative state. Finally, an endless array of pea shooters emerged, relentlessly firing at Subei's current position. It must be said that the power wielded by a youthful deity is far beyond what any practitioner could hope to rival. Engaging in magic with them is akin to courting death. Their third-tier skills seemed limitless in her hands, capable of being combined into devastating war magic. No one could fathom that a typical third-tier forest mage could conjure 10 plants. It would be an extraordinary feat. Yet for a youthful deity, such feats were merely a flick of the wrist. Fortunately, Subei had chosen the path of extreme physical attack, thus avoiding the awkwardness of magical confrontation. With a light step, Subei remained stationary, as countless peas landed harmlessly in the air, exploding into a mushroom cloud against the wall behind him. In the blink of an eye, his still figure shattered. The deity of nature and the forest looked up just in time to see a blinding sword descending from above. Aimed at her crown, with a rustling sound, she raised her hand, and the massive tree beneath her quivered as its branches and leaves surged to block Subei's sword strikes. Behind the lush foliage lurked a treant, a third-tier knight, who struck at Subei with a powerful blow. The clash of sword against hand resulted in the treant's hand being severed. Subei landed, his sword carving a shallow 10-meter mark into the ground. It appeared that neither had gained the upper hand in this initial exchange. Yet Subei knew he had overestimated his own capabilities. Deities, as expected, were far stronger than he had imagined. The cacti obstructing his path left him with no choice but to attack from the air. But even then, there were no blind spots for his opponent. Subei calmly gathered his strength, preparing for the next round of battle. That moment, a voice echoed in his mind. The deity of nature and the forest feared blood. She faints at the sight of blood. Subei furrowed his brow. What was that voice? Who was speaking? Gluttony. He called out, but received no response. A heavy feeling settled in his heart. Even if it was not gluttony, she would at least provide some indication of her presence. The absence of any reply suggested a grim possibility. He had been stripped of the right to speak by some unseen force, perhaps even deprived of consciousness. Discreetly, he scanned his surroundings. However, the youthful deity was exceptionally adept at seizing opportunities. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a leaf darted silently towards Subei's neck. He quickly turned his head, narrowly avoiding a fatal wound. Though a thin line of blood was drawn across his jaw. It was then that Subei froze. A pool of blood marred the leaf, and the youthful deity's face paled visibly. In an instant, she began to unleash her full power, seemingly intent on ending the battle swiftly. Subei frowned, stepping carefully on the branches aimed at him, inching closer to her. The nearer he drew, the more he sensed her breath quickening. With nothing to lose, Subei bit his finger, forcefully sprinkling his blood. At that moment, the leaves began to wither and fall, trees collapsing and merging with the soil. You, shameless creature! The youthful deity of nature and the forest fell into darkness, losing consciousness. Subei, dazed, approached her fallen form, prodding her with his sword, turning her over. Her complexion was pale, breath quickened, as if seized by sea in the blink of an eye. His gaze erupted with an infinite depth, igniting an unquenchable flame. With the beginning of Su Bei's garment, it culminated in the incineration of his entire being. The black fire consumed half of Su Bei's visage. Yet he remained expressionless, exerting force anew to pin the goddess of death firmly to the ground. A hand reached forth, grasping her face, employing a crude and forceful method to gain the upper hand. The goddess of death trembled, her eyes betraying a hint of panic as her hands instantly weakened. You shall descend into an endless purgatory until death. At that moment, the voice in his mind resonated once more. 6 seconds. Su Bei harbored no doubts, keeping his grip on the frightened face of the goddess of death. His demeanor calm. It was only when the black fire extinguished one of her pupils that he finally swung his sword. The 6 seconds had elapsed. With the foolishly simplistic prompt of victory, success was inevitable. Su Bei stepped away, and behind him, the body of the goddess of death gradually vanished. There was no time to mourn the fallen goddess. For the mightiest of divine Valkyries was about to emerge. As for the source of the voice, Su Bei had no time to ponder. Such thoughts were meaningless and unnecessary, for the moment, without the aid of the voice. Traversing the magic tower proved exceedingly difficult, let alone speedrunning it. Belief was his only recourse. Elsewhere, embrace death, and you shall fear it no more. Go forth, brave warrior, embark upon your destined journey. Luminera smiled, radiant and brilliant. She had finally discerned her mission. I am the hero, destined to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness. This is my calling. Luminera held steadfastly to this conviction. Even as her form neared obliteration, her will remained as unyielding as granite. It could only be said that she had been thoroughly brainwashed. On the third level, attack. Gain the advantage. Upon hearing this, Su Bei abandoned any thoughts of cunning tactics, methodically reapplying each enhancement buff. The Valkyrie, wielding a white longsword, with grayish-white eyes and shoulder-length hair, stood at the same imposing height of 1.80 meters, mirroring Su Bei. The contrast of black and white was stark, much like two vivid hues. Set against a battlefield scarcely 20 meters in diameter, from the looks of it, this was a brutal melee. As swords were raised, the Valkyrie emanated a resonant aura, her unique buffs escalating from 0 to 100. While her offensive capabilities exceeded Su Bei's, they lacked his comprehensive versatility. They clashed. The boundaries of black and white were cleaved, claiming dominion over the modest arena, initially silent, as if heralding the impending thunder. The air erupted with a cacophony of shattering sounds, soon transforming into the relentless clash of blades, the metallic clang ringing in their ears. Their speed of change was astonishing. The Valkyrie's sword required no contemplation. Each strike was a masterstroke, a testament to her innate offensive prowess. Su Bei's sword, too, required no thought. Wherever his mind wandered, his blade followed, his movements and thoughts in perfect synchrony, expending no unnecessary energy. They danced to a shared rhythm, engaging in the purest form of combat. Yet while the Valkyrie pressed the offense, Su Bei assumed a defensive stance. Su Bei's expression remained unwavering. This skirmish held no novelty for him, akin to every previous conflict. They collided repeatedly, rebounding and colliding once more. There was no hesitation. Each strike was executed with unwavering resolve. The Valkyrie reveled in the thrill of battle, born to conquer, lost in the ecstasy of combat. Her laughter was exuberant, her movements bold and expansive, intoxicated by the clash. However, Su Bei's purpose in this confrontation was not merely to claim victory. Observing her enthrallment in the melee, Su Bei's objective was realized. With deft parries and deflections, he seized the opportunity to swiftly target the Valkyrie's legs with gluttony. The Valkyrie raised her sword, and Su Bei quickly altered his approach. Ascending, he severed a lock of her hair. The Valkyrie paused, bewildered. What was this? Throughout her life, from childhood to adulthood, she had never suffered defeat in one-on-one combat. Not even the loss of a single strand of hair had ever occurred. The Valkyrie maintained a safe distance. And since he had not aimed to strike her directly, her evasion was casual. Yet, Su Bei's strike was not intended for her. It was solely to sever a strand of her hair. Who would intentionally target her in a duel? Nevertheless, achieving such a feat was sufficient to earn her recognition. You have passed. I shall grant you access to the next level. The Valkyrie sheathed her sword, but before she could utter another word, crack! A flash of brilliance erupted as Su Bei, following the prompt in his mind, executed a clean and decisive strike. He beheaded the youthful Valkyrie. Though not her true form, the Valkyrie appeared momentarily disoriented. Why has he killed me? Outside the magic tower. Damn. The third level. Princess. We reached the third layer. Undoubtedly, she was a princess, a rare combat prodigy of a century. This implied she possessed the qualifications to breach the 5th level. Hearing the voice, Jasmine instinctively glanced toward the speaker. Princess. Am I not a princess as well? Even if not currently, rounding up, I could be considered half a princess, right? I thought they were referring to me. Never mind that. What am I thinking? Silly Jasmine. She chuckled at her own folly, puffing up her cheeks in contemplation, yearning for Su Bei to take her out for a delightful shopping spree. Alone, she found herself growing somewhat bored. Just then, Jasmine sensed someone seating themselves beside her. Looking up, she was taken aback. Teacher Sophia. Arriving at the next level, she found herself surrounded by neatly arranged bookshelves, an ocean of literature. This was indeed a sanctuary of knowledge. The goddess of wisdom perched atop an open tome, her oversized magical hat nearly enveloping her upper body. Upon seeing Su Bei, she was the only one who did not immediately seek to engage in combat. Su Bei remained stationary, calmly surveying his surroundings. He heard no prompt in his mind, suggesting this level required no strategy. Noting Su Bei's cautious demeanor, the goddess of wisdom set her book aside and inquired, "Which number am I?" What number? Did she mean level? So this refresh occurred on the 4th layer. The goddess of wisdom sighed. Then there is no need for combat. I am no match for you. She surrendered without a second thought, for she was not inclined toward battle. In terms of combat prowess, she fell short of any deity. If the opponent could surpass 3 levels, defeating her would pose no challenge. Answer me 3 questions. If I am satisfied, I shall bestow upon you my blessing. Observing Su Bei's silence, his hand caressing the sword hilt, the goddess of wisdom's hand froze as she regarded him with a serious expression. What are you doing? I ask what you are doing. What do you intend to achieve? Su Bei lifted his foot, ready to draw his sword. The goddess of wisdom swallowed hard and continued. Must it come to this? If you insist on attacking, then I shall grant you my blessing. Su Bei hesitated. The goddess of wisdom began to chant, yet upon seeing Su Bei's grip remain firm, she smiled wryly and proposed. If I grant you my blessing, you must not strike me, all right? While I may not excel in combat, I am not made of dough. You shall find no fortune in provoking me. Her facade of strength crumbled. Revealing the truth of the goddess of wisdom, perhaps she was a source of shame among deities, an anomaly within their ranks. Su Bei no longer hesitated and drew his sword, realizing the situation was dire. The goddess of wisdom's serious expression shattered, revealing a face of discontent as she exclaimed, "You may consider me an easy target, but I assure you, you will regret provoking me. I will demonstrate through action that I am the most easily bullied of all deities. Alas, I shall suffer greatly." As the words fell, a sharp crack resonated, and the goddess of wisdom disintegrated into fragments of parchment, while the book she had occupied snapped shut with a resounding thud. She had succumbed to her own demise. What a spectacle this was! Could it be that the goddess of wisdom was also a jester? Su Bei furrowed his brow. The juvenile deity before him lacked intelligence. Resembling a divine being in every sense, devoid of superfluous dialogue or emotion, the goddess of wisdom, however, was an anomaly. Yet, could she be too unique? Was it possible that she resided not in the realm of gods, but concealed within the mortal world, thus endowing her spirit with such vividness? Even as he prepared to ascend to the next level, Su Bei remained perplexed. The 5th level, the goddess of fortune stood with her back to the entrance. Clad in a red gown that exposed one shoulder, a glass of red wine held aloft in her hand as she gazed at the spinning coin before her. Without turning, she gestured towards the coin. Take a guess, heads or tails? At that moment, the familiar prompt echoed in Su Bei's mind once more. Do not guess, do not inquire, do not speak. The goddess of fortune despises foul odors. Use sweat. Su Bei nodded, stepping forward. The goddess of fortune still did not turn, pressing the coin with her middle finger and flipping it to its head's side. Suddenly, Su Bei's feet tangled, and he somersaulted forward. The likelihood of such an event occurring was nearly zero for him, yet the goddess of fortune magnified it to a certainty. Unfazed, Su Bei continued to roll forward, drawing closer to the goddess of fortune as he swung his sword horizontally. Abruptly, the sword slipped from his grasp. It wasn't a failure to hold on. Rather, his hand had cramped. Was such a thing truly possible? Su Bei realized that the style of this battle would be unlike any he had encountered before. The youthful goddess of fortune differed from the previous deities. She was the darling of the world, effortlessly acquiring treasures wherever she went. She never needed to seek opportunities, for they followed in her wake. In stark contrast, Su Bei found himself stripped of fortune. Fortuitously, the goddess of fortune was only at the 3rd tier. Otherwise, if she employed her misfortune spells, Su Bei would stand no chance. Moreover, luck is relative. With the goddess of fortune positioned at the pinnacle of luck, Su Bei, intent on vanquishing her, was bound to experience misfortune. However, undeterred by the lost sword, Su Bei's hand reached out towards the goddess of fortune. The ground cracked beneath him, and he stumbled from behind her. rolling to regain his footing and grasping the gluttony that had fallen by his feet. At this moment, the goddess of fortune rose. Meeting Subei's gaze. Eye in her hand, the coin continued to spin. The voice in Subei's mind prompted him again. Create multiple distinct events in a short time. Nodding, he spread his hands. His magic surged, emanating a brilliant light. The third tier of luck should be finite. If enough events transpired, they could shatter the boundaries of the third tier. Holy light, that a first-tier skill, accessible to all professions, primarily serves as illumination. However, when honed to perfection by Subei, it transcended mere brightness, capable of blinding foes. A sword shot forth from the radiance towards the goddess of fortune, narrowly grazing her cheek. Yet, the hilt had been tied with a strip of black cloth, forcibly altering the sword's trajectory to strike at the goddess of fortune's neck. She regarded the black cloth, which instantly disintegrated before her eyes, and in that moment, a dark object burst forth from the brilliance. The goddess of fortune had no time to turn her head. By the time she did, she found a black soul heading straight for her face. The luck still in effect prevented the shoe from making contact. However, inside the shoe resided a sock, foul and odorous. The scent did not require close proximity to be conveyed. The goddess of fortune grimaced, suppressing the urge to vomit. Her distraction led to a lapse in her absolute luck, leaving only the relative luck she inherently possessed. She was, after all, the embodiment of fortune. Thus, she was spared from the sock's touch, yet merely passing through the air beside it rendered her utterly undone. To her, encountering such a stench was akin to death itself. Seizing the moment of her bewilderment, Subei raised a sword, fulfilling the goddess of fortune's fate. This time, he did not wait for the prompt in his mind to indicate the timing. He had reached the 5th level. This was sufficient. Outside the magical tower, the 5th level had been cleared. My goodness, this princess is invincible. To be honest, I believed in the princess from the start. Nonsense. Ever since that duke's descendant fell at the 2nd level. You claimed no one could surpass the 3rd. Get lost. After a brief pause, the magical tower's 5th level flickered again, plunging the scene into silence. Did that thing just flash twice? Huh. No way. I must have misseen. No, it truly did flash twice. I would rather believe I was mistaken. How could this be? Who else could surpass the 5th level? Wouldn't that mean they could gain the blessings of 5 deities? Is it possible that the magical tower is experiencing a delay? Outside, chaos ensued, while Sophia wore a look of satisfaction. After all, Subei had yet to emerge. Beside her, Emily trembled with increasing intensity. I want to go in. I desperately want to go in. I can barely contain myself. But no, Mr. Subei told me to wait for him obediently. After overcoming the 5th level, 2 teleportation arrays appeared before Subei, with a treasure chest placed between them, reminiscent of a dungeon dive. However, in dungeons, a chest awaited on the next level down, while in the magical tower, it only appeared after 5 levels were cleared. Subei's luck with treasure chests was notoriously poor. Not to mention, having just slain the goddess of fortune, his luck had been afflicted with a debuff. Yet, opening chests was a romantic endeavor for homebodies. Despite knowing he was a non-lucky individual, Subei always hoped for a golden legend with every chest he opened. Unfortunately, there was no safety net in this fantasy world. He could only wish for a stroke of luck. He opened the chest. There was no light, not even a glimmer of white, let alone the subsequent hues of green, blue, purple, orange, black, or red. Was the anticipated black. Subei reached in and extracted a card. Invitation from the Goddess of Wisdom. Effect. The Goddess of Wisdom invites you to visit her divine realm. It was not black. Rather, the treasure within the chest had been swapped by the Goddess of Wisdom. In a wonder, not even the faintest white light appeared. Truly a vengeful creature. Subei stowed the invitation, having no intention of using it, nor did he plan to descend to the next level. Silently, he turned and made his way toward the exit portal. Continue downwards. Upon seeing Subei leave, the voice in his mind suddenly sounded urgent. However, Subei had no intention of heeding it. He did not believe the voice's owner had any benevolent intentions. Who knew what sinister schemes lay beneath? Such an understanding of deities indicated a level of divine knowledge. Perhaps it sought to usurp his body after he cleared the challenge. Knowing when to retreat was a wise choice for Subei. Moreover, these battles had not been light. His physical stamina was severely depleted, and his mind had yet to sharpen. Given his current state, it was evident that he lacked the conditions to proceed further. Thus, the voice's owner grew anxious. Wait, don't go. You must continue downwards. If you do not, how can you protect those around you? You know she is the Demon King-S, don't you? At the same time, Numerous voices erupted simultaneously, buzzing in his mind like the sound of firecrackers, halting Subei's impending step into the teleportation array. Subei fell silent. After a long pause, he finally lifted his head and inquired, "Who are you?" Moli was the Demon King. Subei was aware of this, and he believed that, apart from himself, no one else knew for the time being. Moreover, Subei had known for quite some time. Or rather, from the very beginning, he had maintained a skeptical attitude, which gradually transformed into certainty through subsequent coincidences. For instance, during his journey here, the Slime King's familiar behavior towards Moli. Further back, on the night he returned from Silent Village, Gluttony had inexplicably gone mad. Even further back, during the assassination plot that Subei had meticulously devised for 3 years. At that moment, when the Demon King was supposed to appear, Subei encountered Moli, fleeing for her life at the entrance of the Winter Dungeon. Since then, Subei had harbored a lingering doubt. However, when Subei first laid eyes on Moli, he was certain that she was a person. A living, breathing individual, delightfully charming, possessing all the exquisite qualities expected of a human girl, along with the refined manners instilled in her from her noble upbringing. Moreover, she exhibited an exuberance that, rather than being deemed malevolent, only accentuated her youthful vitality, regardless of what she might become in the future. At the moment Subei met her, she was merely a weak and helpless princess struggling for survival. Thus, after their first encounter, he chose to let her go, turning away. The kindness Subei extended initiated a chain reaction. It was precisely because of this that Moli subsequently proposed new terms, naturally forming a bond with Subei. In terms of outcome, Subei was quite pleased with this development. Nothing could provide more reassurance than clinging to the future Demon King's leg. With Moli under his protection, Subei, as a youth of sound principles in this new era, felt confident that even if the Demon King possessed a mischievous nature, she would inevitably transform into a cheerful and sunny being. Moreover, Moli was not only not unruly but rather exceptionally well-behaved. Thus, Subei embarked on the journey of nurturing the Demon King. Whoever said that the Demon King was inherently evil, novels seldom portray it that way. Moli was simply a pitiable individual. If Subei had taken proper care of her from the outset, perhaps the future would not have seen a Demon King arise at all. Without the conflict between Demon Kings and heroes, the world might not face destruction, would it? In that case, Subei could live a tranquil life. He would refrain from intervening, but once he did, he must strike at pivotal moments in the storyline. After all, seasoned players only engage in significant battles. When the voice in his mind unveiled Moli's identity, Subei remained calm, though his thoughts surged incessantly. He then posed a crucial question. "Who are you?" The sound of his voice echoed in the modest area, lingering in silence for a time. In truth, the identity of the other party was not important. At least, it held no significance for Subei. Even if he heard an unfamiliar name, it would not come as a surprise. However, the other party's attitude was of utmost importance. Was it a threat or an invitation to collaborate? Was there room for dialogue? Or was it a matter of combat? "You approach me, and I lack the strength to convey my message. I swear I harbor no ill intentions. All right." Without waiting for the other party to finish, Subei nodded and turned on his heel. He had many questions to ask. As for danger, within the magic tower, the strongest being was merely tier 3. It was challenging to ascertain who posed a real threat. It was simply a nuisance. In the past, he had always detested lengthy, tedious storylines that could not be skipped in games. Now, he found himself enduring such a trial. From that point onward, with the aid of the voice, Subei commenced a lengthy session of tower climbing, maintaining a pace synchronized with Lumina, always entering the next level simultaneously. The 6th floor, the 7th floor, the 8th floor. Outside the magic tower, the princess was truly on a rampage. I watched with delight. The princess, a timeless deity. It had been over 2 hours since Lumina and Subei had entered. Meanwhile, the adventurers and nobles waiting outside were exuberantly placing bets on how far the princess could descend. Additionally, the team from the Church of the Holy Light had also arrived, initially intending to send their Tier 3 members into the tower early to facilitate the awakening ceremony through the blessings of the Holy Light Goddess. However, upon learning that the princess was still within, the team paused, curious about her ultimate achievements. According to records, the last individual to reach the 15th level had ascended to become the newly minted deity known as the Thief. Following an unprecedented path, which was currently a popular route for assassins to attain divinity. It was said that at the level of the Thief, one could effortlessly steal the undergarments of an entire city without anyone being the wiser, all while seamlessly replacing them with new ones. The technique was nothing short of miraculous, leaving the victim entirely unaware. This was the terror of divinity. Did that princess possess the potential for godhood as well? Meanwhile, Sophia had long ceased her research. Upon witnessing someone surpass the 10th level, she lost interest in any ongoing investigations. When faced with a sumptuous feast, no one would bother to notice if a piece of bread lay before the grand meal. Su Bei was that lavish feast that Sophia was willing to forego her bread for. Currently, Sophia was eager to study Su Bei's physique. Ideally, right at this moment. How had Su Bei accomplished this? How had he managed to surpass 10 levels? Could it be that he had some sort of cheat? Molly gazed at the increasingly illuminated magic tower, her eyes beginning to cloud. The tower was calling to her. Just as it had with gluttony in the past. No, she could not go. She must not trouble him or Su Bei. Molly clenched her knees, inflicting pain upon herself to remain alert. 10 levels, 15 levels, 20 levels. Every 5 levels. Su Bei would pause briefly to match Lumina's rhythm. This interval served as the time for Lumina to open treasure chests, as well as for Su Bei to rest. Afterward, Su Bei could only barely keep pace with Lumina. A lack of energy on Su Bei's part was one reason. The increasing number of blessings Lumina received was another. Su Bei was growing weaker while Lumina rapidly gained strength. Furthermore, Su Bei's path to victory hinged on slaying deities, while Lumina's relied on acquiring their blessings. Hence, beyond the 20th level, Su Bei resorted to explosive bursts of power, cutting through all foes in one breath. Fortunately, the subsequent 4 levels were occupied by deities not particularly adept at combat. Otherwise, there could have been a timing discrepancy with Lumina entering the next level. Su Bei did not wish to burst forth into the open immediately. Amidst this arduous pursuit, Su Bei finally arrived at the exit of the 24th level of the magic tower. He then slowly stepped into the 25th level. Before him stood a tall man with wings, a rather inconspicuous black longsword embedded in his back. That man was an angel. He smiled slightly, casting a look of approval towards Su Bei. Finally, I have awaited you. Su as he drew closer. Su Bei recognized this angel from the storyline of the game, the earthly manifestation of the goddess of wisdom, the 9th-ranked angel in the celestial hierarchy. A demigod known as Omniscient Angel Michael. Embedded in his back was the demon sword of the 1st rank among demon kings, the chaos sword Apophis. No, wait. Upon realizing the identity of the being before him, Su Bei's eyes narrowed instantly. He raised his hand, wielding his sword. You may assume any guise of divinity, but you absolutely cannot belong to a category below this. Even as a demigod, your rank is insufficient. How could a demigod possess such extensive knowledge of other deities' secrets? Wait. What are you doing? Don't strike. Don't strike. If you do, I may truly perish. Don't strike. If you strike again, I won't be able to resurrect. The omniscient angel uttered statements that were entirely inconsistent with her established persona. Within the narrative of the game, the omniscient angel is depicted as gentle and composed. At this moment, however, she resembled a fool. This incongruity struck Su Bei as both jarring and oddly familiar. In conjunction with the scene within the magic tower, the only entity that vividly came to mind was the goddess of wisdom, particularly since no hints had indicated her weaknesses. Consequently, Su Bei swiftly deduced the true identity of the impostor. Wisdom? She inquired. No, I am the omniscient angel. The counterfeit responded with alarming rapidity, as if she had thoroughly brainwashed herself in advance. Her tone resolute, as though she were eager to join a pyramid scheme. Soon enough, the composure of the omniscient angel crumbled. Wait. Put the knife down. I command you to put it down and back away from me. Quickly, Su Bei's movements were deliberate and unhurried, for it is the slow approach that induces the greatest fear. Thus, the faux omniscient angel found herself retreating repeatedly, her speech becoming increasingly rapid, akin to a Gatling gun spitting out words. Put the knife down. Think carefully. Disrespecting the omniscient angel is tantamount to disrespecting the goddess of wisdom. After you slay the goddess's spirit, you will still have to contend with her attendants. I'm telling you, you're finished. Su Bei, truly finished. Your path is narrowing, and I warn you. Do you hear me? The goddess of wisdom will not reward your insolence. I advise you to cease immediately and worship the goddess properly, providing her with sustenance and faith. Otherwise, you shall suffer the curse of never acquiring knowledge. What do you intend to do? I ask you, what do you intend to do? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? No matter how ineffectual the goddess of wisdom may seem, she is still a deity, capable of effortlessly smiting you with a mere tome. Are you prepared to bear the unbearable consequences of disrespecting a divine being? You must immediately lower your sword and kiss my feet, for I will accept you as the second angel under my— no, not me, but under my divine master, the goddess of wisdom, the astute little angel. Express your profound gratitude now. For in the next moment, you shall find no opportunity. As her speech quickened, the omniscient angel began to feel her words burn upon her lips, her voice becoming increasingly shrill and louder. It was not until Su Bei's sword was poised at the throat of the counterfeit omniscient angel that she finally relented. All right, I confess, I am the goddess of wisdom. Now that you know, you must not act against me. She continued, surely, the astute little angel is not so bad. We could simply turn a blind eye and pretend nothing has happened. I could even bestow upon you my divine office, my path to godhood. I am the goddess of wisdom. You know how many people kneel in reverence and pray to me as I walk amongst them. She added, you, with your blatant lack of respect for the divine, can only take advantage of someone like me, a soft target. Seeing Su Bei's sword inch closer, the goddess of wisdom immediately ceased her incessant chatter and raised her hands high in surrender. No, I shan't speak further. With a resounding boom, smoke erupted. The mist arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly as it cleared. So too did the form of the omniscient angel. Soon, a pair of pristine white feet emerged from the haze, followed by an open book floating above. At the center of the pages sat a girl clad in an elegant blue gown, her upper half obscured by a blue wizard's hat. She appeared larger than the youthful goddess of wisdom from 4 layers prior, likely standing at approximately 1.56 meters. However, the oversized hat still covered her figure adequately, perhaps out of embarrassment, for it concealed her face. Su Bei mused that such attire would only serve to mortify the goddess further. What child dons a hat to disguise themselves? Is there something you wish to discuss? Ignoring the prior inane babbling, Su Bei succinctly inquired about her purpose. Of course, why else would I summon you? I wish to propose a trade. Perhaps succumbing to her professional instincts, the goddess of wisdom endeavored to adopt a serious demeanor, which indeed lent her a semblance of gravitas. She removed her hat, revealing an endearing visage. Speak. Su Bei nodded. 3 options, the goddess of wisdom asserted, extending 3 fingers from her left hand while pressing down with her right. The first, kill Jasmine. I grant you passage into my divine realm during times of peril, ensuring you shall live until old age. The invitation I offer is everlasting. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, listening as the goddess continued. Isn't your ultimate desire to survive? Slaying the demon king would diminish the conflict between heroes and villains, thereby reducing strife. Furthermore, with my protection, you would undoubtedly live until you no longer wish to. As she spoke, the goddess of wisdom traced a circle before him, adding, if you pierce the circle with your sword, no one would ever know it was you who ended her life. What say you? Within the circle sat Jasmine, perched on a step, tightly clutching her thigh, while continuously shoving snacks into her mouth, attempting to satiate her urges through gluttony. Even within the confines of the magic tower, Su Bei could hear her soft murmurs. Su Bei, you must hurry back to Jasmine. I can hardly hold on. I long to enter the tower. Surely it would bring me relief, wouldn't it? But no, I cannot go in, for Su Bei has asked me to wait. Yet, it is so hard to endure. I want to go home. Su Bei remained silent, lifting his sword. He recognized that Jasmine was the demon king, kept close by as a tool for survival. Rather than nurturing her as a potential ally, would it not be wiser to enjoy the fruits of the present? Indeed, the proposal put forth by the goddess of wisdom was enticing, particularly for Su Bei, who had only recently arrived in this world. At that time, knowing the outcome, survival took precedence over all else. He felt more like a transient in this realm, leaving nothing behind. In the life of a future demon king should not bear a heavy moral burden, simply sacrificing an inconsequential individual, a bothersome acquaintance of a few months, in exchange for a chance at life was an immense benefit he could hardly resist. Yet now, if one were to pose the question of whether the conclusion or the journey held greater significance, Su Bei would struggle to provide an immediate answer. Nevertheless, merely contemplating the notion of drawing his sword against Jasmine filled him with discomfort. His heart felt as though it were ensnared in a vice, rendering even the act of breathing a monumental effort. What of Jasmine, patiently awaiting him beyond the tower? Had she merely been a pawn in his plan for survival? In that moment, as he raised his sword, Su Bei discovered his answer. I shall resolve this concern for you. Her voice faltered. Swish, the blade traced an arc, once again pointing at the goddess of wisdom, effectively silencing her. I can no longer act as I once did. Jasmine and his family now. A tranquil silence enveloped them for a brief moment. It seems you two have realized this is no mere game. Rather than mere existence, you cherish the bonds you have forged. Do you not? The goddess of wisdom smiled faintly, lowering her second finger. Her words concealed a wealth of information. She knew far more than Su Bei could fathom, even aware that he had played this very game. Before Bei could ponder further, the goddess of wisdom presented her second option. Now, for the second choice, abandon her, and I shall offer you the same benefits as before. What say you? Bei's grip on his sword tightened, drawing it even closer to the goddess of wisdom. Oh, if you choose not to decide, then only the third option remains. The goddess of wisdom retracted her final finger, speaking coolly. Withdraw that sword and give it to Jasmine, assisting her in becoming the Demon King, thereby allowing the narrative to unfold as you deem appropriate. What do you think? With a smile, Bei swung his sword. Choose 4. He decided to first test the resilience of the goddess of wisdom against his strike before contemplating whether to engage in violence or seek a peaceful resolution. One might say that Bei was a thinker. Thus, he forcefully brought his sword down towards the forehead of the goddess of wisdom. Of course, although she was a playful figure, treating her as mere amusement would turn Bei into the fool. Among the deities, those who are not adept at combat are merely so in comparison to the divine. Moreover, the goddess of wisdom standing before him was not a mere replica conjured from a magical tower. It was highly likely that there existed a thread of connection to her true form. This implied that the powers she commanded were, at the very least, of a divine caliber. Bei's sword struck nothing but air. The force of the blade met an invisible blue barrier, which absorbed and dissipated the impact in waves, as though it had struck cotton, pushing the goddess of wisdom back 10 meters. Upon closer inspection, one could see a faint blue aura surrounding her, rippling through the air like water waves. A magical shield. A defensive skill unique to sorcerers, exchanging magical energy for a protective barrier, capable of withstanding most forms of damage. The extent of the goddess of wisdom's magical capacity was a question even the deities found challenging to ascertain. Yet, the magical shield was not as formidable as one might imagine. This suggested that the goddess of wisdom before him was not wholly intact. In terms of combat prowess, she indeed appeared somewhat weaker compared to other deities of her tier, standing firm with a sword. Bei contemplated the possibility of vanquishing this avatar of the goddess of wisdom and subsequently taking the magical sword for study. The odds of success were not negligible, perhaps 50-50. Haha, no need to rush, he mused. From a distance, he observed the goddess of wisdom clutching her belly in laughter. Despite her disheveled appearance, she seemed unconcerned about her image. Continuing, do you really think I am an easy target? You underestimate the divine. Even though I stand here as but a spiritual avatar, I am still linked to my true self. I am a goddess. Her voice took on a tone of solemnity and reverence. However, Bei sensed that she was merely putting on a facade. That was the impression she left on him, an ingrained belief that she was as soft and weak as a ripe fruit. By the way, just moments ago, Lumina had successfully drawn another sword, thus becoming a hero. The goddess of wisdom continued, on my end. Another avatar is still occupied, and I shan't waste any more time with you. It would be pointless to continue this skirmish. Here's the deal. You may withdraw after retrieving your sword, for exposing your identity upon exiting the tower would pose a danger to both you and Jasmine. By the way, I had extended you an invitation. I hope you can visit my divine realm when you have the chance. Rest assured, the divine is generous, and so am I. Haha, I want to be going. Bei retorted. You are a tier 3 within the tower, but outside, that is not the case. Without a moment's hesitation, he dismissed that possibility. He did not believe that treating the goddess of wisdom in such a manner would earn him her gracious hospitality. She seemed the type to harbor grudges, possibly even turning him into a servant. Nevertheless, the goddess of wisdom's direct offer regarding the sword did surprise Bei. Did she not fear that he might take the magical sword for himself or hand it over to Jasmine? Her demeanor appeared sincere, as if she was relinquishing the sword for the mutual benefit of all. Yet Bei sensed ulterior motives. Indeed, she was afraid. This spiritual form was vital to her, and she feared he might strike her down. Bei chose not to seize the sword immediately. Since she had made a promise, there was no rush. After all, the sword would not sprout legs and flee. Yet the goddess of wisdom seemed eager to see him depart. Thus, Bei stood resolutely, articulating his demands. I have several questions. How dare you expect me to answer your inquiries after the way you've treated me? You truly are a soft fruit to be squeezed. Bei narrowed his eyes, weighing his options. If softness would not suffice, then he would have to present her with something more formidable. Again, he drew his sword and stepped forward, determined to extract some answers. Even at the risk of offending the divine, this was the closest he had come to uncovering the truths he sought. Perhaps no one in this world possessed more knowledge than the goddess of wisdom. Missing this opportunity might mean a long wait for the next. After all, the movements of deities were elusive, and their realms existed in alternate dimensions. From Bei's perspective, the 25th floor, where the goddess of wisdom resided, was far more enticing than the magical sword. He had to devise a way to apprehend her. Wait, Wait, she said. Considering your apparent sincerity towards me, I could reluctantly agree to answer 3 of your questions. The goddess of wisdom raised 3 fingers, her tone grave. However, this comes at a cost. You will owe me a favor, to be repaid when I require it. Knowledge is my domain. It is invaluable. And here, it must be clearly priced, with no exceptions to this principle. What do you think? Of course, if you refuse, I shall remain silent regarding your inquiries, and you shall experience whether the fruit you squeeze is truly as soft as you believe. The goddess of wisdom began to emanate a source of magical power, significantly weaker than that of the elemental goddess, yet still not to be taken lightly. The pressure was divine in nature. And this time, Su Bei received no hints regarding weaknesses. Should he take the risk? After a moment's pause, he sheathed his sword. It was wise to know when to retreat. 1 favor in exchange for 3 questions could also serve to ease his relationship with the goddess of wisdom. For Su Bei, this was a worthwhile transaction. After all, once he left the magical tower, he would still remain at Tier 3, while the goddess of wisdom was not bound by such limitations. Moreover, she had a semi-divine servant known as the Omniscient Angel. Along with numerous fervent followers, without much deliberation, Su Bei nodded. Very well. The instant he agreed, he felt an intangible force pass through his body, unseen and untouchable. Yet distinctly felt. He sensed an invisible thread linking him to the goddess of wisdom. It was as if they had signed a peculiar contract. Was this the essence of divine authority? It resembled a rule of the world that in the game. Su Bei had reached maximum levels multiple times. And when facing similarly leveled demon lords or heroes, he had to fill his inventory with ancient relics, divine treasures, and equip himself with top-tier, fully enhanced, and specifically enchanted legendary gear, only to ambush and eliminate them when they were exhausted and weaponless. Yet, after defeating one side, facing the other, who succumbed to darkness and rage, Su Bei found himself utterly defenseless. Falling in an instant without even enduring a single turn. It was essential to recognize that Su Bei had explored various classes, all at their peak, merely a step away from divinity. Yet, despite being 2 of the most unique protagonists in the game capable of slaying max-level players, they had not ascended to the divine tier. It seemed the absence of such special authority was the crux of the matter. As Su Bei consented to the goddess of wisdom's terms, her expression suddenly crumbled. The force she had been exerting dissipated immediately. Now that we have forged a contract, should you strike me again, you shall face dire consequences. The goddess of wisdom collapsed directly, falling onto the pages of the book, her form rendered as soft and pliable as a lifeless mass of clay. All that remained was a feeble, slumped figure. Su Bei stood in stunned silence, suspecting he had been thoroughly deceived. Perhaps by placing a knife at the opponent's throat during their transaction, one could obtain the desired answers without paying any price. Yet, there were still benefits. At the very least, this way, he would not offend a living deity. At this moment, he observed the goddess of wisdom sprawled upon the book, idly swaying her feet, no longer maintaining her previous facade of strength and solemnity. She waved her hand as if to disperse the cold sweat that had emerged from her tension. Subsequently, she relaxed her body and stretched in a languorous manner. The goddess smiled and said, "Go ahead, ask away. I will tell you everything, no matter the question, as long as I am able to speak it." The goddess of wisdom appeared cheerful and at ease, seemingly unconcerned with the questions Su Bei intended to pose. After all, wisdom was her domain, and no inquiry could confound her. Su Bei fell into a contemplative silence. At this moment, ruminating on whether he had been tricked was utterly meaningless. It was far better to thoughtfully consider what to ask. Su Bei first posed the question that had been nagging at him since the beginning. What exactly are the Demon King and the hero? This question had occupied his thoughts for quite some time. Was it a matter of identity, symbolism, or perhaps some form of power? It was this very question that suddenly rendered the goddess of wisdom serious, her gaze freezing for a moment, as she adopted a semblance of divine poise. It seemed Su Bei's inquiry had struck at the very core of the world's truth. The goddess of wisdom spoke slowly. Ordinarily, this matter is beyond your level of understanding. However, it is not of great consequence. So I shall share it with you. The goddess closed her eyes, organizing her thoughts before continuing in simpler terms. The Demon King is the leader of the demon race, born as a chosen one from the convergence of their fate after they suffered severe oppression, tasked with the mission of reviving the demon kind. The hero, on the other hand, is a being of extraordinary constitution selected by the deities, capable of accommodating the blessings of the majority of gods, standing in for the deities to protect humanity and combat the Demon King, suppressing the rise of the demon race. This is the conjecture held by most, even within the ranks of demigods. What followed from the goddess of wisdom was a terrifying truth that could drive all worlds into madness. In reality, the title of Demon King also represents a unique path to divinity, a path that exists singularly and is still vacant. The specific route of ascension is concealed within the first rank of the Demon King, embodied in the demonic sword behind me. Correspondingly, there exists another hidden path within the first rank of the angelic hierarchy. The hero Sube's mind erupted with thoughts. He felt as if the common knowledge he had built while playing games had been violently shaken, leaving him in a state of lingering disbelief. The Demon King was the offspring of fate born from the weakness of the demon race. The hero was the chosen one bestowed with blessings by the deities. The two were inherently oppositional. This was a fact Sube had long been aware of. Receiving confirmation from the goddess of wisdom did not surprise him. However, the subsequent revelation that both the Demon King and the hero were part of a path to divinity left Sube utterly astonished. This was a viable path to ascendancy, one that had yet to be traversed by anyone. That if this were the case, the paths of Demon King and hero could be accessible to anyone. It was merely that, compared to the protagonists, they lacked the blessings of the deities and the fortune of the Demon King. This implied that anyone could become a Demon King or a hero, provided they could secure their exclusive path. Furthermore, if someone were to reach the pinnacle of this path before the Demon King and the hero, they could usurp their identities. Immediately, Sube conceived a previously unimagined hypothesis. What if there existed a possibility that someone could simultaneously acquire both paths and ascend to the rank of demigod before Emily and Lumina? They could thus be both hero and Demon King. In such a scenario, if they were to eliminate this individual, they would effectively slay two protagonists with a single strike, thereby preventing future wars. But there was no need to dwell on such thoughts. Although it was a path to divinity, it was still one uniquely reserved for the Demon King and the hero. Even if others managed to acquire it, they would not meet the prerequisites, and the ascension would be fraught with challenges. Moreover, the demonic sword and the holy sword could only be wielded by the Demon King and the hero. Was this not common knowledge? Furthermore, even if someone truly met all the preceding conditions, it was unlikely they would ascend as swiftly as the Demon King and the hero. For the two of them, leveling up was as effortless as drinking water. Even without a path, they could ascend while reclining. Having a path merely made it quicker and stronger. For them, it was a path to divinity. For others, it was a dead end, impossible to traverse. The goddess of wisdom's unrelenting tone swiftly dispelled Sube's unrealistic fantasies. Indeed, if one could be easily replaced, players would have surely discovered such a tactic during their gaming experiences. For players, what hidden dungeons, side quests, or secret classes could not be unearthed? The fantasy world was merely a single-player game, entirely capable of being reset and replayed 100 times for a singular purpose. This was a common occurrence. Yet, Sube had never heard of any similar information circulating in forums. Suppressing his thoughts, he temporarily set aside this astounding revelation. He then posed his second question: if Emily is human, how can she be the Demon King? The goddess of wisdom replied without hesitation: she is innately the Demon King, just as Lumina is destined to be the hero. What nonsensical rhetoric is this? Sube furrowed his brow as he listened to the goddess of wisdom continue her explanation. Emily has been endowed with fate since before her birth. She merely reincarnated as a human. Had she been born elsewhere, say, as a half-fox, an elf, a dwarf, or even a goblin or a minotaur, she would still be the same. In essence, she is first a Demon King and then a human. This was indeed a question Sube had long pondered. He had not anticipated the answer to be so astonishing yet logically coherent. The goddess of wisdom gazed at Sube with a smile. Who decreed that a Demon King could not be human? It was her destiny. It had to be her. Fatalism. Perhaps. Sube had initially assumed that a Demon King must possess demonic lineage, and thus could not be human. In truth, this was not a necessity. Just as a shepherd dog leads a flock, the leader of the demon race could also be human. Emily's demonic lineage need not be innate. It could be acquired through transfusion, creation, or the path of the Demon King. Alternatively, she might have been undergoing a continuous transformation. And now for the final question: what do you intend to ask? The goddess of wisdom inquired. Sube hesitated. After a long pause, he finally articulated his question. What would happen if Emily were unable to become the Demon King? The goddess of wisdom fell into silence, deep in thought. Clearly, this was not merely a question. It pertained to an event that had yet to transpire, involving time and destiny. Thus, there could be no definitive answer. Initially, I intended to inform you that such a possibility does not exist. However, I suspect you would not be satisfied with that answer. This question is quite intricate, making it difficult for me to respond. Nonetheless, I can show you some of the most likely futures that may unfold. Following this, the goddess of wisdom traced a circle in the air and gently tapped it. This invoked the authority of the goddess of fate. Fortunately, she and I are good friends, allowing me to borrow a fragment of her power. Surely she wouldn't be so stingy, would she, as the goddess of wisdom pointed. The circle began to ripple, gradually coalescing into a mirror. Look up. I shall show you the unchanging river of fate that exists among countless timelines. It is so robust, suspended there, eternally devoid of tributaries. He is an established truth amidst countless timelines and the endless rivers of fate, an event that is destined to occur. Behold, Su Bei raised his gaze. The mirror shimmered with a glistening light, gradually revealing a colorful scene, prominently featuring the entrance to the winter dungeon. It was the very place where Su Bei first encountered Mol. In the first cycle, Mol stumbled into the winter dungeon. This time, she did not meet Su Bei. With her affinity for magical creatures, Mol effortlessly blended in with them. She took residence on the 20th level of the winter dungeon, a picturesque volcanic crater. The only place suitable for human habitation within the dungeon, Mol became part of the magical family. As time passed, the Du's empire gradually discovered the winter city, and adventurers began to flock there. The magical creatures were senselessly slaughtered by these adventurers, one by one perishing before Mol's eyes. Ultimately, an adventurer reached the 20th level and decimated this paradise. There's a half-breed of the demon race here. I shall take this one back as a pet, he declared. Mol fought valiantly, teetering on the brink of death. Subsequently, she transformed, unleashing a surge that annihilated all invading adventurers. This massacre reverberated beyond the dungeon, and the existence of the Demon King became widely known, prompting a campaign against the winter dungeon. Mol was forced to stand in opposition to humanity, realizing that mere defense would not resolve the issue. In desperation, she unleashed a magical tide, seizing control of Winter City. What followed was her foray into the Demon Tower, a quest for ascension, and a frantic flight for survival, a life of relentless turmoil. In the end, she faced a decisive battle against a party of heroes, ultimately succumbing to their hands. The scene flickered on, showcasing the ruins scattered across various corners of the world. It was the aftermath of war. A landscape strewn with devastation. The image froze. The goddess of wisdom wore a detached expression, as if this narrative were an all-too-familiar tale. Well, it is one possible outcome, she remarked lightly. In truth, there exists a possibility of the Demon King slaying the hero, though the likelihood of that is not as high as the reverse. In any case, this timeline held no significance anymore, for your presence has altered the future henceforth. I shall now advance time to the potential outcomes following your arrival. This remains a timeline I have yet to observe. The image wavered once more. In the second cycle, the winter dungeon. Su Bei successfully intercepted Mol. This time, he showed no mercy, thrusting his sword towards her. Mol's blood gradually drained away, leaving her pallid, as she pondered why this was happening. Why was it always her? Why, after fleeing for so long, must she still face death? Why, when she had just glimpsed hope, was it snatched away once more? Why was she destined to perish? Countless questions remained unvoiced, and ultimately, she gazed at the sky, lying back with a serene smile to face her demise, contemplating a future life devoid of such suffering. Subsequently, Mol transformed, unleashing a surge of dark energy, her magic manifesting as invisible blossoms that erupted around her. These flowers represented the overwhelming power within her, abundant to the extent of being squandered without remorse. She raised her hand, her movement stiff, resembling a soulless automaton as she launched aimless attacks against Su Bei. Yet, even in her first transformation, she was no match for him. Soon enough, Mol met her end at Su Bei's hands once again. Following that, she underwent a second transformation, her form expanding, towering at 1.50 meters, then 1.80 meters, until she reached 2 meters. Her hair turned a profound black, her expression as impassive as porcelain. Each finger she pointed conjuring waves of pure magic potent enough to pierce through an entire forest. After a fierce battle, Su Bei perished. Mol lay on the ground, fully consumed by darkness. What followed was a repetition of the previous cycle. The image froze. TSK, though the probability of this timeline is quite low, I never anticipated that you would indeed attempt this in an alternate timeline. The goddess of wisdom mused, her interest piqued. Unbeknownst to her, she produced a barbecue grill and used pages from a book as kindling to roast a small sweet potato, indulging like a carefree child amidst the smoke. Come, let us see what unfolds next. In the third cycle, Su Bei adopted Mol, and the timeline mirrored the current one precisely. However, in the events surrounding Silent Village, Su Bei in this timeline failed to intervene beforehand, resulting in Imole's corruption and the tragic demise of all villagers, including her companions and teacher. A man La.N01 was spared. Consequently, Imole's identity as a demon king was revealed, and everyone believed she was responsible for the massacre of the entire Silent Village. N01 would believe the claim that the villagers were cannibals, for who would trust the words of a demon king? In this life, Imole endured even greater suffering, as her kin faced relentless extermination by high-ranking adventurers, with even demigods joining the fray. The war was more brutal than any preceding it, reducing nations to ruins and civilizations to naught. In the end, the demon race was left with only Imole, standing alone against an entire party of heroes. The conclusion remained the same. Death. The image froze once more. Su Bei, expressionless, observed until he finally spoke, making a request to align the timeline with his current one. Is that so? You wish to witness further chaos? The goddess of wisdom replied, raising her hand to move the timeline forward. She adjusted it to the moment Su Bei entered the demon tower. In this timeline, when faced with three pivotal choices, the timeline presented three distinct outcomes. For the first choice, should Su Bei opt to kill Imole, an ally with wisdom, she would transform before the eyes of onlookers, embarking anew on the path of the Demon King. However, thereafter, she would always avoid Winter City, and the magical tide would never pass through. Perhaps this place harbored her memories, or perhaps it was due to a certain individual. If he were to choose the second option, Su Bei would part ways with Imole, who would not question why but would smile and bid farewell. Thereafter, she would wander outdoors, enduring hardships, misinterpretations, identity revelations, and arrests. Ultimately, she would still be unable to escape her fate of awakening as the Demon King. Lastly, for the third choice, Su Bei would remain by Imole's side, accompanying her through her ascension and battling against the hero party together. With Su Bei's knowledge of the narrative guiding her, Imole could contend evenly with the heroes, at times even gaining the upper hand. Yet, due to Su Bei's insufficient strength, Imole would ultimately perish in the decisive battle, leading to a mutual destruction with the heroes. What followed were the cycles of the 3rd, 5th, 7th, 10th, and 99th iterations until the mirror ceased to display any images, leaving Su Bei immersed in contemplation, unable to regain his senses. After the images halted, the goddess of wisdom sniffled, her expression one of indignation. Caught by fate. Was it merely for stealing a fragment of your power? What a miser! She exclaimed. And without a backward glance, she promptly fled, indifferent to Su Bei's decisions. After a long while, Su Bei gradually regained his composure. He gazed at the demon sword. In those timelines, even with the existence of another him, no significant changes occurred. There was no chemical reaction, merely a sense of inevitability, inescapable. Imole's transformation was such, as was her death, or eternally served as the conclusion of the tale. This was the most prominent timeline, devoid of any tributary left behind by Imole. The best outcome would be for Su Bei to bestow that demon sword upon her, aiding her as a companion, allowing her to survive for decades without issue. Yet, must the conclusion be confined to this? Moreover, no one has inquired whether Jasmine is willing. So, does she indeed wish to become the Demon King? Would this be the fate she desires? I shall take the demon sword. And, thank you. Su Bei muttered to the empty venue. He then retrieved the demon sword. Both sword and sheath were not particularly heavy. Subsequently, Su Bei stepped towards the teleportation array, returning outside the demon tower. Outside the tower, the desolation was palpable, leading one to wonder if it had been ravaged by bandits. Even the cries of merchants were absent. Just as Su Bei exited the demon tower, something extraordinary occurred. The vast structure of the demon tower suddenly vanished from sight. Perhaps it was due to the removal of the demon sword and the holy sword that this instance was temporarily closed. Furthermore, Luminera had departed early, and upon drawing the holy sword, she was bestowed with the title of hero. The emergence of a hero was of utmost importance to the Do's empire. The nobles deliberated, suggesting a welcoming ceremony to honor the current hero's emergence. They intended for the hero to traverse the world in search of talent, to form a hero's party in preparation for the coming of the Demon King. To suggest that a prominent figure eliminate the Demon King prematurely? No, no, no. It is impossible to vanquish the Demon King. It is well known that only the holy sword wielded by a hero can slay the Demon King. Thus, the task of subduing the Demon King was entrusted to the hero, who happened to be Princess Luminera of the Empire. Nothing could be more reassuring than this. The nobles celebrated, the commoners gathered in excitement, and the merchants seized the opportunity to amass wealth, resulting in bustling commercial streets across towns. This led to the area surrounding the Demon Tower being devoid of even a single dog. One could not help but marvel at the speed with which everyone flocked to the spectacle. Having left the tower, Su Bei was still in a daze when gluttony activated first. Dude, no, I don't want to go in. Just let me stay and keep my sister company, okay? I can even bow a few times for you. Wait, I didn't go in. Ah, bro, you truly are my real brother. So, are you letting me stay to accompany my sister? I promise to take good care of her. Su Bei was met with a barrage of exclamations. The surroundings? Where's the Demon Tower? Did we run into a ghost? Su Bei approached the girl whom Gluttony had referred to as an orphan. At this moment, the only one still curled up here was none other than Jasmine. As he drew closer, he noticed that Jasmine had draped herself in a red coat, which appeared to belong to Sophia. The coat enveloped her petite frame, causing her to tremble slightly. Not feeling well? Su Bei inquired. Upon hearing this, Jasmine lifted her head, her complexion pale, her lips torn from biting down in an effort to restrain herself. She first gazed at Su Bei, a look of joy spreading across her face as she hurriedly replied, I'm fine, Mr. Su Bei. You emerged. It took you so long. Did you encounter trouble? If you're hurt, you must tell me. For I've learned healing skills. And by the way, Teacher Sophia mentioned she had to leave early. It was only when she noticed Su Bei scrutinizing her that Jasmine recalled something, smiling as she added, I am not unwell. Her gaze inadvertently dropped to the second sword at Su Bei's waist, her eyes fixated upon it. Su Bei remained silent for a moment. Jasmine first expressed concern for him, then conveyed information, and only then mentioned herself. Such a well-behaved Jasmine was simply endearing. Listening to her response, Su Bei smiled, only to furrow his brow afterward. Biting her lip does not equate to feeling unwell. However, it was evident that she was indeed unwell. How stubborn she is. Let us return home. Su Bei stepped forward, grasping Jasmine's hand to help her up. Leading the way. It seemed Jasmine had bottled up her feelings and had much to say. For after only a few steps, questions began to spill forth. Su Bei, why did the Demon Tower disappear? It seems to have vanished right after you came out. Is it related to you? I do not know. Su Bei shook his head. Su Bei, what was it like inside the Demon Tower? Was it beautiful? Not beautiful. Su Bei shook his head again. Su Bei, was it dangerous inside? Quite ordinary, he replied, shaking his head once more. By the way, Mr. Su Bei, there's something I don't know whether to tell you. Su Bei instinctively shook his head, but noticing Jasmine puffing out her cheeks in a pout, her eyes brimming with an innocent reproach, he realized that shaking his head at this moment was inappropriate. Thus, he nodded instead. Su Bei, did you truly listen to me? I've waited for you for so long. I'm getting angry now. Jasmine couldn't help but complain. Do not be angry, Su Bei immediately responded. Unfortunately, Su Bei's skills in comforting others were lacking. Witnessing Jasmine's increasingly dissatisfied expression, he racked his brain for a solution. After considerable thought, Su Bei finally recalled the correct response, saying, please do not be angry. Adding a please was indeed a step in the right direction. One could say Su Bei was capable of offering comfort, something that Gluttony struggled with. Yet Gluttony was still preoccupied with deciphering the nature of the sword hanging at Su Bei's waist, leaving no time to instruct him on how to soothe the child. Dude, what caliber is this sword to hang at my brother's waist? I must find time to practice with it. Jasmine stared at Su Bei, their gazes locking, observing each other's silence and somewhat awkward demeanor, before she could not help but burst into laughter. I'm not angry. Mr. Su Bei is just too easy to deceive. Su Bei was taken aback, saying nothing further, only feeling somewhat perplexed. When did he become so easy to fool? Jasmine continued, earlier, I had a strong desire to enter the Demon Tower, thinking I shouldn't trouble him. Su Bei, and I held back until now. Very good. Su Bei pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. However, after the Demon Tower vanished, that impulse did not dissipate. Jasmine tilted her head, her gaze fixed on Su Bei's waist, biting her lip, unsure whether to continue speaking. Gluttony mistakenly thought Jasmine was looking at him and hurriedly interjected, Sis, do you wish to become my host? I think it's quite feasible. We know each other well. I suggest we sign a contract right now. And you won't have to pay any price. Not you. Jasmine's response shattered Gluttony's heart, leaving him speechless, finally lamenting, what caliber is he to be better than me? I was here first. Ignoring Gluttony, Jasmine slowly said, is it also a demon sword? It seems to be calling out to me. It tells me I should draw it. This overwhelming urge fills me with anxiety, and my eyes are reddening from holding back tears. I feel this is something destined for me. Is it tempting me? It hasn't uttered a word, yet I can't resist. Why must I do this? The unknown, fear, helplessness. Jasmine suddenly felt as if she were standing amidst a tempest. She could neither advance nor retreat, only be swept along by the tide, like a marionette compelled to perform the next step predetermined for her. I'm so scared. Mr. Subaid, I am truly frightened. Jasmine clutched tightly at the collar of her garment, trembling as she yearned to flee, yet she steadfastly stood beside Subay. Her complexion was ashen, as if she might faint at any given moment. It was at this point that Subay discerned the extent of her frailty. He glanced at the apophis at his waist and inquired, "Do you wish to become a demon lord, Jasmine?" What? Gluttony was taken aback. What self-destructing truck? Is he revealing everything without pretense? A demon lord? Jasmine lifted her gaze, contemplating the intent behind Subay's question, and hesitated. Is it Subay who desires that I do so? Subay shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "It's merely a profession. There's no need to overthink it." Jasmine quickly shook her head, resolutely refusing. "No, I absolutely do not wish for that. It sounds dreadful and certainly does not seem enjoyable. I aspire to become a traveler." A traveler is the title bestowed upon a mage who awakens as a gourmet. It is universally acknowledged as the most romantic vocation, one that allows one to touch the stars and the moon. It is also the profession most adept at evading danger, free from the fear of being pursued. Jasmine had endured enough of a fugitive's life. How could she wish to become a demon lord loathed by the world, and once again live such a life? Subay nodded in agreement, responding with a simple good. By the way, Mr. Subay, do you wish to become a traveler? However, my father's guidance has only brought me this far, beyond which there is nothing. That is quite sufficient. For I will never know if I can become a demigod in this lifetime. If I could have the opportunity to witness the landscapes of other nations, it would be truly wonderful. In that moment, Jasmine's eyes sparkled with the vastness of the cosmos, embodying freedom and beauty. Life should be filled with joy and happiness. Thus, Subay steadied himself against the sword at his waist and calmly stated, "If you wish to become a traveler, then I shall give it a try." "Try what?" Jasmine blinked in confusion. To draw the sword. The instant he touched the hilt, a tempest of dark energy surged forth, violently pushing Jasmine away, while Gluttony continually exclaimed, "What are you doing, Mr. Subay? Stop it." Jasmine could not help but shout. Her heart raced violently, and her brows twitched incessantly. Subay's actions instilled in her an overwhelming sense of unease that it felt as though something weighty was being lifted from her, pressing down upon him instead. It simply could not be right. "Mr. Subay, what do you intend to do? Please, step back," she urged. Subay replied calmly, "Since Jasmine does not wish to become a demon lord, yet fate is immutable, why not seize this moment to experiment? This is her destiny, but it is not mine. I do not belong to this world, so how could I have a destiny? I am a traveler." Subay roared deeply, channeling all his strength to grasp the hilt of the sword, his buffs beginning to activate, dazzling light and profound darkness swirling around his form, while the ground crumbled and fractured beneath him. A heavy pressure enveloped the air, as if invisible hands were constricting Subay's throat, chains binding his limbs. His blood boiled, consciousness eroded, and rationality began to slip away. Breathing became laborious, then suffocating, until he ultimately forgot how to breathe entirely. The hilt trembled slightly, as if resisting Subay's grip, silently uttering 4 words. "Incorrect password. Incorrect, you say?" Subay's eyes widened as initial conditions were denied, and harsh prerequisites emerged one after another. Demon Lord's fortune, not held, cannot activate apophis. Activate second option. Open Demon Lord path. Please fulfill the following conditions. Civilization's Ember, activated. Slay 10 deities or more, activated. Obtain a demon sword, activated. Acquire 3 or more basic professions, activated. Possess special traits, activated. Temporarily gain Demon Lord skills. Demon Lord descends. Initiate first prerequisite for the Demon Lord path. You are a Demon Lord, fortune bestowed, crossed out, leader of the demon race, crossed out, exceptionally gifted. You must make your name known to the world and spread it among the races. Use the identity of a demon lord to create a massacre, one that is grand enough and shocking enough. The hilt was drawn a third of the way from its sheath. Subay fell silent, quietly retracting the sword, suddenly taken aback. Apophis was merging with Gluttony, the 2 swords intertwining until they became inseparable. Apophis completely transformed Gluttony. Gluttony recognized this unique demon sword, and in bewilderment, exclaimed, "Brother, what are you doing? You can't just split the demon lord in two. Is this even humanly possible? You lack fortune, talent, and physique. By severing the demon lord path, how will the demon race survive? You'll surely be hunted by the demons. In this lifetime, you won't even pass through the 50 layers of the underground city, let alone enjoy a meal with 5 dishes. As for me, I'm doomed to your folly. Do you truly believe you can become a demon lord? What are you thinking, brother?" Sube frowned and replied, "Be quiet. At that moment, the dark energy surrounding him dissipated entirely. Those unaware would think nothing had transpired. However, Jasmine witnessed the entire ordeal. She felt an abrupt decrease in her desires and gazed at the brand new gluttony at Sube's waist. Worry etched on her face. "Mr. Sube, everything is fine. You should return now, quickly." Jasmine nodded obediently but then asked, "Aren't we going together? Elena has arrived," Sube stated calmly. Jasmine nodded fervently, considering that Sube might be feeling lonely, and quickly turned, jogging back towards the inn to give him some private space. "I'll be back tonight. I'm hungry." "All right," Sube replied, lifting his gaze toward the right side of Holy Radiant City. On a day of celebration, the city still had knights patrolling. Moreover, the Magic Tower was a focal point for soldier patrols. Coincidentally, the patrolling knights had also grown lax, heading to the tavern for a celebration, claiming that to align with the festive atmosphere. They too deserved a break. Unfortunately, the leader of the patrol at the Magic Tower was the Holy Knight Sturt from the Holy Light Church, who was also the one tasked with escorting Elena from Winter City. As a 4th-tier Holy Knight, Sturt sensed the upheaval emanating from the direction of the Magic Tower from a distance, causing him to spring to his feet in alarm and hasten his pace. "What on earth is going on?" Sturt mused, feeling something was amiss, before suddenly witnessing the Magic Tower vanish, leaving him utterly astonished. "Damn it, who did this? How many awakening paths for professionals has this disrupted?" Sube sensed a sound approaching from a distance. Characterized by remarkable speed, that a professional was hastening toward him, prompting Sube to dismiss Li to prevent her from being caught in the fray. As Site drew near at an alarming pace, Sube raised the hilt of the demon sword and subsequently plunged it forcefully into his own body, rather than striking Sube directly. The hilt radiated outward, spreading along his limbs like molten iron, enveloping him in an obsidian armor reminiscent of a demon king. That a helmet and iron boots materialized, marking the emergence of the demon king's external manifestation. Within Sube, a surge of demonic energy erupted, as if he were a live volcano, with dark energy shooting skyward from beneath his feet. A tumult of wrath surged within him, primal instincts unleashed, and his mind grew increasingly impulsive, unable to suppress its lethal tendencies. Following this, the domain of gluttony unfurled, thick mists enveloping the surroundings. Even passing mosquitoes, emboldened by the atmosphere, dared to bite the tongue of a frog. Driven solely by the desire for a hearty meal, Sube raised his sword, the sheath still intact. As Site stepped into the fog of gluttony, Sube received immediate feedback. He quickly anticipated Site's trajectory and dealt a decisive blow to the path of his approach. With a resounding crash, the 4th-tier paladin, renowned for his formidable defense among awakeners, was slammed into the ground by Sube's strike, exploding into a mist of blood. After a moment's pause, Sube awaited a counterattack. Oblivious to the fact that the battle had already concluded. A minute later, Sube released the Demon King's manifestation, furrowing his brow. Could it be that he was merely a 3rd-tier professional, so fragile? Struggling to think with a mind tainted by demonic influence, Sube finally recalled a vital matter, almost forgetting the prerequisite for attaining the Demon King path. Thus, Sube took hold of the hilt. Using the gluttony sheath smeared with Site's blood to inscribe 4 characters and pinion upon the ground. W. Sure. M.O. Wong. Following this, he departed from the land. Meanwhile, in the city-state of Latinum, a noble lady with waist-length blue hair and a grand magical hat returned home, bursting into tears as soon as she entered. "Woo, esteemed Duchess of Gloucester, Lily Z was beaten up? Oh heavens, who has dared to bully my precious daughter?" A golden-haired noblewoman stepped forward, quickly embracing Lily Z's shoulders and affectionately ruffling her small head. "Woo-woo, it was absolutely dreadful. After getting hit once, they relentlessly pursued me, almost ensuring you wouldn't see Lily Z again." The Duchess comforted the sobbing girl, puzzled. "But my Lily Z is a genius mage who reached the 3rd tier at just 16. Who could possibly defeat you?" "Did you provoke that princess?" Lily Z sniffled, gritting her teeth. "It's not the princess. Just some fellow I can't make sense of. Seems a bit off. However, I'm not one to be trifled with." I swiped all 5 of his treasure chests, leaving him with none. That must have infuriated him. Having thought of this, Li Zi puffed her bangs defiantly, as if releasing a pent-up frustration. Having lived for 16 years without experiencing such humiliation, she was utterly exasperated. Noticing that Li Zi might have faced a minor setback, the Duchess continued to soothe her, deliberately shifting the topic. So, after a full day of play, would my dear Li Zi like some dessert to ease her shock? Li Zi, lacking any ulterior motives, was quickly lured into thoughts of sweet treats. Instinctively, she extended 3 fingers and declared loudly, Li Zi wants 2 servings. In the Holy Light Cathedral, at the branch in Holy Radiance City. Bishop Ian sat contemplatively, as if pondering something, then turned to the second seat, Elena, with a benevolent expression. Saint Elena, Cite, as a sacred knight of the Holy Light Cathedral, is indeed a crucial ally for us. His demise within Holy Radiant City has undoubtedly inflicted a heavy blow upon us. I believe we must capture the perpetrator and bring them to justice before the goddess of Holy Light. Elena remained expressionless, responding coolly after Ian's rhetoric. So, Ian continued with a smile, as bishop, I must oversee the Holy Light Cathedral. However, apart from myself and the deceased Lord Cite, the rest of our congregation consists entirely of professionals whose blessings cannot compare to yours. As our esteemed saint, you possess formidable strength and a powerful trump card in invoking the goddess of Holy Light. How do you feel about leading the charge to apprehend the criminal? Elena frowned, questioning. If they could slay a 4th-tier paladin, what can I, a mere 3rd-tier, do? Am I to offer myself as bait? Bishop Ian waved his hand dismissively, speaking persuasively. No, from the information I have received, the adversary has recently endured a fierce battle. Lord Cite left them with indelible wounds. They will not be your match. Should you agree to lead the charge, I can consult with the main cathedral to allocate funds for your sister and father, allowing them to live more comfortably. Upon hearing this, Elena hesitated for a moment before nodding. Fine, but I will go alone. To Elena, the clergy of the Holy Light Cathedral were merely burdens. They had never even slain a slime. What sort of professionals were they? A party of adventurers with an average strength of 2nd tier would be more competent. Thus, Elena rose and made her way toward the magic tower, behind her. Ian's benevolent visage continued to beam, radiating with the light of the holy. Upon arriving at the scene, Elena surveyed the desolate area of the magic tower, her brow furrowing once more. A strange scent lingered. Somewhat familiar, the drifting mist was also reminiscent. Glancing down at the jumbled pinion on the ground, Elena slowly began to decipher it. Why does this handwriting seem so painfully familiar? Who is this? Elena pondered, realizing that anyone capable of slaying Cite must at least be of the 4th tier. After all, Cite was a paladin, and to leave him unable to escape, one would need to break through his defenses and possess formidable binding skills. Thus, this eerily familiar environment left Elena utterly perplexed. When have I encountered such a character? In a nearby inn, Su Bei observed Mo Li devouring the roasted sweet potatoes he had packed for her. Recounting his experiences within the magic tower. So, Mr. Su Bei merely ventured to the 5th level and was delayed for over 3 hours by the goddess of wisdom there. Su Bei, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded slowly, his heart unflinching that he wished to shield Mo Li from any knowledge of the demon's sword and the demon race, to spare her from worry and guilt. He merely wanted her to focus steadily on her aspiration of becoming a traveler. With this thought in mind, Su Bei absent-mindedly kneaded the gelatinous king slime, who had grown ever more irritable since he had strapped on the gluttony, infused with apophis. The king slime now regarded him with increasing disdain, ready to leap onto his nostrils at any moment, attempting to smother him in a malicious ACT. Mo Li, seizing an opportunity when Su Bei was distracted, reached out to stroke his head, quickly retracting her hand as he turned in surprise. She then rested her finger on her cheek, gazing out the window, feigning nonchalance as she comforted him. That's still quite impressive. Apart from Her Highness Lumina, no one else could achieve that. The 5th level. Even those nobles who received a fine education since childhood cannot accomplish such a feat. Su Bei gazed calmly at Mo Li. Indeed, quite impressive, he echoed. Mo Li, oblivious to the subtlety, repeated, really quite impressive. Time to head back, she declared, her eyebrows lifting as she turned to Su Bei, who bore a slight smile, unable to suppress a grin. Hey, you smiled, Mr. Su Bei. Is that strange? Su Bei's smile faded quickly as he questioned. Extremely strange. I thought Su Bei was a stoic, expressionless person. Gluttony is an utterly absurd moniker. I cannot help but scoff. My heart is weary. Damn it, The Demon King has been split in two, and yet you two are still here giggling. Just wait until the hero gathers a formidable team to challenge you. Then you shall no regret. However, Gluttony did not anticipate that Su Bei had already devised a plan. Turning around, Su Bei ambled down the path. Casually retrieving a notebook from his chest, as he glanced at the list within, he made a quick notation beside Elena's name. It was time to pry apart the hero's team. He had witnessed countless endings and was well aware of the members that comprised the hero's party. One by one, he would lure them away in sequential order. So, am I truly a demon king or a hero? Su Bei pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Although the timeline had progressed slightly ahead of schedule, the overarching direction remained largely unchanged. After the emergence of the hero and the demon king, Su Bei could not claim to know every detail, but he was certainly familiar with the general narrative. Having only missed a few plot points that the game did not mention, having traversed 99 timelines and completed the game 100 times, Su Bei had grasped the essence of the game. Direct confrontation would lead to defeat. Since victory was unattainable through brute force, one must avoid such a course. Just like in gaming, one rarely encounters a game that can be completed through sheer recklessness. Invariably, one must level up. The reason the Demon King could not best the hero lay in the fact that while the Demon King was fleeing, the hero was stealthily developing and gathering companions. One was merely escaping while the other was leveling up and forming a group, thus widening the gap between them. Consequently, the Demon King could not triumph over the hero's party, at best achieving a 3-7 odds. In a one-on-one duel, however, it would be a fair 50-50 to be by manipulating the variables. If I were to coax the hero's team into forming the Demon King's party, we could match the hero with a more favorable 3-7 ratio. It is all quite clear and calculated. Yet, this is merely a desperate measure. What can one do when they cannot win? They must resort to luring away the teammates. Gazing at the list of the hero's future 5 companions in his notebook, Su Bei began to contemplate. After becoming the hero, Romina would likely take around 6 months to seek out her allies. During this time, she would be leveling up, mastering the powers of the Holy Sword, and learning skills of the Awakened. If this were the game fantasy world, it would be the moment when players first enter the game, watching the animation and selecting their faction, should they choose the hero's path. They would become Romina's first companion during this period. Conversely, if they opted for the Demon King's route, they would still be attempting to conquer the Winter Dungeon in search of the Demon King's whereabouts. Thus, according to the normal narrative progression, Su Bei had half a year to prepare in advance. Should he venture to the Kingdom of White Rock early to engage with the hero's first companion? After careful consideration, Su Bei decided to hold off for a while. The Dwarven Kingdom was currently engulfed in the flames of war, with the invaders being the Doze Empire, which harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humanity. It would be perilous to venture there now, as he could easily be captured and forced into labor in the mines. At the very least, he would wait until a peace treaty was signed between Doze and White Rock. With that in mind, he would start with the most easily lured companions. According to the plot, Elena was the 4th member of the hero's team. Currently, the two were fairly acquainted, and she had mentioned the idea of forming a party. Jasmine and Elena shared a good friendship, which would make an invitation to join the party almost a certainty. However, he needed to resolve the issue concerning Elena's sister first. Otherwise, even if Elena awakened, she would eventually break down, leading to her decline to rescue Elena's sister. He would have to contend with the 2 awakened beings at the branch of the Church of Holy Light. One was a cardinal clad in red, a holy shepherd of the 5th tier. The other was a holy knight, a paladin of the 4th tier. The city lord, Slot, was a knight assassin of the 4th tier. These 3 formed a nefarious alliance. Acting in concert. One was a melee fighter, one a healer, and one a damage dealer. It was a particularly troublesome combination. If he were to invoke the Demon King's descent, could he eliminate one of them outright? Otherwise, he would be ensnared in a 1 versus 3 predicament, and Su Bei had little confidence in his ability to secure a kill. Once trapped, trouble would ensue, especially as he sensed that there was likely more than one holy knight from the Church of Holy Light. He could feel that the knight patrolling the magic tower was possibly an awakened being, likely freshly ascended, unstable in their realm, and lacking practical combat experience. Otherwise, they would not have stumbled directly into his domain without activating any skills. Su Bei felt no moral qualms about eliminating the knight. Firstly, the funds embezzled by Ian were distributed among the upper echelons of the Church of Holy Light, and these awakened beings had received considerable benefits. Tacitly allowing Ian's handling of Elena's father and sister, thus indirectly causing the death of Elena's father. They were all in cahoots, a blight that had led to the demise of Elena's father. Secondly, he could not allow them to witness his association with Jasmine. Should they see this, suspicion would arise, easily leading to the discovery of deeper secrets. Even the slightest suspicion would pose a significant risk. Su Bei could not afford to be suspected, hence he must remain undetected. For an unobserved demon king is hardly a demon king at all. After contemplating for a considerable time, Jasmine grew bored. Observing Su Bei lost in thought, she could not help but inquire, "Mr. Su Bei, what are you pondering?" "Nothing much," Su Bei replied. Snapping back to reality, he turned to Jasmine and suddenly asked, "How long until you reach Tier 3? "Huh? Me?" Jasmine blinked, uncertain. "I don't know that I feel like I could reach Tier 3 tomorrow, but it also seems like it might take a week, or perhaps even a month." As she spoke, Jasmine's face flushed, realizing that as a professional, her lack of dedication was rather disgraceful. After all, in recent years, she had either been slacking off or traversing the path of procrastination. Pausing for a moment, Jasmine shyly continued, "I really don't know how long it will take. I reached Tier 2 while sleeping. The same happened when I transitioned to Tier 1. I just fell asleep and suddenly changed classes that I was planning to become a traveler. So I learned a bit of magic. Actually, the cleric skill tree is also available to me. In the past, a priest from the Church of Holy Light wanted to take me on as an apprentice, but I didn't like it, so I turned him down." She then added that she had also learned some strange universal skills. Jasmine extended her slender index finger, poked her chin, and tilted her head slightly in contemplation, blinking her eyes. Skills such as animal communication, spirit summoning, and rapid growth. In her moments of boredom, she would often seek out adorable magical creatures for a chat. Speaking of which, she had recently been having peculiar dreams about magic, which she found somewhat frightening. Jasmine was always like this. Once she started talking, there was no end to her words, eager to share everything with Su Bei. But Su Bei found this quite agreeable. "It's all right," he reassured Jasmine. Sensing that her talent was perhaps a touch too exaggerated. Is this what it means to be a demon king? In the eyes of others, reaching Tier 3 by 18 would be considered genius level. They assumed it was a result of daily dungeon runs and hard work. Yet for Jasmine, leveling up seemed as effortless as drinking water or taking a NAPT. Merely 14 years of age, she had effortlessly reached Tier 2 in her sleep, with the Demon King skill hastily delivering her into dreams. It is worth noting that Su Bei, despite being a fully fledged Tier 3, was still somewhat behind in terms of the second transformation of the Demon King. However, a sudden thought struck Su Bei. The third transformation of the Demon King, the Demon King's descent, would manifest within him. He wondered what unforeseen circumstances would arise in the future when facing the hero. Lost in thought, a cold voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "What are you two doing here?" Turning around, he saw Elena standing coolly before him, brandishing what appeared to be a magnifying glass. Su Bei frowned. "Is she trying to play Sherlock Holmes?" This chapter is a bit verbose, addressing the readers about the protagonist's excessive killings. In truth, I am somewhat reluctant to explain, as it feels like padding the word count. And there have been foreshadowing elements earlier. "Oh, are you looking for something, Sister Elena? Mr. Su Bei and I have been nearby. You may inquire with us." From a distance, Emily extended her hand, hopping towards Elena. Waving a greeting, the tuft of hair atop her head bobbed in sync with her movements, perfectly reflecting her inner curiosity. Su Bei, however, could surmise the reason for her approach. After all, he had deliberately left traces of the Demon King. But what connection did those traces have with him? Su Bei, he too offered a polite nod to Elena, saying, "Greetings. I am not well." Elena sighed, subsequently elucidating her predicament that a knight from the Holy Light Church had been slain, and Bishop Ian had summoned me to pursue the perpetrator. The assailant left behind traces, and based on the clues, it is estimated that the escape route lies in this vicinity. However, since the culprit intentionally left traces, there is a possibility of a diversion, suggesting they may have fled in the opposite direction. In any case, I am currently in a dire state. Though Elena's expression remained stoic, the exasperation in her tone was palpable. It seemed she had taken on a thankless task, engendering some dissatisfaction. Wait a moment. A night. According to the information he had gleaned from the tavern's proprietress, there was only one knight in the Holy Light Church branch of Shui City. I swiftly dispatched the opponent's tank. Su Bei felt a twinge of insecurity and pressed further. "Who has fallen? It is not a large city. There is but one knight in Shui City. Of course. It is Knight CT. Subei was taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Did I really eliminate CT? Wow. Isn't that rather perilous? Is it safe to leave this to AI Lina? Mo Li, her brow furrowed with concern, inquired. Having drawn closer, the Slime King nestled in her embrace bared its teeth at AI Lina, displaying an expression of disdain, eager to deliver a fierce blow. Creatures of the abyss inherently despise the holy light, let alone the potent aura of sanctity emanating from AI Lina in the eyes of the Slime King, Subei, who had usurped Mo Li. And AI Lina were adversaries of equal standing. AI Lina coldly responded, surmising that the adversary had sustained severe injuries, making movement exceedingly difficult, rendering them akin to a cripple point. One merely needed to be cautious of their dying counterattack. Subei was momentarily taken aback, his perplexity deepening. Was there another expert involved? He had not been gravely injured. Thus, the one who killed the knight could not have been him. It must have been an ordinary paladin. So, who was responsible for the knight's demise? A grave seriousness settled upon Subei's countenance. Truly, Shenghui City harbored hidden talents. After speaking, AI Lina inadvertently cast a glance at the two small creatures adorning Mo Li's chest, her expression abruptly freezing. She then swallowed hard, her face devoid of emotion. How adorable, she mused to Slime. How could there exist such a charming variety, slightly smaller than the usual slimes, yet so full of spirit? Is it a rare breed? Noticing AI Lina's reaction, Mo Li blinked and asked, aren't they cute? AI Lina, would you like to hold one? Not interested. AI Lina coldly declined. Mo Li trotted over, smiling. Come on, they adore you. They've been hopping in my arms, eager to leap towards you. I can barely restrain them. AI Lina's brow furrowed, her toes shifting uncomfortably, swallowing again as a noticeable curve formed at her neck. Yet her tone remained frosty, suppressing the urge to extend her hand. Is that so? Indeed. Look at them. They're smiling so widely. Their expressions are quite vivid, Mo Li exclaimed, extending her hand to present the Slime King. AI Lina finally nodded, her expression unchanged as she swiftly accepted it. Since you insist, I shall begrudgingly hold it for a moment. As she reached out, the Slime King leapt forth, seizing her collar and forcefully landing on her chest. Using its soft elasticity to bounce upwards, it then transformed its hands into droplets, grabbing AI Lina's hair and bouncing around mischievously, showering her with slime. It was time for the wretched holy light maiden to experience the prowess of the Slime King. A painful lesson was imperative. Yet, in AI Lina's eyes, the slime's antics were simply too endearing. How precious, she thought, feeling the soft jelly-like mass bouncing atop her head, a sensation that soothed her spirit. The sticky, damp liquid dripped down her face, threatening to spill into her garments. Quite the mischievous one, AI Lina remarked, wiping away the liquid. She then grasped one of the Slime Kings, watching it attempt to appease her with its continuous patting. Its expression wearied yet vibrant. Suddenly, she felt a wave of relaxation, momentarily casting aside the urgency of pursuing a murderer. Observing this scene, Subei sensed something amiss. It seemed as though the Slime King was throwing a tantrum, perhaps forgetting to revert to its true form. That must be the case, he thought. Shortly thereafter, gluttony clarified Subei's doubts. Let me tell you, those two slimes' anger levels have reached 80. Seeing that holy light girl remain unfazed. They're about to blow a gasket and transform. Subei nodded and called out to the two still bewildered individuals. We should take our leave. So soon. Mo Li instinctively took the Slime King and scampered to Subei's side. Subei then turned to AI Lina and inquired, shall we form a party? Oh. Mo Li gasped in surprise. How come she had not heard Subei mention this before? She was still too young to form a party, her studies unfinished, and her strength still lacking. Could it be that Subei intended to abandon her for an adventure? How outrageous! She longed for adventure too. She didn't want to be left behind reading books. Mo Li puffed up her cheeks, visibly displeased, as she stomped on Subei's shadow and playfully tapped his back with her tuft of hair. Meanwhile, AI Lina paused, raising an eyebrow, and cleared her throat. Are you inviting me? Subei nodded, stating, currently, it is just Mo Li and me. We lack a healer. Shall we form a party? You may choose the materials for the upcoming dungeon first, with priority given to your healing gear. Mo Li froze momentarily, hands on her hips, nodding with her tuft of hair trembling. I knew it. Mr. Subei would take me along. He wouldn't abandon me just because I'm young and inexperienced. How bold of you to say so. AI Lina interjected at a party with merely two adventurers. lacking the necessary configuration, dares to extend an invitation to me. Do you know what other parties have offered to recruit me? AI Lina intended to boast. But upon seeing Su Bei's calm demeanor, she reconsidered and quelled the impulse to continue. Subsequently, AI Lina pouted. Very well. Considering Mo Li's presence, I do indeed require practical experience to advance my awakening. I shall join your party for now, primarily due to Mo Li. AI Lina reiterated. Su Bei did not dwell on it further, nodding in agreement. Then let us first assist you in capturing the criminal. In a few days, we shall familiarize ourselves with the dungeon. The apprehension of the criminal is a matter for another time. For now, the priority is to ensnare Eileen. Simultaneously, it is essential to shatter her newly bestowed divinity. The moment has come for her to confront the truth that I wonder if she can withstand it. The city of St. Light is vast. Even a single town like Yali could take Eileen several days to investigate thoroughly. The three of them strolled down the street. Ahead, Jasmine wore a brown duckbill cap and a matching coat, enveloping herself snugly to avoid being recognized. That moment, she was holding Eileen's magnifying glass, peering down to search for the murderer, occasionally nodding as if she were utterly serious. Behind her, Eileen and Su Bei followed, discussing details about their adventuring party. Any fleeting gaze from passers-by heightened Su Bei's alertness. He realized that Eileen was quite famous in St. Light, unlike in Winter City, where few recognized her. After all, St. Light boasted a branch of the Church of the Holy Light, whereas Winter City did not. Perhaps due to its remoteness, unworthy of the light's salvation. Overall, such conspicuousness made Su Bei feel somewhat uncomfortable, a clammy sweat forming on his back. Furthermore, it risked exposing Jasmine's identity. Thus, as they passed a clothing store, Su Bei unhesitatingly led the two inside for a transformation. At the very least, their appearances would not betray their identities. All three donned masks. Su Bei wore a skull mask, exuding an air of aloofness. Eileen sported a lion mask, cool and silent. Jasmine, in a smaller mask, found it amusing, mimicking the mannerisms of a kitten, incessantly mewing and squinting her eyes while striking poses with her paws. Consequently, their identities became less suspicious. After all, St. Light was remarkably accommodating, and the masks they wore were rather common. After 3 days of pursuing the criminal, Jasmine finally surrendered and pointed towards the largest amusement park in Yali. Meow, Mr. Su Bei. I want to go. Boring. Eileen replied coldly. Su Bei gazed at Jasmine's expectant eyes, noticing her excitement as she tugged at his clothing. He then glanced at the expressionless Eileen and turned back to Jasmine. Nodding in agreement, all right. The amusement park was expansive, filled with families wearing masks to create an atmosphere, making the trio's presence seem unremarkable. Jasmine eagerly pulled the two towards the nearest dart game. 0.5 copper coins for 5 darts. Hit the bullseye for 10 points, score 50 points to win a custom doll the size of a person, pick any large doll for 40 points, and even a consolation prize for 30 points. Don't miss out, Jasmine urged. Come on, let us play this. All right, Su Bei nodded. Mediocre, Eileen frowned. The cheerful proprietor handed over 3 sets of darts, standing beside the rightmost target, smiling. You can all play together. The darts are wooden, so there's no need to worry about hurting anyone. Enjoy yourselves. Watch me. Watch me. Jasmine squinted one eye to aim, preparing to throw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The darts flew out in a flurry. Jasmine hit a hard on the target, scoring 40 points, and gleefully raised her hands. I can take home a large stuffed toy. Before Su Bei, all 5 darts landed in the same spot, piercing through the bullseye. A jolt of dread surged through him, fearing he would be scolded. Oddly enough, why hadn't he heard the proprietor speak? Before he could ponder further, Su Bei and Jasmine turned their heads slowly to see Eileen just finishing her last dart throw. With a resounding thud, her dart struck the proprietor on the head. The proprietor, adorned with 4 darts, was sent flying back, stars in his eyes, collapsing to the ground with a wisp of white smoke rising. Su Bei stood there, stunned. Jasmine hurriedly approached, shaking the proprietor with trembling hands, exclaiming, "Quick, someone help." The proprietor fainted. After throwing her darts, Eileen had already prepared a healing spell with her left hand, casting it to swiftly pull the proprietor back from the brink of death. Then she commented once more, mediocre. A few minutes later, after Jasmine apologized profusely and promised not to take any of the proprietor's toys, he begrudgingly accepted her apology, declaring that they were never allowed to play there again. Jasmine turned to look at the silent Su Bei and Eileen, puffing out her cheeks. Honestly, Mr. Su Bei, not only did you ruin the target, but Eileen, how could you aim at the proprietor without a magic lock? It is only expected to miss. Eileen retorted stubbornly. But you were way off. Subsequently, the trio arrived at the bumper car arena. Jasmine turned to Su Bei and Eileen again, her hair bobbing excitedly. All right, Su Bei nodded. Boring, Eileen replied coldly. The three climbed into the bumper cars and began a 20-person elimination match. To Su Bei's surprise, the one enjoying herself the most was not Jasmine. Eileen relentlessly bumped into Su Bei and Jasmine. Her demeanor icy, seemingly intent on reclaiming her honor from the earlier dart game. Prior to this, she had already knocked out all the children in bumper cars and was now relentlessly pursuing Jasmine. Stop bumping. If you keep this up, Jasmine will fall apart. Jasmine's eyes spun like a pinwheel, her hair drooping limply on her forehead. Having lost all vitality, she had forgotten to call for surrender as her head buzzed with confusion. She now deeply regretted playing bumper cars. Jasmine was on the verge of questioning her life choices. Please, no more bumping. Observing this, Su Bei swiftly drifted to Jasmine's side to shield her from Eileen's relentless assaults. What? Do you wish to engage in battle with me? Su Bei remained silent, but his stance suggested he would not yield. He positioned his car in front of Jasmine's, waiting for her to regain her composure. The holy light never retreats, Eileen declared dramatically, driving her bumper car straight toward him. Su Bei revved his engine continuously. BM. BM. Boom. The two bumper cars disassembled upon their final collision. The proprietor, trembling, extended a hand toward that direction and subsequently erupted with a shout exceeding 80 decibels. Mediocre, Eileen remarked once more. Jasmine sighed, thinking how exhausting it was to play with Su Bei and Sister Eileen. She resolved never to engage in controllable games again. Finally, after Jasmine had taken them on roller coasters and drop towers, the likelihood of accidents diminished to none. The trio spent a full 2 hours at the amusement park, and after Su Bei had spent a full gold coin, they finally departed. Oh, Jasmine had so much fun today. Jasmine happily summarized. It was quite expensive, Su Bei lamented, feeling the loss of his gold coin. He now had only one left. Mediocre, Eileen echoed. It's not expensive. And it's not because of you two that we ended up spending a total of 99 silver coins. Jasmine chastised them, continuing, besides, it was so much fun. Sister Eileen, you enjoyed it too, didn't you? You clearly didn't want to leave when we were heading out. Nonsense, that's not true. You're lying. Eileen, caught, averted her gaze, looking around uncertainly, clearly embarrassed to meet Jasmine's eyes. She had anticipated that these goblin-made attractions would be quite enjoyable. Previously, she had held them in disdain. Meanwhile, Su Bei nodded thoughtfully, reflecting seriously, mind out at that moment. Eileen's crystal ball in her pocket began to glow. She picked it up to receive a message. After a considerable pause, she finally stated, I forgot about the important matter. The reason for Eileen's return was primarily linked to Su Bei's rising notoriety. To be precise, it was the emergence of Su Bei's identity as the Demon King that had stirred considerable attention. In just a few short days, whispers of the Pinyon left in the Magic Tower began circulating within the Church of the Holy Light and the Lord's Mansion. The common folk had long since brought this matter into the open for discussion. Even the adults began to resort to the ancient trope of threatening children with tales of being fed to the Demon King if they misbehaved. The topic of the Demon King slaying the Temple Knights continued to gain traction, rapidly dominating the headlines, paralleling the excitement surrounding Luminera as the hero. Together, they were hailed as the most captivating topics of the second year of Deus. The reason for such a late and swift escalation of events was primarily due to Bishop Ian being the last to learn of them. Ian had not been present at the scene. It was only when he noticed the name of Lister dimming within the church that he grasped the grim reality of Lister's demise. Consequently, he pushed Elena into action. The rationale behind this was simple. Ian had offended Elena, leading to a scenario where one could not escape the consequences. By sending Elena, Ian stood to gain regardless of the outcome. Meanwhile, as Elena busied herself with apprehending the criminals and clashed with the amusement park, she momentarily forgot to report back. The failure to contain the news in a timely manner and relay it to the higher-ups resulted in the leaders of the Cathedral of Holy Light being left in the dark. Ultimately, the common people were far quicker to learn of the events. Ian received his information from a janitor sweeping outside the door. Upon learning the news, Ian turned pale, his blood pressure skyrocketing, teetering on the brink of a stroke. He nearly succumbed to his fury before the statue of the goddess. His anger was palpable, yet he lacked the authority to deal with the saint. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to harbor resentment. Thus, he seethed. Why did Elena fail to report to me in a timely manner? With a grim expression, Ian resolved to shift all the blame onto Elena. He had yet to exhaust the wealth he had amassed over the years. How could he rest easy? Being summoned back to the cathedral to face punishment was out of the question. May the holy light protect me. After hearing Elena's explanation in Sube, the situation became clearer. Sube felt a sense of relief. The result was that he had slain Lister. Yet, he had not been excessively brutal. The city of Holy Radiance possessed no formidable warriors. It was all for naught. One couldn't help but wonder if the faith in the Cathedral of Holy Light was faltering, deceiving even its own. Did they not claim that one should never deceive their own? True, Ian and Elena were hardly considered kin. Sube pondered, nodding as he decided that there was no time like the present to act. With the atmosphere as it was time to execute the plan. At this moment, Elena was still explaining. Completely unaware of the impending consequences, the emergence of the Demon King was a grave matter. Thus, if we could locate the injured Demon King and subdue him, the state of future monsters would stabilize significantly, potentially granting the common folk decades of peace. However, Elena did not notice that Sube was half a step ahead, steering the direction of their group. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly arrived at the teleportation zone of Yali Town. Standing upon the teleportation circle. By the time Elena realized what was happening, Jasmine had already completed the transaction and joyfully hopped back into the group. Mr. Sube, I've paid the fee, Jasmine exclaimed, brimming with energy. Consequently, under Elena's stunned gaze, the teleportation array activated. Wait, where are we going? A flash of light enveloped them, and 10 seconds later, the teleportation concluded, depositing the three at the edge of Great Pear Town. Where is this? Elena asked, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how they had suddenly arrived here, especially since no one had consulted her about the itinerary. Sube calmly responded, a small path. A small path? What small path? This road feels oddly familiar. Elena mused until she was taken aback by the sight of a dilapidated village ahead. Stammering, she repeated, albeit uncertainly, where is this? Why have you brought me here? Jasmine, noticing Sube's unperturbed demeanor, glanced around in confusion. Looking from Sube to Elena, observing Elena's sudden change in expression, she quickly tugged at Sube's sleeve, repeatedly blinking to signal. Could you please explain? There's nothing to explain. Elena had already recognized the place, Great Pear Town, her hometown. Even though she hadn't returned in 2 or 3 years, she had dreamt of this place countless times and was profoundly familiar with it. It was a location she had refrained from approaching before fully awakening her divinity. A thought she had never dared entertain. Are you trying to ruin me? Upon grasping the situation, Elena's tone turned icy. Without hesitation, she halted, intent on returning. I am going back. Sube could only ponder, realizing deception was futile as the other party was no fool. Thus, he halted in his tracks, sincerely addressing Elena. If you do not move forward, you will regret it. Elena furrowed her brows and retorted, if you had investigated me, you would know that once I approach there, I can no longer maintain my divinity. Sube nodded and continued, you will eventually have to return, not now. When I return later, my divinity will not shatter. Elena replied coldly, emphasizing that it would indeed shatter. Sube earnestly countered, you will shatter this. Elena exploded with rage, her tenuously repaired divinity teetering on the brink of collapse. She took several deep breaths to suppress her unraveling divinity as the two glared at each other. With Elena resembling a lit firecracker, Jasmine hurriedly interjected, no fighting. We mustn't argue. Although she was utterly clueless about the situation, she followed her instincts and spoke up. Sister Elena, Jasmine believes Mr. Sube means no harm. He is harming me. His intentions are far from pure. Elena scowled, crossing her arms as she contemplated the situation. She truly could not fathom Sube's motives. Logically, the shattering of divinity was a mutual secret between two individuals. If Sube intended for her divinity to shatter and sought to manipulate her, he would not have concealed the truth from her beforehand. Was there perhaps another layer to this? Sube, being somewhat inarticulate and typically speaking very little, found it troublesome. Although he could compose an essay in his mind, he could only articulate a single sentence. Finally, Sube revealed the truth. Your father is dead. This succinct statement left both women in a state of shock. Huh. Jasmine's hair, which had been frazzled with confusion, now spun like a propeller, leaving her frozen in place. That moment, she longed to find a corner and curl up in silence. This was not a battle she could partake in. When had the two begun arguing? How had it escalated to this extent? It was known that your father is dead was a phrase students reserved for the most heated confrontations. Jasmine was utterly flustered. The Mr. Sube she admired was not this kind of person. Mr. Sube, how could you say that? Jasmine protested loudly, bowing deeply to Elena. Sister Elena, I apologize on behalf of Mr. Sube. He must have misspoken. I will educate him when we return. Upon hearing this, Elena trembled with rage, her body shaking as she glared, her chest heaving violently, on the verge of spewing fire. She stepped toward Sube, her words dripping with venom. You are dead. The fragmented insults were delivered with an undeniable force. Sube paused, feeling a pang of sorrow for Elena. She was merely venting her emotions, yet he had spoken the truth. From her vantage point, Elena could now see the entire village, meaning her childhood home was within her sight. Thus, Sube pointed toward the house and reiterated, Your father is truly dead. Your home is gone. With a sharp crack, Elena's gaze fell upon Sube, who was close enough to hear that familiar voice. The divine essence shattered. Thus, when someone declares that your father has passed away, one must carefully analyze the context and the meaning behind the words, for it is entirely possible that what they say is true. Your father is indeed dead, Sube stated calmly. Silence, still silence. The air suddenly thickened, as if time itself had come to a halt. Breaths intensified in that moment. It felt as though her ears had lost their hearing. After confirming that dreadful reality, Elena could no longer perceive any sound. She could only sense her body and soul gradually detaching, drifting away. The sky seemed to rise endlessly. The heavy thud echoed as Elena crashed to the ground. Unable to bear this overwhelming blow, she gasped for air and fainted. Unexpected yet entirely logical, the atmosphere grew heavier. Even the wind howled in sorrow. So, Mr. Sube, what you say is indeed true. Jasmine appeared somewhat dazed, her expression shifting to one of profound sadness. She understood the feeling of losing a father, having experienced it herself. Thus, she could empathize with Elena. That initial disbelief, followed by numbness, calmness, and an inability to articulate feelings, leaving one at a loss for words for a time. Only when memories flickered like a lantern's glow would silent tears fall, consumed by immense grief. Jasmine felt sorrow for Elena. Sube observed Jasmine's despondent demeanor and then glanced at the unconscious Elena. His heart in turmoil, he then exhaled heavily. He had anticipated this moment and had envisioned countless scenarios of its occurrence. Yet, the weight of reality was far more profound than any of his simulations. Death has always been a heavy topic. Even though it is an inevitable part of life, no amount of preparation can quell the heart's turmoil. Just because one knows something will happen, doesn't mean they will not grieve. Certainly not. Moreover, emotions are contagious. Sube, I feel so sad. Jasmine's voice was low and slightly hoarse. Her eyes reddened as she approached Sube. Perhaps memories of her own experiences resurfaced. It is worth noting that Jasmine had only recently endured the loss of her parents prior to her 3 months of fleeing. Misery had been her constant companion. Sube gently embraced Jasmine, sitting beside Elena, softly patting her back in a comforting gesture. Social anxiety was cast aside. When Sister Elena awakens, Mr. Sube will have a proper conversation with her. All right. Sube nodded. By the time Elena regained consciousness, Sube had already organized his thoughts. He was about to speak when he heard Elena's cold voice ask, Where is my sister? She should be alive. Sube responded. In truth, he did not know the answer, as he had not investigated the matter personally. However, he replied to Elena without hesitation. At that moment, Elena needed this answer. The news that her sister was still alive injected a faint glimmer of energy into her otherwise dull and numbed eyes. Akin to a lifeless being infused with a flicker of vitality. Sister Elena, Jasmine cried out, throwing herself into her embrace, gently patting her back. She wished to express her concern for Elena, but struggled to find the words. Resorting to an embrace in hopes of imparting some warmth and vigor, Elena awkwardly raised her hand to receive Jasmine, her emotionless voice softly uttering, It's fine. I'm okay. It's fine. I'm all right, she repeated, her voice gradually weakening. After a moment, she slowly lifted her head and asked, Is it the Church of the Holy Light, primarily Ian? Sube explained. Another silence ensued, followed by 2 drops of tears that fell to the ground. The Church of the Holy Light could not possibly be unaware. They had promised to take care of my family. What a liar. How ridiculous. It would have been acceptable if they merely viewed me as a tool. Yet I have nothing left but my family. Simply surviving is exhausting for them. Why must they treat them this way? Elena bowed her head, her body trembling as tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Her words becoming incoherent as she spoke incessantly. If the goddess of holy light cannot redeem even the holy maiden, then who exactly is she saving? Who can she possibly redeem? Is she blind? Why does she protect such a wretch? How can such a person even become a bishop? Elena shouted at Su Bei, her voice rising with each utterance, each one more heart-wrenching than the last. It was as if she were questioning Su Bei, yet also challenging the goddess of holy light. Her powerless hands clenched tightly. Silence, calmness, like the tranquility before a storm. She looked up, her eyes suddenly ignited with a golden light. It was fire, a tangible blaze, erupting alongside her inner fury. If the goddess of holy light cannot take charge, then I shall do it myself. She stood up and calmly stated, "Help me." "All right," Su Bei nodded. In that instant, a fierce flame ignited around Elena. How intensely it blazed. Pure light emanated from Elena's heart, initially flickering in small sparks, then swiftly spreading to her limbs. Flames erupted from her right hand, transforming into a golden holy sword. The fire spread to her back, crackling as it radiated from her spine, extending outward to form two pairs of wings. The flames reached her hair, the sacred gold flowing from the tips like liquid, causing her golden locks to dance and sway. That day, atop the dome of the Church of the Holy Light in St. Radiant City, a sun flickered, shattering the dome. It crashed down violently upon the statue of the goddess in the Church of the Holy Light. The statue fragmented, revealing heaps of silver and copper coins within. Ian, standing before the statue, wore an expression of shock. Elena stood atop the shattered statue of the goddess of holy light, her feet on the debris, holding the holy sword aloft, pointing it at in the name of the goddess of holy light. I deliver your judgment this moment. I am the holy light. A cursory glance. It appeared as though a sun had descended upon the Church of the Holy Light. As it entered the field of vision, it had already occupied half of it. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a small black trailing closely behind the sun, roughly the size of a bullet. This tiny black dot followed closely behind the sun like a tail, landing at the entrance of the main hall of the Church of the Holy Light. That was Su Bei. He stood with the unsheathed gluttony, facing the congregation of holy light believers, silently standing in place, allowing Elena the space to confront Ian alone. However, Su Bei was not particularly optimistic about Elena's chances. It wasn't that she couldn't win. After all, Elena had drawn the divine power of the goddess of holy light, which could be considered a subpar demigod. The gap between a god and an awakened individual is insurmountable. The disparity between a demigod and an awakened individual is vastly different from that between an awakened individual and a professional. An awakened individual facing a professional may be likened to an adult confronting a child, with the potential for a counterattack. Both belong to the same species. However, the disparity between a demigod and an awakened individual is akin to an adult confronting a fertilized egg. The former can strike without a sound, while the latter can only be thoroughly defeated. They belong to entirely different species. Yet despite such a vast chasm, Su Bei remained skeptical of Elena's capabilities. This was primarily due to the fact that Elena was leaking divine essence. Without her divinity, she could not bear the power of the goddess of holy light, and her body was gradually disintegrating. How could a mortal vessel contain a god? In the past, the saintess borrowed her powers by enveloping the strength of the goddess of holy light within a divine aura, extracting her abilities gradually, never daring to unleash too much at once. Unlike Elena, who had audaciously infused her entire being with power. Consequently, the holy light within her now surged forth uncontrollably, as if escaping through cracks in her skin, which were incessantly torn open and mended by the radiant energy. The brilliant light radiated, striking the shattered statue of the goddess, incinerating the fragments of earth, and cascading upon Ian's beard, rejuvenating him into his youthful form. Ian, perceiving this shift, suppressed his trepidation and soon regained his authoritative composure. With an icy tone, he summoned the commanding presence cultivated over years in high office, intoning, "What are you doing, Elena? Destroying the goddess's statue. Desecrating the divine, forcefully intruding upon the holy light cathedral. Are you seeking dismissal? Cease your actions at once. I shall pray to the holy light and beseech its forgiveness for your transgressions." Elena chuckled softly, a sound that seemed to mock Ian's futile words, and perhaps even her own naivety. The recollections of their past, which Ian had once so ardently championed, now stood in stark contrast to the bitter irony of the present scene. How could she have ever believed in the prospect of redemption? After losing her divinity, Elena appeared more human, yet her gaze toward Ian remained indifferent, her demeanor calm. Her condescending stare resembled that of a deity surveying the myriad struggles of humanity, deriding their hubris. Then, tilting her head slightly, she stood firm, her sword planted in the ground, and asked coldly, "Where's my sister?" Ian's heart leaped with hope. As long as she was willing to converse, any topic would suffice. For time was his ally. Even if she were to insult his entire family, he would endure it. He needed time that he could sense that Elena's current state was precariously balanced, yet that equilibrium was fragile and likely to shatter imminently. Should the restorative power of the holy light fail to keep pace with the tearing force within her, Elena would be irrevocably torn apart by the light, unable to wield it ever again. This critical moment required merely a minute, just 1 minute. Thus, Ian needed to stall for that fleeting moment. Engaging in a physical confrontation was out of the question. The awakened could not contend with professionals. And using holy light against holy light was absurd, akin to a thief being robbed of his undergarments. Though Ian felt a flicker of joy, his brow furrowed, his unyielding visage exuding pressure as he deliberately slowed his speech. As if to elucidate further that I need to explain this to you properly. You have come here, I assume, because you have discovered your home has vanished and both your father and sister are missing. In truth, I sent your father to the metropolis. As you know, our holy radiant city is not particularly large. I merely wished for him to have a better life, observing the increasingly unsettling smile on Elena's face. Ian swallowed hard, suppressing his alarm, and continued in a measured tone, "Your sister is also living well. She has been preserved in that legendary artifact, the Coffin of the Living Dead. You may not know what the Coffin of the Living Dead is. It is a legendary treasure obtained by the Holy Light Cathedral at great cost from the elven race, imbued with incredible life force, capable of extending the life of a dying individual by a decade. Presently, your father enjoys his pleasures, and your sister as well. Your acts of desecration against the holy light will endanger your family. Do not hesitate to withdraw." Ian spoke slowly, repeating his points several times, successfully buying a full minute. Yet, as he witnessed the golden flames in Elena's pupils flickering toward extinction, his expression morphed into one of growing ferocity. "Kneel before me, you traitor of the holy light. I have granted you numerous chances that you squandered. Now, I shall act in the goddess's stead and impose judgment upon you with the holy light." Ian removed the cross from around his neck, his hands forming the intricate gestures required for his most adept awakening technique. The cross expanded in his palm, replicating the contour of holy light energy of identical size. This exquisite level artifact, the holy light cross, could unleash a divine judgment, facilitating the emergence of a new awakening technique. This move was sufficient to incinerate any fifth-tier magical creature, even elite types. The awakening technique, holy light judgment. Finally, Elena smiled that, "Oh, venerable one, hiding your ill-gotten gains within the statue of the goddess, how devout you appear." The holy light within Elena fell into a profound silence, condensing into a singular dark point, seemingly vanishing. Witnessing this, Ian exhaled in relief. Relaxing his taut form, he stroked his beard, realizing it had been entirely scorched, and felt a surge of irritation as he chuckled, choosing not to unleash the holy light judgment, keeping it contained within the cross. Then, he began to recount the past, one event at a time. "Let me share some good news. Half of that treasure is the financial aid the Holy Light Cathedral provided to your father, quite a substantial sum. Indeed, I still remember the expression on his face when he knelt and begged me for just 2 more copper coins, pleading that he wished to live long enough to see you grow up. Imploring me not to take it all. How laughable. What use did a useless man have for such a long life? Dying would be a mercy. I might as well use it to purchase a title for my progeny." Incidentally, the day he died was the 15th of July. The moon was quite full. He bought some strawberries, hoping to leave this world with dignity. Yet after washing them, he never even took a bite before passing away. How ridiculous. He should have considered his own worth. Did he even deserve strawberries? And your sister, tch, just an unawakening burden, unworthy of being sustained by a legendary artifact. She should have been sent to the crematorium long ago. Ian continued speaking. Each word pierced Elena's heart like a dagger. She tilted her head back with a smile, appearing to reminisce or to await death, tears silently trailing down her neck. Memories replayed vividly before her, as if they had occurred yesterday. The 15th of July was her birthday. She adored strawberries. Ultimately, her sister did not survive. Thus, for what purpose had she toiled and strived over the years? to serve the Holy Light Cathedral, continuously executing tasks, her life circumscribed, ultimately gaining nothing. If only she had never joined the Holy Light Cathedral. Would her father and sister have left this world with more dignity? Elena smiled, swallowing her fallen tears. Their bitterness was seasoned with salt, devoid of sweetness. Enough is enough. In the briefest of moments, the dark point erupted, unleashing a radiance of holy light more fervent than before. The peak of Ian's shouts, his most venomous words, and his most grotesque laughter. The holy light blossomed forth. Ian's face registered shock, his authority crumbling as the flicker of hope he had just entertained shattered instantaneously. How could this be? Why was the holy light within her so abundant, seemingly boundless? It was unjust. Clearly, I have devoted far more time to the worship of the holy light than she. I have been faithfully venerating it all along. Holy light, please take a good look at me. Ian could no longer utter questions. His body was being purified inch by the holy light, transforming into powder and ash, even the remnants being devoured by the holy light. The holy light melted the dome of the Holy Light Cathedral, illuminating the entire city of radiance, revealing the azure sky above. Beneath the heavens, birds soared freely, unrestrained. Elena smiled faintly, her heart filled with reflection. Allowing Ian to experience the sensation of hope followed by despair was the last thing she could do. It seems I too shall soon be free. With arms outstretched, the holy light coalesced within her, converging, expanding, forming a sphere that burst forth from her body. The sphere continued to grow, pushing against the walls of the main hall of the Holy Light Cathedral, forcing them outward. There was no need for technique, no magical fluctuations. The pure essence of the holy light was sufficient to fill the entire cathedral. It seemed to mock how ludicrous Ian's prior actions had been. Meanwhile, Elena's body was also being shattered under the holy light. Subsequently, what flowed from her was no longer the holy light, but rather bright crimson blood. When Elena entered the main hall of the Holy Light Cathedral, she encountered an assault at the entrance from Sube, who faced a similar fate. The followers of the Holy Light surrounded him, encircling him in layers, both inside and out. A group of around several dozen, comprising knights, priests, mages, and rangers, but no assassins. The adherents of the Holy Light disdained such underhanded professions, favoring a straightforward approach to this moment. Facing Sube, they divided their strategy into a reasonable mix of offense and verbal barrages. This was also due to the narrow confines at the entrance, limiting the striking capabilities of those behind, who could only yell encouragements to their frontline brethren, thus participating in the fray. The majesty of the holy light brooked no challenge as the knights charged at him. The priests prepared to heal, applying buffs while simultaneously casting debuffs upon the opposition. Damn, who blinded me? Who's haphazardly applying buffs? The enemy's buffs are stacking up. Good grief, how can a knight misapply buffs? Why is the opponent benefiting from holy light armor? If one can misapply buffs on oneself, they ought to be sent to the goblins for assembly line work as a form of redemption. Mages aimed and fired. I've burned off all my hair. Damn, who shot me in the backside? Don't let me catch you. Sube was profoundly shocked. Truly, these mass-produced professionals displayed no coordination whatsoever. The scene was utter chaos. With casual sword swings, he felled 7 or 8 adversaries, most of whom had injured themselves. Sube chose the most effortless strategy. Indeed, upon landing, he unleashed the mist of gluttony. Any professional, be they of the first, second, or third tier, who inhaled the mist of gluttony, could not maintain their composure. They must succumb to a frenzy. This was also the reason for the frequent errors among the followers of the Holy Light. Soon, the devotees began descending into a frenzied state. The professionals in the back fared better, focusing on the fruit set for offerings, paying little mind to faith or integrity at this moment. Even if the goddess of holy light stood before them, they would consume her as sustenance. The knights in the front, unable to procure anything to eat, grew increasingly irritable. They exchanged glances, their scarlet eyes flashing with desire. Extending their sinful hands toward one another, a brutal melee ensued. They embraced and bit at each other's necks with increasing ferocity, even drawing blood and leaving strawberry-like marks, refusing to relent. This scene left the tardy Jasmine agape. Jasmine quickly raised 2 slime kings, pressing them against her eyes. I want to look. I want to look. The slime king widened its eyes, bewildered at such a spectacle. Behind the transparent body of the slime, another pair of eyes blinked rapidly, also taken aback. Don't look. Don't look. Jasmine want to look. Sube's expression darkened as he thickened the density of the mist, obstructing Jasmine's view. This was not a sight suitable for children. Meanwhile, before the chaos erupted, the Lord's Manor had sensed the disturbance early and hastily activated the teleportation array, summoning the guards. Once the turmoil began, the Lord's Manor quickly arrived. "What in the world is this?" Slaughter, as if seeing a ghost, rubbed his eyes and stumbled toward the outside of the Holy Light Cathedral. Gazing at the prominent characters spelling Holy Light Cathedral atop the entrance, he fell into confusion. Were it not for the sacred aura emanating from those four characters, Slaughter might have thought he had wandered into the most chaotic male brothel of a red light district. Good grief, have these pretentious individuals of the Holy Light Cathedral finally lost their composure? Slaughter posed a soul-searching question, though no one could answer him, for in the time it took him to enter and exit, the soldiers had also succumbed. Upon realizing his troops were behaving oddly, Slaughter finally grasped the situation. Had poison been planted? Slot let out a loud shout as he inhaled another mouthful of the dense fog. At that moment, apart from the city lord, Slot, all practitioners below the fourth tier had succumbed. Slot himself was not faring well. Waves of insatiable hunger surged within him, causing his entire body to tremble. He had inhaled far too much of the gluttony mist. Desperately, Slot held his breath in an attempt to salvage the situation. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, a pitch-black sword sheath loomed larger before his eyes. In a state of terror, he gasped, the mist flooding into his mouth, producing a series of muffled cries that it was as if he was being forcefully filled. The sword descended, striking down with the force of a hammer on a watermelon. Instantly shattering his skull and splattering his brain matter, Su-Bei swung his sword, splattering blood, and there was nothing particularly noteworthy thereafter. From this point on, third-tier practitioners would be of no consequence, and there were no fourth-tier individuals in Holy Radiant City. Su-Bei returned to the entrance, leaning against the door, listening to Ian boast about his achievements in silence. He gazed up at the sky, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightening slightly. A heaviness settled in his chest. He wanted to articulate something, yet found himself utterly at a loss for words. His mind blanked. It was not until he felt a scorching heat on his back that he gradually regained his composure. Letting out a sigh, he turned around and opened the door. Before him stood Elena, radiant with a bright smile, her blood-soaked attire failing to diminish her cheerful demeanor. She resembled a rose blooming freely. Exquisite and striking. Time flew by. 3 months later, it was made up by the end of May. In the city of Frostwinter, between the Huadu and Chu districts, within a 3-story villa. On the first floor, Elena lay sprawled on the sofa. Resembling a large letter D, utterly motionless, akin to a salted fish, the only sign of life was the occasional blink of her eyes. Otherwise, she might as well have been a dead fish. Beside her, on the table, sat a meticulously arranged fruit platter, untouched for what seemed like the entire morning, even with a few strawberries among them. This state had persisted for 3 months and showed no signs of abating. Following the conclusion of the Holy Radiant City incident, the corruption of Bishop Ian was swiftly exposed, along with the deceased city lord Slot and Knight Stir of the Holy Temple. Countless scandals were unearthed about the three. The upper-class nobility reveled in the revelations, mercilessly dragging the dead through the mud, and the embezzled funds were confiscated per regulations, with a portion allocated as compensation for the victims. Thus, the tale reached its conclusion. Elena received a substantial compensation, and the Church of the Holy Light agreed to grant her a leave of absence, allowing her to determine its duration at her discretion. She could return whenever she wished. Furthermore, they promised her a clerical position with excellent benefits, including a villa in the royal city of Udo. The specifics were to be negotiated between Su-Bei and the newly appointed bishop of Holy Radiant City. While Elena merely nodded along, indifferent to the discussions taking place, she was apathetic to the content, even if it ultimately concluded with a decision to end her life. That, of course, the Church of the Holy Light could not allow that to happen. At least not at this moment. The death of a saint within the church, especially at the hands of its bishop, would be a scandal that could tarnish their reputation for years. Hence, negotiations were imperative. And soothing Elena was a task assigned to the new bishop. Su-Bei was not one for negotiations, often remaining silent, occasionally pausing to reflect. The primary reason for his reticence was his unfamiliarity with the bishop, who wore a countenance as grim as his high school homeroom teacher. Leaving Su-Bei to gaze blankly at the 2 sapphire-like buttons on the bishop's chest, his social anxiety flared. This expressionless demeanor only intensified the bishop's unease. prompting him to increase his offers. That it was not until he appeared on the verge of kneeling in sincerity that Su Bei finally responded, albeit belatedly. All right, in truth, Su Bei was unaware of the compensation being offered. As his focus remained on Elena, he was deeply concerned about her well-being. When he sensed that Elena was on the verge of breaking, his brow furrowed, which startled the bishop into nearly kneeling. Once the negotiations concluded, Su Bei took Elena back to Frostwinter City. Meanwhile, a rumor began to circulate in Holy Radiant City, primarily stemming from the new bishop. I would rather face a king-level monstrosity than engage in negotiations with that individual. He was simply too adept at the art of negotiation. As for the identity of the saintess, it has been entirely severed from Elena. With the absence of holy light, how could one still claim to be a saintess of the Church of the Holy Light? Subsequently, for 3 consecutive months, Su Bei frequently received gold coins and treasures delivered to her doorstep by the church. Among these were some relics belonging to her father, a tattered coat, a pair of worn-out trousers, and a copper ring. The final gift was a land deed. After this, Su Bei sent Elena to a villa, entrusting her care to Jasmine. This arrangement lasted for 3 months. Jasmine, full of vitality each day, regaled Elena with various trivial tales, while the 2 slimes resting on her chest grew noticeably plumper, evidently possessing the potential for a 4th-tier evolution. However, while Jasmine shared her stories, Elena had become utterly lethargic, occasionally responding with deep breaths, as if to acknowledge Jasmine's efforts. During these 3 months, Elena hardly moved her eyes, flipping over when fatigued to continue lying down, and if not fatigued, she would spend the entire day on the bed, waiting for Jasmine to feed her. Nevertheless, there were moments when she had to leave the sofa, such as when nature called and she could no longer hold it, due to excessive blood loss and insufficient nutritional replenishment. Elena's complexion had taken on a sickly pallor, and her figure appeared considerably emaciated. It was genuinely concerning that she might perish in her bed. Jasmine puffed her cheeks, picked up some recently purchased pastries, and patiently fed them to Elena bite by bite. On June 1 St. In the Wooden House of Chu District, Su Bei closed a book titled Enlightening Fairy Tales for Youth, struggling through the phonetic readings. She barely finished a preschool-level text, managing to correlate some characters with their pinyin equivalents, achieving a level akin to that of an elementary school student. During these days, through her studies, Su Bei gathered a wealth of information, gradually coloring the black and white world beyond the narrative, leading to a deeper understanding of her surroundings. A great deal had transpired over the past few months. The Kingdom of Bayan, the Empire of Louis, and Tech City announced their alliance, exerting pressure on the Duchy of Duz to sign a ceasefire agreement, while Lumina announced her upcoming visit to the Kingdom of Bayan to promote peaceful coexistence between the 2 parties. The starting point of this visit was the City of Winter, where she planned to stay for a few days. Consequently, the number of adventurers in the Winter Underground City visibly increased, and soldiers became more dedicated, commencing earnest patrols. This made Su Bei more cautious while accompanying Jasmine, fearing that someone might recognize her identity. But on a smaller scale, there had been disturbances within the slave circles. Recently, numerous incidents of slave escapes had occurred, resulting in the deaths of several slave traders and the flight of many slaves, allegedly aided by external forces. Additionally, there was another piece of news that could not be overlooked. Tech City planned to establish its first amusement park in Winter City, with the location chosen in Chu District. According to the goblins, their leader intended to build amusement parks in every corner of the world, ensuring that children could enjoy themselves and have a wonderful childhood. However, the reality seemed otherwise. Su Bei often overheard several board members of Winter Academy arguing, decrying the goblins as parasitic leeches, demanding territory and a share of profits, and even more absurdly, insisting that Winter City cover the cost of materials, with them only responsible for construction. Following this were some extremely unflattering remarks laced with coarse language. Moreover, Jasmine had mentioned some matters regarding the school to Su Bei, such as how teacher Amara had recently successfully advanced to the Awakener stage. Her overwhelming strength led to no one wanting to pursue her romantically, with rumors of her daily being beaten by her wife, risking the loss of a man's dignity. Additionally, many classmates from the first year had dropped out for various reasons, abandoning the path of adventurers in favor of more conventional careers. This encapsulated the recent news, both significant and trivial. Su Bei rubbed her temples, sighed, and picked up an invitation letter from the table. After tidying up the room briefly, she rose and departed the wooden house. It was an invitation from the Russell family, expressing their apologies regarding the matter of Slot. It also revealed a crucial piece of information. Elena's sister had not died. The coffin of the living dead had been safeguarded by Elena's master, Grace, and had never passed through Ian's hands. Yesterday, that demigod of impeccable divinity, one of the 4 priests of the Church of the Holy Light, known as the Source of Holy Light, Grace, had just returned to the church after completing her task, dispelling the lies propagated by Ian. Furthermore, the legendary artifact, the coffin of the living dead, had been well preserved and subsequently purchased at a considerable price by the Duchess of Gloucester as a compensation gift for Elena. This precious gift might hold the key to reviving Elena. Thus, Sube made her way to Elena's home, intending to relay this news to her. "Your sister is alive." Upon reaching the entrance, Sube retrieved her keys and unlocked the front door of Elena's house, removing her shoes as she stepped into the hall. Not hearing a welcoming voice from Elena, she had not expected one. That after the sound of the door creaking open, Elena was aware of Sube's arrival. As Jasmine was still at school, nevertheless, Elena remained utterly motionless, not even considering adjusting her skirt, which had ridden up to her thighs. Even knowing someone was crouched before her, she was indifferent to the prospect of revealing the sacred light. It was all inconsequential now. Perhaps it was time to experience what it felt like to be dead. Although she had felt the sensation of blood draining away, the pain had never been quite sufficient. It was as if the blood flowing out was not her OW, and Sube settled on the side of the sofa where Elena lay, from which angle she could only see Elena's pallid face. Subsequently, Elena's vacant gaze flicked toward him before she turned her eyes back to the ceiling, losing focus. "Your sister is alive." Elena's brow furrowed slightly as she raised her gaze, her eyes slowly moving to the top, revealing a look of disdain, accompanied by a scoff. "Who are you trying to fool? This afternoon, I will negotiate with the Duchess of Gloucester and bring your sister back. Will you accompany me?" Sube continued. Elena turned over and rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical of Sube's words. If she were to be alive, she would have been so long. It was already despairing enough that she had scoured the Church of the Holy Light that day without finding anyone. "If you choose not to go, I will have Jasmine come after school to find you." Sube had long anticipated Elena's reaction, so he did not take it to heart. After all, the coffin was already on its way. An hour or 2 more would make little difference. As for sending Jasmine to Elena, it was a necessary measure. Otherwise, Elena would inevitably starve to death. Thus, Sube departed the house. After Sube left, Elena tilted her head. Her hollow eyes suddenly shed 2 tears. The hand by her leg clenched tightly, piercing her palm, blood cascading down. After a long interval, upon hearing news of her sister once more, she felt an overwhelming ache. Even though she understood the good intentions behind it, yet she still had not moved past her previous memories. Sube first took a leave from school, coordinating the subsequent arrangements with Jasmine, before heading toward the Lord's Manor of Winter City. The Lord's Manor was situated on the bustling Wall Street of the prestigious district, though merely a few miles separate it from Chu District. The vibrancy of this place is worlds apart. Here lies a realm where the denizens of Chu District would find it nearly impossible to set foot in, even after a lifetime of toil. After all, the chasm that divides the 2 districts is not solely one of wealth. It is also marked by a lamentable layer of class stratification. Presenting an invitation, Sube swiftly gained entry into Hua District. Within Hua District, the surrounding edifices, constructed of concrete, are adorned with ornate designs, and several small magical arrays are embedded within the walls. Each household boasts a villa, complete with a quaint garden, often harboring charming magical creatures such as slimes or dogs of distinguished lineage. The residents of Hua District are either nobles or descendants of nobility, their ancestors having once flourished to reside here. One must possess either wealth or power, or at the very least, a modicum of connections. Otherwise, one would feel an overwhelming sense of shame in the midst of such affluence. This is the essence of disparity. The district enjoys commendable security, with squads of soldiers clad in fine armor patrolling, their demeanor suggesting they may well be first-tier knights. Sube made his way towards the tallest structure in the district, and despite his somewhat inappropriate attire, he drew no curious glances. There is little arrogance or prejudice here. Nobles generally value decorum, and disdainful judgment is but an anomaly. This alleviated Sube's unease considerably. As he pondered whether to greet the area where teacher Amanla once resided, he decided to purchase some fruit first. However, ultimately, he did not approach the house. After taking a few deep breaths at the entrance, he he felt it wiser to leave without making an unannounced visit, for it is rarely appropriate to intrude without prior notice. Having passed by teacher Amanla's residence, Su Bei found his breath came easier, and his previously flushed face returned to its normal hue. Thus, he arrived at the Lord's Manor of Winter City. Presenting his invitation, he was greeted by a sweet and exquisitely refined elven butler. The elven butler led him to a private room, prepared tea and pastries, then stood by attentively. The courtesy was impeccable. With not a detail overlooked, Su Bei sat quietly, neither touching the tea nor the pastries, feeling somewhat embarrassed under the watchful gaze of the elven butler. Maintaining a stoic expression, he occasionally shifted his posture, each time meeting the elven butler's gentle smile with a glance, which left him somewhat puzzled. Does such a smile not tire her? Sensing Su Bei's discomfort, the elven butler's smile softened further, and she spoke up. Please. Do not feel too constrained. Feel free to indulge. Very well. Su Bei nodded, uncertain of what to eat. He picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. Are you from Chu District? The elven butler continued. I was brought to the Lord's Manor at a young age and have yet to visit that area, that I've heard it is quite lively, without so many rules, and the cost of living is low. Indeed, Su Bei replied, and then fell into silence, leaving the elven butler somewhat at a loss. She discreetly tugged at her lips behind Su Bei's back. And then, the elven butler thought, continuing, though Duke Gloucester is renowned and sounds formidable, he is quite affable towards his subjects within his territory. Over the years, he has allowed Winter City, Holy Radiant City, and Lion City to thrive with minimal political interference, making him a remarkably humane lord. Su Bei thought to himself, isn't that just laziness? Yet he nodded in agreement, verbally affirming. Indeed, the elven butler pressed on. I hear that the one coming to oversee the exchange is the Duke's only daughter, Miss Lilizi, a young prodigy renowned in the imperial capital, yet scarcely seen by anyone. That I've heard she possesses a commanding presence, rarely smiles, and maintains an icy demeanor, shrouded in mystery. However, these are mere rumors. As little information about her circulates that it is said that this is her first time assisting her family with affairs, approaching it with the intent of delivering a perfect score, that I hope you can engage Miss Lilizi in pleasant conversation and avoid any disputes. Su Bei nodded again, though he felt a twinge of uncertainty that a headache loomed. Such a person sounds exceedingly difficult to deal with, aloof, mysterious, and quite serious. Thus, hastily accepting the offering and retreating would undoubtedly be the wisest course of action. Su Bei sighed. Just then, heavy footsteps resonated from outside, slow yet commanding. The door swung open, revealing an elegant white lace hat, beneath which flowed a deep blue gown that enveloped a not yet fully matured figure. Su Bei froze, suddenly feeling less anxious, but his brow furrowed. The white lace hat trembled. Bang! The door slammed shut. Outside, Lilizi clutched her white lace hat, crouching at the door, banging her head against the wall. Her eyes clouded in shades of gray. Her small head spun from the impact, unable to fathom how the world could be so small. How could it be that person? When did he become associated with Elena? How could a being from the Demon Lord's faction possibly align with a follower of the goddess of holy light? This is incomprehensible. No. Lilizi's thoughts raced, and then her brow lifted, regardless of the circumstances. Lilizi, the living embodiment of the goddess of wisdom, daughter of Duke Gloucester, a super genius. What do I have to fear? It makes no sense. How could he dare to confront me in broad daylight? Lilizi nodded to herself for encouragement, turned around, and opened the door. Upon opening it, her expression shifted entirely, adopting the demeanor of an aristocratic young lady. Opposite her, Su Bei sat in a chair, having shifted his posture. Appearing somewhat reserved, his face serene, Lilizi's 10-centimeter high heels clicked rhythmically against the floor, barely elevating her height to around 1.65 meters. Exuding an impressive aura that as she stepped forward, her pace was deliberate, creating a rhythmic cadence. Beside her, the elven butler trembled, swallowing hard, the cultivated composure she had maintained for years beginning to falter. Lilizi's footsteps seemed to echo in the heart of the elven butler. Indeed, the daughter of a duke commanded a strong presence. Lilizi's poise was strikingly unique, perhaps the very essence of an aristocratic young lady. Su Bei observed her gait, momentarily taken aback. Did it not seem as though it were her first time in high heels? She walked oddly. Wouldn't she twist her ankle? Would she fall? Bang! Su Bei blinked rapidly. The elven butler's entire being trembled, petrified on the spot. That it was then that Li Lizi's right foot twisted awkwardly, crashing against the glass table before Su Bei. The elven butler swallowed again, her head buzzing, feeling as though she were losing consciousness. This was disastrous. The Lord's manor was doomed. Duke Gloucester's precious daughter, the esteemed Miss Li Lizi, had fallen within the Lord's manor. Would the officials of the manor not be thoroughly reprimanded? Who designed this floor? How could there be even a millimeter of height variation, leading to uneven flooring that caused the esteemed Miss Li Lizi to stumble? This must be reported. It must be reported. Those irresponsible workers must be held accountable. If this is not handled properly, my position as butler will surely come to an end. The elven butler reached out to assist Li Lizi. I am fine. Li Lizi steadied herself against the glass table, slowly rising, revealing a reddened forehead, her expression unyielding. That I am fine. Crack. The glass table shattered rapidly at the point of contact, splintering into dust, despite her calm demeanor. Li Lizi's eyes glistened red, and upon closer inspection, 2 tears were held back. She gazed at Su Bei with an unsettling serenity, parting her lips slightly, yet no words escaped. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere grew stifling, and the elven butler felt as though she might suffocate. Noticing the silence, Su Bei realized that continuing this way would resolve nothing, so he chose to take the initiative. Shall we proceed with the handover? Li Lizi shook her head and nodded. Outside, Li Lizi shook her head once more and nodded again. I took it away. Su Bei rose and moved towards the door. Sir, please come this way. The elven butler, unable to bear the pressure, stepped forward to open the door for Su Bei, then awkwardly added, Miss Li Lizi, I shall assist you. Having said that, he followed suit. Upon hearing this, Li Lizi nodded, not turning back to bid farewell. At the moment when Su Bei passed by her, her expression suddenly contorted. Tears gushed forth, her lips twisted in a pained grimace, drawing into her mouth. The moment the door closed, Li Lizi clutched the hem of her dress with her teeth, recalling the pain she had endured earlier, biting down fiercely. Ouch! It hurts so much. In the next moment, tears flowed endlessly. As if some inner magic compelled them, pooling on the ground in a shallow layer, threatening to drown her toes. She truly exerted herself. Li Lizi had done her utmost. Just holding back her tears consumed all her strength. She could not utter a single word. She could not cry in front of others, for she represented the dignity of the Gloucester family. Why did I have to change into high heels at the door? How embarrassing. After crying, Li Lizi wiped her tears, touched her chest, and took out a small notebook, writing. Entry 972. Never wear high heels again. It was evident that she had suffered 971 lessons prior. Looking at the prominent number, Li Lizi fell into complete despair. Outside, the elven butler wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, watching Su Bei move the coffin from the carriage. That Miss Li Lizi was truly terrifying, not uttering a word. Her gaze seemingly capable of devouring a soul. Nobles appeared to be like this, utterly inscrutable, their every gesture unnervingly enigmatic. Sir, do you not feel the same? Su Bei glanced at the elven butler, nodding slightly. Yet sensing that matters were not as the other imagined, Li Lizi's demeanor was too profound, not genuine. She was a seasoned performer. Moreover, this encounter with Li Lizi sparked new questions in Su Bei's mind. She was a living being, a human, thus not a deity. According to the lore of the fantasy world, gods resided in their divine realms. Until the end of days, Su Bei had never encountered a living god, most existing only in fragmented records, akin to figures like Qin Shi Huang, who thrived solely in history. Hence, the sudden emergence of a deity from history felt exceedingly disconcerting. Yet, Li Lizi was connected to the goddess of wisdom. If she was not wise, then what was she? Could she be the illegitimate daughter of wisdom left to roam the mortal realm? Although Li Lizi possessed an invitation from the realm of the goddess of wisdom, knew many secrets among the deities, and held omniscient knowledge, she still lacked the elevated divinity typical of a deity. She resembled more a pampered daughter of a landlord, a foolish girl of about 15 or 16. Furthermore, Li Lizi had never appeared in the game's narrative. Was this a butterfly effect? Su Bei tossed one question after another. His mind was filled with queries, all mere conjectures that could not be answered at the moment. Ultimately, Su Bei relinquished his thoughts and lifted the coffin to gauge its weight. That it was substantial enough. It was indeed a person. Carrying the coffin, Su Bei set forth on the journey home, bidding farewell to the elven butler and asking him to convey his regards to Li Lizi as well. As for a direct farewell or to pose questions, that would be unnecessary for the time being. The primary concern now was to bring Elena's sister back, to instill some energy and motivation in Elena. Otherwise, she would continue to languish, and time was of the essence for subsequent plans. The expedition to the Kingdom of Bayan needed to be expedited, preferably within this month, and certainly ahead of Lumina's departure. In the three-story villa, Sube entered the house to find Jasmine feeding Elena, with two slime kings wriggling about in Elena's clothing. From an outside perspective, it appeared as though two small hills were shifting, occasionally eliciting strange expressions and gasps from Elena. Jasmine explained that this method would massage Elena's muscles, preventing her from lying in such a way that could lead to muscular atrophy. That it made some sense. Yet, Sube felt a certain dissonance with the scene. Having monsters massage the saintess of the Holy Light Church was akin to encouraging a demon king to befriend a hero, utterly inconceivable. Upon seeing Sube enter with the coffin, Jasmine's eyes lit up with joy, waving her hand at him, inadvertently forgetting to withdraw the spoon that was lodged in Elena's mouth. As she stood, she lightly bumped the spoon. MMM. It was all in, almost lodged in her throat. This sudden pain made Elena's eyes widen, feeling as if at that moment she glimpsed her deceased father. Jasmine hastily withdrew the spoon. Trembling, gently reassuring Elena's shoulder, lamenting, "Sister Elena, are you all right? I'm so sorry. It's Jasmine's fault." Once Elena reclined again, her expression returning to blankness, Jasmine finally turned to attend to Subei.m.r.sub. "Welcome back. We have safely brought back Sister Elena's sister." Elena still did not turn her head, as if she had not heard. However, just moments ago, she had resolved a significant decision. She could die, but not in such a painful manner as being pierced by a spoon. That would be too tormenting. At least choose a more merciful way to perish. Behind her, Subei's footsteps drew near. Then, a coffin was placed before Elena. Her brow twitched slightly, yet feeling too fatigued, she ultimately did not frown. After a pause, she slowly uttered a few words. "You have worked hard. I will not seek death so easily. There is no need to go to such lengths to go to such trouble for her." Subei and Jasmine truly meant well. They even went so far as to procure a coffin. This coffin resembled one that had significance. Elena's gaze, devoid of focus, roamed over it before suddenly halting. Then, her eyes slowly sharpened, blinking as if recognizing something. "It looks a bit like uncertain. Let me take another look. Wait." "Wah." Jasmine was taken aback. She saw Elena suddenly sit up, the movement startling enough to send the slimes flying out. Landing on Jasmine's forehead with a thud, the Slime Kings displayed expressions of dismay, thinking that this individual could not be permitted to remain any longer. Without the holy light, she was still so intolerable. Thud, thud. It was at this moment that Subei knocked on the coffin. The sound was muffled, solid. He turned around, calmly stating, "Will you open it, or shall I?" His tone was nonchalant, as if merely scratching a lottery ticket. Yet, this was entirely incomparable to a mere lottery ticket. Elena could no longer maintain her composure, extending her hand to trace the edge of the coffin. The familiar texture, the unique material. Merely touching it allowed her to sense the overwhelming vitality within the coffin. This coffin was indeed that one. "Without a doubt is this real, but it was preserved by your master. The day before yesterday, it was purchased by the Duchess of Gloucester as a gift to you for the Lord's estate." Elena swiftly pieced together the sequence of events and began to weep anew. "I have truly allowed my hatred to cloud my judgment. How foolish I am, truly. I should have realized this sooner. How could Master Grace possibly leave my sister elsewhere? She must have feared that I would not maintain my divinity, which is why she did not inform me. Indeed, how could a bishop like Ian be entrusted with guarding a legendary treasure?" Elena was overwhelmed with 1,000 words she longed to express, yet she found herself staring blankly at the coffin for what felt like an eternity, unable to utter a single syllable. With a determined push, she slid the coffin lid aside, revealing the figure of a woman lying within. The one at rest in the coffin was none other than Elena's sister, Eleanor. She appeared to be in her early 20s. Her hands calloused from years of sword practice. Her skin was not fair, but rather rough, possessing a certain spirited beauty that bore a striking resemblance to Elena. Upon seeing this familiar visage, Elena fell into a daze for a considerable time. Only when the sky began to darken did she regain her senses and close the coffin. Turning around, she noticed Subei and Jasmine engrossed in a game of Gamoku. And she paused for a moment. then smiled. It was the first time in 3 months that Elena had smiled, and in 3 years, it was her first genuine smile from the heart. It had been such a long time since she had laughed that she had nearly forgotten the feeling. It was a refreshing experience, indeed, to feel like a person again. Elena smiled warmly at Su Bei and Jasmine, unsure of what to say. Should she express her gratitude? That certainly was in order. However, she sensed that this was not the answer they sought. Elena knew that Su Bei and Jasmine wished for her to regain her spirits, but she could not fathom their motivation. Jasmine had her reasons, but what about Su Bei? They had known each other for less than half a year. Was it merely to form a team with her? Could she, in her current state, truly be of any help to him? Elena glanced at her hands, clenching them tightly, but the holy light she desperately attempted to summon fizzled out in less than a second. I have become utterly useless to that moment. Jasmine noticed Elena had turned away. She hesitated for a moment before quickly patting the space beside her. Sister Elena, come here. Mr. Su Bei says he knows who cast the curse that keeps you from waking. Elena's breath quickened, and she saw Su Bei turn his head slightly, casually stating, it should be the dream realm. Ranked 11 in the sequence of cursed artifacts, it possessed the ability to create dreams from which one cannot awaken. Elena grasped Su Bei's shoulders tightly, her heavy breathing brushing against his face, prompting him to recoil and furrow his brow. The stench was overwhelming. He hadn't brushed his teeth in at least 3 months. A nauseating mix of sweet strawberry milk and decay. Upon witnessing Su Bei's expression of distaste, Elena froze momentarily, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Clearing her throat, she asked, what else do you know? Is there a way to resolve this? Su Bei nodded, explaining that there were 2 possible solutions. If the dreamer could realize they were dreaming, they could break free. Alternatively, someone else could kill the host of the dream realm, forcibly ending the dream. Without hesitation, Elena urged, help me to. Su Bei looked up, observing Elena biting her lower lip, the flames of anger reigniting within her. She had been activated. However, without the holy light, she was akin to Su Bei lacking his demon lord path. The road ahead was blocked, and her level had regressed to the first tier. They still needed to address this issue first. Noticing Su Bei lost in thought, Elena blinked in surprise. Oh no. Could it be that he was unwilling? Wait, do I have any leverage left? As she pondered, a chill ran down her spine. It seemed Su Bei had no interest in women, and she had nothing valuable to offer. Gritting her teeth, Elena blurted out everything she could think of, stating earnestly, the money is yours, the house is yours, and I will work for you. Help me, please. Beside her, Jasmine tugged at Su Bei's sleeve. Su Bei snapped back to reality, reflecting on Elena's earlier words before shaking his head. You're too weak right now. There's nothing I can do. Elena's complexion drained of color instantly. Jasmine felt that Su Bei's words were excessively harsh, shaking his sleeve vigorously in protest. Su Bei paused before continuing. So first, you need to recover and level up. You could have just said that all at once, Elena exclaimed, joyfully leaping toward him, her smile radiant. Could you refrain from gasping for breath? You wretched soul. With a swift kick, Su Bei sent Elena flying, her head downward as she performed a somersault, landing directly atop Jasmine, who was left dazed and gasping for air. I can't breathe. Sister Elena, from beneath her, a small hand waved helplessly. Help me, Mr. Su Bei. I can't breathe. In the Winter City, at the entrance to the Winter Dungeon, June was one of the most active months for adventurers. The entrance. Adventurers came and went, exchanging strategies for delving into the dungeon. Merchants set up shop, hawking the latest news from the dungeon, along with various enchanted materials and potions. There were also lone wolves seeking teams or groups recruiting solitary adventurers, all offering handsome rewards. Amidst this bustling and harmonious scene, one particular group stood out, their demeanor starkly different from the others, resembling children quarreling in a game. 1 miracle heart, 1 drop of goddess tear, and 1 vial of blood imbued with light attributes, sourced from a level 4 creature or higher. Elena read aloud the list of materials Su Bei had provided, her hands trembling as she wrote. There are so many costly auxiliary materials. You might as well tell me I need to be reincarnated. You foolish creature, if I can gather these materials, why wouldn't I spend a fortune to retrain for a new profession? I feel I have a talent for being a ranger. Su Bei's calm expression revealed a slight frown. No, you lack the talent for a ranger. Though reluctant to discourage Elena, his experience with the dart game at the amusement park had led him to this conclusion. For Elena to transition to a ranger would pose a danger that extended beyond mere enemies that it could even endanger Jasmine. Subei sighed and explained, I have a way to acquire the goddess tier. You can find the miracle heart on the 20th level of the winter dungeon. The most difficult part is the third item. However, I have heard that your Holy Light Church has a dragon knight whose contracted partner is a level 5 light dragon. A royal hybrid. A moment of silence enveloped the space. Elena displayed a dazed expression, remaining unresponsive for a long while. After about 10 seconds of silence, she placed her hand over Jasmine's ears, signaling a reassuring expression before unleashing her pent-up fury upon Subei. Grinding her teeth as she spat, you maintain such a calm demeanor. You speak as if it's just a matter of pouring some chicken blood. That's not a chicken. That's the contracted partner of His Excellency. The Hammer of Judgment, Otiriad, one of the 4 demigods of the Holy Light Church. How do you expect me to trade a vial of blood for it? Elena felt lightheaded with anger. It should be noted that monsters are classified into 6 levels: ordinary, elite, lord, king, legendary, and mythical. In a world where mythical and legendary creatures were mere whispers of the past, possessing a king-level contracted partner would elevate Otiriad's power by 30%. He cherished his dragon companion as a treasure, valuing it more than his own life. That was not merely a dragon companion. It was his dragon father. How could he possibly part with a vial of blood for a former saintess whose divinity was shattered? Subei fell into contemplation, uncertain, as he pulled out his journal to cross-reference. After a moment, he slowly remarked, he should have an affinity for your teacher. Elena once again fell into silence, though the origins of this rumor remained shrouded in mystery. It was undeniably outrageous. Are you suggesting that His Excellency the centenarian priest of Eotiliadi, an ancient virgin, harbors affections for my nearly divine, utterly emotionless robotic master? I believe your source of information is not merely derived from apocryphal tales, but rather a heap of nonsense that if you choose to believe such absurdity, you might as well claim that I am the beloved daughter of the goddess of holy light. Have you lost your senses? Observing the expressionless visage of Subei, Elena, in the midst of her tirade, hesitated, her confidence wavering. Although she was unaware of the origins of Subei's information, it was indeed true that the priest of Eotiliadi frequently lavished attention upon their teacher, often playfully tousling his few remaining white hairs, exuding his unique charm. Could this possibly be true? After a moment of reflection, Elena continued, setting aside the likelihood of this matter being genuine, if it were true, are you truly attempting to orchestrate a romance between them? You wish for a divine and perfect goddess of holy light to walk the earth and engage in a passionate youthful love affair with the most devoted and formidable priest of the holy light? This is sacrilege. You are undermining the very foundation of the Holy Light Church. Should this notion reach the ears of the church, it would undoubtedly be deemed heretical and subjected to purification. Leaving not a trace or a speck behind, the final remarks were uttered with such fervor that they were somewhat too loud. Despite Jasmine covering her ears, she still caught wind of the conversation. Jasmine, startled by the alarming turn of events, interjected hastily, Mr. Subei, this cannot be allowed. It is far too perilous. And Elena, dear sister, please refrain from using such profane language. Elena closed her mouth, recognizing that she had indeed been a bit too tempestuous.